This audiobook contains 18 censored sentences and 20 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. When the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a road. When the boat reaches the pier, it will naturally straighten out. Sakurai Saki had never worried about such things. If the girl whose existence had been completely erased came to question him, Sakurai Saki would answer her frankly. It was me. The strange things that happened to you are related to me. That's what he would say. Sakurai Saki had never denied the things had done, whether good or bad. Just as he once said, the choice made at that time was the one I believed to be the most correct at that moment. Don't keep tormenting yourself over the past. You must look forward. If you keep drowning in the sea of past suffering, you'll end up being dragged under and drowned. The number on the elevator screen ticked up to the 30th floor. Sakurai Saki stepped out of the elevator. Then he froze. This setup, what is this all for? Welcome Sensei-chan. Nakano Ichika clapped her hands a few times. Sakurai-san. Nakano Yatsuba greeted him while pulling the string of a party popper in her hand. Pop! A burst of golden confetti sprayed all over the hallway. Good afternoon, Saki-kun, Nakano Miku said flatly, while a party popper went off in her hand too. More golden glitter. General Affairs Sakurai, good afternoon. Nakano Itsuki gave a slight bow. Sakurai Saki's face was full of question marks. He wondered, you guys like studying that much? And what's with this golden rain all over the place? Isn't it going to be a pain to clean up later? At that, three of them showed subtle changes in expression. Only Itsuki nodded. I like studying, although she and Sakurai Saki had a misunderstanding last week. After he explained clearly, there was no problem anymore. Granted, Sakurai Saki's temperament wasn't great. Any normal person would be angry if misunderstood, but the fact that he had said he wanted to quit tutoring still came as a shock to her. Luckily, after she apologized, he chose to continue tutoring them, which relieved Itsuki a great deal. Sakurai was living alone in Tokyo, so he had taken up this job. It wasn't something glamorous to talk about, but she couldn't deny his choice. The four Nakano sisters weren't people with supernatural powers, so they didn't feel anything off about their memories being altered or supplemented. Nakano Yatsuba put down the party popper and shyly told Sakurai, Sakurai-san, I have to go help a girls' basketball club later, so I might need to postpone today's tutoring until tomorrow. Ichika said, he'll stay with Sensei-chan. She winked at Sakurai Saki as she spoke. Sakurai turned to look at Miku. Miku put the popper down. If it's a topic I'm interested in. Got it? Basically, if it's not history, she's not motivated to study at all. Shuchiin Academy had no shortage of subjects. Classical Japanese, literature, math, history, social studies, natural sciences, PE, home economics, foreign languages. The first and second years didn't separate into humanities and sciences tracks. That division happened in third year. One was the external admission track, and the other was the internal promotion track. The external track was generally seen as science-focused, while the internal track leaned towards humanities. The universities they aimed for were divided into two categories: Shuchiin University and others like the University of Tokyo, Kyoto University, and Tohoku University, which were all among the top choices. As for midterm exams, they covered 5 subjects: classical Japanese, math, science, social studies, and English. Sakurai Saki had previously investigated the girls' academic performance and discovered that each of the 4 girls excelled in a different subject. None overlapped. Yatsuba was good at classical Japanese. Miku excelled in social studies, especially the history portion she loved. Ichika was strong in math, and Itsuki did better in natural sciences. That mysterious number 2. Could she be good English? If following this logic, that would be the conclusion. To be honest, Sakurai Saki didn't find this job easy at all. He had even thought about why these girls performed so poorly. There had to be a reason. Based on current deductions, Ichika probably couldn't balance studies with her acting work. Miku was way too lopsided in her interests. Yatsuba, maybe because she helped too many clubs and didn't have time to study. And as for Itsuki, wait a second. Itsuki always studied seriously. Why were her grades still so bad? Was it because she hadn't found the right study method? Itsuku, Sakurai Saki, and the four Nakano sisters entered the room. Yatsuba helped Miku grab a bottle of matcha tea and poured everyone some fruit juice. Then she got a phone call and had to leave. It was already past 4 o'clock. By the time she got to school, it would be nearly 5. The girls' basketball club must be short on people, otherwise she wouldn't have to rush like that. Everyone, even though Yatsuba isn't here. I think we should still proceed with a placement test. Sakurai Saki spoke as he took out a stack of test papers from his bag. He explained, this is a comprehensive test. Each subject has a few questions. If there's something you don't know, you can skip it. If you think you can do it, just go ahead. Itsuki quietly accepted the paper. Mika said nothing, scanning through the test and finding some questions she liked. Sakurai Saki noticed. To spark Mika's interest, he had intentionally placed the history questions first. Ichika leaned back on the sofa and sighed dramatically. No reward? If Sensei-chan doesn't give us a reward, we won't be motivated. Sakurai Saki was about to refuse, but saw the other two also looking at him. He sighed and pulled out a sticky note. After writing a line on it, Sakurai Saki placed it on the table. This is a wish voucher. As long as it's something I can do and it doesn't go against my personal principles, I'll fulfill it. I'll give it to the person I'm most satisfied with after this test. Upon hearing that, all three of their expressions changed. Each had their own thoughts. Nakano Itsuki wanted Sakurai Saki to share his study secrets. She had heard that when he first entered school last year, his grades were bottom tier, even worse than hers or her sister's. Yet within a year, had climbed to rank 3rd in the entire grade, only behind President Shirogane and Vice President Shinomiya. President Shirogane's grades were also poor when he first enrolled. One person making such progress in a year could be chalked up to personal effort, but two, that suggested there was some unknown method. There had to be a way to boost results quickly. Miku, on the other hand, wanted to use the voucher to ask Sakurai Saki to teach her how to make matcha cake. Back when they were in the same class last year, during home economics, she had tasted a cake he made and still remembered the flavor. His family ran a wagashi shop, so his skills were excellent. Mika loved matcha, so much so that she always ordered drinks with names like matcha soda. Ichika chuckled softly, teasing, anything at all, really? Of course. Sakurai Saki had no regrets. Even if it's... Ichika paused a moment, then continued, asking you to go out with me? Sakurai Saki started to feel a little regret now. If I am satisfied with your test, then if you use the voucher to make that request, I won't refuse. Chapter 70. A call from the quintuplets' father while the three girls were working on their test. Sakurai Saki wasn't idle either. He observed each of their progress. Miku was the fastest. She answered almost all the history questions at the beginning in an instant. The rest came much slower, but she was still able to pick off a few here and there. Ichika, just as Sakurai had expected, was good at math. Observing more closely, he noticed that Ichika quickly skipped questions she couldn't immediately solve, moving on to the easier freebie questions. This method could secure a decent baseline score, just enough to pass, but it wasn't a sustainable way to study. If she continued like this, her performance would only decline. If Ichika was someone who gave up too easily, then Itsuki was the very embodiment of never giving up. She worked incredibly slowly. Watching her for a while, Sakurai saw that she was stuck on one multiple-choice question and simply couldn't move past it. Despite it being a 4-option multiple choice, she was trying to verify each answer by one clearly not an efficient method. At that pace, while the others were already double-checking their answers, Itsuki might still be stuck on the first few questions. Re-ring the phone rang. It was Sakurai Saki's. He took it out. Sorry, you'll step out to take this. He stepped out onto the balcony and looked at the caller ID. He had it clearly labeled Mr. Nakano. Full name, Nakano Murawa, director of a hospital. Beyond that, Sakurai Saki didn't know much. Hello, Nakano-san. This is Sakurai Saki speaking. He answered. There was a misunderstanding last week, but it's been resolved," Sakurai replied as he turned to look out from the 30th floor. The sun was still blazing. "Nakano-san, is this call solely to ask about tutoring progress?" "Sakurai-kun, regarding Ichika, I want to thank you." That answer caught Sakurai Saki off guard. How did he know about that? Did he have informants there too? Nakano continued, "For various reasons, I don't usually intervene in my daughter's daily lives. Because of that, there are sometimes lapses in their protection." Sakurai Saki glanced around. He was beginning to suspect this house was filled with surveillance equipment installed by him. Otherwise, how did the man know everything? And he dares to say he doesn't intervene in their lives? That kind of overprotectiveness is a bit much, isn't it? "Sakurai-kun, I did not install surveillance devices in the house. Last week's incident was reported to me by Itsuki. She's in charge of updating me on the tutoring progress and managing your payment. Since you only taught for 1 day last week, they'll be paying you for 1 day only." Sakurai Saki was speechless. This really was the archetype of a doting father, with an intense urge to protect. "The exam after Golden Week, I look forward to seeing your results, Sakurai-kun." With that, Nakano hung up on his own. Sakurai Saki put his phone back in his pocket and headed back into the room. In the director's office of a certain hospital in Tokyo, a stern-looking man put his phone down. He looked out the window. A student and a teacher. That scene stirred unpleasant memories within him. In his mind, Nakano Maruwa caught a fleeting image of a red-haired woman, and his expression immediately darkened. A few seconds later, he let out a sigh. Reina, his late wife, had ended up in a tragic situation, all because she married a teacher. That bastard, when he heard she was pregnant with quintuplets, he abandoned her without hesitation. Yes, Nakano Maruwa is not the biological father of the quintuplets. He is only their stepfather. After the girl's mother passed away, he took on the responsibility of raising all 5 of them. Having once witnessed such a tragedy, Nakano Maruwa absolutely refused to let it happen again. The academic performance of the 5 sisters was abysmal. A tutor was a must, but Maruwa would never casually allow just anyone into his daughter's lives. He knew better than anyone how difficult the girls could be. That's why the tutor needed to be responsible someone who could endure the girls' temperaments. Only after that would he consider their actual teaching ability. From the very beginning, Nakano Maruwa had his eyes set on a student from Shuchiin Academy. If the tutor attended the same school, they would have more chances to interact, making it easier for the girls to accept the tutoring. At first glance, he was drawn to a Shuchiin student at the top of the second year, outstanding academic performance, upright character, and even the student council president. Unfortunately, negotiations fell through. The reason was simple. The student had no time and wasn't good at dealing with girls. With no other choice, Nakano Maruwa gave up. The second choice was Sakurai Saki, introduced by Shirage Miyuki. Ranked 3rd in the second year, living alone in Tokyo, had been working part-time since last year, and had recently taken on a job known as a rental boyfriend. Though the job sounded a bit dubious, considering his independent lifestyle, it was still acceptable. Moreover, he had a good reputation at school. If they've already had a fight, then I doubt anything unexpected will happen. With a thorn like that in the heart, the chance of romantic feelings developing was very low. "It's best to keep tutoring strictly professional," Nakano Maruwa muttered. It wasn't that he forbade his daughters from dating. He just feared they might be deceived by some awful man. Nakano Maruwa never wanted to witness another tragedy again. But if his daughter did truly fall for someone, then he'd have no choice but to accept it. At most, he could give that person a test to challenge them. Maybe he should try the old style with a gun. About the test, under the hopeful gazes of the 3 girls, Sakurai Saki finally spoke. "What do you think I'm going to say? We did pretty well, right?" Nakano Itsuki said with confidence in her just-finished test. She had completed the entire thing without leaving a single blank. "Sensei-chan, I answered all the ones I knew." Nakano Ichika sipped her fruit juice from a glass in her hands. Mika said nothing, but a proud glimmer lit her face. This time, she would win. That matcha cake, she would learn how to make it. Finally, Under the intense anticipation of the three girls, Sakurai Saki sighed. Good news. All of you passed the average score. And bad news. It was all middle school level content. Upon hearing that, the three girls looked at one another, then simultaneously hung their heads. Miku quietly drank her beloved matcha soda. Was it that bad? She asked softly. There's still hope, Sakurai Saki replied as he reviewed the test papers. At least Miku didn't give up. He glanced at her before shifting his gaze to Ichika. Ichika responded with an embarrassed smile. The one who did best was Itsuki. You've got a solid grasp of middle school material. That deserves praise. Receiving a compliment, Itsuki smiled faintly. Itsuki, noticing her smug expression, Sakurai Saki continued, but your pace is far too slow. Just now, Ichika and Miku had already finished, and you had only just completed the multiple-choice section. Itsuki's radiant smile immediately vanished at his words. Itsuki, it was just a little slow, she murmured. There were also a lot of eraser marks. You're not confident in your answers, Sakurai Saki went on. Solving slowly, and not even sure whether it's correct, that's a serious issue. Nakano Ichika chimed in teasingly. Sensei-chan, so who are you going to give that coupon to? Sakurai Saki replied, of course it's Chapter 71. 71. Hayasaka, AI wants to quit her job, leaving the Nakano sisters' house. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening by the time Sakurai Saki got home. Today's tutoring session was generally pleasant, except for the part where Yatsuba ran off and only returned at the very last minute. Everything else went just as he had expected. He had done a preliminary assessment and identified each girl's study habits and weaknesses. On a side note, dinner was cooked by Sakurai Saki. Ichika said she wasn't good at cooking. Itsuki preferred eating to making food, and as for Miku, Sakurai Saki truly didn't dare let her near the kitchen. Last year during cooking class, had already witnessed her skills. That level could literally kill someone. After eating her food, you'd probably have to go to the hospital for a stomach pump. Not exaggerating. One time, a male student who was in the same group as her took a bite of her curry and ended up in the infirmary for the whole afternoon. Miku, fortunately, he was the first one to try it. If not, the unlucky victim might have been Sakurai Saki himself. From that point on, he even received compliments from all three girls. Itsuki even went back for several extra bowls of rice. Sakurai Saki casually asked a rather awkward question. You girls look exactly the same on the outside. So are your weights the same too? Itsuki faced the question and responded without hesitation. That's right. We weigh exactly the same. Sakurai Saki temporarily chose to believe her. Girls often say that sweets go into a different stomach. Do you believe that? He opened the apartment door alone and stepped into the entryway. Sakurai Saki stretched. He had taken the opportunity to study while tutoring and had even finished his own homework. There were no side effects from his power today, so Sakurai Saki was currently in perfect health. So healthy that even if he called a doctor, they wouldn't be able to find a single issue. If I just keep tutoring like this, then surpass Shinomiya Kagaya. Sakurai Saki felt this plan was flawless. He couldn't study while working as a rental boyfriend, and he hadn't had time to study with his previous part-time jobs either. Now, after so much effort, had finally found a job where he could study and crush Shinomiya Kagaya with his academic performance. Sakurai Saki was determined to carry out the long-cherished plan. Sakurai Saki had always felt that Shinomiya Kagaya didn't quite respect him, and he believed the reason lay in academic results. Shirage Miyuki had better grades than Shinomiya Kagaya, so she never really showed any attitude toward Shirage. It was only at the beginning of last year, right after the student council changed hands, that she sulked with Shirage for a while. Back then, Sakurai Saki hadn't been invited into the student council yet, so he didn't know the details. The student council election was held in September, and Sakurai Saki joined at the beginning of October. At the time, he only talked to Fujiwara Chika and Shirage Miyuki, the two who actively reached out to him. As for Shinomiya Kagaya, their relationship was practically non-existent. It wasn't until around Christmas that the two of them had a brief exchange. Since the start of this semester, her expression had softened considerably. Perhaps this was what that guy Shirogane wanted to see. To Shirogane Miyuki, Shinomiya Kagaya was someone to admire. He once told Sakurai Saki as much. He wanted to become someone like her, someone who would do the things others didn't want to do in order to help others. But later on, Shirogane Miyuki also told Sakurai Saki that he wanted to change Shinomiya Kagaya, not acting out of obligation, but acting based on her own thoughts. Wouldn't that be better? Sakurai Saki muttered. Shinomiya Kagaya was still not quite like a normal person, but compared to a year ago, she had come a long, long way. So far that, looking back, you couldn't even see where she had started. After taking a shower, Sakurai Saki sat on the living room sofa and picked up a light novel to read. He had a habit of reading to relax before bed. Tomorrow, I should go find Yatsuba and then Ishigami you. That brat can't be allowed to slip away either. Doesn't he call himself useless every single day? Sakurai Saki really wanted to show him. There's someone even worse off than you. Between the Nakano sisters and Ishigami you, it was hard to say who was the bigger idiot. Sakurai Saki felt that Ishigami you had just had too rough a life. He had never experienced much success, always living in failure, and that was why he had become so dispirited. Though people tend to aim high and water flows downward, sometimes just seeing someone even more pathetic than yourself can boost your confidence a bit. And I could even use Ishigami to motivate the Nakano sisters to study harder, as long as they didn't start arguing when that happened. After finishing the volume, Sakurai Saki climbed into bed and peacefully drifted off to sleep. Tuesday, the morning of Hayasaka AI could hardly be described as smooth. She was currently exhausted, no, super exhausted. Hayasaka, the incident from yesterday when Sakurai Saki got close and confessed to her, still left her legs feeling like jelly just thinking about it. When she had run out of the school gate yesterday, she didn't even clearly remember how she got back to the Shinomiya estate. It was only after Kagaya told her that she found out she had apparently run all the way home without stopping for a single second. It was truly embarrassing beyond belief. After finding out about that, Hayasaka AI didn't even have the face to look at Shinomiya Kagaya anymore. When Kagaya asked her what had happened, Hayasaka AI fumbled and stammered, unable to get a word out. Shinomiya Kagaya just assumed she was upset over the failed plan yesterday and didn't think much of it. So last night, Hayasaka AI lay in bed, her mind filled with Sakurai Saki's face. As a result, she suffered a full-blown insomnia, not even a minute of sleep. Tuesday morning, 5:30 a.m. After finishing her shower, Hayasaka AI stared into the bathroom mirror, where a face with serious dark circles under the eyes stared back at her. No amount of foundation could cover it. Thinking about someone so much that it causes insomnia and gives you dark circles. Hayasaka AI didn't even dare imagine what she would say if Sakurai Saki asked her about it today. It was just too humiliating. She seriously wanted to take a day off right now. But as Kagaya's bodyguard and maid, Hayasaka AI had to be responsible for Shinomiya Kagaya's safety at school. Of course, she couldn't just take time off so easily. It's not like she could go to the hospital and get a doctor's note that said insomnia caused by love is the reason for leave, right? Just because of a simple I like you, and I end up like this. Hayasaka AI patted her cheeks. How much do you like that guy? Ayezaka-ai. Can't you have a little more of your usual rationality? There are tons of guys who like you. It's just one average Sakurai Saki. She did a quick round of makeup, paying special attention to the corners of her eyes so the dark circles wouldn't stand out too much. And then Hayasaka AI got ready to wake up Shinomiya Kagaya. Before that, she still had to arrange breakfast and take care of various other chores. I really want to quit this job. Hayasaka AI thought about quitting at least 10 times a day, but she couldn't bring herself to leave Kagaya alone here, because the only person Kagaya could rely on was her. Hayasaka AI had always treated Shinomiya Kagaya like a younger sister, so she spoiled her in every way no matter how difficult the request. Even if Kagaya asked for a star from the sky, Hayasaka AI would at least consider how she could make it happen. Because this was a little sister who had never known love. And an older sister must dote on her little sister. 1 hour later, at 7 a.m., Hayasaka AI helped Shinomiya Kagaya get out of bed. While she was halfway through helping the young lady change, Shinomiya Kagaya suddenly spoke up. Hayasaka, I want to go to karaoke today. Can I invite Sakurai-san and the others to come along? Hayasaka AI, this little sister, can I sell her off to Southeast Asia right now? Chapter 72. Miko wants to catch couples in front of Shuchiin Academy. Aino Miko was once again performing her duties as a member of the disciplinary committee. Miko, her daily responsibilities included more than just checking school uniforms. She also had to stop inappropriate interactions between male and female students. To Miko-chan, romantic relationships should wait until after graduation at the very least. Anything more intimate had to be reserved strictly for after marriage. Spring was the mating season for animals, and that was exactly why Miko took things so seriously. Actually, it wasn't just in spring, even back in middle school. She had been this serious every season. If only people loved each other according to the rules of the animal kingdom, how much better the world would be. Unfortunately, humans were worse than animals. They went into heat all year round. Miko-chan watched a couple walk past her, flirting and clinging to each other. They dared to hold hands. Of course, Aino Miko didn't automatically classify hand-holding as inappropriate male-female conduct. It depended on the context. If someone fell and the other reached out to help them up, that was naturally acceptable. But this, fingers intertwined in public like that was beyond Miko-chan's tolerance. Interlocked fingers indecent, lewd, eki, hentai, perverted, beastly, lustful, horny. You two, let go of each other immediately. You can't. Yap, just as she began her scolding, she unexpectedly yawned. Her imposing presence immediately plummeted. A second later, she wore a pitiful, embarrassed look. So humiliating. Because of an upcoming test, Miko-chan had studied late into the night, until 11 o'clock. For someone like her, who normally went to bed early, that was practically fatal. By the time she finished yawning, the couple had long vanished. Uwu with a slightly downcast mood over her failure to carry out her disciplinary duties. Miko-chan resumed observing the students entering through the school gates. A few minutes later, Hayasaka-senpai. The moment she spotted Hayasaka AI, Aino Miko instantly perked up. She had made up her mind yesterday afternoon. This time, she definitely wouldn't let Hayasaka AI escape. But as her target drew near, Miko-chan found herself a bit confused. Hayasaka-senpai looks so proper today. Was this normal? Wasn't Hayasaka-senpai supposed to be a gyru? Neatly trimmed nails, light blue nail polish, even a bracelet on her hand. If that's not gyru, then what is? Miko-chan stared for a good 10 seconds, but couldn't find anything in violation. Euro Miko-chan, did you miss me? Hayasaka AI leaned in close as she greeted the petite girl. Finally, the perfect chance. What happened yesterday? Hayasaka AI absolutely had to get revenge. She was someone who held grudges. Her original plan had been completely derailed by Aino Mika's surprise interference, which had left Hayasaka incredibly frustrated. Although the final result wasn't bad, she had still been detained and interrogated for half an hour. Seeing the face suddenly close in, Miko-chan flinched and took a few steps back. Senpai, why you're standing too close? Miko-chan, who feared social interactions, was especially bad at handling such direct and enthusiastic contact. How do I look today? AI-chan spun around in front of her. Pretty neat and proper, right? She had dressed up formally today just to mess with the poor girl. Miko-chan nodded shyly. Hayasaka AI smiled as she stood beside her. Hayasaka-senpai, aren't you going in? Miko asked nervously. Just now. This senpai had dared to bring her face that close, If she did anything else, Miko didn't even want to imagine it. Seeing the frightened expression on her Kuhai's face, Hayasaka naturally reached out and gently patted her head. Umu, it's almost time for class. I'll head in now. Oh. Miko-chan watched her retreating figure and finally let out a small sigh of relief. She raised her hand to adjust her hair. Since it was nearly time for class, the flow of students entering the school had begun to dwindle, allowing Miko to relax a little. Just as she let her guard down, a streak of black lightning zipped past her. "You're doing great. Keep it up, you're the best," a gentle voice whispered, right by her ear. Miko-chan felt like her heart had stopped. She looked up in the direction of the voice and saw Sakurai Saki. Sakurai Saki smiled at her, then turned and ran off, his uniform worn in an incredibly sloppy fashion. Miko-chan's face turned bright red, though whether from embarrassment or anger, even she couldn't tell. After teasing his favorite little toy, Sakurai Saki strolled into the classroom looking completely satisfied. He straightened the messy uniform he had intentionally ruffled earlier, then slid open the classroom door. Since he had arrived a bit late today, most of the class was already present. "Yo, Sakurai, you're super late today," someone in the class called out to him. "Morning, Kazazaki. I woke up late this morning, so that's why I just got here," Sakurai Saki replied casually. He had slept really well last night, so he ended up getting up late. After exchanging a few greetings with the nearby students, Sakurai Saki made his way to his seat. He put down his school bag, sat down, and glanced over at Hayasaka AI. "Ai-chan, why didn't you say hi to me today?" Not only that, she wouldn't even look him in the eye. Her gaze kept darting everywhere else. From the moment Sakurai Saki entered the room, Hayasaka AI had been watching him. She still hadn't recovered from yesterday's confession. Just seeing Sakurai Saki's face made her heart race uncontrollably. To Sakurai Saki, it seemed like she was acting really strange today. Could this be the aftershock of being confessed to? That her Thakakon guy was honestly pretty good looking. Even by Shuchiin standards, he was top tier. But AI-chan, could she really be that pure? Just a single confession and she's flustered for this long? Sakurai Saki didn't get it. No matter how he teased AI-chan before, she had never reacted like this. Good morning, Sakurai-chan." Hayasaka AI stammered, her voice barely audible. She even felt like she couldn't breathe. What's worse, when she looked at Sakurai Saki, it was like there was a glowing filter over her vision. Lovers see each other as Tom Cruise? The phrase flashed through her head, and her exquisitely pretty cheeks turned a terrifying shade of red. Even if you were confessed to yesterday, there's no reason for you to keep thinking about it this long, right? Sakurai Saki said bluntly. Hayasaka AI immediately buried her face in her arms on the desk. "You think this isn't your fault? Ugh, this is so humiliating. How could the one who caused all this say it with such a straight face? And that line just now, was he jealous? Damn it, I'm in love with him." At this point, Hayasaka AI truly didn't have the courage to lift her head. Seeing her reaction, Sakurai Saki was full of question marks. Wait, AI-chan wasn't even going to ask how he knew about the confession? Could it be that she really had some feelings for that her Thakakon guy? Sure, that guy was good looking, but AI-chan couldn't be that shallow, right? If love was only about looks, then honestly, Sakurai Saki wouldn't dare to give his heart to anyone, because aesthetic tastes are so subjective. What if they started dating, and one day she met someone even more her type? Wouldn't that mean he'd get dumped? I rejected that confession. Hayasaka AI finally muttered the words after a few seconds. Even though she had already said it yesterday, she had to emphasize it again now. As soon as she finished, she sneaked a peek at Sakurai Saki and clearly saw his expression soften. The moment she realized that, fireworks exploded in her heart. So he really does like me. Chapter 73. Shiragain K wants to run away Tuesday afternoon after school. A figure left the middle school division of Shuchiin Academy, holding a stack of documents in her arms. She was preparing to submit the junior high club activity budget report to the high school student council. Shirogane K walked through the corridor of the high school classroom building. Since she was wearing the junior high sailor-style uniform, which was very different from the high school uniform, she immediately attracted a lot of attention. Shirogane K stopped in front of the student council room door. "You can't do that there." Saki-kun, a strange voice came from inside. The beautiful silver-haired girl froze in place, unsure whether she should open the door or not. That voice she had heard last weekend. "It's Chikane. What's going on with Chikane?" This year, Shirogane K is the treasurer of the Junior High Student Council. She had a very good relationship with the vice president, Fujiwara Meha, and had even been invited to spend the night at Moha's house the previous week. At their residence, Shirogane K met the second daughter of the Fujiwara family, Fujiwara Chika. Super enthusiastic, super cute, and treated her really well. After chatting for a while, the two quickly began calling each other sisters. "Hold on a bit. I'll be over soon." "K." That voice rang out again from inside the student council room. Shirogane K felt her legs go weak. She almost collapsed on the spot. That voice was Sakinai's. One was the older sister she had just gotten close to. The other was the guy next door she had always treated like an older brother. What exactly are they doing in there? Shirogane K clutched the stack of documents, leaning against the wall beside the door, not knowing what to do. At the same time, a gloomy-looking boy came up the stairs into the hallway. "Ishigami," you glanced at the student council room door. "Huh? Isn't that the president Shirogane's little sister?" He had never met Shirogane K in person, but the two had spoken over the phone before. There was one time when Shirogane K was troubled with her duties as treasurer, and Shirogane Miyuki had asked Ishigami Yu to help. That was probably their only contact. Silver hair, and a strong resemblance to Shirogane Miyuki. That was enough for Ishigami Yu to recognize her at first glance. She was still in her middle school uniform. Ishigami Yu walked to the student council room door, but didn't initiate conversation with Shirogane K. Just as he was about to push the door open, the next second, "Saki-kun, things like this are just wonderful, aren't they?" Ishigami Yu's head was instantly filled with pink and purple-colored fantasies. Don't find it strange. Any normal boy hearing something this weird would react the same way. "Want to keep going?" said Sakurai Saki's voice. "And let's keep going outside the door." Ishigami Yu and Shirogane K locked eyes. In each other's eyes, they saw the same thought. Run? Run now. This is not something we should get involved in. This was no longer a situation the two of them could understand or handle. They turned and took 2 steps away, but before they could get far, not far off, a figure approached. Shinomiya Kagaya looked at Ishigami Yu, then glanced at Shirogane K. After carefully observing for a moment, combining it with what she had heard last week about the president's younger sister, a genius like Shinomiya Kagaya quickly pieced things together. This must be the legendary little sister of Shirogane they had talked about. "Ishigami-kun, what's wrong?" Shinomiya Kagaya asked curiously. "And this person is Shirogane-san?" Since Shirogane Ki's surname was the same as Shirogane Miyuki's, calling the name made Shinomiya Kagaya feel slightly awkward. "Hello, Shinomiya-senpai. I'm Shirogane Kai. Thank you for always looking after my brother." Shirogane K slightly bowed her head. She also admired Shinomiya Kagaya, someone nearly everyone at Shuchiin knew about. Shirogane Miyuki had also spoken to her about this person before. Compared to the image Aniki described, she's a bit more normal, Shirogane K thought as she looked at Shinomiya Kagaya's face. Truly beautiful, a flawless beauty. So cute, what kind of creature is this? She's super cute. Shinomiya Kagaya, in turn, found herself captivated by Shirogane K. Kagaya. She suddenly had the thought, I want her to call me Wani-chan. As the youngest in the Shinomiya family, she harbored a deep yearning for that creature called a younger sister. To Shinomiya Kagaya, Hayasaka AI was someone she could cling to and act spoiled with, but she had never seen AI-chan as a little sister. Why are the two of you about to leave before going into the student council room? Is something wrong? Shinomiya Kagaya felt she needed to assert her presence as a senior. Ishigami, you said nothing. Shirogane K remained silent as well. Shinomiya Kagaya felt something was off and moved toward the student council room door. Ishigami and Kei followed behind her. Just as Kagaya reached out to open the door, Ishigami, you stopped her. Ishigami, no, hell is ahead. As she stood there confused, a sound once again came from inside. A bit gentler. And also a male voice, Secretary Fujiwara. Can it be my turn now? Kagaya. Having just recently received her special training update the previous week, no longer the young lady in the greenhouse. Shinomiya Kagaya's mind at that moment was also instantly filled with pink and purple fantasies. Let's go, she said aloud. Shirogane, Kei nodded vigorously. Right now, she just wanted to run away, especially after hearing what her brother had just said. So Saki and Ai and Aniki had that kind of relationship. Unbelievable. No wonder they're always so close. One was her beloved real older brother, the other a warm, cheerful, neighborly Oniisen. Having both of them should have meant a dreamlike life for her. It sounds like there's movement outside the door. Shirogane Miyuki's voice suddenly cut off Shirogane Kei's spiraling thoughts. The three about to flee. What now? What do we do? We've been caught. Ishigami, face full of despair, crouched down and turned himself into a mushroom. Shirogane Kei panicked and raised the stack of documents to cover her face, a desperate, fruitless attempt. Shinomiya Kagaya was the calmest of the three. She stood frozen, her mind completely blank. Click. Shirogane Miyuki opened the door and took a glance. A mushroom, a person made of documents. And a hollow-eyed Shinomiya Kagaya. What even is this? What are you three doing standing outside the door? He stared closely, not entirely certain, and said, Kei? Shirogane Kei's body froze. Aini? She slowly lowered the documents and bowed her head. Ishigami, why are you crouched like that? Ishigami, you said nothing and silently stood up. The three of them all breathed a collective sigh of relief. Yami, don't touch me, there's Saki-kyun. A voice once again rang out from inside the student council room. Shirogane Miyuki pushed the door open a bit more. He explained, you guys came just in time. Sakurai said he recently learned how to clean ears. Just now, Secretary Fujiwara was getting a turn. The moment he finished, the three standing outside the room all blushed furiously. They were ashamed, not because of what they heard, but because of their own imaginations. The three, want to give it a try? Shirogane Miyuki said while turning back into the room. Seeing Fujiwara Chika's delighted expression earlier, he also wanted to try, but it still wasn't his turn yet. The three walked into the student council room, just as the two people on the sofa were finishing up the ear-cleaning session. What's going on? Sakurai Saki turned his head and asked curiously. The three of them looked at his innocent, clueless face and for a moment couldn't say a word. Can't you just clean ears like a normal person? That was so Komochi. Fujiwara Chika said as she slid off Sakurai Saki's lap. She blinked at the three of them, looking a bit confused. Did something happen? Chapter 74. A dangerous ability is about to strike. It's Kei-chan. Fujiwara Chika took a closer look and realized it was Shirogane Kei. She immediately ran over to her. Yahalo Poko Kei-chan, what brings you here today? She said with oddly spaced words. As she spoke, Fujiwara Chika stretched out both hands. Kei matched her energy right away. Yahalo Poko Disu Chikane. Today I came to submit a report. Shirogane Kei also stretched out her hands. Yeah. After their high five, the two of them continued with a series of bizarre JoJo-style poses. Shinomiya Kagaya watched as the two naturally exchanged signals, like they were sending Morse code in a secret mission. For a brief moment, she couldn't understand what was happening. She distinctly remembered that as recently as last week, Fujiwara Chika hadn't even met Shirogane Miyuki's little sister. Saki and I, long time no see. Kei, after greeting Fujiwara Chika, called out towards Sakurai Saki. Sakurai Saki smiled at her. Didn't we just meet last week? It's been a while, obviously. Shirogane Kei muttered under her breath. Saki and I, when are you coming over to our house again? Shirogane Miyuki cut in. Sakurai's usually pretty busy with work. Oh, really? I'm sorry then. Saki and it's fine, Sakurai Saki replied. Ishigami-senpai, thank you for your help last time. Shirogane K turned to Ishigami-yu. Ishigami-yu replied coolly, it was nothing, just a small favor. After the round of greetings, Shinomiya Kagaya glanced around. What the hell is going on? Why do I feel like I'm the only outsider here? Why is everyone already so close to the president's little sister? And wait a minute, Isvigami-kun. How do you even know her? Aren't you supposed to be human garbage, so toxic you can't even be dumped in the trash? How do you know her? Doubting everything, Shinomiya Kagaya gave Ishigami-yu a gentle, saintly smile. Kagaya. Ishigami. Ishigami-yu was so freaked out, he immediately ducked behind the sofa. So, everyone already knew each other? Except for me. The light in Shinomiya Kagaya's eyes slowly dimmed. Then, as if she finally remembered her purpose, Shirogane K stepped up to Shinomiya Kagaya. Shinomiya-senpai, this budget report. Could you take a look at it for me? Shirogane K held out the stack of documents she had been carrying. Shirogane Miyuki opened his mouth. He was about to say that reviewing those documents was supposed to be his job when he saw Shinomiya Kagaya eagerly take the report from K with a bright expression. What? Shirogane K glanced at her brother. Under his sister's glare, Shirogane Miyuki gave up on speaking. His little sister was going through a rebellious phase. She didn't even want to let him handle paperwork. At that moment, Siscon Shirogane Miyuki was feeling very emotionally wounded. Turning her attention back, Shirogane K sat down on the sofa with Shinomiya Kagaya, and the two began going over the report together. Shirogane Miyuki looked over at Sakurai Saki and noticed he had already packed away the ear-cleaning tools. Weren't you supposed to let me try next? Both of you are traitors. Shirogane Miyuki. Shinomiya-san, would you like some coffee? Sakurai Saki asked as he stood up. He was heading off to brew some. Shirogane K and Shirogane Miyuki were both coffee addicts. He didn't even need to ask. As for Fujiwara Chika, she preferred sweets. Compared to coffee, the hyperactive girl liked black tea more. Still, Sakurai Saki didn't plan to brew separate drinks, even though he knew how to make black tea. The student council room had Juicehead get that for her later. Shinomiya Kagaya nodded. She often drank coffee at home, usually made by Hayasaka AI. Sakurai Saki began operating the coffee equipment. Just earlier, the ear-cleaning session had only been a trial run for today's new ability. Today's superpower, hypersensitivity effect, physical sensations increased tenfold, can be turned on-off at will. Side effects, none. This ability was quite similar to yesterday's, and this marked the third time he had received it. The first time, there was a side effect. Once activated, it couldn't be turned off for an hour, and only one sense could be enhanced at a time, e.g., hearing, smell, vision, taste, etc. The second time had similar drawbacks, but it removed the only one sense limitation. This time, all side effects had completely disappeared. 2 days in a row without side effects. Something terrible must be coming having drawn 2 abilities in a row without side effects. Sakurai Saki began to think maybe he was just lucky lately. But more likely, something truly terrifying was on the way. Sakurai Saki had developed a certain level of awareness about his powers. Typically, before a particularly strong ability showed up, his body would go through a sort of buffer period. This downtime allowed him to adjust physically. The longer the calm before the storm, the stronger the side effects of the next ability, which made perfect sense. After brewing the coffee, he carried the tray back to the sofa. At that moment, Fujiwara Chika was playing with a deck of cards, the same set she brought last time. Sakurai Saki handed out the coffee, but his eyes remained fixed on the deck of cards. The numbers don't add up here. Ishigami-yu, hearing the girls talking, got curious and stood up for a look. He spotted a mistake in the calculations. Where? Shirogane K quickly asked. This guy was a senior and also a treasurer. His opinion was worth taking seriously. Right here, Ishigami-yu pointed out from behind the sofa. He had been sitting on the floor ever since Shinomiya Kagaya scared him earlier. Looks like you're right. The layout could use a little cleanup too. Some of the figures are too cramped and hard to read. Ishigami, you continued. You could move the final budget total to a more prominent spot. Just as he was about to elaborate, he caught Shinomiya Kagaya's gaze, one that looked like it could kill. Kagaya. Instantly, Ishigami, you changed tone. You know, overall it's fine. Then he shrunk back down behind the sofa like a mushroom sprouting into shadows. Ishigami. Seeing this, Shinomiya Kagaya gave a satisfied nod, then returned to reviewing the document with Shirogane K. At this rate, the day the president's little sister calls her Wani-chan probably wasn't far off. Ishigami. Sakurai Saki suddenly called out, recalling the idea he had last night. It was the plan to drag Ishigami Yu into group study sessions at the library. Earlier today, he had already told the Nakano sisters that they would move their study sessions to the school library. School ended at 3:40 p.m., and since the school didn't enforce a curfew, studying until after 6 wasn't a problem. The library had abundant resources that could be borrowed at any time. Study efficiency would be way better than at home. What's up, Sakurai-senpai? Ishigami Yu poked his head out from behind the sofa. He had a bad feeling about this. Come with me to the library later, Sakurai Saki said bluntly. The library? Sakurai didn't bother beating around the bush. I'm going to start tutoring you. For a moment, Ishigami Yu felt the game in his hand lose all meaning. Sakurai-senpai, it'll just self-study. As soon as he said that, no one, aside from Shirogane K, believed it. Yeah, but as far as I know, lately Ishigami-kun's just been playing games whenever he's in the student council room, right? Fujiwara Chika unexpectedly chimed in. Or maybe Ishigami-kun's the type to actually study on his own at home? Yeah, even you don't believe that, do you? Ishigami, you felt like things were heading south fast. He started thinking about using the Joestar family's secret technique. I shouldn't have come today. Just as he was about to stand up, Shirogane Miyuki said, Ishigami, Sakurai's doing this out of goodwill. If you're not interested, I could tutor you instead. Shinomiya Kagaya added, if you choose me, Ishigami-kun, I'll prepare the finest dried fish snacks for you, and practice questions tailored just for your level. Fujiwara Chika didn't say anything. She had no intention of tutoring anyone. She had rather spend her time eating ramen and figuring out how to win over Sakurai Saki. As for Ishigami, you constantly mocking her. Chika-chan still remembered that very clearly. That's so nice. Shirogane K listened to the conversation and thought how warm and kind all the student council members were. Totally not like her. Ishigami, you now saw them all as demons in human disguise. Everyone's stares bore into him. Ishigami, you sighed in defeat. I'll go. Chapter 75. I need you. Beside the sports field, Sakurai Saki pulled Ishigami Yu along toward the basketball gymnasium. Earlier, Nakano Yatsuba had just sent him a message, saying that the club still needed her help today. Sakurai had already guessed this would happen. He noticed that this ever-energetic girl Yatsuba seemed really bad at refusing others. The closer the relationship, the harder it was for her to say no. Sakurai Saki didn't really mind his position in her heart. Actually, it was easy to understand with just a bit of thinking. One side was a newly acquainted tutor, the other side was friends who often asked for favors. It's obvious who she would choose, right? In such situations, prioritizing familiarity over reason was natural. Even if Yatsuba knew that studying would benefit her more, she most likely still wouldn't choose Sakurai Saki. As for the reason, Sakurai more or less understood. Maybe it was because she was afraid of damaging relationships, or perhaps it was a deeply ingrained habit, helping so much that it became second nature, something she could no longer change. The worse someone is at refusing, the harder it is to refuse, truly a vicious cycle. People like that are very easy to like. After all, who hates kind people? Kind people are liked by both good and bad. Being able to maintain a pure and kind heart in this world is truly difficult. Sakurai Saki and Ishigami, you stepped into the basketball gym. As expected, the court was currently being used by the girls' basketball club. The boys' club preferred the outdoor court, so there were almost never any conflicts over space between the two. As soon as Sakurai Saki entered, he didn't see any sign of Yatsuba. The two walked over to the edge of the court and watched for a while. It seemed like they were short one member today. Even the bench was empty. No wonder they had to call Yatsuba for help. Ishigami Yu glanced at Sakurai Saki, who was observing beside him, and asked, "Sakurai-senpai, did you bring me here just to watch this? I came to look for someone, but she's not here," Sakurai replied straightforwardly. While they were talking, practice was temporarily paused. The girls' basketball club members started hydrating and taking a break. High school girls sport, sweat. Putting those words together sounds kind of sexy. But the reality in the gym, due to poor ventilation, wasn't pleasant at all. There were quite a few people around watching. Ever since school started, there were still many first years who hadn't joined any clubs. The presence of Sakurai and Ishigami here drew some attention. "Let's go." Not seeing the person he was looking for, Sakurai decided not to waste time anymore. But just as he turned around, his eyes caught a few girls from the basketball team gathered together chatting. Sakurai Saki activated his superpower for today, hypersensitivity, focusing it on his ears to hear at 10 times the normal level. Their conversation entered his ears. "Why isn't Yatsuba here yet? Doesn't she know that without her we can't practice properly today?" She clearly agreed already. Now suddenly says she's helping teachers move stuff. Doesn't she realize she's bothering other people? She was late yesterday, too. When she arrived, she was like, sorry everyone, I had something more important today." It was so laughable. What? Does she think she's someone important? She's just someone who came to help, acting like she's the center of attention. So ridiculous. One girl laughed, loud enough to hear even from the doorway. "I'm telling you that something more important was probably just helping another club, right? Anyway, Yatsuba is everyone's Yatsuba." As soon as that was said, she burst out laughing. Everyone's tool. Wherever there's a gap, she gets moved there like a brick. Another voice chimed in. "Hey, that's too much. Yatsuba gives up her rest time to help us practice." A girl who was the closest to Yatsuba rushed into the group mid-conversation. Sorry, we were just joking." A girl laughed awkwardly to smooth things over, but Sakurai still saw the corner of her mouth curl up. "All just joking. Why are you being so serious? It's not like we said those things in front of Yatsuba. And it's true that she was late, wasn't she? If she broke her promise, can't even take a few words of criticism? Besides, we were just slightly talking behind her back." A girl with a ponytail spoke with clear displeasure. Stop talking, Yatsuba's coming." Upon hearing that, the group of girls immediately dispersed. Sakurai Saki looked over at Ishigami Yu, whose face showed no expression. "Ishigami, selfless sacrifice like that. Isn't it stupid?" "Very stupid," Ishigami replied without hesitation. "Not seeking repayment makes your help lose value, and the one being helped will take it for granted. This kind of behavior that harms yourself to benefit others, Ishigami neither does nor wants to do. Asking for something in return actually reassures the person being helped and benefits oneself as well. That's why, don't do good deeds without leaving your name. Being a little selfish doesn't take away from the meaning of kindness. Anonymous donations are great, but putting your name on them, no one will blame you. Helping others, then turning your back and walking away might look cool. But openly receiving a reward isn't wrong either. It's not a bad thing. But I still like people like that," Sakurai Saki continued. "Who would hate a good person? Like said from the beginning, no one hates good people." "Me too," Ishigami Yu replied, though he didn't quite understand why Sakurai brought up this topic. But he liked good people too, whether it was Shirogane Miyuki or Sakurai Saki. Even Shinomiya Kagaya, who always looked at him with killer eyes. They were all good people. Ishigami, you didn't say it out loud. But deep down, he was truly grateful to have been able to join the student council and to have met everyone. What he said last time, that he wanted to limit his relationships to just the student council, really came from the bottom of his heart. For Ishigami, having lots of friends wasn't necessary. Just having the best ones was enough. The three senpai who always cared about him had brought him warmth in a life full of failures. It was just a shame that there was always one strange creature hanging around in the student council, and that really bothered Ishigami. Let's wait a bit longer, Sakurai Saki said, having heard from a group of girls earlier that Yatsuba was about to arrive. The two continued to wait inside the gymnasium. A few minutes later, the door opened, and a girl with orange hair tied with green ribbon like bunny ears came running in. Nakano Yatsuba ran over and joined the group. Sorry, sensei, just call me to move some things. There was so much it took a bit longer. Yatsuba slightly bowed in apology. Having promised to help but arriving late, that really wasn't good. It's fine as long as you're here. We've been waiting forever. Without you, we can't practice at all. Be sure to come earlier next time, okay? Someone still complained. Nakano Yatsuba clasped her hands in front of her chest, tilted her head, and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, you'll come earlier next time. Hurry and go change. Yatsuba raised her hand and shouted loudly. I'm going right now. After she left, the basketball club members instantly changed their expressions. Always smiling like that, it's disgusting. Someone muttered. No one heard except Sakurai Saki. Yatsuba is really liked by a bunch of guys, so jealous, that type of girl who's sweet to everyone. Probably only shows up in places like that, huh? Places like what? Someone asked with a laugh. Like nighttime gathering spots? I slipped up. Sorry, just kidding. Sakurai Saki suppressed the urge to vomit and deactivated his power. That kind of bad-mouthing behind someone's back made him feel utterly disgusted. Actually, among them, there were girls who didn't really believe Yatsuba would do such things. They were just going along with the atmosphere. To avoid becoming the scapegoat, even though they knew it was wrong, they wouldn't speak up, because saying something at that moment would make them seem like they didn't read the room. When everyone is bashing one person, and you suddenly speak up in their defense. What? You don't want to hang out with us anymore? You don't want to get along? In a situation like that, what kind of ending awaits the person who speaks out? Answer: isolation. Later, strange scribbles will start appearing on her desk. A flower pot will be found on her table every morning. Her books will be thrown away. Sometimes she might even get grabbed by the hair and have her head shoved into a sink in the bathroom. Bullying, that's the only word that sums it up. This is Shuchiin. No one here would ever do something so disgraceful, of course. But excluding someone from a small group? That's way too easy. In high school, social hierarchies naturally form within the class, and Shuchiin is no exception. At the most basic level, there are two completely different tiers of students. Those who entered through entrance exams, known as the Mixed Institute, and those who moved up from Shuchiin's middle school, the Pure Institute. This is a widely accepted understanding among Shuchiin students. On a more complex level, as mentioned before, students are also divided by club affiliation. Sports clubs rank highest, followed by cultural clubs, and lastly, the ones from the so-called go-home club. Apart from the student council, which can somewhat escape that hierarchy, most students are bound tightly by those unwritten rules. Sakurai-senpai. I feel like throwing up. Ishigami, you looked at the girls chatting and laughing. He could already guess what they were talking about. As someone who had the privilege of experiencing isolation firsthand in middle school, Ishigami, you knew all too well the true nature of people like that. A bitter memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. Ishigami, you frowned and spoke up. Senpai, isn't the person you're waiting for that girl who just walked past? Is that girl an idiot? How could she still smile like that? And with such a radiant smile, too? No matter how dumb someone is, they should at least notice something, right? Ishigami, you liked good people, and that was exactly why he felt so upset right now. There was even a tinge of anger. Ishigami, she's not even a member of the girls' basketball club, Sakurai Saki said as he looked at Yatsuba walking out from the locker room nearby. She's not a basketball club member? Ishigami, you was shocked. Then what was she apologizing for all this time? She just came to lend a hand, was only a few minutes late. Is that something to bow and scrape over? It's not like she committed some kind of sin. And those girls, what right do they even have to criticize her? Who gave them that authority? Sakurai Saki smiled at him. Interesting, right? She's one of the students they'll be teaching. Ishigami, you sighed. What a dummy. But not in a bad way. Sakurai Saki thought to himself before teaching Yatsuba academics. He absolutely had to teach her how to say no to people. The next moment, he pushed through the crowd of onlookers and stepped out. Ishigami, you followed behind, walking forward under the disapproving gazes of some students, and made his way to the front row. "Excuse me, basketball club members. The student council needs to borrow Nakano-san for a bit." "So direct, Sakurai-senpai, how bold." But we were just about to start practice. Can it wait till next time?" one of the members asked. "Ishigami, you saw someone lean in and whisper to that girl. Probably something about Shinomiya-senpai." "Ishigami, you guessed." The student council had Shinomiya Kagaya's backing. Her influence at Shuchiin was even greater than the VIPs of the Interclub Union. If anything, she was a VVIP. "This is kind of urgent. I'll go explain it to Hasegawa-senpai myself. She's been busy with her studies lately. Not sure if she'll even have time to listen to me ramble," said Sakurai Saki. When he said that, Ishigami, you could clearly see the girls flinch. "Hasegawa-senpai, probably the captain of the girls' basketball team?" "Ishigami, you guessed." "Sakurai-san, just take Yatsuba with you. It's no big deal. No need to bother Hasegawa-senpai over something like this." Yeah. Go on ahead. We can practice on our own." "Yatsuba, see you next time." A few seconds later, Ishigami, you saw Sakurai Saki holding the hand of the still-dazed Yatsuba, walking toward him, grabbing their stuff and waiting for Yatsuba to change. The three of them left the basketball gym together. "Sakurai-san, what did the student council need me for?" Nakano Yatsuba asked, not doubting Sakurai Saki's words at all. "There's nothing. I just lied to them," Sakurai Saki replied bluntly. Nakano Yatsuba froze in place. "That's not really okay, is it?" As she said that, she turned to Ishigami Yu and cheerfully greeted him. "Hey there, classmate. I'm Nakano Yatsuba. Are you a friend of Sakurai-san?" "Nakano-senpai, nice to meet you. I'm Ishigami Yu." He introduced himself. For this kind of idiot, he actually felt interested in getting to know her. "Oh, so you're a Kohai-kun. I'm your senpai, you know." That's the first time someone's called me senpai." Yatsuba beamed brightly. Ishigami, you looked at her face. He thought for a few seconds, then asked Nakano-senpai, "Why didn't you refuse their request?" He was sure she had already sent something. "Because they needed me." Nakano Yatsuba replied like it was the most natural thing in the world. The three of them continued walking toward the library. "What about me then?" At that question, Sakurai Saki suddenly spoke up. "Didn't I need you yesterday too?" "Yatsuba, when you left me behind and walked away, did you ever think about how I felt?" Nakano Yatsuba was stunned. "What?" I said. "I need you too," Sakurai Saki answered. "But they needed me too." Hearing that, Sakurai Saki stopped walking, and so did Yatsuba. "What's wrong?" she asked, curious. "They'll say it again." He placed a hand on Yatsuba's shoulder, looked her straight in the eye, and said seriously, "I need you, Yatsuba." A handsome face suddenly leaning in close. Yatsuba's cheeks gradually turned red. "Is this a confession?" Nakano Yatsuba felt her heart race. It was the first time a boy had ever said something like that to her. "Just assuming I wouldn't care, and leaving me behind like that. Don't you think that's kind of cruel?" Sakurai Saki continued. "Rather than let this foolish girl get used by the basketball club girls, Sakurai Saki would rather use her himself. You're important to me." Sakurai Saki made every word clear. "So don't leave me behind without a word, okay?" Nakano Yatsuba lowered her head. She responded shyly, I understand." Standing nearby, Ishigami, you had been silently watching the entire scene. Even he could feel the terrifying aura of Sakurai Saki, so casually dropping words that could easily be mistaken as confessions, and not even being aware of it himself. What a scary man. At that moment, Ishigami, you felt truly glad he was a guy. Otherwise, he might fall head over heels for Sakurai too. Chapter 76. Ishigami, you begins to get arrogant 1 hour later. Inside the library, Ishigami, you looked at the four Nakano sisters sitting across from him. Aside from their hairstyles, they really looked identical. Although he had heard about it before, seeing it with his own eyes still shocked Ishigami, you. But what shocked him even more was something else. Ishigami, you lowered his head to look at the test paper he had just finished today was math review. The test was given by Sakurai Saki, mostly within the scope he had studied. Although there were a few questions he couldn't solve, the result was still quite good. Are there really people who can be this dumb? Even though he had seen it many times, Ishigami you still found it hard to believe. He secretly glanced over at the scores of the 4 people sitting across from him. None of them passed. Shuchiin Academy used half the average score of all students for the semester as the passing mark, which was around 35 points. And yet, none of the 4 girls in front of him reached it. Itsuki, the thing I told you yesterday, you still don't remember? You're doing the test way too slowly. Sakurai Saki sighed. Today he had slightly increased the difficulty of the test, wanting to see how far their limits went. The result? They couldn't reach the upper limit, and the lower limit didn't even exist. That's right, even with such terrible results, Sakurai Saki still didn't believe that was their lowest potential. Because the test included multiple choice questions, Ichika relied on random guessing, and she actually guessed a decent number correctly. Ichika, as for Yatsuba, she went even further. She directly took out an eraser and began a sacred ritual letting the RNG gods decide her fate. Yatsuba, relying on luck for multiple choice questions was one thing, but the fact she planned to use the eraser for fill-in-the-blank questions was something Sakurai Saki couldn't tolerate. If he hadn't reminded her, she probably would have really filled in a B, C, D into the blank spots, don't doubt it. Yatsuba could absolutely do something like that. If you gave me just a little more time, I could finish everything. Nakano Itsuki insisted on proving her capability. She could do it. She could absolutely pass, maybe even score higher. Ishigami you sneered slightly. Itsuki senpai. I really hope during the real test you'll also have time to drag it out like this. The longest exams only last a bit over 2 hours. In-class quizzes only last 1 period. Because there were now several people worse than him, Ishigami you at this moment felt extremely smug and full of pride. Ishigami. What's that saying? There's always someone better and always someone worse. Japan has over 100 million people. There's always someone more hopeless than you, Ishigami. You had truly realized that. Sakurai Saki brought him here exactly to nurture his self-confidence, so he didn't say anything. Ishigami-kun, weren't you also at the bottom? Nakano Itsuki protested. Hearing that, Ishigami you immediately held up his test paper. The score on the test shone like the sun, causing Nakano Itsuki to momentarily be unable to look directly at it. Itsuki. Dihifing. Is this what overwhelming dominance in scores looks like? The gap between passing and failing was like an endless chasm. So annoying. Nakano Itsuki said through gritted teeth. Though she was furious, the truth was that her score really wasn't as high as his. Moreover, the other party was in a lower grade than her. Ishigami is the student council treasurer. Being good at math is normal, Sakurai Saki said in consolation. Mika did pretty well this time, just a little short of reaching 30 points. He personally set the passing threshold for this test at 30 points. You'll definitely pass next time. Nakano Miku never really cared about grades that much. She just lacked strong motivation to study. In reality, she wasn't stupid last year. She was planning to give up since none of her sisters liked studying, so she didn't feel like trying alone either. What about me? What about me? Nakano Yatsuba raised her hand, full of anticipation for Sakurai Saki's evaluation. You have a lot of potential to improve. Sakurai Saki lied, as naturally as breathing. Yay! Yatsuba cheered happily. Ishigami, you had a strange look on his face. Could it be that Yatsuba-senpai really didn't understand the true meaning of that sentence? Itsuki, the questions you answered have a very high accuracy rate. This score is very commendable. At least it proves that you still grasp last year's knowledge quite well. Sakurai Saki did not spare praise. Although this test was all basic types, the kind with examples in the textbook, Itsuki's foundation was indeed quite solid. Or it could be said, her memorization ability was still decent. As for her flexible adaptability, judging by how she did the multiple choice questions, having to guess each one, it definitely wasn't much better. Ichika, Sakurai Saki looked at the last person. Sensei-chan, what's up? Nakano Ichika asked curiously. Not bad on the test. Thanks. Ichika unconsciously touched the corner of her eye. For today's math test, Sakurai Saki had mentioned it since yesterday. So last night she studied for a long time. That matter, you still have to work hard on it. Nakano Ichika smiled and nodded at him. This weekend, she had switched to another artist company. The main target was Ueno Yoko, the person who was very close to Sakurai Saki last time. The contract violation penalty was temporarily advanced by the other side. Since Ichika was new, the fee was not too high. The reason Sakurai Saki knew this matter so well was because Ueno Yoko herself had called him. Looking back now, maybe the other party had aimed at Nakano Ichika very early on, and it was not impossible that they had a spy planted by the Nakano sisters' father. But Sakurai Saki only guessed so. The probability was not very high. Because Ueno Yoko had a habit of training potential new recruits, she had always been very good at scouting. What are you all talking about? Nakano Yatsuba asked curiously. This special atmosphere. Something felt off. Although Ichika had told her sisters that she was working part-time, she had actually never clearly explained the content of the work. What should we have for dinner? Ichika quickly changed the subject. Hearing about food, Itsuki immediately spoke up. I want to eat soy sauce ramen. Nakano Yatsuba saw her sister didn't want to answer, so she didn't ask further. She raised her hand and shouted, I want to drink coca. Is this even called dinner? Ishigami silently mocked in his heart. Sakurai Saki interrupted their discussion. We're not done studying yet. There's one more hour today. Well, study about sets. Nakano Yatsuba's little face immediately fell. Study time always flew by faster. When the four Nakano sisters left the library, the whole group looked no different than prisoners just released from jail. So happy, studying is really great. Wonderful. Tomorrow we definitely have to study hard too. Sakurai Saki watched their backs and imagined what they were thinking. Ishigami, how do you feel today? Sakurai Saki asked. He didn't think that just relying on today and tomorrow could raise Ishigami's scores. Studying was a long process. The small test in 2 days didn't affect promotion to the next grade. Ishigami could score whatever he wanted. But the midterm exam, more than a month later, was a different matter. Judging by how he played games every day in the student council room and was lazy, he would definitely fail the midterm. Therefore, with the mentality of if there are already lice, a few more won't matter, Sakurai Saki was preparing to pull him into the tutoring team. Feels great. Ishigami smiled brightly. I didn't expect there were people even worse than me. It's really wonderful. Just thinking that there are people who can't even pass such a simple math test makes me feel like I can eat 3 more bowls of rice tonight. Ishigami. Sakurai. That thought of yours is way too dark. Isvigami-kun. Really scary. Sakurai Saki felt that before raising his academic scores, he probably had to raise his morals first. Chapter 77. There's no such thing as regret medicine in this world. Leaving the library, Ishigami felt as if his whole body had transcended. By comparing himself to someone worse off, he had regained a bit of confidence. No, more accurately, he had started to become slightly arrogant. Ishigami decided that once he got home, he would reward himself a little. Nothing too much, just play around 2 rounds of games, win 1, and then start studying. Winning 1 match shouldn't take too much time, right? It was no longer early, and the number of people in the school had significantly decreased. Curfew time wasn't far off, and even the members of sports clubs were packing up and getting ready to leave. Ishigami, you could faintly see the sweat on their foreheads that hadn't yet been dried by the wind. Exercise. These words appeared in Ishigami's mind. Though it might seem unbelievable at first glance, this gloomy otaku had once joined a sports club back in middle school. And not just any club, it was the soccer club. But later on, feeling he didn't quite fit in, he had voluntarily withdrawn from the club. The moment he left the club, Ishigami lost both his goal and the friends he had in the club, becoming a salted fish drifting along with the current of life. In truth, he had once regretted it. But thinking back on it now, what's the point? There's no such thing as regret medicine in this world. Even couples who break up and get back together don't bridge the gap that had formed between them. A broken mirror, how can it ever be whole again? Glue it? Forget it. Glue's useless. That was Ishigami Yu's negative approach to life. In fact, he felt that people like Shirogane Miyuki, who were always motivated and driven, were the truly strange ones. Studying 10 hours a day and still working part-time, jobs truly admirable. Ishigami Yu thought that, even if he died, he could never become someone like Shirogane Miyuki. He wanted to open his eyes, but the darkness in front of him made it hard to see. On the contrary, closing his eyes and giving up thinking seemed to be the simpler way out. Faced with those two options, Ishigami Yu naturally chose the latter because nothing is easier than giving up. Sakurai-senpai, are you heading to the bike parking lot? Ishigami Yu brushed away the thoughts in his head and, through the strands of his bangs, looked towards Sakurai-saki. From Ishigami perspective, Sakurai's face was partly obscured by Ishigami's own bangs, making Sakurai appear somewhat blurry. Hearing that, Sakurai-saki turned to look at him and replied, "Yeah, do you want to ride?" The reason he spaced out earlier was because a few memories suddenly surfaced in his mind. The memories that had once been buried had now become real memories. Nakano Nino, that was the name of the homeless girl he had saved. He had remembered everything now, including that matter. The sunset outside the window was beautiful, standing on the balcony of the 30th floor. Nakano Nino leaned on the railing, gazing into the distant scenery. From here, you could faintly see Shuchiin. Her sisters were probably eating out around this time. Huh? Nino held in her hands a childhood photo of the 5 sisters, flipping it back and forth as she looked at it. She realized that the bond between sisters seemed to only go so far. Clearly, they shared blood ties, yet when they met her again these past 2 days, every one of them acted like they were facing a stranger. Lately, Nino only dared go home when her sisters were out. She felt like an extra character in a horror story. She felt completely unnecessary. 7 days of living like an invisible person had taught Nakano Nino a harsh truth that was, "I'm not that important. This world will keep on turning, even if one person disappears." Looking down from above, Nino sighed. 30 floors. So this is how high it really is? A height from which just one jump would shatter every bone in her body. If she were to jump now, what would happen? She'd probably die, wouldn't she? After all, she could now touch objects, and she had already been seen by others. As she continued looking down, a sudden thought struck Nino. What if she just jumped? When faced with danger, humans instinctively want to run away. And when standing at a great height, they want to safely reach the ground. How does one escape that situation? The shortest distance is a straight line. That's something she learned back in elementary school. The answer to that question was incredibly simple, and that was to jump straight down. Drawn by that strange thought, Nino's body began to lean forward. The tips of her toes lifted, leaving the ground. Just like that, she would jump suddenly. Ring the ringtone of her phone snapped her back to reality. Nino stumbled backward several steps in fear, cold sweat forming on her forehead. Even though she had jumped from buildings more than once before, and had even attempted suicide multiple times by throwing herself in front of trains, just now she had almost genuinely wanted to jump again. Looking down at her phone, at first Nino couldn't react. A few seconds later, the fear in her heart turned instantly into joy. Nino gleefully ran into the living room, rolling a few times across the sofa. "It's over," she shouted. This kind of life can finally come to an end. She could finally return to her normal days. Right after that, she excitedly picked up the call. "Yatsubo, what is it?" Nakano Nino tried to hold back the emotion in her chest. She had something she needed to confirm, and that was now that her presence was once again perceived normally. What would become of everything that happened before? The fight with Sakurai-saki, if that could just disappear, how great would that be? That's what Nakano Nino was hoping for deep down. If all of it vanished, then from now on, she would definitely treat him kindly. He would surely be her tutor properly too from now on. She would never look at him coldly again, nor argue with him. Even if he cursed at her, it wouldn't matter. She'd even take a beating if that's what it took. After all, this was someone who had helped her, and someone who completely matched her aesthetic taste. As Nakano Nino imagined that future, an idiot smile naturally formed at the corners of her lips. Nino, is your body feeling any better? Yatsuba's concerned voice came through. My body? Nino repeated. Aside from feeling a bit weak, her body was in decent shape. Compared to that time, she had nearly starved to death in front of the convenience store. Nakano Nino felt she was doing quite well now. Even her mental state was stable. If you ask for any more days off, they'll call in our guardian. Itsuki's voice echoed in from the background. Nino more or less understood now. It seemed the heavens were on her side. The days she had been absent from school had all been taken as a legitimate leave due to health reasons. I feel a lot better now. I'll go to school tomorrow, Nino said, then hesitated for a few seconds before cautiously asking, Did Sakurai-san see you guys today? Yesterday, she had only heard that Sakurai Saki had stopped by once, but didn't know any more details. Today, Sakurai-san praised me. He said I had lots of potential to improve. Yatsuba's cheerful voice reached Nino's ears. An answer Nino had already anticipated. She remained silent for a few seconds, then adjusted her emotions. Then, did he mention me at all? Nino's voice trembled slightly. She didn't want to hear a certain kind of answer. But Yatsuba straightforwardly said the very thing she didn't want to hear. No, he didn't mention you. But Nino, why are you asking? Didn't you say before that you didn't like Sakurai-san being your tutor? Or did you change your mind? Upon hearing that, Nino collapsed onto the sofa, her eyes turning blank. So it was just her overthinking things, after all. You must still hate her. After what I did last week, it's only natural to be hated, she muttered to herself. You just said a few mean things and went into your room. If you apologize, Sakurai-san will definitely forgive you. He's really kind. He spent the whole session today praising me. Yatsuba offered some comforting words. Nakano Nino, graus. Oh, seriously? Could today actually be her lucky day? Wait a second. If she hadn't thrown his bag that day, maybe this was still salvageable, right? If she just apologized sincerely, he would definitely go back to kindly tutoring her again. A teacher and student. Such a close relationship. Maybe it could even develop into something more. Getting Sakurai-san to like her. It might not be impossible. Things weren't completely ruined yet. Hey, Nino, are you listening? Are you coming to the makeup study session tomorrow? It's after class in the library. It sounded like Itsuki had taken a phone. Nakano Nino sprang up from the sofa, exclaiming excitedly, They'll be there. Then she even bounced on the spot twice like a little bunny. You hated him so much just last week, and now you've completely turned around. Nino, you're really weird. I just suddenly realized he's actually pretty nice. Is that so wrong? Nino fired back. Fine. We're about to go get some ramen. Want to come? It's at the shopping street near our place. Omo, wait for me a bit. Hurry up, Omo. Nino ended the call and slumped back onto the sofa, letting her body drop like a weightless object in free fall. She hugged her phone tightly to her chest. In this moment, she felt like everything had come back to her. Tomorrow, she could resolve everything with Sakurai perfectly. All the unpleasant things piling up recently were finally turning around. So it turns out, regret medicine really does exist. 8 p.m. Sakurai Saki was cooking dinner at home. In his hand was a love letter. And beside him was a ghost girl with white hair and gray eyes, intently staring at the pan in front of her. Hamburger steak, the girl urged. Is it done yet? Sakurai-kun, am starving, super starving. I don't recommend eating it raw. You'll risk getting parasites. Sakurai replied while flipping the pan gently. The hamburger patty flipped into the air, turning mid-air with precision. Yakumo Shiro pouted, furrowing her pretty brows. But Sakurai-kun, am a ghost, don't get sick. Sakurai didn't respond, simply watching the patty. Seeing that it was nearly done, he grabbed the tongs and placed it on a plate. Honestly, he hadn't planned to cook at all. He had only gone upstairs to retrieve the love letter and ask Shiro a few things about Nakano Nino. But then Shiro suddenly said she wanted to eat hamburger steak. Since he'd already stood her up once before, Sakurai Saki didn't turn her down this time. Holding the plate and utensils, Sakurai Saki walked to the dining table under the glimmering eyes of Yakumo Shiro. Shiro. He cut a small piece and skewered it with a fork. But before he could even lift it, the white-haired ghost girl launched herself forward like a whale, breaching the surface, and chomped down on the meat with a swift bite. Yummy! With that praise, Sakurai Saki could see white steam rising from the meat. He fed her a few more pieces. Then Sakurai finally brought up the real reason he came. That girl I mentioned before, did you take some time today to observe her? Ghosts truly are extremely useful scouts. Invisible, silent, practically perfect stalkers. And according to Yakumo Shiro, their movement speed is incredibly fast too, not inferior to the wind. Aside from being unable to enter someone's home without permission from the owner, ghosts have virtually no weaknesses when it comes to gathering information. Nope, I was with you all day, remember? But I'm guessing she's already re-established her connection with the world. Anyway, Sakurai-kun, you said you've regained your memories, right? Yakumo Shiro said seriously after swallowing her bite of meat. Sakurai Saki nodded. The time he had used his power on Akano Nino was actually the result of an unintended trigger. His skill, Erase Existence, could be activated not only through eye contact, but also through thoughts. That was something Sakurai Saki had been completely unaware of. After all, that had been the very first time he activated that ability, so he still didn't fully understand how it worked. At the time, he and Nakano Nino had been arguing in the hallway. Sakurai had briefly thought to himself, maybe she should just disappear already, and then she really did disappear. What followed after was all the result of side effects. Even so, Sakurai Saki had no regrets about what happened. Whether it was using his power on her or later saving her, he didn't feel remorse for either decision. With the things she had done, if it had been anyone else, he would have crushed them long ago using psychokinesis or some other ability. It was only because the incident was related to Shirogane Miyuki that Sakurai had tolerated it for so long. Expecting someone who possesses supernatural abilities that go beyond laws and rules to suppress themselves? No one could do that except Sakurai Saki, no matter how many external factors are involved. When someone makes a decision, the only person who can ultimately convince them is themselves. All the self-restraints Sakurai Saki imposed were nothing more than personal moral boundaries, and boundaries can always be redrawn. For instance, his second rule, until I fully master my powers, I must not fall in love easily. Even that rule left some wiggle room. Take the word easily, which meant that if he did fall for someone for real, he wouldn't just walk away. Rules were made to be broken. As for saving Nakano Nino afterward, Sakurai Saki honestly didn't think too much of it. He had told Nino already. At the time, he had simply acted out of a moment of compassion. Nothing deep or complicated. That really was the whole reason. Say, Shiro, could you easily forgive someone you absolutely can't stand? Sakurai Saki looked at the white-haired ghost girl in front of him, who was eating her hamburger steak with a fork and knife, and asked out of curiosity. No way. I hold grudges like crazy. Yakumo Shiro answered as she chewed, her voice slightly muffled by the food in her mouth. She could touch objects and even eat real food. Sakurai Saki felt she didn't resemble a typical ghost at all, but he still didn't know the full story. That secret, he didn't know when she would finally reveal it. Sakurai-kun, you're also the grudge-holding type, right? Yakumo Shiro asked. Sakurai Saki nodded. When we really are kindred spirits, she flashed a dazzling smile. I understand everything you're thinking. For people like that, obviously, they looked at each other and smiled. And in the very next moment, they shouted in perfect sync. An eye for an eye. Blood must be repaid with blood. Yakumo Shiro nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Sakurai Saki was someone who responded to kindness with kindness. But if someone pissed him off, then they better not expect mercy. Patch things up after a fight? You better be ready to pay back a few hundred times over. Even with Shinomiya Kagaya, Sakurai Saki had rarely shown any gentleness. The number of times the two of them had smiled at each other was nearly zero. Honestly, it was thanks to Shirogane Miyuki and Fujiwara Chika that the student council room hadn't turned into a battlefield already. Chapter 78. Sakurai-kun has communication disorder Wednesday. Sakurai Saki's morning today was anything but peaceful. Since yesterday's superpower had no side effects, he had a very good sleep. Unfortunately, that high-quality sleep only lasted until 6 o'clock in the morning. That was exactly when the daily superpower would change. Unless he randomly got a no-side-effect superpower for 2 days in a row, Sakurai Saki would wake up exactly at 6 every morning. He deeply treasured the chance to sleep in. Yesterday, he even stayed in bed until it was almost time for class before leaving the house. But today, he was clearly not as lucky as the past 2 days. Today's superpower, word spirit effect. Everything you say has a chance of becoming reality side effect. Your words carry a weak, enchanting effect. Sakurai Saki felt that it was best not to open his mouth at all today. Today's power was pretty straightforward. The easiest example, Holy Grail. In legend, anyone who drinks the water from the Holy Grail will gain immortality. In some damn curse gotcha games. It's the device that grants any wish. But this superpower wasn't as beautiful as it looked on the outside. Want to make a wish come true? Something simple like, I want world peace. If this sentence is treated as a word spirit and takes effect, then what will the result be? The answer is destroy the world. How do you achieve world peace? Not just temporary peace, but eternal peace. The answer is simple. Destroy the world. If Earth explodes, who's left to fight? The word spirit will choose the most radical solution to deal with the problem. How wonderful. This wasn't Sakurai Saki's first time activating this power. So he wasn't too worried because this time the side effect had been weakened, not as terrifying as before. Speaking of the first time he activated word spirit, the side effect back then was, you will become a chatterbox who loves to brag and talk nonsense, yeah. Scary, right? Fortunately, those first few times happened 2 years ago, and back then there was a device that could suppress part of his superpower. Otherwise, this world would have already been distorted beyond recognition. Even though now, the world is already quite bizarre. After all, spirits, angels, and demons do exist. As for other things hiding in the dark, even Sakurai Saki wasn't sure. Let's temporarily set aside the new superpower. Seems like we haven't talked about Sakurai Saki's usual morning routine. He usually woke up at 6, then made bento. After that, if he had time, he would go for a morning jog in the nearby park. Once he finished running, he would shower, eat breakfast, and then head to school. Every day was the same. Every month was the same. Sakurai Saki was an extremely disciplined person. But just like how he wasn't good at handling the unexpected direct flirting from Fujiwara Chika, he also wasn't fond of unpredictable events disrupting his daily routine. If possible, Sakurai Saki wanted to live a peaceful, everyday life, and he was working hard toward that goal. However, he still had a long way to go. The reason Sakurai Saki knew he had to keep being unpredictable Sakurai for a while longer was because recently he discovered he was still awakening new superpowers. That meant his potential hadn't run out yet. To Sakurai Saki, only when he could completely control the uncertainty that was superpowers could he live a life like a normal person. And that required a lot of time. Weak superpowers usually took 3 random occurrences before he could fully grasp them. Stronger ones needed more times. For example, the power to erase existence from last time. If it showed up again, maybe the side effect wouldn't include Sakurai Saki himself anymore. Weak ones took 3 days. Strong ones took even longer. Chickens eating all the grain, dogs licking clean the flour, fire burning off chains. The difficulty for Sakurai Saki to return to being a normal person was no different from those 3 things. After finishing his usual morning tasks, Sakurai Saki picked up his bento and school bag, then left the house. Getting on his bicycle, Sakurai Saki didn't rush to depart. He took out a frequently used notebook from a jacket pocket. After confirming there was still enough space to use, he began pedaling. If he couldn't speak, then written words would have to do for communication. In situations where speaking wasn't necessary, he would absolutely avoid it. Aside from the risk of accidentally saying something that would become reality, Sakurai Saki was even more concerned about today's side effect. Though it said the enchanting effect was weak, these kinds of things were truly unpredictable. An elephant steps on a rabbit. It thinks it didn't use much strength, but what about the rabbit? It can't think anymore because one stomp sent it straight to meet its ancestors. Similarly, even if it's a weak effect, it's still very frightening to normal people. If this power only worked on girls, maybe Sakurai Saki wouldn't worry so much. But it worked on boys too. For example, Ishigami and Shirogane looking Sakurai. Creepy. In short, Sakurai Saki decided not to talk today. Riding his bike to the gate of Shuchiin Academy, Sakurai Saki rubbed his nose. His pollen allergy hadn't gone away yet. After all, the cherry blossoms hadn't all fallen. He quietly passed by Aino Miko without saying a word. Aino Miko watched his back until he disappeared from view on the way to the bicycle parking area. Then she withdrew her gaze. She looked at the school gate, then turned her head back toward where Sakurai Saki had vanished. Miko-chan was feeling really upset now. Before, at the very least, Sakurai-senpai would talk to her. But today, he didn't say a single word. Not even good morning. A few minutes later, Hayasaka AI walked through the school gate, caught sight of Miko, and noticed that today, Miko unexpectedly looked a bit lifeless. What's going on? After observing for a bit, she felt that the other girl's eyes were like a little puppy that had just been ignored by its owner. Miko, Hayasaka AI thought this wasn't good. Good morning. Miko-chan. She proactively greeted her. Aino Miko raised her head slightly and said weakly, Good morning. Hayasaka-senpai isn't wearing the uniform properly. Did something unhappy happen to Miko-chan? Hayasaka AI asked with concern. Sakurai-senpai is acting really strange today. No, extremely strange. Miko spoke up. Hayasaka AI was confused, her face full of question marks. Strange? Sakurai Saki is strange every day. He didn't greet me today. Maybe he's bored of playing with you now. Ayazaka, all you guessed. What? Miko felt like she had just heard something incredibly strange. No, she must have misheard. Hayasaka AI brushed it off. It's nothing. Maybe he just isn't feeling well today. Hearing that, Aino Miko looked a bit worried. Then I hope Sakurai-senpai gets well soon. Being a good child. Aino Miko didn't doubt Hayasaka Ace's words at all. Hayasaka AI walked past Miko, changed into her indoor shoes, and went to class. In Class 2A, Shinomiya Kagaya glanced over at the seat next to the window. There, Sakurai Saki was writing something. What was he doing? Studying vocabulary to memorize? Shinomiya Kagaya knew of a memorization method. Write unfamiliar English words on a memo note and take it out to look at during free time. Since memo notes are small, they're very convenient. Sakurai studying vocabulary? No, he was writing down sentence templates to use when answering questions today. Huh? Sakurai, what are you doing? Kazumitsuri Go, a classmate, leaned over to take a look. A transfer student from another school, Kazumitsuri was quite close to both Sakurai Saki and Shirogane Miyuki, having been in the same class as them last year. Sakurai Saki held up the memo note in his hand. My throat isn't feeling well today. Your throat's not well? So I decided to communicate this way. Cough. Sakurai Saki let out a hoarse cough. Just a single syllable didn't trigger the enchanting effect. Kazumitsuri didn't suspect anything. He asked again, What did you do yesterday to end up like that? Sakurai Saki continued writing. I slept with the window open last night, ended up catching a cold. I see. Well, take care of your health then. Kazumitsuri patted him on the shoulder and walked away. A minute later, Hayasaka AI entered the classroom through the door. She glanced at Sakurai Saki, sitting by the window, then naturally walked straight over to him. While he was still showing a helpless expression, she suddenly hugged him tightly. Good morning, Sakurai-chan. Hayasaka AI hugged him for a few seconds before letting go. Every morning, she would use a hug to recharge Sakurai's energy. Huh, what's this? Hearing that, Sakurai Saki handed her each of the memo notes with pre-written answers. Your throat's not well? Sakurai responded. Cough, cough. He didn't even dare say out loud that he caught a cold last night, because he was worried that if he said it, his word spirit ability would activate and he'd actually catch a cold. Being a person with supernatural powers and still having pollen allergies was already embarrassing enough. He didn't want to add to it. Hi, is Saka, AI asked. Do you want me to go get some medicine from the infirmary? Sakurai Saki shook his head. No need. Then, he flipped to another note. Thank you. After that, a whole morning passed, and nearly the entire class had already found out that Sakurai Saki had a sore throat today. During lunch break, Sakurai Saki carried his bento and went to the student council room. As soon as he walked in, he saw Shirogane Miyuki sitting there. Oh, good afternoon, Sakurai. You seem to have a sore throat today, right? I have some throat lozenges here. They'll give you a few later. Upon seeing Sakurai enter, Shirogane immediately spoke with concern. Sakurai Saki, looking puzzled, walked over to the sofa, pulled out his phone, opened a blank page, and began typing. In class, he couldn't just use his phone freely, but in the student council room, the phone was more convenient. This morning's class had been truly unpleasant for Sakurai Saki. When the teachers called on him to answer questions, he couldn't avoid speaking. Since he had already claimed to have a sore throat to avoid talking, Sakurai Saki was forced to speak in a hoarse voice. Fortunately, he hadn't answered a single question incorrectly. Sakurai silently thanked his own intelligence. If he were as dumb as the Nakano sisters, then who knows, maybe in this world, one would become 3 tomorrow, Nakano quintuplets. Even though he didn't get anything wrong, Sakurai Saki still felt that the looks from his classmates were a little different today. But thankfully, it wasn't too different, nor did it last too long. It seemed like the side effect of this power only lasted for a certain amount of time. That thought made Sakurai breathe a sigh of relief. Even so, as long as he could avoid speaking, he would still choose to remain silent. Thanks. But Shirogane, how did you know? Shirogane glanced at the screen of his phone, then replied, just hallway rumors. As everyone knows, all sources of information can be lumped together under the term rumors. Such a convenient word. Sakurai Saki nodded. It was probably a classmate who spread it around again. Shuchiin only had around 600 students across all 3 years, and the speed at which news spread was beyond belief. Sakurai Saki opened his bento and prepared to eat. He had just picked up his chopsticks and hadn't even started eating when footsteps echoed from outside the door. Saki-kun, Saki-kun, are you in there? Fujiwara Chika's voice echoed from afar. A few seconds later, the door to the room was pushed open. So you were here. I heard you're sick today, Fujiwara Chika said as she glanced at Shirogane Miyuki. President, are you sick too? You look like you're about to drop dead. Get some rest already. I just stayed up studying a bit late last night. Shirogane Miyuki explained. Sakurai Saki looked at him for a few seconds, then recalled the words of Atenbu Yum Senpai, president of the Paranormal Research Club, from the last club budget meeting. She had advised Shirogane to get more rest, or he might suddenly drop dead. This world truly did have supernatural phenomena. Atenbuyum's family was involved in religion. Her grandfather held the Jukai, rank among 5 religious tiers of Shinto shrines. Jukai, Meikai, Saikai, Gansakai, Chakai. It seemed she really saw something, so her words were worth keeping in mind. Sakurai Saki typed, Shirogane, make sure to get more rest. Just leave the student council work to Shinomiya. Shirogane Miyuki looked at the phone screen and replied, I can manage just fine. Lately, the student council work has lessened a lot anyway, so don't worry. The reason he stayed up late last night was because he had been too busy before, fell behind in his studies, and wanted to catch up. But that act ended up worrying Sakurai and Fujiwara, which made Shirogane feel a little guilty. But Golden Week is coming up soon. The president will get a few days off then. By the way, do you two have anywhere you want to go? Fujiwara Chika said as she sat down next to Sakurai Saki. She opened her bento, as extravagant as always. Sakurai Saki picked up his chopsticks, ready to resume the meal Fujiwara had interrupted earlier. Saki-kun, are you sick today? Shirogane Miyuki answered for him. Sakurai's got a sore throat today. I don't want to talk, Sakurai said in a deliberately hoarse voice. He observed Chika's expression and noticed nothing unusual. Same for Shirogane. Chika, what's this? Saki-kun's voice sounds so good today. Fujiwara Chika wanted to hear more, just a few more lines. At that moment, Chika once again turned into that strange creature like before, just like during the 9-9 Sakurai incident. And now she becomes someone who simply could not function without hearing Sakurai Saki's voice. Can you say a few more lines? Fujiwara Chika pleaded. Sakurai Saki shook his head. Chika looked down at her own bento, then glanced at his. Then, activating her agile little brain, another brilliant idea took over her thoughts. Saki-kun, since you're sick, you shouldn't be eating by yourself, okay? As she spoke, Fujiwara Chika snatched the chopsticks from Sakurai Saki's hand. Then she picked up a piece of fried chicken. Aha! Sakurai Saki was momentarily at a loss. Chika's actions now were basically the same as feeding her boyfriend. That made Sakurai Saki incredibly flustered. Back when he was the one feeding Chika, it didn't feel like much because he was the one taking the initiative. But now that the roles were reversed, and with his defenses as thin as paper, he truly couldn't take it. Chika held the chopsticks and opened her mouth. Saki-kun, say it with me. She just wanted to hear his voice, completely unaware how intimate the two of them now appeared in front of someone else. Sakurai Saki slowly closed his eyes. He swallowed the bite. Hearing his voice, Fujiwara Chika was pleased and grabbed another piece. Across from them, Shirogane Miyuki sat there with his chopsticks still in his mouth, feeling like an extra. Why haven't those two gone and registered their marriage already? Note. Okay, I've noticed a pattern here. Somewhere between chapter 50 and 100, the chapter length suddenly doubles. Hiya! Chapter 79. The weakness of superpowers. Sakurai Saki never thought he could be this unlucky. Outside the library, he stood staring at the vending machine in front of him, lost in thought. Normally, what are the chances of a machine breaking down? Especially right after inserting money and selecting a drink, maybe 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 10,000. Sakurai Saki folded his arms and stared at the dispensing slot, then lightly tapped it after waiting a few minutes, confirming that this machine was unlike the TV at home, that no matter how many times you hit it, it wouldn't get better. Sakurai Saki figured it was time to take appropriate action. 3 seconds from now, the vending machine in front of me will release a bottle of the drink it didn't give me earlier. Sakurai Saki muttered quietly. A wave of invisible energy swept through. 3 seconds later, clunk, a pleasant sound rang in Sakurai Saki's ears. Whether or not the word spirit ability activates depends on the difficulty of the requested action. The simpler the task, the higher the success rate. Making a broken vending machine drop a can of coffee, of course. That's an extremely easy thing. It's like a line of code written by some programmer, though the horse-named program may have an abstract head. As long as its 4 legs are intact, it can still run. The vending machine's program encountered a similar kind of bug, so using word spirit to make it work wasn't difficult at all. Grabbing the can of coffee, Sakurai Saki opened it. No drinking or eating is allowed in the library, so energy replenishment had to be done outside. The bitterness spread from his tongue to his brain, and Sakurai Saki glanced back at the vending machine. He thought for a few seconds. The more he thought about it, the more annoyed he got, so he pulled another coin out of his pocket. After inserting it, Sakurai Saki chose the same drink again. Clunk. First came the sound of the drink dropping. Beep, beep, beep. Then came the prize-winning sound from the vending machine. Seeing that, Sakurai Saki raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had ever won anything from this machine. The frustration from being messed with by the vending machine earlier faded a bit, and Sakurai Saki pressed the button once more. A few seconds of silence. The vending machine jammed again. Fucking blow up already. You piece of shit. Sakurai Saki cursed through gritted teeth. Unfortunately, this time his ability didn't activate. Sakurai Saki kicked the vending machine, then tossed the finished coffee can into the nearby recycling bin. With his backpack on and a drink in hand, Sakurai Saki stepped into the library. 2 minutes after he left, a male student ran up to the vending machine, selected a drink. He bent down, surprised. Huh? Why is there an extra can? Lucky. Man, I'm feeling lucky today, the boy said happily. Wonder which unlucky bastard left that behind? But hey, who would complain about free stuff falling from the sky? In Class 2F, the Nakano quintuplets had packed their things and were now preparing to head to the library. This year, all 5 of them were placed in the same class, maybe a setup from a certain father who supposedly doesn't care much about meddling in his daughter's lives. Nino, why are you walking so fast? Nakano Itsuki looked at Nakano Nino, who was walking in front, a bit puzzled. Just last week, she had that whole attitude of, if you make me let him tutor me, I'd rather die. And now she was this proactive? Could it be that she's already died once and now regrets it? So what? I just want to see what his tutoring skills are like. Is that not allowed? Nakano Nino snapped back. Though her expression was cold, deep down she was really looking forward to seeing Sakurai Saki. Nino outside. Nini inside. Well, today's tutoring subject was English, her strongest subject. She was determined to blow him away. The 5 sisters walked together down the hallway. In Yatsuba's pocket, a vibration rang out. She took out her phone. A quick glance told her it was a call from a member of the girls' basketball club. Sakurai Saki's word from yesterday suddenly flashed through her mind, and Yatsuba wasn't sure whether she should pick up the call or not. I need you, Yatsuba. Just assuming I wouldn't care, and leaving me behind like that. Don't you think that's kind of cruel? Sakurai Saki's face and voice surfaced once more, and Yatsuba felt a little conflicted. The basketball club needed her now, but Sakurai-san needed her just as much. So the other 4 sisters all turned their heads toward her. They all knew Yatsuba often went to help out with club activities, but as sisters, they never tried to stop her because that was the lifestyle she had chosen for herself. How the members of those sports clubs saw her, that Yatsuba definitely knew. As she stepped off the last stair, Yatsuba hung up the phone. She glanced at her sisters and found all of them looking surprised. Yatsuba, did you just turn them down? Nino asked in astonishment. Having lived with Yatsuba since the womb, Nino knew her personality inside out. Yatsuba was the type who found it extremely hard to say no. If any close female friend asked for help, she would almost certainly agree. No way. I just postponed it to tomorrow. Nakano Yatsuba replied, flashing a slightly awkward smile. At first, she had intended to outright refuse, but in the end, she couldn't bring herself to go through with it, so she chose to delay it by a day. After all, this was the only way she could help both the basketball club and Sakurai-san. Tutoring only happened from Monday to Wednesday. Thursday was off. Yatsuba figured as long as she didn't leave Sakurai Saki hanging when he needed her, it would be okay. As for other requests, she still couldn't bring herself to flat-out reject them. But that counts as progress, right? Sakurai Saki's words from yesterday really had affected her. Still, for Nakano Yatsuba, to learn how to say no would take more time, or rather, it meant that Sakurai Saki's position in her heart wasn't strong enough yet. At the shoe lockers, Nakano Miku was holding her phone, sending a message to Sakurai Saki. She glanced at his reply. Miku spoke. Saki-kun's already at the library. The moment she said that, her 4 sisters froze like stone, like a group of straw scarecrows. All 4 had the same question. Since when does Miku have his line contact? Everyone knew that last year the 2 of them seemed rather close, but if they were texting each other online, then their relationship couldn't just be that of ordinary classmates. Even if they were in the same class, exchanging line contacts between a guy and a girl, clearly that held a special implication. If Miku were the lively, extroverted type with a wide social circle, the others might not have been surprised. But Miku was the quiet type, a super bookworm who rarely went out, and yet she had exchanged line with a guy. Miku, why do you have Sensei-chan's line? Nakano Ichika couldn't hold it in anymore. Yeah, why? Nino echoed, unable to suppress her curiosity either. Just thinking about the possibility that Miku and Sakurai Saki had been close behind the scenes made Nino's chest ache. He gave it to me, proactively. Miku replied with a blank expression. Nino, he gave it to her? Proactively? This is bad. I'm getting a stomachache. He's always so cold to me. And yet he offered it to Miku. Nakano Itsuki guessed. Maybe it's just to make tutoring easier? So it's because of studying. Nakano Nino let out a sigh of relief. Mika gave her a sideways glance and said calmly, he gave it to me last year. Nino's hand froze as she was changing her shoes. She clutched her stomach. Nino, are you okay? Is your illness not better yet? Nakano Yatsuba asked in concern upon seeing her. I'm fine. Nino forced a strained smile. Just a little stomachache. Part of it was from emotional stress, but mostly it was the result of her irregular eating habits the past week. So technically, she wasn't lying, her stomach did hurt a bit. Want something to eat? Nakano Itsuki asked as she rummaged through her bag and pulled out some cookies. Thanks. Nino accepted them from her. Despite being cared for like this by her sisters, Nino couldn't bring herself to feel happy. She really had developed feelings for Sakurai Saki, but she wasn't close enough to him to gain any special attention from him. And now, suddenly someone had told her I've been secretly messaging Sakurai Saki for a whole year now. The fact that the person saying this was her own sister, that made it even harder for Nino to accept. In Nino's eyes, this wasn't just being a step ahead. This was an early start, and not just early by a few seconds, it was a whole year ahead. I totally regret it. Nakano Nino recalled the argument she had with Sakurai Saki a week ago. Right now, all she wanted was to go back in time and punch herself in the face. Inside the self-study room of the library. Sakurai Saki put down his phone and glanced at Ishigami-yu, who was intently reviewing key points for the exam. What had driven Ishigami-yu, a guy who usually neglected everything, to suddenly become this diligent, even showing up on his own to study? Was it Shinomiya Kagaya's threats? Or perhaps the expectations of Shirogane Miyuki? Or maybe he just didn't want to keep falling apart? The answer to this question was likely people's expectations, right? Never needed by anyone. Never having anyone place hope in him. What Ishigami-yu lacked wasn't capability, it was confidence. He wasn't someone who couldn't try hard, he simply lacked a reason to. Good academic results could help build confidence. The reason Shirogane Miyuki could rightfully hold the position of student council president, where that solid gold emblem, symbolizing 2 centuries of Shuchiin Academy's weight, was also thanks to being top of the year. His academic performance was his lifeline. As long as he maintained his top rank, Shirogane Miyuki wouldn't be crushed by pressure. That was the confidence and foundation that good grades brought him. Even in Shuchiin Academy, academic achievement was a key standard for measuring someone's abilities. Like Shirogane Miyuki, even though he was a commoner, right now he could still command the respect of the noble students thanks to being top of the year. Of course, Shinomiya Kagaya also played a big role in this. Yeah, maybe an even bigger one than his top-rank status. Sakurai Saki glanced a few more times at Ishigami-yu, then looked away. The subject he would be reviewing with the 5 sisters today was English. Speaking of which, English in Japan was seriously strange. Sakurai Saki found their pronunciation very hard to accept. Japanese people like to use katakana to pronounce English words. It was sloppy and sounded bizarre. Some like Makudenurdo, Toiletto, Kiddo, Kato, Dizinolando, Sudabakusu, but since everyone around him spoke like that, Sakurai Saki just had to go with the flow. After enough repetition, even he had started to get used to it. Sakurai Saki flipped through a few sheets of English test papers he had brought along. When he looked up, he saw the Nakano quintuplets walking toward him and Ishigami-yu. As soon as he saw Nakano Nino leading the group, a look of disgust appeared on his face. He really didn't want to see this girl. If his tutoring job didn't include Nino, Sakurai Saki honestly wouldn't bother meeting her at all. Not far away, Nakano Nino, having noticed Sakurai Saki's cold attitude, felt a bit intimidated. But just a few seconds later, she saw him smile at her. She froze in place. Nino recalled what she had said to Sakurai Saki when she left his house. Did he still remember? Was that why he smiled at her? No, that doesn't make sense. Her thoughts were a jumbled mess. Then she heard Sakurai Saki's voice by her ear. Let's get started on today's lesson. Nino snapped back to reality, only to realize that Sakurai Saki was still smiling brightly, but he was looking at the person standing next to her. Nakano Miku, completely unfazed by Nino standing frozen in place, walked straight to the long table in the study room. So that smile wasn't for me. After all, Nino felt a little disappointed. But a few seconds later, she also felt slightly relieved. If Sakurai Saki didn't clearly remember what happened after she lost her sense of presence that day, maybe there was still a chance they could mend things. Nino followed behind the others and noticed that aside from her sisters, there was also a gloomy-looking otaku guy in the room. But she didn't say anything, unsure of the relationship between this guy and Sakurai Saki. Right now, Nakano Nino was extremely timid. She was afraid that her relationship with Sakurai Saki might become even worse. Sakurai Saki, meanwhile, acted like she wasn't even there. If his personality was still the same as before, then he definitely wouldn't go easy on her. If she deserved to be scolded, he'd scold her. He wasn't the type of guy who enjoyed being yelled at like some freaky masochist. Given her attitude last week, Sakurai Saki figured that even if it were someone else, they probably wouldn't feel any goodwill toward her either. Even Shirage Miyuki, though he might not say it out loud, would surely think, this girl is annoying as hell. He handed out the study materials. During the entire process, Sakurai Saki didn't say a word. Sakurai-senpai seems to have a sore throat today. Ishigami, you explained as he took notes. I can still talk, Sakurai Saki replied. He had already figured out how to deal with the side effects. The charm effect seemed to only work once, or more precisely, its strongest effect only triggered on the first target. After that, even if he kept talking, all it would do was make his voice sound pleasant to others. As soon as he spoke, the 5 sisters sitting across from him, except for Miku, all lowered their heads at once. You could almost see hearts floating in their eyes, and their breathing noticeably quickened. The 4, Miku, note, this is the only Kaderi face I could find at that exact moment. All of them felt that Sakurai Saki's face suddenly looked several times more handsome than usual. If the setting had been different, they might have thrown themselves at him right then and there. Miku, on the other hand, had no special reaction. She simply thought his voice sounded nicer than before. Much better than usual, in fact. A few minutes later, Sakurai Saki tried speaking again. When he saw that everyone's reaction had significantly weakened, he began the lesson as usual. Another hour passed. They finished the test. Sakurai Saki laid out each person's test score in front of them. I really wish you girls were just a little smarter. A few seconds passed. No reaction. Not too much, just a little smarter in English only. A few more seconds. Still no reaction. Sakurai Saki started to doubt his own superpower. Forget about what happened before, but he had clearly limited the scope this time, and it still didn't work? What kind of worthless ability is this? It can't even handle a trivial thing like this? Then what's the point of having it at all? Chapter 80, Nose Stings. This pain is unbearable after trying to use his powers to make the 5 sisters smarter, but failing miserably. Sakurai Saki firmly gave up on that idea, mainly because he didn't like this kind of behavior. Trying again and again 100 times just to achieve a goal felt too utilitarian. It didn't seem like something a person with superpowers should do. Human desire is infinite. If it worked once, Sakurai Saki felt he might very well try a second time. And if that continued, then he wouldn't need to do anything else anymore. Just shout the Nakano quintuplets are geniuses over and over again, and that be it. All of the above were the reasons Sakurai Saki used to convince himself. In reality, right after seeing the 5 sisters' test papers, Sakurai Saki nearly had a heart attack. He just wanted to go home immediately and chant tens of thousands of times the incantation that could make them smarter. But does word spirit really have that kind of power? No way. It's seriously hard. Sakurai Saki held his face in his hands. He felt completely hopeless. By high school, you're supposed to have mastered over 3,000 English words. But these five forget 3,000, even saying they know 1,000 is being too generous. No, even 500 is already a stretch. Then what the hell is the point of taking exams? Sakurai Saki seriously suspected that the reason these five sisters passed English last year was thanks to RNG God's blessing. If the English exam didn't have multiple choice questions, their scores would definitely be in the single digits. Go study vocabulary. Start with the textbook first. At the very least, you have to understand the meaning of the question first, right? If you can't even read the question, how are you supposed to answer it? Are you really going to rely on pure luck for every test? Stuff like grammar can come later. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, the gap between expectations and reality still made Sakurai Saki's vision go dark. I've been studying vocabulary regularly, Nakano Itsuki said in a small voice. It seemed like she wanted to prove her words were true, so Itsuki pulled an English note-taking booklet out of her bag. Sakurai Saki saw the first word on the previous page. It was an absolute classic, abandon. A lot of people get stuck on this word when studying English vocabulary. They spend the whole semester and still just circle around abandon. Note, I don't understand. Studying is already dry as it is, and memorization is even more boring. Sometimes when you're studying, you casually scroll through your phone, watch a video for a bit, and next thing you know, several hours have passed. It feels like night has already fallen, and when you look down again, the review materials are still on the first page. That's the typical state of students these days. Truth is, Sakurai Saki also wanted to mess around when studying, but he didn't have the time. He was already lacking sleep and constantly had to pay attention to matters related to his superpowers. His study time had to be wrung out from a sponge drop by drop. If it fell to the ground, it was gone for good, never to be retrieved. I understood the questions, Nakano Itsuki said proudly. Sakurai Saki picked up her test paper, flipped it to the back. Not a single question was answered. If you run out of time next time, at least fill in all the blanks before turning it in. Maybe you'll get lucky and snag a few points. Still the same old problem, working too slowly. Sakurai Saki didn't expect her to fix it in just one day. While the two were talking, Nakano Nino glanced at her test paper. 46 points, much higher than her sisters. But why didn't he praise her? Mika did pretty well. Sakurai Saki picked up Mika's test paper. 34 points, much higher than expected. I promised you, didn't I? Mika looked at Sakurai Saki with gentle eyes. She had said yesterday that she would pass next time. Sakurai Saki nodded in response. Since Ichika had already been evaluated earlier, Sakurai Saki didn't say anything more. Right next to him, Nakano Nino had already been waiting for a long time. From the moment Sakurai Saki started giving evaluations, Nino had been watching him intently. But after he finished commenting on Miku, over 10 seconds passed, and Sakurai Saki still showed no sign of saying anything further. What about me? What about me? Nino lowered her head to look again at her test paper. She got 46 points. Wasn't that way higher than Miku? Why would he praise Miku and completely ignore her? Isn't a teacher supposed to treat students equally? Sakurai-san. Sakurai Saki glanced at her. Oh, 46 points? Not bad. Keep it up. Nakano Nino. Hey, isn't this kind of favoritism going way too far? He's so gentle when it comes to Miku, but when it's her turn, he's so indifferent. Being answered like that by Sakurai Saki, tears began to well up at the corners of Nakano Nino's eyes. She had already cried so much last week, it was practically becoming a habit. Her stomach pain also started acting up again. It was so damn uncomfortable. Sakurai Saki lowered his head, thinking about what kind of memory method he should teach them next, when he suddenly caught a glimpse of Nino's face. Crying again? No way, right? Just because I didn't praise her, she's going to cry too? Anyone who doesn't know would think I bullied her. Sakurai Saki sighed inwardly and said, Nino got the highest score on the test this time. Before he even finished the sentence, he saw Nino go from gloomy to cheerful, her face looking like she just ate honey. This girl is so easy to please. His earlier judgment had been correct. She didn't even need anyone to actively pursue her, conquer herself. Not even a full week needed. In the future, she'd definitely be tricked in a bed by some trashy guy. Or maybe she wouldn't even need to be tricked, she'd drag him to a love hotel herself. Sakurai Saki was thinking some pretty rude things. Maybe only after experiencing a painful, unforgettable relationship would a girl like Nakano Nino realize love isn't as beautiful as she imagines. He praised Nino just a bit to stop her from crying and disrupting the lesson. Then Sakurai Saki moved on to the main topic. Everyone has different ways of memorizing things. Some people can memorize just by thinking it over in their heads, while others prefer using a pen or speaking aloud. You don't need to change those habits. Next, they'll talk about chunking techniques. Chunking means breaking down complex information into smaller parts to make it easier to remember. Like when memorizing phone numbers, many people divide them into 3 or 4 sections. English vocabulary can be memorized this way too. Although this method doesn't work for everyone, it's still much better than mechanical rote memorization. 1 hour later, class was over. Sakurai Saki started packing up. The Nakano sisters, feeling like a heavy burden had been lifted, slowly dragged themselves toward the door. Ishigami, you too. After a few minutes of neatly tidying up his desk, Sakurai Saki was grabbing his half-packed bag and just about to put in a book when he looked up and saw Nakano Nino walking back in. At this moment, her movements were a little awkward. She walked up to Sakurai Saki, looked at him, took a deep breath, and seriously said, "Sakurai-san, I'm really sorry about last week." Sakurai Saki showed a look of amusement. Only apologizing now, wasn't that a bit too late? What are you referring to? If it's about insulting me, honestly, I don't really care. I'm over it now, Sakurai Saki said expressionlessly. After all, I'm being paid to tutor you. I've at least earned a right to do the bare minimum. Oh, Nino let out a relieved sigh, then cautiously added, Sakurai-san, are you going to eat later? Would you like to come with us? She had already been forgiven, so eating together shouldn't be a big deal, right? But Sakurai Saki didn't seem to think that way. Sorry, but I don't think our relationship is close enough to eat together, right? Sakurai Saki smiled lightly. If it weren't for this tutoring job, we wouldn't even be considered friends. We'd just be strangers. His definition of friend wasn't that simple. Strangers? Nina was confused, not knowing what expression she should make. Are we just strangers? That's right. Or what did you think we were? Friends? Sakurai Saki placed the book into his bag and zipped it up. Our relationship isn't that good yet, right? Is that so? But earlier you smiled. Sakurai Saki tilted his head, looking at her like she was an idiot. You're asking why I smiled at you? A tutor smiling at a student is weird to you? Praising you was just to boost your confidence. What kind of nonsense are you imagining? Then, Nino probed you. Hate me, don't you? Sakurai Saki walked past her and coldly replied, You think I have feelings for you? You came to talk to me about all this just to confirm whether I like you? Well then, sorry, I hate you. Nino clung to her last straw, nervously saying, But you said you wouldn't hate me. That night, he did say he wouldn't hate her. I like you, Nakano Nino. If I say that, would you believe it? Sakurai Saki said, while turning his face to glare at her. Don't you understand what social pleasantries are? Didn't you hear it was just something polite to say? I only said it because I was afraid if you tried to kill yourself, you'd think of my name. If that happened, I'd be stuck carrying the burden of someone's life for no reason. Sakurai Saki patiently said, I'm still young. Saving you is just a sudden act of kindness. Please don't cling to me anymore, all right? You remember everything? Nino felt a stinging pain in her nose. She was miserable. At that moment, all the joy she had felt from yesterday vanished without a trace. Sakurai Saki, hearing that, right? Nino quickly tried to explain. That's not true. The tension caused her mouth to salivate more. She choked mid-sentence. She covered her mouth with her hand, coughing a few times. She wanted to keep explaining, but the pain overwhelmed her to the point that she couldn't even form a complete sentence. Norivate? So that means you agree, right? No. She wanted to tell him that it wasn't because of his face that she liked him. But why couldn't she say it? Nino's vision gradually blurred. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling to the library floor. A moment later, The pain in her chest and stomach made it hard for her to stay upright. Seconds later, thud. Nino collapsed to the floor, curling up in pain. At that moment, she looked like an injured baby animal. Anyone who saw her tear-streaked, anguished face would surely feel pity. But unfortunately, Sakurai Saki had a heart of stone. Sakurai Saki looked at her in pain, then silently took out his phone. He had no intention of comforting Nino. Their relationship wasn't good enough for that. If it had been Miku, Sakurai Saki might have knelt down and held her in his arms. Nino endured the pain, lifting her head and looking at him with hopeful eyes. Facing her gaze full of longing, Sakurai Saki remained silent. At that moment, realizing how indifferent he was, the light in Nino's eyes completely went out. Why are you treating me like this? Am I so worthless that I don't even deserve a single word of comfort? A minute later, Yatsuba rushed in and saw Nino lying on the floor. Sakurai-san, why didn't you help Nino up? Men and women should maintain some distance. Besides, it's just a stomachache, it's not life-threatening. Also, I already messaged Miku. And, didn't you come here now? Sakurai Saki replied coldly. Yatsuba knelt down beside Nino, holding her sister like someone in a trance. Sakurai-san is really cold to Nino. Yatsuba had felt uneasy since class ended. Nino had just said she was going to apologize. Yatsuba thought everything would be fine, but Sakurai clearly didn't seem willing to accept that apology. Work and life, I always keep them separate. See you next week, Sakurai Saki said as he walked out of the library. A rental boyfriend is a rental boyfriend. The Student Council General Affairs Officer is the Student Council General Affairs Officer. A tutor is a tutor, and Sakurai Saki is Sakurai Saki. He kept these four roles strictly separated. When he was acting as a Student Council Officer, he would be gentle with all students. When he was a rental boyfriend, he would fulfill his duties and satisfy the client. As a tutor, he would do his best to help students improve their grades. But now, after school hours, he wasn't Sakurai the officer, nor the tutor, he was just Sakurai Saki. And Sakurai Saki was a guy with a difficult personality who didn't care about other people's feelings. Nino, are you okay? Stomach pain again? Yatsuba asked worriedly. Nino's hazy eyes were fixed on the library door. Liking someone one-sidedly really makes you feel like a fool. Sakurai-san was really too much. He just left you lying there like that. Yatsuba was angry at how Sakurai had treated her. No matter how bad the relationship is, it shouldn't be like this. Nino still stared at the departing figure of Sakurai Saki. Half a minute later, Ichika, Itsuki, and Miku also rushed in, panting. They had just run into Sakurai Saki outside, but he had simply said goodbye and left. How are you feeling? Any better? Ichika asked worriedly. Nino, are you all right? Miku also showed her concern. You should take tomorrow off from school, Itsuki suggested. Nino looked at them and forced a smile. Yeah. Night fell. The Nakano apartment. Nino once again came up to the rooftop. She lowered her head, gazing out at the distant view. Regret medicine doesn't really exist, she muttered. From the moment she left Sakurai Saki's house, Nino had already mentally prepared herself. If he regained his memories, he would definitely hate her. But the words of her sisters yesterday had made her harbor some naive illusions. Now, those dreams had shattered. Ever since their mother passed away, Nino had felt like she didn't have much left. Her four sisters were the only treasure she had. She had firmly pushed others away to protect that treasure, but last week's incident had caused even that treasure to drift away. When her heart had nearly gone numb, it was an outsider who saved her. When one loses all light and falls into darkness, even a faintest flicker is enough for someone to cling to and search for life. Sakurai Saki was that flicker of light to her. Even if he burned so intensely, he could hurt others. Nino leaned against the railing, looking down from the building. 30 floors. That's really high. If she jumped, her body would be shattered for sure. She once again recalled that afternoon. Replaying everything in her mind, Nino realized something didn't add up. Why did Sakurai Saki remember that she had been in his house, and why did he accept it so easily? That was strange. Back then, Sakurai Saki clearly didn't recognize her. Nino was sure of it. But his behavior today felt off. He accepted everything way too naturally. Lowering her head to look at the ground, Nino fell into deep thought. Inside the living room, Itsuki had just walked out and saw Nino leaning against the balcony railing. Looking down, Itsuki, she immediately rushed to the balcony and hugged her sister tightly. "Don't do anything foolish." Itsuki held her sister close. Nino was startled by the sudden embrace. "What are you doing, Itsuki?" Itsuki blinked. "Huh? Nino, were you thinking of jumping?" "Jumping?" Nino asked back in surprise. Her earlier actions did make it easy to misunderstand. "I'm not stupid. It's just a setback, that's all. Things like this won't bring me down." She wouldn't give up that easily. Note: someone help me with 2 reviews to get 10. Please, Chapter 81. Future Diary, I don't know if you still remember, but a few days ago, Sakurai Saki received random superpowers without any side effects twice in a row. That was because his body was providing a buffer period. As for the superpower and side effect from yesterday, Wednesday, they were completely beyond being called extremely dangerous. That leaves only one possibility. The dangerous part is still waiting. This situation made Sakurai Saki realize that something was off. Thursday morning, 6 o'clock. Sakurai Saki woke up on time. Normally, after waking up and washing his face, he would go jogging, but today he had lost all interest in running. Sitting at the study desk in his room, Sakurai Saki pulled out a diary that had suddenly appeared on the bookshelf beside him, his expression serious. Today's superpower. Future Diary. Sakurai Saki's diary. Effect: you will randomly receive a future diary. Side effect: unknown. What is the most terrifying thing? The unknown is the most terrifying. This was the first time this superpower had been activated. Sakurai Saki couldn't determine whether the side effect of today's power was the result of the physical warning signs from the past few days. He even considered taking a day off today. Sakurai Saki couldn't go to school in a state where he might completely lose control. There were many people at school he cared about. The last time he accidentally erased someone from existence, it had already frightened him a bit. If back then the target hadn't been Nakano Nino, but Fujiwara Chika or Shirogane Miyuki, Sakurai Saki might not have been able to forgive himself. Future Diary. As the name suggests, it can predict the future. Moreover, this power seems to be a compound ability, capable of summoning more than one diary. Sakurai Saki glanced at the diary, which had his full name written on it. Sakurai Saki's diary. This was about his future. So, could there be other futures? For example, for escaping, escape diary for love, romance strategy diary for raising pets, breeding diary. These all seem like they could exist. Of course, Sakurai Saki was just speculating. With an unknown power, all he could do was guess to gain partial understanding. Sakurai Saki took a deep breath. Slowly, he turned to the first page of the diary. "Hello, I'm you 8 days from now." Just that first line sent a chill down Sakurai Saki's spine. This kind of bizarre superpower Sakurai Saki had rarely encountered, and even when he did, he hardly ever used them. "I'm talking to you through this diary. Please remember clearly, next Wednesday, one day before Golden Week, don't go to school. Remember this well. A super dangerous power called Time Controller will activate next Wednesday. Remember, don't go to school. If you absolutely must go, then reinforce the restraints on your superpower beforehand. But you have to use it at least 30 times. Don't use it. Don't use it. Not even once. After school next Tuesday, walk home with Chika. Because of a certain mistake you made, she'll need your protection. On the first day of Golden Week. Don't go home by train that night. Beware of monsters. If you don't want the world to plunge into even more chaos, don't do unnecessary and pointless things." Sakurai Saki finished reading the first page. His mind was tangled like a ball of thread. "Yesterday, I died once." On the second page, there was a single line written in blood-red ink. As Sakurai Saki was still trying to sort out his thoughts, he noticed the words in the future diary before him gradually fading away and finally disappearing altogether. A few seconds later, new writing appeared. Hello there, hey, Sakurai, Saki-kun. The first line this time sounded much more cheerful compared to the previous writer. Weird, right? Wondering why the future diary suddenly disappeared? Muihi, that was me. And who are you? You must be wondering who I am, right? Am you from 5 years in the future? Sakurai Saki's face was full of question marks. This guy was even more terrifying. If he really was Sakurai Saki 5 years later, then, by that point, the other party must have fully mastered all his powers and successfully become a normal person. That's right. You got it. I've mastered every powers. I can tell you clearly, over the next 3 years, you'll continue to awaken new abilities. Even now, my powers are still evolving every day. As an Esper, getting stronger daily is totally normal, right? No one can reach perfection except me. Sakurai Saki was more than halfway convinced. This guy's narcissism was exactly like his own. Future Diary is a very useful superpower, but currently, it has a certain flaw. It will provide 2 pieces of false information. So, you have to distinguish them. I can't give specific hints, but when the time comes, you'll probably be able to spot 1 or 2 things. I hate Fujiwara Chika. I will never marry her in this lifetime. Iate Ayazakai. I will never fall for her in this lifetime. Be a bit kindred in Nino. Her mental state is a little dangerous right now. The message ended there. Sakurai Saki closed the future diary, then opened it again. He discovered the contents had reverted to the original text. Next Thursday was the first day of Golden Week. Would something bad happen on the way to the subway station? Time Controller, Sakurai Saki muttered. Just hearing the name, you knew it was related to time. In Sakurai Saki's memory, any superpower connected to time always came with terrifying side effects. Then, the first 2 warnings were probably valid. His future self discouraged him from going to school next Wednesday, but also added that if he had to go, he should reinforce the restraints on his powers in advance. Thinking about this, Sakurai Saki opened his right hand. In the palm of his right hand was a seal shaped like a lock. This was what allowed Sakurai Saki to successfully separate and manage his superpowers in their current state. It was also a type of superpower one that could stack up to 7 layers of restraints onto a target. Currently, Sakurai Saki had already applied 4 layers to himself, just enough to keep his powers under control. Since this was a completely controllable ability, he wasn't worried about losing control over it. The information given by my future self is probably real. But whether that person was truly him or not, Sakurai Saki still couldn't be sure. He couldn't imagine why his 5 years later self would be that cheerful, and it didn't feel like he was pretending either. The strangest part was that guy told him to treat Nino better. What was that supposed to mean? Based on Sakurai Saki's understanding of himself, unless Nino sacrificed her life to save him, he absolutely wouldn't soften toward her. And then, next Tuesday after school, he had to walk home with Fujiwara Chika. What was that about? He and she didn't even go the same way. And more importantly, what mistake had he even made? Could that line be one of the fakes? Sakurai Saki thought for a while, then shook his head. The 3rd and 4th lines definitely included one false piece of information because they directly contradicted each other. One told him to use his superpower, while the other told him not to. One of those must be one of the 2 false statements mentioned. The bit about Chika could be put aside for now. But as for the subway and the monster, which one was false? The monster warning was split into 2 sentences, so it was very likely the first part was fake and the second part was real. The more Sakurai Saki thought, the more his head hurt. Can't my future self from 8 days later stop turning everything into a riddle? Why couldn't he be more like his self from 5 years in the future, just plainly list the 2 incorrect pieces of information? Short and clear. What exactly did he do on the first day of Golden Week? Why did he even have to take the train? Was he going out with the student council members? Or was it something else entirely? Originally, Sakurai Saki had planned to visit the Nakano sisters' house to tutor them during Golden Week, because right after Golden Week was the midterm exam period. Last time, Mr. Nakanakoma had even called to express his concern and said he wanted to see results. The tutoring job was partly connected to Shirogane Miyuki and also a crucial path for Sakurai Saki to defeat Shinomiya Kagaya. Only through tutoring could he both earn money and gain knowledge. Being a rental boyfriend couldn't accomplish both. Studying secretly 2 hours a day, Sakurai Saki felt that surpassing Shinomiya Kagaya and stepping over her would be as easy as flipping his hand. As for Shirogane Miyuki, Sakurai Saki thought it'd be better to just let it go. Backstabbing a close friend wasn't a good look. Besides, he wasn't even sure he could beat him. Spending some time thinking in place of his usual morning jog, Sakurai Saki got up, prepared his bento and breakfast, then left the house after eating. Rather than worry about an uncertain future, it was better to live the present well. When the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a road. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will go straight. People should ask themselves the same question Larkin once did. What is it most necessary for me to do at this moment? Sakurai Saki's answer: go to school. Today, the side effects of his superpower were minimal, with hardly any noticeable impact. It wasn't a continuous strain like the power of the storyteller, so his urges weren't constantly being amplified. Absolutely wonderful. But the weaker the side effects today were, the more it showed how powerful the ability next Wednesday might be. Sakurai Saki arrived at the school gate. "Good morning, Miko-chan." Sakurai Saki greeted the disciplinary committee member. He spoke just as Aino Miko was about to respond, slipping a piece of candy into her hand. "Good luck on your test." This time, Miko didn't refuse. "Thank you, Sakurai-senpai." Today, Sakurai-senpai seemed much more normal. Yesterday had been so cold. But afterward, Miko heard Head had a sore throat, and figured that must have been why he hadn't talked to her. A luxury car pulled away from the Shinomiya estate. In the back seat of the car, Shinomiya Kagaya glanced at Hayasaka AI sitting beside her. "Hayasaka, last time I mentioned karaoke, but I still haven't found the right opportunity to talk more about it." The reason Shinomiya Kagaya was so fixated on karaoke was likely because she had never gone to KTV with friends before. Not even with Fujiwara Chika, her longtime best friend, had she ever gone singing. Although Secretary Fujiwara appeared lively, enthusiastic, generous, and rather knowledgeable about sexual matters, in truth, she was extremely naive. Even in class, whether it was boys or girls inviting her to KTV, come to think of it, no one really did invite her to those kinds of places. Because when karaoke came up, love stories were always close behind. Among Japanese high school students, the majority of casual meetups happened at KTV joints. But Fujiwara Chika always ended up ruining the mood, so it was no surprise she rarely got invited. "Now that you mention it, I don't think I've ever heard President Shirogane sing before," Hayasaka AI recalled. Last year, she had been in the same class as Shirogane Miyuki for a whole year. Even during music class, she never once heard that guy open his mouth to sing. In class, Shirogane only mouthed the lyrics, and as someone trained in intelligence work, Hayasaka was extremely sensitive to things like that. "Come to think of it, I've never heard him either," Shinomiya Kagaya murmured thoughtfully. Never mind the president's singing for now. I'm actually more curious about Sakurai-san's voice." Hayasaka A's expression turned strange at that comment. "Hayasaka, Kaguya-sama. Do you seriously care about that guy's singing voice?" No matter how many times Hayasaka AI had warned her, Kagaya remained completely unaware of how blatantly obvious her actions were blatant in the eyes of a girl in love. She was even paying attention to tiny things like his singing voice. Kagaya's interest in Sakurai was steadily growing. Sensing a looming threat, Hayasaka AI silently raised her internal alert level toward Shinomiya Kagaya from C to the same level as Shirogane KB. "Kagaya, see? Right, Hayasaka. How good is General Affairs Sakurai's singing, overall?" Shinomiya Kagaya asked. "It's not exactly unpleasant to hear." Hayasaka AI paused for a few seconds, then answered. "That guy never put in real effort unless he was doing his job as a rental boyfriend. If he really went to karaoke with Kagaya-sama, he definitely wouldn't try very hard." Hayasaka AI recalled times when she and Sakurai Saki were playing games together. Now and then, he'd softly hum along to a tune. He always sang those love-themed anime songs. Lyrics like I like you or I love you. Just thinking about it made Hayasaka ace pale, face flush pink. Hayasaka, Kaguya-sama wasn't into anime, so this was a detail she didn't need to bring up. Then I guess there's nothing to get too excited about. Shinomiya Kaguya gazed out the window at the passing scenery. Lately, everyone's been so busy, no one has any free time. Her social network wasn't actually that wide. The people she could truly call friends were few and far between. The archery club members deeply respected her, but their relationship was more like subordinates to a superior, not friends. Even though the student council had only worked together for half a year, while she remained cold on the outside, in her heart she had come to acknowledge both Sakurai Saki and Shirage Miyuki. What about Golden Week? Hayasaka AI spoke up. Starting next Thursday is Golden Week break. If we plan it right, we could organize a student council outing. Seeing the hint of loneliness in Shinomiya Kaguya's eyes, Hayasaka ultimately decided to do something for her. Even if it involved Sakurai Saki, she could temporarily yield him to Kaguya after all. It was just karaoke for a few hours. As long as the plan was solid and included other male students, the chance of the two of them being alone together would be low. That should prevent anything from going off the rails. Golden Week? Shinomiya Kaguya's tone suddenly lifted. She had nearly forgotten about it. That's right. Next week was Golden Week, a full 7-day holiday. Even if everyone was busy on the first day, surely they'd have some free time during the rest. Thank you. Hayasaka. Shinomiya Kaguya Sudenri Ugid Ayazaka ai. We're going to karaoke, you're coming too. Hayasaka AI felt like the sun had just risen in the west. This stingy, unreasonable little sister actually remembered me? Seriously? Isn't this supposed to be a get-together between Kaguya-sama and the student council members? Hayasaka, why do you think I even want to go to karaoke in the first place? Shinomiya Kaguya asked in return. Hayasaka AI was speechless. Isn't it because you've never gone before? It's because of you. Hayasaka, I want you to use your singing voice to charm General Affairs Sakurai and make him confess to you. Hayasaka, you're good at singing, right? Shinomiya Kaguya encouraged her. For a moment, Hayasaka AI didn't know what to say. Although she was genuinely touched that Kaguya-sama cared for her so much, Sakurai Saki had already confessed to her. Thank you, Kaguya-sama. Omo, no need to thank me. Chapter 82. 82. The ill-fated relationship between juniors on Thursday morning and afternoon. Sakurai Saki focused seriously on listening to the lectures. He didn't spend too much thought on the future diary. Today, his job was to be a rental boyfriend, and the client was a female student preparing to attend a matchmaking party. After all, the job of a rental boyfriend only involved a few things. Either going on a date with the client or participating in social activities with them. There were also girls who had never been in love and wanted to experience the feeling of being treated gently by a boy. Sakurai Saki had already calculated. Among the customers, there weren't many high school students. Most were university students or adult women. There was even a young office lady who wanted to keep Sakurai Saki as her sugar baby, to become his mommy, but he declined by citing the platform's rule that prohibited private contact between clients and rental boyfriends. This kind of purely money-based transaction was something Sakurai Saki couldn't accept. Even if he worked as a host, he was mostly only selling art, not selling body, let alone as a rental boyfriend. Among all the customers, there is only one person who had a long-term relationship with Sakurai Saki. That was Minamoto Mashiro. But no matter how good the relationship between Minamoto Mashiro and Sakurai Saki was, she never gave him money directly, instead using the platform or commissioning high-paying private jobs to pay him. Last time, after the magazine photo shoot, the payment was handled by Ueno Yoko. She even paid the penalty fee for violating the platform's contract. Personal feelings were personal feelings, and business was business. Even between biological siblings, things had to be clear and fair, Otherwise, if everything got mixed up, it would be troublesome when disputes arose. Since it was still quite early before work time, Sakurai Saki put on his bag and prepared to head to the student council. Recently, there hadn't been much work in the student council, and he was just going there to relax a bit. He pushed open the door. Sakurai Saki saw someone he hadn't expected. Chestnut brown long hair, 2 locks of hair hanging over her shoulders, petite figure, cute face. It was none other than Sakurai Saki's recent crush. Her name was Miko-chan. In front of Shirogane Miyuki, Aino Miko was holding a stack of documents. She turned around and greeted him politely. "Good afternoon, Sakurai-senpai. You came here because of disciplinary committee work?" Sakurai Saki guessed. These documents were originally supposed to be delivered periodically by the disciplinary committee chair. Among them, after speaking, Miko looked at Sakurai Saki with eyes full of anticipation. Miko, she had worked really hard on today's test. Unless something unexpected happened, she was sure to get a good score. Sakurai Saki, after being stared at for a few seconds by those small animal-like eyes, finally responded. He asked, "How was today's test?" "Not very good," Miko humbly replied. Usually, only poor students were overly confident after a test, while good students like Miko-chan often felt they hadn't done well. "It's okay, as long as you believe in yourself, Miko-chan. You don't need to compare yourself to others. Just do your best." Sakurai Saki comforted her while sitting down on the bench and said, "You're really good. Your entrance scores were excellent too. Compared to a certain kohai of mine, you're clearly a genius. Don't do yourself." Sakurai Saki took the opportunity while Ishigami Yu wasn't around to vent his frustrations from tutoring over the past few days. Although he hadn't said it outright, teaching Ishigami Yu wasn't easy at all. That guy was very good at math, but that didn't mean he was good at other subjects. Just yesterday, while Sakurai Saki was teaching the Nakano quintuplets English, he had to also squeeze in time to tutor Ishigami Yu. Aino Miko blankly replied, "Thank you, senpai." She felt a little embarrassed. Miko, because of her straightforward personality, had been ostracized since middle school. She even developed social anxiety disorder. Someone like her, though appearing strong on the outside, was actually very fragile on the inside. In private moments, she would listen to healing sounds to relax, and when feeling wronged, she would quietly cry. Moreover, since her parents were rarely around due to work, Miko deeply cherished emotional connections and recognition from others. This personality trait shaped Micah's current state. Just receiving praise from someone would completely lower her guard. Even though he often teases me, senpai is really gentle. Aino Miko, a girl nearly 16 years old, still believed that the White Horse Prince truly existed. And Sakurai Saki, whether in appearance, personality, or aura, matched perfectly with the image of the White Horse Prince in Micah's heart. On the chair meant for the student council president, Shirogane Miyuki listened to the conversation between the two. He commented, "Sakurai, you say these kinds of things when Ishigami isn't around. If he finds out, our kohai will be hurt." Then he handed the stack of documents in his hand to Miko. "Aino-san, I've finished reviewing the report. You can bring it back to the disciplinary committee room for filing." "Thank you, President Shirogane." Aino Miko snapped back to reality and received the documents. "Ah, senpai, I still have community service duty to help pick up trash later, so I'll excuse myself now." Sakurai Saki and Shirogane Miyuki both nodded. What a good kid, even volunteering to help clean up trash. After giving a slight bow once more, Aino Miko turned toward the student council room's door, and then, creaked, the door was pushed open before she even touched the handle. Standing opposite Miko, Ishigami Yu squinted his eyes. The first glance didn't even register who was behind the door. A few seconds later, he blurted out, "Aino? Ishigami?" Miko, extremely rude in the moment, stepped back several paces. Then she used the documents to cover her face, tiptoed toward the sofa. And only after confirming Sakurai Saki was close by did she let out a sigh of relief. Why is Ishigami here? Was he part of the student council? This year, the two of them were in the same class, both students of Class 1B. Aino Mika's feelings toward Ishigami were complicated. The two weren't exactly enemies, but there was quite a deep, ill-fated connection. When Ishigami had once been suspended from school during middle school over some incident, Miko-chan had followed the justice in her heart and opposed him discipline to the teachers because of it. You two know each other? Shirogane Miyuki asked curiously. This was his first time meeting Aino Miko, and he had only heard about her a few times from Sakurai Saki during the opening ceremony that she was a straightforward and serious child. But every time Sakurai Saki mentioned Miko, he would have a mysteriously wicked smile on his face. That alone made Shirogane Miyuki worry about the girl's mental well-being. The true personality of his close friend wasn't as nice as his outward appearance. When Shirogane first got to know Sakurai Saki, he had been gently and politely pressured many times to back off. Last year, though that guy spent every day hanging around Fujiwara Chika, Shirogane Miyuki always felt Sakurai Saki treated Fujiwara Chika like a toy rather than a friend. Only when the quantity of interactions built up enough to trigger a qualitative change did Sakurai Saki begin to seriously pursue romantic feelings towards Secretary Fujiwara. Yes, Miko replied, but I hate the way he's so worn out and lazy now. Ishigami, you heard Aino Mika's words, but didn't pay them any mind. The other person was a disciplinary committee member. Hating his lazy attitude was natural. Ishigami, you understood Aino Miko better than anyone. She lacked flexibility, was so serious she became rigid, and because of that, she kept getting hurt over and over again. Meh, but the kind of cool through actions. Ishigami, you, something called cool doesn't suit you at all. Your Chinibu phase should end already. Yeah, classmates. Ishigami, you responded to Shirogane's question, then ignored Aino Mika's gaze and went straight to sit down across from Sakurai Saki. That action made Miko-chan very annoyed. Had been scolded like that and still acted unfazed like nothing happened. Aino Miko pointed straight at him and shouted, Ishigami, now that you're a student council member, you should try a little harder, living lazily every day like this. Are you really satisfied with your life? Always like this back in middle school too, and now in high school, still hasn't changed one bit despite being invited into the student council. Not a shred of improvement. Sakurai-senpai, I'm pretty confident about today's test. Ishigami, you ignored her and turned to speak to Sakurai Saki. People don't need to please everyone. Just pleasing the ones they care about is enough. That was Ishigami Yu's way of thinking. He felt that he could never get along with Aino Miko. Back in middle school, he had secretly helped Aino Miko many times, even going so far as to slip notes into her desk for a while, filled with words of encouragement. But with her current attitude, the more Ishigami Yu thought about it, the angrier he became. At that moment, what Miko was thinking was exactly the same as him. She was also angry about how she had once quietly helped Ishigami Yu back in middle school. This guy's behavior now was just absolutely detestable. He wouldn't even say a single word in reply. She wanted him to cheer up, but ended up looking like a fool. Ishigami Yu is still just Ishigami Yu, a rotten guy who didn't know what trying hard meant. Sakurai Saki could feel the tense atmosphere between his two kohai, so he gently said, You two seem to have a good relationship. Ishigami Yu and Miko were both stunned at the same time. A good relationship? The two of them shouted in unison. Don't copy the way I speak. Our relationship is not good at all. Then both of them immediately went silent. At this point, Shirogane Miyuki chimed in. Ishigami, when someone's talking to you, I think it's best to reply. Ishigami Yu lifted his head, looked towards Shirogane Miyuki with a radiant smile, then smirked and said, Ahaha, sorry, Nokadu Muse-senpai. I have nothing to say to this woman. Their relationship really is unbelievably terrible. Shirogane Miyuki sighed inwardly. He thought maybe there was still a chance to smooth things over, but judging by the situation now, these two probably could never get along. What are you deluding yourself about? I'm the one who doesn't want to talk to you. Miko turned her head away and spoke in irritation. Damn Ishigami. Running into him was pure bad luck. Humph. Miko-chan let out a humph, looking extremely cute. Humph. Ishigami, you also turned his head and let out a quiet humph, extremely, cute? Shirogane Miyuki rubbed his temples in frustration. Forget it. The relationship between these two is something he better not get involved in. Clearly, there's something going on behind the scenes that he doesn't know about. Miko-chan, do you really hate Ishigami that much? Sakurai Saki asked. After all, both of them were kohai he cared about a lot. If possible, Sakurai didn't want them to keep being so stiff with each other. Of course, it wasn't necessary for them to be close, but at the very least, they should be able to talk normally, right? They were classmates, and there would be many chances to work together, and the student council things couldn't go on like this. No motivation to improve, average appearance, not gentle at all, dumb at studying, and doesn't understand other people's struggles. Miko opened her mouth and listed out a whole bunch of flaws. Compared to Sakurai-senpai, he's way too different. Not a single good point. Sakurai Saki asked curiously. Ishigami did have some good traits, though not many. But at the very least, he was trying. Hearing that, Miko answered without a moment's hesitation. None. She didn't even need a second to think. Being talked about like that, Ishigami, you also started getting angry. Aino, you think you have so few flaws yourself? Stubborn. Inflexible. Doesn't care about what others think. Even if you know something will fail, you still do it. Obsessive with social justice. Where are you better than me at? Ishigami-yu's tone was very heavy. Sakurai Saki looked at Aino Miko, then turned to Ishigami-yu. These two have such a good relationship, huh? Right as Ishigami-yu and Aino Miko were glaring daggers at each other, like in the next second they'd break into a fist fight. Arir, are we having a debate? Let me join in. That woman, she had arrived. The atmosphere destroyer. Cancer of Earth. The unpredictable, mysterious creature. The nuclear chaos. Azathoth's granddaughter, a woman even more terrifying than Shinomiya Kagaya by 5 cup sizes. Fujiwara Chika pushed the door open and entered, catching sight of a new face. Huh, you are Fujiwara-senpai. Aino Miko respectfully called out. Honestly, you might not believe it, but Fujiwara Chika had a good reputation even in middle school and the same in high school. As a freshman, just entering high school from junior high, Aino Miko was still pretty unclear about Fujiwara Chika. She had no idea that this woman was like a deep ocean. Beneath that calm surface was a monstrous terror hiding below. Aino Miko, first year from Class B. Miko stood up and gave a slight bow. Ah, no need to be so formal. Fujiwara Chika turned around and closed the door. Can I call you Miko-chan? Saki-kun already told me about you, Fujiwara. The secretary's friendly words made Miko surprised and happy. Miko shyly said, Fujiwara-senpai, that way of calling. Oh, Saki-kun calls you that too, right? Why can't I? The reason Fujiwara Chika wanted to get close was that simple. She wanted to be like Sakurai Saki. Oh, okay. Miko bowed her head, replying softly. Ishigami, you had witnessed this scene. He couldn't help but say, What's so great about Fujiwara-senpai? Miko stared at him with eyes full of disbelief. Huh? Fujiwara-senpai is completely different from you. She doesn't break rules. She's serious and responsible, very gentle, and super cute. Ishigami, you should reflect on yourself a bit. As she mentioned Ishigami, she even glanced at Sakurai Saki, Sakurai-senpai too. Every time he comes to school, your uniform is messy, and you always teases me. But every time they ran into each other in the hallway, his uniform was always perfectly neat. This situation felt exactly like Sakurai-senpai, intentionally dressed sloppily in the morning just to tease her. Ihia Fujiwara Chika rubbed the back of her head, embarrassed after Miko praised her. I'm not as great as Miko-chan says. As soon as those words left her mouth, the 3 boys in the room all showed expressions like they'd seen a ghost. It seemed Micah's ability to judge people wasn't very good. All 3 guys came to the same conclusion. Chapter 83. Fujiwara Chika wants to hold hands. In romantic relationships between men and women, there's a way to describe things using baseball terms. First base, intimate actions like holding hands and hugging. Second base, kissing or getting physically closer. Third base, caressing, more advanced intimate gestures. Home run, segs, but isn't something every couple can reach quickly. Today, Secretary Fujiwara wants to make it to first base. Even though her relationship with Sakurai Saki hasn't reached the level of lovers yet. Want to hold hands? Chika-chan pretended to casually glance at Sakurai Saki's hand. After successfully changing how she calls him to Saki-kun, Fujiwara Chika wants to take another step. But even with that, she hasn't fully succeeded. She's only halfway there because up until now, Sakurai Saki still hasn't called her by her name, meaning Chika. If I don't succeed today, he'll try again next time. Last time, when Hayasaka AI confessed to him, Sakurai Saki didn't notice right away, and that gave Chika even more confidence. She had even removed Hayasaka AI from her threat list. After all, Saki-kun had already made a choice between Hayasaka AI and her. No matter how she thinks about it, she didn't lose. Even if she's already half won, it's still crucial to seize the opportunity and push forward while momentum is on her side. Waiting won't bring victory. Saki-kun, lately I've learned palm reading through fingers. Want to try it? Chika said while extending her tiny, sinful hand, carefully reaching towards Sakurai Saki's. Finger palm reading? Sakurai Saki was holding a cup of black tea in his right hand, freshly brewed by Shinomiya Kagaya, and took a sip. Although he preferred coffee, he didn't dislike black tea, as long as he didn't have to brew it himself. Who would hate free stuff? Well, when it comes to free games, Sakurai Saki kind of hates them because even though they're labeled free, things like skins and gacha can cost a fortune. Chika pulled Sakurai Saki's left hand toward her. So big, just as expected, a boy's hand was a lot bigger. Chika squeezed the soft flesh in his palm, the same way she would cuddle her beloved dog at home. That's right, her dog's name is P.S., super adorable. Sakurai Saki gave her a strange look. Chika, do you really need to do that for finger palm reading? Fujiwara Chika reflexively let out a soft and then she realized what he had just called her. A few seconds later, she stammered, Saki-kun, what did you just call me? Chika? Sakurai Saki repeated. He spoke while glancing around the room. At the moment, only he and Secretary Fujiwara were left in the student council room. Shirage Miyuki had gone to his part-time job, Miko had left, and Ishigami, you seem to have bought a new game and gone home to play it. Shinomiya Kagaya had stopped by to brew a cup of tea. She seemed to have something on her mind, but noticing the lack of people, she didn't say anything. They chatted briefly, and then she left. So unexpectedly, only the two of them remained in the student council room. Can you say it one more time? Oh, Chika? So embarrassing, Secretary Fujiwara's little brain seemed to be overheating. Sakurai Saki also felt a bit embarrassed by her reaction and explained. Normally there are too many people in the student council room, so I felt awkward calling you that. With AI-chan, Sakurai Saki could still use a nickname, but with Fujiwara Chika, it felt a bit strange to him, because their reactions were completely different. When he called Hayasaka AI-chan, she wouldn't get shy. On the contrary, she'd happily respond with Sakurai-chan. But when he called Fujiwara Chika by name, she'd get flustered, and it was the visibly flustered kind her fair face would flush red, her actions would turn shy, and even her voice would be full of sweetness. Chika-chan showed the clear signs of a girl in love more direct than even a confession. Sakurai Saki also got caught up in that romantic atmosphere. He would blush, get so flustered he couldn't speak. He was never good at handling that kind of head-on approach. Last year, when he didn't have feelings for her, he could still suppress his emotions. But this year it was hopeless. So that's how it is, Fujiwara Chika softly said. She thought Sakurai Saki didn't want to call her by name. Turns out, he was just shy. So happy I could die from now on, when it's just the two of us. Can you keep calling me that? Chika-chan said, while placing Sakurai Saki's hand against her cheek. A soft sensation passed from her skin to his hand. The hand holding his tea trembled slightly. Sakurai Saki's right hand shook a bit. Then he set the cup down. Sakurai Saki looked away. Right now, he didn't dare meet Chika's eyes. These sudden kinds of attacks, those were the deadliest. She really was a girl full of surprises. I like you. Chika pressed her cheek against his hand. Like you so much in that moment, things like holding hands didn't seem important anymore. Aren't we doing the finger palm reading? Sakurai Saki tried to bring up a topic. He felt like if things kept going this way, he'd run out of strength before even getting home. Love really is terrifying. I haven't learned it all the way yet. Can we save it for next time? Chika-chan felt like, if she went even a step further, she might just die from happiness. That said, she had absolutely no intention of letting go of Sakurai Saki's left hand. And so, the two of them stayed in the student council room, holding hands for half an hour straight. Lude, 6 p.m., at a KTV near Shinjuku Station. In a private room, a group of young men and women were drinking. A disco ball above flickered with spinning lights, filling the room with strange glimmering patterns. Rika, you're late today. The door opened, and a girl voiced her complaint as she saw the newcomer. Well, she is the Keio University brainiac. Rika-chan, it's been so long, said a short-haired girl. The boy sitting next to the short-haired girl also looked toward the door. Sakurai Saki didn't stare. Tonight, he was playing the role of a cold, young boyfriend. Can't deny it, these clients sure had a lot of demands. The girl at the door, called Rika, looked at the two of them. Akane-chan, the guy next to you, is he your boyfriend? Nice to meet you. Sakurai Saki answered flatly. The other guys in the room also greeted her. Rika, it really has been a long time, hasn't it? Nearly 2 years since we graduated, said a blonde-haired guy. He was the one who organized tonight's gathering. It was a reunion. Everyone present had been in the same high school club. It had been years since they'd seen each other, so they arranged to meet up. Sakurai Saki wasn't interested in their stories. He didn't care if there were love triangles or any messy drama. Still, that blonde guy definitely had his eyes on the girl at the door. Yudo, isn't Rika-chan pretty? The client asked, clinging to Sakurai Saki's arm. Her name was Aoki Akane. Sakurai Saki was familiar with this kind of question. It's a common test in relationships, whether from men or women trying to probe your reaction. Not as pretty as you. Sakurai Saki replied coldly. Yudo, come on. Smile a little, will you? You're always so cold. Aoki Akane pouted. Woman, was it you, is the one who requested this personality? Sakurai Saki was seriously done with this kind of woman. Don't want to smile at anyone but you. Sakurai Saki kept up the persona of a professional rental boyfriend. You're the only exception. The next moment, he gave Aoki Akane a gentle smile. The contrast between his earlier coldness and this sudden warmth hit hard, so hard that this Oji-sama client froze in place for several seconds. Aoki Akane, Yudo, maybe you shouldn't smile. Aoki Akane said, her face flushing red. As expected of a top-class rental boyfriend, he was just too handsome. On top of that, this contrast of cold and gentle was exactly the type she always dreamed of. A cold-hearted man to everyone else, but gentle and sweet just for her. Like a romance novel come to life right before her eyes. Got it, if that's what you want. Sakurai Saki returned to his stoic expression, like a certain Uchiha. You two are just too sweet, a girl commented admiringly. My ex-boyfriend was seriously such a pain. Oh right, Yuzu, wasn't he the guy who confessed to you in front of the whole school last time? Another girl chimed in. Eventually, the group's attention turned to the girl with long, sleek black hair who had just taken a seat beside Aoki Akane. Rika, do you have a boyfriend yet? If not, we can totally set you up. Not yet, Rika replied with a gentle smile. Makes sense. Back in high school, Rika was such a bookworm she didn't care about anything except reading. Listening to their conversation, Sakurai Saki began to piece things together. So this was that classic dynamic: someone sees a former classmate make it into a prestigious university and starts feeling inferior. So they jab at the one area that person supposedly lacks in. Girls are really something. This client likely brought him along to avoid being isolated during this high school reunion. I wish I had a boyfriend like Yudo-kun, another girl said enviously. Same. If my ex had even half of what Yuto Koen has, I wouldn't have broken up with him. The guys in the room shot Sakurai Saki some hostile looks, though nothing too aggressive after all. He already had a girlfriend, so he wasn't a direct threat. Still, they were suspicious. With looks like that, what was he doing with Aoki Akane? Was he just playing around? Got bored of luxury cuisine and decided to rinse his mouth with tap water? This reunion was full of girls these guys had secretly liked back in their high school club days. Most had never confessed, some because the girls already had boyfriends. Others just too afraid of rejection. But this time, they'd done their homework. All the girls were supposedly single now. Only one problem. They missed a detail. One of the girls brought her boyfriend. And that boyfriend? Extremely attractive. Heard he was from Shuchiin Academy? That place was filled with elites, not the kind of people you messed with. So this time, Aoki Akane had automatically been taken off their target list. Once everyone had arrived, the karaoke session officially began. With alcohol loosening people up, the mood quickly became more relaxed. Sakurai Saki, holding a non-alcoholic drink, gently reminded the client beside him, "Akane, don't drink too much." He was worried she'd get drunk and had end up having to escort her home. As someone in the service industry, he couldn't just abandon a client out on the street if they were wasted. "Okay, they'll listen to you," the short-haired client winked at him flirtatiously. Unfortunately, Sakurai Saki didn't respond to that signal at all, because right now his mind was completely focused on the girl named Rika. Not because of her looks, though. She was decently attractive. She still couldn't compare to Fujiwara Chika, Hayasaka AI, or even the Nakano quintuplets. They were all clearly a cut above. No, what caught Sakurai Saki's attention was something else. Rika's emotional state was off. She seemed to be forcing herself to hold it together. Since the moment she walked in, she had barely said anything. Even with makeup, the fatigue on her face couldn't be hidden. Are college students these days really this worn out? Prestigious universities must be absolutely brutal. How long has it been since she had a decent night's sleep? Sakurai Saki glanced again a few more times. In the dim lighting of the karaoke room, he thought he saw a red mark on her neck. When he noticed it clearly, he immediately averted his gaze. A love bite. That was a territory completely beyond Sakurai Saki's reach. A love bite was basically synonymous with a home run. And for someone like Sakurai Saki, who hadn't even had his first kiss, this was an area of experience entirely foreign to him. Looks like she already has a boyfriend. He glanced over at the other male students in the room. Some of them were still sneaking glances at her. If the girl they all secretly admired turned out to already be taken, how was he supposed to break that sad news to them? Forget it. It's not my business anyway. "Hey, Yuto-kun, sing us something," the leader of the male group called out. Sakurai Saki gave a silent nod and stepped up to the microphone in the center of the room. After he left his seat, "Rika-chan, you don't look so good," Aoki Akane said as she sat beside the girl with long, straight black hair. "Yeah," Rika replied half-heartedly. "After I got home last night, I don't know what happened. I just ended up like this. My boat is also really tired. Your face is pale too. Do you want to go to the hospital?" "No need. I've got class tomorrow." Aoki Akane took another close look at her friend. And then she saw the same thing Sakurai Saki had noticed earlier. On her snow-white neck were two very noticeable red marks. Naruhodo, Aoki Akane immediately understood. So was overexertion, huh? "Rika-chan, take care of yourself, okay?" Was it really possible to get this exhausted just from that? At first, Aoki Akane had still been toying with the idea of romance. But now, she extinguished that thought completely. If she ever felt like falling in love again, she'd just find someone like Yuto instead. Sure, it cost a fair bit of money, but at least for a while, she wouldn't have to worry about being hurt again. Back in high school, the two of them had been quite close. Even though they were now attending different universities, they still kept in touch by phone. In fact, Aoki Akane was the one who had invited Rika to this reunion in the first place. "Thanks." When Sakurai Saki returned to his seat, he noticed that his client seemed to be getting ready to leave. Upon hearing the reason from her, he didn't object. After all, their 3-hour session was almost up. Spending the remaining time walking her out was part of the job, too. And so, the three of them left the KTV venue. At first, Sakurai Saki thought he'd have to escort them the entire way home, but the two girls ended up calling a taxi. So many people have money these days. Or perhaps more accurately, a girl who could afford to hire a top-tier rental boyfriend obviously wasn't short on spending cash. On a busy street near Shinjuku Station, people bustled back and forth. Sakurai Saki looked up at the evening sky, then quietly stepped into the station. "No, I don't feel very good about that girl named Rika. She doesn't seem to know why she's so tired. Something clearly happened to her." Chapter 84. The girl I met online is an angel Saturday. On the weekend before the Golden Week holiday, Sakurai Saki just wanted to lazily stay at home. But life never goes the way we want. Have you ever heard of Murphy's Law? If something has a chance of going wrong, no matter how small, it will definitely go wrong. Hey Race, a simple example. In a certain gacha game that starts with the letter G and has a pity threshold of 90 rolls, around the final 15 rolls, there's always someone who thinks no matter how unlucky they are, there's no way the item drops on the final pull, right? And yet it happens. Humans can choose not to believe in anything, but they absolutely must believe in their own bad luck. All of the above comes from Sakurai Saki's gacha experience. It's currently 9:30 a.m., and Sakurai Saki is getting ready to head to Gabriel's place. Just now, Gabriel had sent out a distress signal. "Aki, if you don't come, I'm gonna die." Gabriel. Even though he knew she was probably exaggerating, Sakurai Saki couldn't completely rule out the possibility that it was true. Gabriel's apartment is in Nakano, Tokyo. The area has convenient transportation, cheap housing, so the population density is fairly high. Gabriel is a useless angel, living off subsidies from heaven, and even has to work part-time to survive because she spends too much money on gacha. For her, living in this area is all about saving on expenses and spending more on microtransactions. Speaking of money, there's something worth mentioning. A few months ago, Gabriel once suggested that Sakurai Saki become her sponsor and support her financially. Just 300,000 yen a month, she said, and she'd always be there for him no matter what. She even threw in exorcism services. Having an angel as a companion sound amazing, right? That's what she said. After that, Sakurai Saki glanced around the trash-filled room and the pitch-black halo hovering above her head, and promptly refused. If he really had a sponsor in Sugar Angel, he'd want someone way better, someone who could offer more than just a pretty face and an addiction to gaming and microtransactions. Leaving Higashi Nakano Station, he passed through a bustling shopping district. By a little past 10 a.m., Sakurai Saki was standing in front of a slightly run-down apartment complex. 2 floors, stairway on the side, no front gate. Scary as hell. Only someone like Gabriel would dare to live in a place like this. If a criminal or a pervert came here, forget taking her money, he'd be lucky to escape without having to pay her instead. But Gabriel wouldn't care about how those criminals felt. All she thought about was making money. Heaven had a quota system for angels on earth. The more good deeds they did, the higher their monthly subsidy. For demons, it was the opposite. The more bad deeds, the more money. Under those conditions, Gabriel would do anything for money. As for those unlucky criminals who got beaten up by a petite girl and possibly left with PTSD, Sakurai Saki had no idea. Climbing the stairs, ignoring the creaking sounds from the rusty iron steps beneath him, Sakurai Saki reached the second floor. Standing in front of room F206, Sakurai Saki pulled the key from his pocket. He slid it into the lock, fiddled with it for a bit, and finally got it to turn. The door creaked open. This apartment felt like it was just a few years away from collapsing. The sense of danger was palpable. Only Gabriel would dare live here. Sakurai Saki wasn't exaggerating. Gabriel was the only one living in this apartment right now. Even though the rent was dirt cheap, the low safety and looming risk of collapse made it uninhabitable for most sane people. Hum, hum, hum. A cheerful tune rang out from inside the room. The moment Sakurai Saki pushed open the door, he was hit with a powerful psychic attack right to the face. This is what she calls about to die. Saki felt his fist starting to clench. Da-da-da-da-da-dam, don't she? Gabriel hummed along to the melody. Da 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 dam dusuka. Gabriel Sakurai sa. What the hell kind of song is that? Is she insulting herself? He had heard that song before, Dada Dada Tenshi, a track about a useless angel. But hearing it come out of Gabriel's mouth just felt wrong somehow. After changing his shoes at the entrance and stepping through the living room, Sakurai Saki took one glance at the mountain of trash scattered across the floor, and instantly his face was covered in dark lines. 1 year ago, when he first met Gabriel, she was still a model angel, gentle, kind, polite. But now, how did she end up like this in just 1 short year? The drug known as video games sure does ruin people. Too bad angels are immune to electric shock therapy, or Sakurai Saki would have already dragged her off for a forced internet detox. Ignoring the trash in the living room, Sakurai Saki pushed open the bedroom door. Inside, a long-haired girl with messy hair, wearing only underwear and a large, baggy long-sleeve shirt, was sprawled out on the floor. On her left was a half-finished can of soda, and on her right was a torn bag of potato chips. The angel's halo flickers like it's about to go out. She happened to sing that line just then. At the same time, Sakurai Saki caught sight of the halo above her head, pitch black, glowing with darkness. Gabby. Sakurai Saki ghosted up silently behind her. And then he witnessed something. She moved even more stiffly than a 1,000-year-old zombie. Gabriel turned her head around, as if her movements were being slowed down tenfold. A few seconds later, she blinked once. "Oh, good morning." Sakurai Saki glanced at the gloomy room, silently walked over to the window, and pulled the curtain open. Whoosh! With the warm spring sunlight pouring into the room, the angel Gabriel somehow reacted like a vampire getting scorched by the sun. She quickly raised her hands to shield her eyes. "It's too bright. Oki, close the curtain. I'm dying here." Sakurai Saki turned back, walked over to her, and firmly grabbed both of her hands, peeling them away from the small face that was completely covered. "You stayed up all night again, didn't you?" Gabriel looked as withered as a literal corpse. "Why?" She screeched like some gay vampire crawling out of the depths of the ocean. Sakurai Saki, out of patience, reached up and yanked the halo off her head, taking out a handkerchief from his pocket and giving it a good wipe. "Your halo, you angels. Why can a mere mortal even touch this thing?" Seeing him seriously polishing the ring, Gabriel suddenly blushed. "That's because I'm controlling it on purpose. We angels only let people we like touch our halo." "Seriously?" Sakurai Saki looked at her with pure suspicion. Hearing that, Gabriel dropped the act and deadpanned. "That thing's just for decoration." As soon as she finished, a new halo, lighter, translucent, pale yellow, appeared floating above her head. After finishing cleaning the ring in his hand, Sakurai Saki placed it back onto her head. "So why did you call me over?" Gabriel squirmed awkwardly. "I'm starving to death." "You're out of money?" Gabriel replied sheepishly. "I have to wait a while for my part-time paycheck." Sakurai Saki let out a long sigh, then reached in his coat pocket, pulled out his wallet, and took out a few 10,000 bills. He sat down in front of Gabriel, then tap, 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 slapped the bills straight into her face. After venting a bit, Sakurai spoke, "Pay me back next month." But after he said that, he felt like something wasn't quite right. Glancing at the can of Coke and the snack bag on the floor, Saki frowned. Where did these come from? Hearing that, Gabriel immediately sprang up from the floor and dove into Sakurai Saki's arms. Though lazy about cleaning, as an angel her body was always kept immaculate. There wasn't even a speck of dirt on her. "Aki, Daisuke." Gabriel looked at him with sparkling, love-filled eyes. Sakurai Saki gave her a glance, then slapped more bills right in her face. "Stop using the same trick." This brat had scammed money out of him more than once with that move before. But just like how Saint Seiya never falls for the same attack, twice neither do espers. 200,000 yen per month, Gabriel mumbled, as if negotiating. She meant sugar baby allowance. "That's way too expensive." "Just 150,000 yen a month," Gabriel replied, giving him the most pitiful eyes imaginable. Sakurai Saki shoved her out of his lap with visible annoyance. I wouldn't take you even if you were free. That pile of snacks and cola must have been her last desperate attempt to cling to survival. Saki knew Gabriel too well shed rather starve than give up junk food. If it weren't for that incorruptible nature unique to angels, she'd probably be a chubby round ball by now. Apparently, the law of conservation of energy didn't apply to angels. No matter how many calories and how much fat she stuffed in her body, it stayed small, flat-chested like a highway too. But seriously giving up meals just to afford snacks? This angel was beyond salvation. Ding dong, just as Gabriel prepared to throw herself into Saki's lap again, the doorbell rang. Her face lit up instantly. My savior's here. You invited someone else too? Saki blinked in surprise. Cast the net wide, catch as many fish as possible, pick the fattest one to keep. Gabriel spoke with a mysterious glint in her eyes. You handle my finances, and Vignette takes care of my daily needs. She counted her fingers while listing her long-term sugar baby survival plan step by step. The two of them went to the door. As soon as it opened, a short-haired girl with dark purple hair immediately threw her arms around Gabriel. Vignette, like a worried mother, gently checked Gabriel all over from head to toe with her hands. What's wrong? Gab, are you not feeling well? Sakurai Saki replied coldly. Her poverties flared up again, and simultaneously flared up. Chronic laziness, internet addiction, severe procrastination, academic burnout, and crippling social anxiety. Vignette's gentle expression immediately twisted. It was like someone had just hit the exit mother mode button. Vignette. Through clenched teeth, she growled. Gabriel, you call me over early in the morning for this? I'm hungry, Gabriel screamed in response. WHYD, you bring so many ingredients. Saki asked, surprised, as he noticed the large grocery bag slung behind Vignette. The bag was stuffed full of nutritious ingredients meant to replenish a worn-out body. Vignette, let me be your sugar daddy, Sakurai Saki suddenly shouted. Now, this was the kind of angel worth sponsoring. That Gabriel thing? She could go back to hell and be a fallen. Kotowaru refuse. Vignette snapped back sharply. Now I see why you two get along so well. A pair of absolute teases. The both of them. It's almost noon. Let me cook us something. Vignette changed into indoor shoes, picked up the grocery bag, and headed for the kitchen. But as she stepped into the room, her eyes widened in disbelief. This place was filthier than the blood-soaked pits of hell where little demons were raised. Was this really the home of an angel? Vignette, help me clean up a little, okay? Gabriel pleaded with a whiny tone. Do your own damn chores. Sakurai Saki cut in. Every time he visited, he used to help this useless angel clean up, but this time he was officially done. TCH. Gabriel clicked her tongue and reluctantly moved to the sofa. Then she bent down, arched her back, and with her small, round rear poking up, she lifted the hem of her long-sleeved shirt, subtly revealing a pair of pure white panties, modest yet slightly teasing. Geek up. Put some clothes on. Vignette snapped back to reality. There's still a guy in the room. Why the hell wasn't she dressed properly? Now he's seen everything. Oh. Gabriel casually tossed a soda bottle into the trash bag, stood up, and lazily tugged her shirt down a bit. Vignette dropped all thoughts of cooking. She put the grocery bag down and urgently dragged Gabriel into her bedroom. Sakurai Saki, however, didn't quite get why Vignette was so worked up. He was so close with Gabriel that he no longer even thought of her as a girl. Besides, angels had a rather peculiar concept of romance. They valued emotional connection far more than the physical. That's what Gabriel told him. In heaven, we still write letters to express feelings, like during the Heian period in Japan. Male and female angels exchange love letters. So I think, compared to real-life romance, love and games might actually suit angels better. Then she asked Saki if she could use that reasoning to campaign for developing internet access in heaven. To this day, heaven still hadn't built any wireless towers. There was no internet access up there. Computers were treated as taboo, forbidden on the grounds they could corrupt an angel's soul. Even bringing one in was banned. So Gabriel cared a lot about this issue. But Saki thought if heaven really did get internet, this lazy angel would become completely useless. Right now, she was only half useless. There was still hope. He carried the groceries to the kitchen and started rinsing a few ingredients. A few minutes later, Gabriel was shoved out of the room by Vignette, now wearing her school uniform. Next time, in buying a full-body pajama. The hamster kind, Gabriel grumbled. Even at home, she had to wear her school uniform, just to keep Sakurai Saki in check. But what was there to guard against, anyway? Gabriel always thought their relationship was purely platonic. There was absolutely no romantic interest between them. Could you even fall in love with your best friend? Probably not, right? Even if he was good-looking, paid for her in-game purchases, and occasionally took care of her. Gabriel, wait a sec. That doesn't sound too bad, actually. If they were seriously dating, she could save on living expenses and totally mooch off him like a parasite. Wasn't that the ideal partner? Okay, let's get married. Gabriel suddenly shouted at Sakurai Saki. Slap. Vignette lightly smacked Gabriel on the head. Girls can't just blurt things like that out. I wouldn't take you even if you came free. Sakurai Saki coldly rejected her. Then he went right back to chopping vegetables. Need help? Vignette offered. Remembering the time Shed tasted Sakurai Saki's cooking before. The two had first met thanks to Gabriel. Back then, Gabriel hadn't fallen, yet she was still a top student at the Angel Academy. Vignette's eyes grew misty as she remembered that past version of Gabriel. Why had Gabriel ended up as such a lazy, worthless angel? Suddenly, Sakurai Saki felt a chill run down his spine. He was the one who first pulled Gabriel into the gamer's world. And now, he regretted it deeply. Chapter 85. Shirogane Miyuki wants to sing Excuse Me. What do you think about the fact that young people nowadays often stay up late? On the TV screen was a talk show segment discussing the issue of teenagers staying up late. The person being interviewed was an elderly person. 3 people were sitting on the sofa watching TV after lunch. Gabriel was originally planning to go back to gaming, but was held back by Sakurai Saki and Vignette. Staying up late? At my age, how can I even sleep anymore? The youth need to strive and work hard. Even if you tell them to sleep, they can't. They've got exams to study, for society nowadays is full of pressure. And young people carry heavy burdens too. It was clear this retired elder was still quite sharp. A moment later, when the elder shifted to discussing social issues, the screen switched to a young woman. Excuse me, how many times have you stayed up late recently? The girl smiled gently with a pale, sickly face. I haven't been staying up late recently. Sakurai Saki looked at the girl, and then at Gabriel. The girl claimed she wasn't staying up late, but she looked even paler than Gabriel. Another young woman was interviewed next. She also didn't look very lively. Lately, I've been staying up late less. Staying up late is bad for the skin, and to take better care of it, I think sleeping early is better. Why does this feel like déjà vu? Sakurai Saki suddenly showed a pensive expression. He went silent for a few seconds. Then he asked, Gab-chan, have you noticed anything unusual lately? As an angel, Gabriel had a sharper ability to sense danger nearby. Within the Tokyo area, an angel like Gabriel was better at detecting hidden threats than Sakurai Saki, who didn't possess any suitable supernatural abilities. Just now, Sakurai Saki suddenly recalled a passage from the future diary, with the final line warning him to beware of monsters. And that girl from karaoke last Thursday seemed suspicious as well. Not really. Gabriel looked at the TV board. Compared to this dull interview, what she wanted most right now was to return to her room and game. Oh, maybe I'm just overthinking it. Sakurai Saki replied. Next to him, Vignette asked curiously, did something strange happen? If she could help in any way. Vigna, you're a demon, right? Gabriel still couldn't figure out why Vignette was so gentle. Wasn't she worried about her living expenses? As a demon, if you don't commit bad deeds, your living expenses will get cut. Although she herself, as an angel, hadn't exactly done many good deeds either. Gabriel suddenly began to doubt her own identity as an angel. She wondered if she should move to the demon world instead. Living a lazy life like this, if she were a demon rather than an angel, should be granted quite a generous amount of living expenses. But if she did that, she had the feeling her demon Wani-san would beat her senseless. Thinking of that, Gabriel shivered and gave up that tempting idea. But Sakurai-san did run into some trouble. Vignette said worriedly. It's not quite at the level of trouble yet. Sakurai Saki replied calmly. Then he recounted the incident he experienced the other day to the two of them. After listening, Vignette's expression turned serious. It feels like the work of succubus. But draining that much life force is a violation of demon law. Demon law? Demons have to follow laws too? So the demon world is actually a law-based society? Demons who break the laws of the demon world get brought to the demon court for trial. Then they, relocked in a vehicle and driven 3 laps around the boulevard outside the court, while being scorned by demon world citizens. Sakurai Saki. Maybe demons are more law-abiding than humans. After all, in human society, there's no shortage of people who know the law, break it anyway, and still roam free without consequence. Succubus, huh? As soon as Gabriel heard that word, she instantly lost all interest. Succubi in the demon world? Honestly, it was kind of embarrassing. They usually just suck life energy and don't really do anything else. Moreover, humans had a fundamental misunderstanding about succubi. A succubus wasn't a species, it was a job. Kind of like a host or bar hostess in the human world part of the less respectable service industry. Succubus. Boy, would you like to come play with Wani-san for a bit? Vigna, what do you plan to do in the future? Sign a servant contract? Or become a succubus? Gabriel said this while giving Vignette a few lecherous glances, like a dirty old man. Vignette immediately hugged her chest. There's no way I'd ever do those kinds of jobs. Vignette and Gabriel. Sakurai Saki listened to the two of them talking and internally breathed a sigh of relief. If the entity in question was a succubus from the demon world, that kind of embarrassment, then there wasn't much to worry about. However, he still had a lingering sense that things wouldn't be that simple. Saturday passed at Gabriel's house, and Sakurai Saki had basically accomplished his goal, enjoying a lazy weekend. Life at Gabriel's place wasn't much different from being at his own home. Yesterday's superpower had been teleportation, but since he didn't use it much, nothing went wrong, so there was no need to elaborate. Come Sunday, Sakurai Saki initially thought he'd be able to stay indoors. But then, Shirogane Miyuki invited him over. Sakurai Saki thought about it for a moment, then didn't decline. He brought along some study materials, planning to exchange study tips with Shirogane Miyuki. The monthly exam right after Golden Week was approaching, and Sakurai Saki wanted to trample Kagaya beneath his feet. So he needed to put in more effort. Since he'd be tutoring the Nakano sisters for a few days over Golden Week, he wasn't too worried. Tutoring while studying this kind of job might actually be better than had expected. Aside from having to deal with a few spoiled rich girl personalities, the only real downside was the difficulty. After all, it was a mission to turn 5 idiots back into normal human beings, though whether Miku was really an idiot was still debatable. Sakurai Saki felt like she had just been slacking off last year, but actually had the potential to study well. When he arrived at the Shirogane residence in Setagaya, it was just past 9 a.m. Standing in front of the door, Sakurai Saki took out his phone and texted Shirogane Miyuki. A moment later, the door opened. Shirogane, good morning, Sakurai Saki greeted. Then he saw Shirogane Miyuki sneakily peek out from behind the door. Student Council President Shirogane stepped up to Sakurai Saki and whispered, Sakurai, there's something I want to talk to you about. Sakurai Saki... That sneaky posture of yours, if someone didn't know better, they'd think you were dragging me off to rob a bank. Ahem, you see, Sakurai. Shirogane Miyuki began speaking as they walked. I heard you're really good at singing. Sakurai Saki froze. He stood rooted in place. He had a pretty good idea of what the other person was thinking. About that, Shirogane, I've got something to do. Sakurai started backing away. I knew it. You wouldn't agree. I mean, I know what my singing voice is like. Shirogane Miyuki said with a dejected look. Had never been good at singing since he was little. Back in middle school, during choir class, even his classmates had gently suggested he just lip sync. Shirogane Miyuki really wanted to sing well, but he just didn't have the ability. He hated it. He hated himself for being like this. Aside from academics, Shirogane Miyuki had countless flaws. He was definitely the hard-working genius type, but his talent only extended to studying. Sakurai Saki was originally about to run, but when he saw the other boy's eyes like a puppy that had just been abandoned, he couldn't bring himself to say no. Shirogane, you know what? Your singing voice is no different from a pile of rotting meat. Hey, that's too harsh. Is my voice really that bad? Shirogane Miyuki was in utter disbelief. He knew he wasn't good, but was it really that terrible? Sorry, it might actually be worse than that, Sakurai said mercilessly. All right, let's just let you hear it yourself in a bit. The two walked into the living room. Shirogane Miyuki poured him a cup of tea. Sakurai Saki accepted the cup, took a sip, then commented, Shirogane, your tea-making skills aren't on par with Shinomiya-san's. He didn't like lying. She's a properly trained Oju-sama. After all, comparing her to me is really putting me on a pedestal I don't deserve, Shirogane Miyuki replied without taking offense. Every student council member had tasted Shinomiya Kagaya's tea-making before it was exceptional. Sakurai Saki's coffee-making skills were on a similar level. As long as you work hard, you can do anything. That's what I always believe, Sakurai said calmly. Even singing? Shirogane. Sorry, forgot to add a condition except singing, Sakurai answered honestly. He truly didn't want to hear that voice again. It wasn't just off-key anymore. Calling it rotting meat was being generous. If a siren's voice was enchanting enough to lure sailors to their doom, then Shirogane Miyuki's singing was lethal in a much more direct way. It didn't give the sailors any time to react. They died the moment they heard it. This wasn't exaggeration. It was fact. Sakurai, you're crushing my confidence here. Shirogane Miyuki laughed awkwardly. Still, I'd say I'm at least at an average person's level. Well then, Sakurai Saki took out his phone and opened a voice recorder. Do you want to hear for yourself? Shirogane Miyuki gulped. 2 minutes later, Shirogane lay sprawled on the floor, clutching his head. Eyes blank. That was really my voice? Sakurai confirmed with certainty. So why did Shirogane Miyuki suddenly want to practice singing? It probably had something to do with Shinomiya Kagaya's invitation. On Friday, she announced that the student council would hold their first group activity on the first day of Golden Week, and the choice was karaoke. Everyone had cheerfully agreed. Among them, Fujiwara Chika was the most enthusiastic. She even smiled brightly at Shirogane and said how much she was looking forward to hearing him sing. At that moment, Sakurai Saki nearly burst out laughing. The rest of the student council probably had no idea how horrifying Shirogane's voice truly was. But Sakurai, who had been his close friend for over a year, how could he not know? Had once had the misfortune of hearing it, and to this day, he still couldn't forget. Not because it was good, but because it was memorably bad. Sakurai versus PTSD. Looks like, and beyond saving, Shirogane muttered. Had initially thought that with a few days of practice, he could raise his singing from slightly below average to acceptable. But now, that was clearly wishful thinking. Nah, I think you're still savable, Sakurai denied bluntly. He was confident enough to tutor the 5 Nakano sisters. Was he really going to be defeated by just Shirogane? As an Esper, failure wasn't an option. First, we'll start with scales, Sakurai said, pulling out his phone and opening a basic music app. This is dumb, Shirogane repeated. Sakurai tilted his head. A bit off pitch, but still within an acceptable range. 10 minutes later, this is La, Sakurai said, demonstrating. 30 minutes later, Sakurai had both hands covering his face. Maybe it was time to use psychic powers after all. Today's superpower, mechanical reconstruction effect, can permanently mechanize any object. If it's an animal, it gains intelligence on par with humans. If it's a human, their organs and physical abilities can be enhanced. Side effect, none. Lately, the daily random abilities hadn't come with any side effects. But Sakurai didn't care anymore. When you owe so much, debt collectors don't scare you. Instead of worrying about dangerous powers that might show up in the future, he figured he should just conserve his energy while he could. After all, if he mechanized Shiragene's vocal cords, the guy would instantly become a singing genius. Huh. Now, that would be the perfect solution. Ahem, just kidding, of course. Honestly, even Sakurai Saki himself had no idea how to teach this guy. He never imagined there'd be a day when he'd have to teach someone music. Shiragane, how about you spend some of your free time today practicing pronunciation? Well, work on rhythm and tempo during lunch break tomorrow, Sakurai said with a smile. Sorry, Shiragane. I'm just a useless bum. You should really find yourself a different master. Maybe check a pawn shop and see if there's some old man's soul trapped in a ring somewhere. Or just pray I get a power tomorrow that's actually useful for teaching you. Sakurai. Shiragane, would you be okay with becoming a cyborg? Sakurai suddenly asked. I'd prefer to stay human, Shiragane replied without missing a beat. He had absolutely no idea that he had just turned down an offer that could have made him the next Iron Man. All right then, Sakurai said, respecting his decision. This power was irreversible, better to use it carefully. Shiragane didn't think too much of it. Sakurai had a few weird days every month, anyway, sometimes saying strange things, sometimes acting like a completely different person. All right, where's Kei-chan? After their singing session ended, Sakurai finally noticed that Shiragane Kei was nowhere to be seen. She usually delivered newspapers part-time on weekends, but it was nearly noon and she still wasn't back. She went shopping with Secretary Fujiwara, Shiragane replied. Oh, Sakurai nodded, then asked, does she have enough spending money? If not, I should give her a bit more. Girls should be raised with proper care, and at Kei's age, she was probably starting to get into makeup. Cosmetics could get expensive, and if she was out shopping with another girl, she'd probably be spending on clothes too. Shiragane's expression turned a little odd at that. She's Fina. Why are you worrying about this stuff? Kei-chan isn't even your sister. This guy had always been close to Kei, honestly. He acted more like an older brother than Shiragane himself. Sometimes, a sudden wave of danger swept over Shiragane. At this rate, his spot as actual big brother might seriously get stolen. But Kei-chan always calls me Oni-chan, doesn't she? Sakurai replied casually. She calls you Saki and I, okay? That's totally different from me-san or Oni-chan. Shiragane immediately emphasized. Sakurai heard that and gave him a sideways glare. Damn Siscon. He could only hope that when the day came Kei-chan got married, Shiragane wouldn't end up bawling his eyes out. Shiragane. Kei and her husband Kei-chan in OO. Chapter 86. Fujiwara Chika walks right into the trap on Monday morning after washing his face. Sakurai Saki got ready to go out for a jog. The place he usually chose was Kamizawa Olympic Park. Not far from his apartment building, a light jog of a little over 10 minutes would get him there. The park had a jogging trail reserved for pedestrians, and in the early mornings, there were often many people walking their dogs, mostly locals from nearby. This park wasn't particularly big, and aside from being able to admire the ginkgo trees in autumn, it didn't have any remarkable features. Compared to the small park near his home, if Sakurai really wanted to see ginkgo trees, he'd probably wait until around November or December and head to Meiji Jingugan. The Ginkgo Avenue there was very famous, stretching 300 meters long, and just one glance would make it feel like it reached straight up into the sky. On the way to the park, as he passed through a nearby residential area, Sakurai saw quite a few elderly people who had gotten up early, watering flowers and trimming bonsai trees. When passing a small alley, he came across several cats walking along the fences of the houses. They moved with the elegant gait typical of felines, lazily glancing at him with eyes full of proud contempt. Compared to those carefree, leisurely living cats, a student like Sakurai Saki clearly didn't have it that easy. Feeling slightly irritated by the mocking looks from the cats, he stopped and gently stomped his foot. With that motion, the shadow beneath Sakurai's feet suddenly moved swiftly. The cats on the wall still didn't seem to grasp the consequences of provoking an esper, continuing to look at Sakurai with disinterest. One even raised its paw to lick it a few times. Sakurai's shadow quietly crawled up the wall in an unnatural manner. A few seconds later, it extended a hand and grabbed the shadow of one of the cats. Niani. The cat whose shadow was snatched immediately went limp, as if all its strength had left its body, and it dropped off the wall like a mosquito getting zapped and falling to the ground. Sakurai didn't bother catching it. Thud! Came the sound as the black cat hit the ground hard. In the very next moment, the remaining cats, seemingly terrified by the scene, scattered and ran off. Sakurai glanced at his own shadow. The shadow beneath his feet was currently holding onto the cat's shadow, which was wildly struggling in its grasp. With a mere thought, Sakurai released the cat's shadow. But when it tried to return to its body, it realized it couldn't go back anymore. This was today's ability, and this was the second time he had drawn this power, which happened to be a good opportunity to test it again. Today's superpower, Shadow Extraction Effect. Able to extract the shadow of other living beings or manipulate his own shadow to attack enemies. Creatures who lose their shadow will lose half their soul. This ability cannot affect or harm the user themselves. Side effect: the user's shadow can act independently. Its behavior is based on the user's own style of conduct. Losing half a soul, huh? Sakurai glanced at the cat's body lying on the ground. It had wobbled back to its feet, but its demeanor was somewhat sluggish, its eyes vacant, looking rather dumb. It had a few healed scars on its body, seemed like it hadn't been treated well in the past. Nyan? The black cat swayed as it walked, starting to move sideways like a crab. Sakurai raised an eyebrow. A black cat that once walked with grace, why was it now so offbeat? Sakurai Saki walked up behind it, picked it up, and turned it around. Lifeless eyes like a dead fish. Looks like the impact is no joke. Since this ability only worked on living beings, its destructive power wasn't too high. At the moment, Sakurai still couldn't extract shadows en masse. Moreover, his own shadow didn't have the same combat capability as in real life. If he extracted too many, they would become difficult to control. Sakurai looked down. His shadow was currently being held in a headlock by a cat. The cat's shadow clung tightly to the head of his shadow, like a facehugger from Alien, latching on with a terrifying death grip. It was disturbingly intense, biting down with such force that it gave one the creeps. This cat was no ordinary one. While his own shadow was so weak there was really nothing else to say. Saki-kun's shadow combat power won Nico-chan. It might not even be able to beat the goose at the edge of the village. No joke. Nowadays, even a high school student might not be able to take on a white goose, that terrifying creature that always targets people's calves and bites down. Most people would probably agree it's scary. Note, I tried it when I was little. Damn goose was terrifying. Sakurai Saki silently observed for a few more minutes. Then he decided to release control over the cat's shadow. Until he gave permission, a creature whose shadow had been extracted wouldn't be able to return to its body on its own. Sakurai's shadow peeled the cat off its head. But before it could release it, the cat's shadow began struggling violently, and within seconds, it actually escaped from the grasp of his shadow, which couldn't even defeat that goose. Strangely, after escaping, it didn't return to its body right away. Instead, it ran along the shadows of the nearby residential area and vanished. Maybe it was feline instinct avoiding danger. Sakurai looked toward the end of the alley, quietly picked up the cat's body, and walked out of that narrow alley. A shadow couldn't stray too far from its body, so even if it ran, it wouldn't get very far. Sakurai carried the cat to the park, placed it on a bench by the path, and then started jogging. Along the way, quite a few young women were walking their dogs, and all of them stopped in their tracks when they saw Sakurai. Being local residents, the real reason they walked their dogs in the park every morning came down to just one thing: to admire the dreamy face of that high school boy. The most handsome boy in 1,000 years. That was Sakurai Saki's title in the hearts of the One-San, the moms, and the widows. Lately, I heard some middle schoolers have been capturing stray cats and torturing them to death. So cruel. Really? That's unbelievable. A young woman walking her dog chatted with her friend. Sakurai didn't care much. Although abusing cats was a terrible thing, it had nothing to do with him. While Sakurai was jogging, next to the bench, the black cat's shadow was staring intently at its own body. After a few seconds, it still hadn't taken any action. It turned its head and glanced at a nearby Shiba Inu lying on the ground, then ran over to it and swiped its dark claw at the dog's shadow. Scratch! A hair-thin cut appeared on the Shiba's neck, and blood oozed out. Woof, woof, woof. Attacked for no reason, the Shiba immediately began barking like crazy. The cat's shadow raised its paw, tilted its head as if puzzled. A few seconds later, it ran to a nearby tree branch and scratched at its shadow, but there was no reaction at all. With its limited intelligence, it couldn't comprehend why it had become like this. But it did understand one thing: it could hurt other animals. And that one fact alone was enough for this grudge-holding black cat to start seeking revenge. At that moment, Sakurai Saki had just finished a full lap around the park. Then he saw the cat's shadow charging straight at his own shadow. Trying to attack me? Thinking it can hurt me? Sorry, I'm not that weak. A sniper can be shot. Actively controlling the shadow, the once weak shadow that couldn't even beat a goose now had its combat strength boosted to a terrifying level. He walked over to the bench. The Shiba Inu next to it was still barking noisily. After stuffing the cat's shadow back in, Sakurai noticed that the little black cat's eyes now held a spark of intelligence. It regained its senses for standing on end, glaring at Sakurai with narrowed eyes, and let out threatening SSS sounds. A few seconds later, it turned and ran off without looking back. Sakurai watched the cat's retreating figure, falling into deep thought. Shadows could hurt others, but they couldn't stray far from their bodies unless the body was dead. Seems like this isn't just a simple mistake. In recent days, the information from the future Sakurai had never once forgotten it. What kind of mistake had he made that led to the outcome of having to return with Chika to ensure her safety? From a moment the cat's shadow escaped his control, Sakurai had started to doubt, could this incident itself be what brings danger to Chika? But when he considered that a shadow couldn't stray far from its body, he dismissed the possibility. Unless the cat was killed, its shadow couldn't truly break free from its limit. Or maybe I was warned in advance, and the future has already changed? But that would be a paradox, because the very nature of the future diary was merely a kind of precognitive ability. It simply delivered information into the present. There was no such thing as a future self. As for himself 5 years from now, that's a different story. Based on predictions, by then he would be able to fully control his supernatural abilities, so using them to send information to the past still made sense. Sakurai's mind was now tangled like a knot. He looked over at the Shiba Inu tied next to the bench. Woof! The dog was tied to the leg of the bench with a leash. Its owner didn't seem to be nearby at the moment. Sakurai noticed a faint scratch on its neck. The bleeding had already stopped. If that cat were to get away, with the grudge-holding nature of felines, people around him might truly be in danger. An assassin from the shadows. Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. Fortunately, he had been prepared in advance. Thinking that, Sakurai glanced at the still barking dog. Could it be that the original development was the dog getting angry and killing the cat? But Shiba Inus weren't known to be aggressive. Whatever. Since it's been resolved, no need to overthink it. He'll just bring Chika home tomorrow. That power, Sakurai Saki likely wouldn't be able to use it again today. He glanced at his phone. Seeing that it was almost time, he didn't linger. After he left, a few middle schoolers passed by the small park. They looked around, but didn't see the stray cat anywhere, revealing disappointed expressions. In a place Sakurai Saki was completely unaware of, the black cat from earlier, after running off, had dashed onto the street and was hit by a speeding car. It collapsed, dying by the side of the road. At the same time, in the shadows of a small alley beside the street, a woman with blonde hair, full-figured, wearing a striking red evening gown, was staring intently at the scene, murmuring softly, "Bake Nico." When a cat dies in immense resentment, it may resurrect and transform into a yukai, called a Bake Nico, shape-shifting cat. However, a newborn yukai like this had nothing to do with her. Kiss shot Asralaura in heart underblade, let out a long yawn, looking bored. She hadn't come to this city to play around with tiny little yukai like that. I wonder if this place could be the site of my grave. She had lived too long, so long that continuing to live no longer held meaning. After losing her purpose for existence, Kishot now found joy only in searching for death. But as a vampire, her regenerative powers were far too strong. Even sunlight, terrifying to others of her kind, couldn't harm her. Garlic? Useless. Holy crosses? Amen. If only someone could kill me, that would be wonderful. On Kishot's flawless, fair, beautiful face, a trace of longing appeared. Then, she melted into the shadows of a nearby building, vanishing. Monday morning at Shuchiin Academy always began with a weekly flag-raising ceremony. Aside from the usual speeches, there was one indispensable segment, the chorus performance of the school's traditional song. Hold your head high and gaze at the deep blue sky toward the distant peak of Mount Fuji. Soar up with the cool breeze. Can this song reach that far? The singing echoed throughout the great hall. Fujiwara Chika, the conductor in charge of the chorus, listened to the singing of the entire student body and looked extremely satisfied. She paid special attention to certain individuals, the members of the student council. Kagae-sen, extremely serious. Saki-kun, singing properly too, though his face showed no emotion. Ishigami-kun, slumped down, giving up on life. President Shirogane. At that moment, the baton in Chika's hand froze for a second. This was the first time she actually observed him closely. And then Chika noticed something strange. Lip syncing? He's lip syncing? Chika couldn't believe her eyes. The one wearing the pure gold emblem representing the 200-year legacy of Shuchiin Academy, the representative of the students, the president of the student council, was lip-syncing the school anthem. And even then, his expression and movements were stiff like an unoiled robot. Shirogane. The school anthem of Shuchiin was the same from elementary to middle to high school, so almost no student didn't know it, unless they were admitted from another school. But it had been over a year already, and he still hadn't memorized the school song? That was just too bizarre. Was it that he didn't want to sing? Or couldn't remember the lyrics? Could it be that the president was cursed? Sing and you die? Or maybe he just didn't like singing? As for the possibility of can't remember the lyrics, Chika immediately dismissed it. A guy who could rank first in the entire grade couldn't memorize the lyrics of the school anthem? Yakamashi. After the flag-raising ceremony ended, Fujiwara Chika sneakily rushed over to Sakurai Saki, who was getting ready to leave the auditorium. She discreetly tugged at his sleeve. Sakurai Saki was pulled by her to a secluded corner of the hall. A few students glanced at them, but upon realizing who they were, didn't find it odd. After all, this pair was a publicly recognized couple at the academy. Saki-kun, did you notice? President Shirogane was lip-syncing just now. He wasn't actually singing. Chika acted all mysterious, whispering like she had just uncovered a national secret. Sakurai Saki. Ooh. Yabai. If Fujiwara Chika found out that Shirogane Miyuki was tone-deaf beyond saving, she would definitely roast him mercilessly. Thinking quickly, Saki decided he had to protect this secret, at least until he managed to teach that best friend of his how to sing properly. Yesterday, Shirogane had dragged him into a whole afternoon of vocal practice, trying everything but unable to escape from his domain expansion. You're torturing hell. Saki was the type who hated giving up, especially after investing so much effort. There was no way he could back out now. At this point, he was like a stockholder trapped in a collapsing investment. Even if he had the chance to escape, he just couldn't walk away anymore. I refuse to believe I can't teach someone how to sing. To Sakurai Saki, a person with extremely high pride, this was absolutely not an obstacle that could make him quit. He was determined to teach Shirogane how to sing before Golden Week. Maybe the president's too stressed with studies, so he didn't want to open his mouth to sing. Sakurai Saki lied smoothly, as naturally as breathing, no different from Hayasaka AI. Really? Chika asked again, but she didn't seem to doubt Saki's words. Omo. Saki nodded slightly, very naturally. I'm protecting you here, Secretary Fujiwara. You have no idea. Just now you almost stood at the very edge of an abyss. One more step, and you would have fallen into the bottomless hell of that truth. After that, Monday morning passed peacefully. Before long, it was lunchtime. Fujiwara Chika, carrying her bento, headed to the student council room as usual, but the moment she opened the door, no one was inside. Normally, Sakurai Saki always ate lunch in the student council room. It was rare to see him eat in the cafeteria. Not seeing anyone in the council room, Chika decided to go to Saki's classroom to ask. Sakurai-san? He left with President Shirogane earlier. I think they said they were heading to the music room. A female student standing at the classroom door replied. At that exact moment, Fujiwara Chika immediately recalled what had happened in the morning. And then, with her characteristically quick-thinking mind, she instantly connected all the dots. Naruhodo. So the president isn't good at singing. Chika chuckled inwardly, as if she had just discovered a world-shattering secret. After thanking the girl, Chika went straight to the music room. When she reached the music room on the first floor, Chika glanced at the door. Then she heard Sakurai Saki's singing from inside. For some reason, a chill ran down her spine. Must be my imagination, after all. Having lunch with Saki-kun is the most important thing. Thinking that, Fujiwara Chika raised her hand and knocked on the door. She had no idea at all. The door she was about to knock on wasn't just the door to the music room, but also the door to the collapse of her own spirit. Knock knock. The sound inside the room stopped abruptly. Chapter 87. Fujiwara Chika. Just let me die already. When you want to politely tell someone to stop singing, how do people usually phrase it? You're not bad, but can I give it a try? How about I sing the next one? Your voice isn't bad, but that's people. As for Secretary Fujiwara, when faced with such a situation, it seems she doesn't know how to sugarcoat things. Awful. It's so incredibly awful. It's like rotting animal guts. And not just any guts. Sea cucumber guts. After hearing Shirogane Miyuki's singing voice, Fujiwara Chika felt like every single one of her nerve cells was trembling. Miyuki-kun, please just go back to lip syncing. I'm begging you. Chika had fallen into despair. I, Fujiwara Chika, am begging you to never sing again. Earlier, she had walked in and seen the two of them practicing singing. As a naturally gifted musical genius, with a shining record in piano since childhood, Chika initially just covered her mouth and chuckled a little, before naturally showing off her talents. After she gave a sample performance of a song, President Shirogane, this is what I've got. Immediately after, Sakurai Saki said, then how about Secretary Fujiwara give him some lessons? In that situation, would Chika have declined? The answer is, not a chance. She believed the president was a genius. There was no way he could be that bad. A few moments later, I was wrong. Fujiwara Chika crouched on the floor, clutching her head and screaming. A catastrophic mistake. Now, she just wanted to find some earplugs and shove them in. Why did I even open my mouth to accept this request? Chika, are you out of your mind? Spare me, President-san. Chika squatted on the floor, shaking her head like crazy. Your voice sounds exactly like the death screams of innocent civilians when Godzilla destroys the city. Everyone's waiting to die, and I'm the one suffering this divine punishment. Oh, why did I open that door? The more she spoke, the more unhinged she became. It was clear she was no longer mentally sound. Shirogane Miyuki, upon hearing this, awkwardly looked over at Sakurai Saki. Could his voice really be that bad for her to say all that? In truth, Shirogane Miyuki wasn't as terrible as Fujiwara Chika made it sound. After a whole day of practice yesterday, while he couldn't exactly be called normal at the very least, there had been some improvement. Otherwise, Secretary Fujiwara wouldn't be squatting. She'd be sprawled unconscious on the floor by now. Make no mistake, Shirogane Miyuki's voice truly possessed destructive power. What? You think a normal person can't sing so badly that others pass out? Don't tell me you don't believe in singing voices that rival sirens? This death aria is on par with Whisper of Eldritch, not something a mere human can withstand. Fujiwara-san, are you seriously going to give up? You just said you were determined to whip him into shape. Sakurai Saki used the simplest provocation technique. It wasn't really that he was trying to trap Chika. Mainly, when someone falls into the water, they instinctively try to pull someone else down with them. That's human nature. It doesn't change easily. If you don't believe it, just think. If one day you forget to do your homework, wouldn't you hope you weren't the only one? That's probably the shameless part of human nature. In short, Sakurai Saki wasn't about to let Fujiwara Chika escape. Good things must be shared. Good things must be shared. Sakurai, Saki-kun, good luck, okay? Fujiwara Chika had no intention of having lunch with Sakurai Saki anymore. She felt that if she stayed even a second longer, her tiny life wouldn't survive. Sakurai Saki looked at Chika's figure as she quietly got up and tiptoed toward the door, and once again recalled Shirogane Miyuki's singing voice. At that moment, the fear of that voice completely overwhelmed any sense of shame in his heart. He strode forward toward Fujiwara Chika and suddenly grabbed her hand. Their palms pressed tightly together. Fujiwara Chika froze on the spot, feeling the warmth from his hand spreading into hers. For a moment, her mind nearly went blank. Holding hands. A B-A-O. Fujiwara Chika couldn't even move her hand anymore, or rather, she felt like her hand had lost all feeling. Sakurai Saki pulled Fujiwara Chika, who had lowered her head and didn't dare look at him, back to where they were. Last time, he noticed that she had wanted to hold his hand. This time, he simply followed her wishes. President, thank you. Fujiwara Chika looked toward Shirogane Miyuki and softly spoke her gratitude. Before Shirogane Miyuki could understand what was happening, Chika continued, though your singing really is terrible. No, extremely terrible. Even worse than Jayan. But because you helped me once, this time, when it comes to singing, it'll definitely help you. That's harsh. Jayan's too much. Isn't it? I sing better than Jayan. Shirogane Miyuki clearly had no awareness of how bad his singing really was. Sakurai Saki Fujiwara Chika. Are you serious? Comparing you to Jayan is already being generous. You sound like Cthulhu whispering into USS ear. You know, Shirogane, confidence is a good thing, but blind confidence will only destroy you. Sakurai Saki said with a sincere tone. What Saki-kun means is, President, I don't think you realize just how terrible your singing is. Fujiwara Chika bluntly added. Right now, her heart felt sweeter than eating candy. Saki-kun's hand was so big, she couldn't even fully hold it, but it was so warm. So this is what it's like to hold hands with someone you like, Chika. Terrible. Terrible. Shirogane Miyuki sat on the floor in despair, drawing circles with his finger on the ground. My singing is terrible. I sing terribly. For someone as proud as Shirogane Miyuki, after all the musical trauma he had suffered these past few days, this was a complete breakdown. Don't worry, Miyuki-kun. He'll train you properly. Fujiwara Chika comforted him. Thank you, Shirogane Cupid Kaicho. Originally, Fujiwara Chika thought her first base moment wouldn't come until after Golden Week, but thanks to this disaster, the schedule was moved up. Still, she really didn't want to hear Shirogane Miyuki's singing anymore. Thank you, Secretary Fujiwara. Shirogane Miyuki had absolute faith in the musical genius that was Fujiwara Chika. As long as she was here, his singing could still be saved. Half an hour later, Fujiwara Chika lay on Sakurai Saki's lap, her eyes vacant. Just let me die already. Living is too exhausting. Shirogane Miyuki looked at her expression and awkwardly scratched his head. He gave a few dry laughs and said, Sorry, I guess I'm a little tone deaf. A little? Fujiwara Chika repeated. You're calling this a little? This is your definition of a little? Didn't you say you already practiced with Saki-kun since yesterday? So why? Why are you still this horrible? Right now, Fujiwara Chika was like a critical patient lying in bed, entering a moment of lucid, dying breath. After that explosion of complaints, she had no energy left. Saki-kun, save me. After saying that, Chika closed her eyes. Just lying on Saki-kun's lap and being lazy for a while was fine too. Shirogane Miyuki, whatever, none of that mattered anymore. After all, today she got both the lap pillow and held hands. Everything else could just fade away. Good night. Secretary Fujiwara. Enlo. Shirogane Miyuki screamed. Sakurai Saki gently stroked Chika's hair and softly whispered, let's continue tomorrow, okay? At that, he noticed Fujiwara Chika slightly tremble, then resumed playing dead even more seriously. Chapter 88. Itsuki, you need to eat well to have the strength to lose weight more than friends, but not quite lovers. People often use this phrase to describe the ambiguous relationship between a man and a woman. Hayasaka AI felt that her relationship with Sakurai Saki was exactly in that limbo. To say it was romantic wouldn't be accurate since they hadn't officially started dating, but to say it was purely friendship also didn't feel right, because the feelings between them were mutual. At least from Hayasaka A's perspective, she and Sakurai Saki already had something between them. They had confessed to each other. Didn't that mean their hearts were connected? Just like Fujiwara Chika thought, Hayasaka AI also believed she had already won more than half the battle. She even crossed Fujiwara Chika off the list of S-rank love rivals. But seeing Fujiwara Chika come looking for Sakurai Saki after school so they could go home together made Hayasaka AI snap back to reality. Standing still means certain defeat. Given once today, given 10 times tomorrow, sooner or later, it's game over. She quickly packed up her things and headed toward a place she had scoped out earlier that afternoon, the music room. During lunch, when Fujiwara Chika came by, she overheard something about Sakurai Saki and Shirogane Miyuki heading to the music room together. Hayasaka AI didn't know about Shirogane Miyuki's domain expansion, Whisper of Eldritch, but she figured someone who could be student council president couldn't possibly have a flaw as blatant as that. Maybe he was trying to surpass Kaguya-sama in music during the Golden Week break? After all, those two had clashed plenty of times already, and scores were always one of the most important factors. If he was willing to seek help from Sakurai-chan and Chika-chan just to beat Kaguya-sama, this was something she needed to report to Kaguya-sama right away. Besides, Chika-chan was very gifted in music. She had won many piano competitions as a child, so teaching someone to sing shouldn't be difficult for her. Still, better go check it out myself. Hayasaka AI made her way toward the classroom door. AI-chan, you're heading out early today? Want to hang out? A cheerful Ryaja girl who was on friendly terms with AI-chan invited her. Sorry, Suzu-chan. Hayasaka AI gave an apologetic smile. I've got plans today, so I can't hang out. Really? Is it a date with Sakurai-san? Ayazaka, I smiled. That's a secret. And with that, she hurried off toward the music room. After a few minutes and a trip down the stairs, Hayasaka AI arrived in front of the music room door and stealthily pressed her ear against it. Mksaya gonna YMG Gokayager. Mksaya gonna YMG Mgahihai Mjayagor. From within came sounds that resembled the whispering of the void, mixed with the foul stench of rotting innards. Even though it was just a sound, it somehow transmitted sensations from her ears to her nose, and even to her taste buds. Just how horrifying was this? Hayasaka. Graus. Ayazaka. I blinked. For a moment, she couldn't even comprehend what that song was trying to convey. But she knew this wasn't a sound any normal human could make. Maybe I should just leave, yeah. Hayasaka AI nodded as she spoke. This door was the gateway to hell. As an ordinary person, it would be best for her to stay out of a genius domain. Was there someone outside just now? Shirogane Miyuki seemed to faintly hear footsteps outside the door. He was extremely sensitive to this kind of thing. Being found out as tone-deaf by Fujiwara Chika was already humiliating enough. If even more people found out, Shirogane Miyuki might seriously consider swimming to another continent and living the rest of his life singing freely in the jungles of a cannibal tribe. Yes, Shirogane Miyuki's mind wasn't all there anymore. Practicing during lunch, then again after school. Being bombarded by Sakurai Saki and Chika in turns, Miyuki was mentally and emotionally destroyed. Maybe we should take a break? We're almost done with scales. Next up is rhythm practice. Shirogane, you're not need break yet. Sakurai Saki chimed in. Whether someone was outside or not didn't matter. Anyone hearing that voice would bolt instantly anyway. The only question was how fast. Rhythm. Fujiwara Chika sank to the floor, despair written all over her face. She wanted to get out of here. This prison. She couldn't endure it any longer. At this point, rest was no longer the issue. Right now, Chika just wanted to deal with her ears first. Saki-kun, we've been teaching scales for 2 full days now. 2 days. And look at him. Chika rushed over to Sakurai Saki, grabbed him by the shoulders, and pointed accusingly at Shirogane Miyuki, who was smiling blissfully. Shirogane Miyuki felt insulted. He turned his head and muttered, "Solasi, it sounded almost right, but not quite. Nearly on pitch, but still not exactly correct. 3 musical notes, unbelievably miraculous. He still hasn't submitted." Fujiwara Chika said with a deadpan expression, "It's not perfectly on pitch. But it's not that bad, right?" Shirogane Miyuki honestly felt like it was pretty decent. "Saki-kun, let's just go home. Forget about him." Fujiwara Chika finally let her true motive show. Why had she put up with this torture for so long? Wasn't it just because she wanted to be near Sakurai Saki? Sakurai Saki took her hand and looked at her face, which instantly lit up with happiness. He gently reassured her, "I think Shirogane is actually learning pretty fast." And he wasn't wrong. Just yesterday, he had thought this would be a hopeless cause. But now, from a voice that could kill to a voice that could almost kill, wasn't that a remarkable improvement? Secretary Fujiwara, perhaps I should just lip-sync. Shirogane Miyuki said, face full of gloom. "I've been lip-syncing since elementary school. Your singing is really awful, like sea cucumber guts, seriously disgusting. But I really want to teach you how to sing." Shirogane Miyuki wiped the corners of his eyes. Ada, why were the tears falling by themselves? Why? This world, living in it is exhausting. For the first time in his life, Shirogane Miyuki felt living was just too damn hard. Président Shirogane, don't cry anymore. Let's work together to cleanse the sea cucumber guts. Fujiwara Chika cheered with enthusiasm. Shirogane Miyuki cried even harder. "Even if you clean out the guts, it's still a sea cucumber. Damn it. Come on, don't cry. Let's keep going," said Fujiwara Chika. Then, out of nowhere, she pulled out a red ribbon and tied it around Sakurai Saki's head, giving his hair a quick ruffle. She also conveniently patted his head. The battle was only just beginning. Operation Cleanse the Sea Cucumber Guts. Let's go. Chika. 1 hour later. It's still Chika. The 3 of them exited the music room. Sakurai Saki and Fujiwara Chika staggered out, clutching their heads. Their heads were pounding. They now fully understood how Nobita felt when he had to listen to Jane sing. True torture. There was no greater agony. "Saki-kun, my head hurts so bad. When I get home tonight, I'm eating sea cucumber." "Stop. Mine hurts too." Having escaped from Shirogane Miyuki's Jane concert, Sakurai Saki was now preparing for his evening part-time tutoring job. He had already told the 5 sisters earlier he might not be free after school, so today's lesson would take place at their house instead. Ichika had acting work today, so she couldn't join. Yatsuba said she would try to wrap up basketball club early. Clearly, she still hadn't shaken off her good friends yet. For now, Sakurai Saki could only teach 3 of them, but he wasn't too worried. During the upcoming Golden Week, he planned to put them through an intense Spartan training course. Learn until they foamed at the mouth. Sakurai and Nakano sisters, oh, Oh, there was also something else that hadn't been mentioned yet, a matter involving Ishigami-Yu's academic results. His score on last week's test had actually improved from dead last in the class. He had jumped up 10 ranks. To make that much progress in just 3 or 4 days was beyond what Sakurai Saki had expected. By the time Sakurai Saki arrived at the apartment building of the Five Sisters, it was already 5:30 p.m. He had finished school at 3, taught singing until past 5, and biking here had taken him nearly half an hour. He pressed the intercom, and after a moment, the call connected. "Hello, is this Sakurai-san?" "He'll open the door now." Itsuki's voice came through. The automatic gate in front of him opened. "Thank you," Sakurai Saki said, stepping into the elevator. He rode it to the top floor. As soon as he stepped out, he saw Nakano Nino standing at the door. When she saw him, her whole demeanor turned awkward and uneasy, her left hand fidgeting with her hair like she was trying to distract herself with emotion. Seeing this, Sakurai Saki asked with a puzzled look, "What are you doing out here? Waiting for me?" "No," Nino reflexively replied, but not even a second later, as if realizing something, she sighed and said, "Fine, I was waiting for you." Sakurai Saki walked past her, and a certain entry in the future diary surfaced in his mind. "Why were you waiting for me?" His question caught Nino off guard. She had thought he was just going to ignore her. "This is you." Nino spoke while holding something out. In her hand was a small slip of paper labeled, "Wish Ticket." Sakurai Saki turned to look at her palm. A wish ticket, essentially a coupon that granted someone any wish, no strings attached. But she hadn't been there when he originally handed them out. Nino mumbled, lowering her head. "I made a trade with someone to get it. It's fine. I accept tickets, not people. So, got a wish." Sakurai Saki smiled. Nakano Nino looked up at him, her expression serious. "If I use this ticket, will you forgive me? I'm not mad at you anymore. Are you sure you want to use it like this?" Nino looked up at him again. "Liar. Of course you're still mad. I've decided. That's how I'm using it," Nino declared, holding out the ticket. "All right then. From now on, he'll treat you all fairly." Nino. So if she hadn't given him the ticket, he really was planning to keep playing favorites? Sakurai Saki gave her a few glances before finally taking the wish ticket from her hand. "Congratulations, Nino-san. You're officially no longer just some stranger. You're now my student." As long as she didn't interfere with his work, he didn't mind being a bit gentler. But that kindness would stay within the boundaries of a teacher-student relationship. Work is work. Personal life is personal. Keeping them strictly separated was always for the best, especially when the students were his own age. Nakano Nino seemed visibly relieved. Deep down, she even felt a little happy. She could feel it. His attitude toward her had finally returned to normal. She led the way, and Sakurai Saki followed her into the living room. He glanced around and noticed only Itsuki sitting on the sofa. "Good afternoon, Itsuki. Where's Miku?" "I don't see her," Sakurai Saki asked. "Want something to drink?" Nino cut in suddenly. Sakurai Saki glanced at her expressionlessly and saw her visibly flinch and step back a few paces. "Black tea's fine. Thank you," he said gently. He didn't see any equipment to brew coffee, and drinking instant coffee wasn't worth it. Better to just buy a can from a vending machine. Nino was flustered by the sudden gentleness. Was the wish ticket really that powerful? Just then, Itsuki set her pen down and glanced at him. "Mika's in her room." Sakurai Saki placed his bag beside the sofa. "Then he'll go call her. You can start reviewing classical literature. We'll make up that subject today." As he spoke, his shadow on the floor moved ahead of him. Sakurai Saki. This was the first time He'd seen his shadow move on its own. He quickly made his way to her door and gave it a few gentle knocks. "Miku?" Several seconds passed. No response. Sakurai Saki tried the doorknob. She hadn't locked it. Maybe she's asleep? He turned and called out down the stairs. "Itsuki. Mika's asleep. Can you come wake her up?" It wasn't proper to enter a girl's room without permission. "Got it." Upon hearing him, Itsuki got up from the sofa and headed upstairs. Whoosh! Sakurai Saki's shadow began to assist him. It could touch physical objects. Creak, the door started to open. Sakurai Saki, having no other choice, glanced into the room. He immediately grabbed the doorknob tightly and pulled it shut with all his strength. The shadow inside the room wasn't giving up, it was tugging against him. If Itsuki saw this scene, no explanation in the world would clear it up, especially since Miku wasn't even properly dressed. On top, lush green mountains and clear waters below, a whole blooming field of delicate pink cherry blossoms. "Sakurai-san, why are you pulling on the doorknob?" Itsuki called up. The moment she said that, the shadow inside gave up and withdrew. Sakurai Saki let out a breath of relief. Today was another brush with death. He stepped aside to make way for Itsuki. She opened the door and peeked inside. There lay a girl sleeping on the bed with headphones on, her white uniform shirt unbuttoned, no bra, and nothing covering her lower half except for a light pink cotton panty. Saying she was completely unguarded would be no exaggeration. Itsuki, oh. Seeing that, Itsuki decisively turned around and pushed Sakurai Saki away from the doorway. The bodies of the five sisters were practically identical. Seeing one was like seeing all five. So this wasn't just about protecting Miku, it was about protecting herself too. Sakurai Saki cooperated fully. It wasn't like he had any intention of sneaking a peek. If he really wanted to with his X-ray vision, he could have seen through everything long ago. Sakurai Saki had guts bigger than half the male leads in risque shows. A girl's privacy, at the end of the day, was still just flesh and skin. Once you're dead, everyone's just bones. Some might have slightly different skeletons, but no matter how beautiful you are alive, you're all the same ugly once you're dead. So please, everyone, don't die too early. No matter how plain-looking a living person might be, they're still better than a pile of pretty corpses. Sakurai Saki stood outside the room, listening to the sounds within, Itsuki scolding, Miku waking up groggy and annoyed, the rustling of clothes. Someone with a vivid imagination could probably piece together the entire scene. 10 minutes later, Miku and Itsuki came out. Mika's face was a little flushed as she mumbled, "Saki-can." "Eki, I didn't do anything." Sakurai Saki shot her a glare. "Nothing could be more gentlemanly than what had just done. Or is this just a prelude to what's coming later?" Miku muttered under her breath, covering her chest with her hands. "Is she still half asleep?" Sakurai Saki turned to Itsuki. There was something oddly cute about that slightly cranky, just woken up mood. Just then, Nino's voice rang out from downstairs. "Miku, Itsuki, and Sakurai-san too. Come down to eat." The three reacted differently. Miku and Sakurai Saki were the first to head down. But Itsuki hesitated. She had just weighed herself a few days ago. She had gained a whole kilogram. Unacceptable. The thing she told Sakurai Saki, "All five of us sisters weigh the same," was a total lie. Good thing he didn't question it. Among the five sisters, Itsuki was the most pleasant to hug. Even her sisters said so. But instead of being happy about the compliment, Itsuki felt nothing but gloom. She didn't even have a boyfriend. What good was being nice to hug? Not to mention, that kind of praise was just high EQ phrasing. Even someone as dense as her could tell now. No more food. If she kept eating, she'd get fat. Then she wouldn't fit into cute dresses anymore. What if the school did a health check and her weight got exposed in front of the other girls? She'd die of embarrassment. With that thought, Itsuki slowly dragged her feet down the stairs. Absolutely no more eating. "Itsuki, you must control yourself. Start dieting from today, no, from yesterday." "Itsuki." 10 minutes later, "Why is Itsuki so obsessed with meat buns?" Sakurai Saki asked curiously. Had noticed it several times before. Itsuki took a big bite of the meat bun and nodded in pure bliss. "Absolutely delicious." Chapter 89. Had a silly dream because of a pesky white-haired ghost. Reading comprehension, just study literature, and you'll never escape this dish. And because most reading texts are classical works by ancient people, no one really cares what the author actually thought, since they can't exactly pop the coffin lid open and come punch the test writer in the face. A wise man once said, 1,000 people have 1,000 brains. So it's normal for everyone to interpret things differently. Sakurai Saki understood this principle very well. but his students seemed to be too stupid. Sakurai-san, Sakurai-san. Why do we have to understand the author's thoughts? Yatsuba raised her hand and shouted. She had just gotten back from school, and, just as promised, came home a little after 6. That's a question you should ask the teacher who made the test, not me. Sakurai Saki was speechless at this idiot because she was outright denying the whole assignment. This question was like asking, why do we have to live? Totally meaningless. Why not go ahead and ask why we even have exams? As long as I get a high score, who gives a damn what the author was thinking? Itsuki was a bit on the extreme side. As long as she got good grades, within the allowed boundaries, Itsuki would use any method. At the moment, the group was sitting down eating dinner at the dining table. All right already, stop talking about school stuff. It's dinner time, right? Nino said as she scooped more rice for Itsuki, who had just finished a bowl. She had clearly just eaten a bunch of meat buns earlier. How could this little sister still eat so much now? Nino glanced at Itsuki's belly, which was perfectly flat. She couldn't see anything abnormal at all. Why is it that I stretch for half an hour every night, and my figure still looks exactly like Itsuki's? Nino thought to herself, then glanced again at Itsuki's thighs round, full. Knew it. All the energy went in her thighs. She must have gained weight again. Lately, Itsuki hadn't been willing to tell her weight either. Last time she even said she wanted to work out and lose weight together, but didn't keep it up for long. I'm done eating, Mika said in a gentle voice. After speaking, she stood up, planning to wash her bowl. Sakurai-san, do you want more rice? Nino looked at his empty bowl. Sakurai Saki was about to hand over his bowl when he noticed a shadow on the ground starting to move again. It was heading toward Miku. Sakurai Saki felt like his shadow had a real soft spot for Miku, always trying to push the two of them together. Never mind, I'm full too, Sakurai Saki replied to Nino. Then, he quickly walked after Miku. The shadow on the ground scratched its head, then suddenly seemed to wake up, ran over to Mika's shadow, and deliberately tripped her. Miku stumbled a step. Huh? She didn't even have time to react. Sakurai Saki immediately stepped forward and caught her in his arms. You okay? Mika froze for a few seconds, then softly mumbled, Umo. At the dining table, Nino saw Miku nearly fall and broke into a cold sweat on her behalf. After seeing Sakurai Saki catch her, Nino let out a sigh of relief. But once she realized the two of them still hadn't let go of each other, Nino started to feel uneasy. Helping's fine and all, but what's with hugging her for so long? But it wasn't really her place to interrupt. So frustrating. Saki-kun. Mika had regained her balance. Saw the... Sakurai Saki said, but had absolutely no intention of letting go. The shadow at his feet continued to cling tightly to Mika's shadow. One look, and you could tell it was trying to create more lucky pervert moments to push his relationship with Mika forward. You're into shipping. Fine, but why are you rushing the progress like it's a dating sim? This ain't no gal game. Sakurai Saki was utterly helpless. What made him even more exasperated was this. The shadow was originally a part of himself, a reflection of his true psychology. Just like that. After holding her for a few more seconds, only when the shadow returned did Sakurai Saki finally let go of Miku. After the two of them put their bowls and chopsticks back in place, Miku didn't say a word. She quietly returned to her room. As for Sakurai Saki, he was left completely bewildered. What's up with Miku? Just now he had been too focused on the shadow and didn't realize that Miku had been so embarrassed she looked like she was about to explode into steam. In Mika's room, Nakano Miku leaned against the door, letting her body slowly slide down to the floor. She buried her face between her knees and softly muttered in a voice that was barely audible. Eki when Sakurai Saki left the Nakano household and returned to his rented apartment. It was already 9 p.m. His powers hadn't caused any major disturbances today, but since he had promised AI-chan that they would play games together tonight, he still had to turn on his computer. She had flaked on him many times already, so if she didn't bail this time, it would really be something new. After stepping through the entrance and putting his things down, Sakurai Saki took out the love letter from the drawer. He had to ask if Yakumo Shiro had noticed anything unusual recently. This had already become part of his daily routine. The next second, before he could even react, a beautiful white-haired ghost girl suddenly appeared and pinned him down onto the bed. Sakurai Saki didn't even bother to resist anymore. This wasn't the first time he had been ambushed anyway. They say once strange, twice familiar. This kind of thing was practically routine for Sakurai Saki now. Yakumo Shiro pinned him down, sat on top of him, and gently spoke. Sakurai-kun, full of vitality again today. Sakurai Saki, visibly unamused, picked her up and said seriously, I'm always full of vitality. What, does she think I won't dare do anything? Keeps messing with me like this? Wait. Yakumo Shiro raised both hands and pushed against Sakurai Saki's chest. But just as Sakurai Saki thought she was going to back down, Yakumo Shiro didn't retreat at all. She spread her arms open like she was inviting him. Come here, Sakurai-kun. Yakumo Shiro slowly closed her eyes, wearing an expression of quiet resolve, as if to say she was ready to accept him completely. Sakurai Saki touched her lips with one finger. Yakumo Shiro sensed something was off, opened her eyes, and frowned in displeasure. That's it? Sakurai Saki tilted his head. That's it? What the hell did she just say? Is she doubting my sexuality, or what? I'm completely defenseless right now. Sakurai-kun, are you really not planning to do anything? Yakumo Shiro said this with a tone full of righteous conviction. That line, no man could resist. Sakurai Saki gritted his teeth. You sure about that? In that moment, Sakurai Saki felt like XXX and G the air wasn't even a big deal anymore. After all, he was at home. Social death will not occur in this situation. Coward. Wimp. Yakumo Shiro yelled at him with scorn. Sakurai Saki gave her a gentle smile, his face turning serene. You're not sleeping tonight. A few seconds later, ring rung the phone rang. Who the hell is that? Yakumo Shiro frowned. They were this close. Sakurai Saki glanced at the phone and saw the caller was Hayasaka AI. All of his earlier thoughts evaporated in an instant. Sorry. Sakurai Saki turned to Yakumo Shiro and apologized. Then he got off the bed and picked up the call. Moshi. Sakurai-chan, what are you doing right now? I'm already in the game. AI-chan was using her gyro voice. I just got home. Give me a sec. Sakurai Saki replied. Okay, I'll wait in the game. Choo-choo, AI-chan said in a super cutesy tone. She was way bolder online than she was in real life. Some people are just like that on the internet. They unleash their true selves. The things they don't dare to say, don't dare to confess, they can say it all online. That gyro girl again? Sakurai-kun. You're going to play games with her? Then what about me? Yakumo Shiro sat up in her disheveled clothes. Looking pitiful, Sakurai Saki turned and glanced at her. They'll treat you to hamburger steak tomorrow. But I want to eat meat right now. Yakumo Shiro pouted. Then, out of frustration, she ran up to Sakurai Saki and secretly kissed him on the cheek. After doing that, she started to feel a little embarrassed. A few seconds later, Yakumo Shiro looked down and muttered in its thunder tone. That was just prepay for hamburger steak. It's not like I kissed you because I wanted to or anything. Oof. Sakurai Saki sneered. That's all? Her embarrassment was shattered by that line. Furious, she said, Sakurai-kun, don't expect to sleep well tonight. Sakurai Saki didn't take her words seriously. As long as he stayed away from that love letter, she couldn't physically interfere with him. He'd still get a good night's sleep as usual. Sitting down at his computer and logging into the game, Sakurai Saki connected to the voice channel with AI-chan. Can you hear me? AI-chan. Sakurai-chan. Sakurai-chan, this is AI-chan. Your message has been received. Over. Hayasaka AI was extremely lively online. The two played a few rounds. Since Ishigami, you was busy playing a newly released Gal game tonight. And Gabriel only liked traditional online games. They picked the sweet duo mode. WTF? FING hackers. Goddamn, it's a hacker team. In team voice chat, an unfamiliar teammate shouted. Holy SHD. Seriously? What the F are you two using? Aimbot or wallhack? Sakurai Saki and Hayasaka AI said nothing. What? Pretending to be pros by staying quiet? Actually, that wasn't it. The two of them were chatting privately in their own voice channel. You came home with Chika-chan today, didn't you? Hayasaka AI asked, pretending to be nonchalant, even though she more or less already knew the situation. But Hayasaka AI still wanted to hear it directly from Sakurai Saki's mouth. Sakurai Saki let out a weird noise. He shifted his focus away from the game and glanced at the white-haired ghost next to him who was secretly licking his ear. Yakumo Shiro had an innocent look on her face. Getting turned on while talking to her and having this kind of thing done to you? She said teasingly. Sakurai Saki gave her a glance. Then he answered AI-chan's question. I went with her to help Shirogane out. He didn't go into detail mostly for Shirogane Miyuki's dignity, though to be honest, that dignity was pretty much thrown out the window yesterday and today. When it came to music, Shirogane Miyuki had no dignity at all. Naruhodo. Hayasaka AI first let Sakurai Saki relax a little, then probed. Why didn't you call me along? Is it because Chika-chan sings better than me? Here it was. The classic choose one question. These questions often went like this. If your mom and I both fell into the water and I can't swim, who would you save first? Why are you working late every day? Is your job more important than me? Then go marry your job. I was clearly first. Whether it's kissing or hugging, why? Why is it? Okay, well, maybe not the third one. The point is these questions basically have no good answer because once she asks, she's already won. No matter how the guy responds, the girl has 10,000 unreasonable ways to blow things up. The real purpose of these questions isn't to get an answer. It's to test the attitude of the boyfriend-husband. When forced to pick between two important things, no one can actually choose. When faced with these kinds of questions, the best solution is to change the subject. Don't say. If you do, she won't let it go anyway. If you say you'd save your mom, she'll say, why not save me? Don't you love me? If you say you'd save her, she'll go, why not save your mom? You ungrateful bastard. There is no solution, my brother. This is a no-win question. But who is Sakurai Saki? He's an esper. He doesn't fear stepping into the Shura field. Jealous, huh? Then you can come along tomorrow, too. Sakurai Saki, ever the smooth talker, wasn't worried in the slightest. By the time AI-chan showed up on site tomorrow, she'd definitely wish she could get Truckco and Ice Skate back to the past, just to slap herself. Sakurai Saki was sure of it. Hayasaka. Oh, anyone who heard that singing voice, which sounded like an eldritch theme, will want to smash their head into a wall and just die. I'm not jealous. Hayasaka AI refused to admit it. And about helping out, I won't get in the way. At that moment, AI-chan recalled the eldritch theme she'd accidentally heard that afternoon. Sakurai Saki let out another strange groan. Sakurai-kun, does it feel good? Yakumo Shiro pressed her face against him and asked. Through the headset, Hayasaka AI heard the strange noise and asked curiously, what was that? Nothing, just a bit tired from moving around, Sakurai Saki lied as naturally as Hayasaka AI would. Don't overwork yourself. After that, the two continued playing for another hour. It was getting late, so Sakurai Saki pushed away the beautiful white-haired ghost girl beside him, went to shower, then climbed into bed. Wednesday morning, Sakurai Saki was washing his underwear. It was honestly really embarrassing, but such dreams are inevitable for a virgin, especially after all the temptations from last night. But he couldn't shake the feeling that something had been off while he was sleeping last night. In a world unseen by ordinary eyes, Yakumo Shiro stood next to Sakurai Saki, lightly shaking her slightly sore hand. Then she pursed her soft pink lips and, looking at the soaked underwear, showed a shy expression. Shiro, after washing and hanging the underwear to dry, Sakurai Saki began preparing to cook. He didn't want to go jogging today, mainly because today's superpower was a little strange. Today's superpower. Occultist effect. You will be more likely to encounter supernatural events side effect. Cannot be turned off, and people around you may get dragged into them. Sakurai Saki had activated this ability for the second time. Mysteries attract mysteries. just like how stand users are drawn to other stand users. Sakurai Saki believed his encounter with Yakumo Shiro was also due to this law. The more mysteries gathered, the more they would attract even more mysteries. Sakurai Saki more or less had an idea why he absolutely had to go home with Fujiwara Chika today. It was probably because of this ability. Actually, he had another option he could call in sick, but Sakurai Saki didn't dare take the gamble. He couldn't risk the possibility that the contents of the diary were wrong. So going to school was still the safest option. He even had to take the initiative to invite Fujiwara Chika to walk home together in order to fulfill the event recorded in the future diary. Sakurai Saki suddenly began to doubt whether his actions were truly right. Should he really trust the diary so completely? He had never doubted his own ability after all. Who would doubt their own power? But what if this entry is wrong? The occultist attracts supernatural events, and under those conditions, walking home with Chika, wouldn't that be the wrong move? That could very well bring danger to her. At that moment, Sakurai Saki's mind fell into chaos. But there was one thing he was certain of. He absolutely had to go to school today. Chapter 90. Sasa's Bizarre Adventure in Class 2A. Hayasaka AI looked at Sakurai Saki, who was walking from the doorway to her side with a heavy expression. She didn't quite understand what was going on with him. Yahalo Sakurai-chan, good morning. That expression on your face right now is seriously super interesting. Ai-chan greeted. Hearing that, Sakurai Saki glanced at the ghost girl floating back and forth beside him and showed a helpless look. He really shouldn't have brought her along just now. My pet ran out of the house, so I'm really worried right now. Do you keep a cat? Or a dog? Hayasaka AI asked curiously. Shiro isn't a cat at all. The white-haired, gray-eyed ghost girl placed her hands on her hips and loudly objected. Unfortunately, Hayasaka AI couldn't see her. She was a ghost only Sakurai Saki could see, a ghost girl that belonged solely to him. Way cuter than a cat, and she even clings to me and acts spoiled. Sakurai Saki replied. Yakumo Shiro was indeed very cute. I am not that cute. Yakumo Shiro, who really liked cats, found that compliment quite pleasing. Sakurai Saki brought her out mainly to scout the surrounding situation, then to ensure both he and Chika could be safe. But no matter how you looked at it, this act felt a bit like something a playboy would do, didn't it? Using one girl to protect another girl. Yeah, I'm super curious now. Send me a picture next time. Okay? Hayasaka AI got excited. She really liked cute things, but even more than that, she loved watching videos of slime being crushed into pieces, or a hydraulic press smashing objects. These were daily necessities that helped her maintain mental stability in the face of Shinomiya Kagaya's extreme irrationality. She's standing right next to you. Sakurai Saki thought to himself, then smiled and nodded. They'll send one next time. Yakumo Shiro stood blushing next to AI-chan, bashfully saying, "I'm not that amazing or anything." Sitting down in his seat, Sakurai Saki glanced at the schoolyard scene below through the window. Then he immediately turned his head away. Child ball. That thing couldn't be looked at. Sakurai Saki wasn't afraid of monstrous phenomena. He had encountered a few urban legends before. But even if he wasn't scared, he didn't want to get entangled with trouble. A child searching for a ball. If you played ball with it but failed to please it, it would rip off your head and kick it like a ball. Normal people wouldn't be targeted by the monstrous. That's the principle of mysticism attracting mysticism. If you can't see it, you can't touch it, and the same goes for ghosts and spirits. But today's power was breaking that boundary. It would drag ordinary people into the supernatural world. Even though the chance of it happening was very low, it couldn't be ignored. At noon, after training with Shirogane Miyuki, Sakurai Saki stopped by the restroom. The result? He ran into Hanako in the toilet. Sakurai Saki didn't mind much. As long as he pretended not to see, most of the time, the monstrous things wouldn't notice him. In the afternoon, when going downstairs for PE, he accidentally stepped one stair too many. On the athletic field, a face appeared on the running track, mouth gaping wide as if to swallow people. Sakurai Saki pretended to try overtaking someone and changed lanes. Normal people couldn't see it, so they wouldn't get hurt. But he had to endure these kinds of absurd misfortunes. It was really exhausting. In the locker room, after changing clothes, Sakurai Saki realized the name on the shirt head just put on wasn't his. Oda-san? Who the hell is that? But he didn't think too much of it and just put the shirt back where it belonged. In just half a day, Sakurai Saki had already been treated to the full weight brought by this ability. On the other hand, this uncontrollable ability had pushed his emotional status bar up to 70. Thankfully, up to now, no one had been dragged into any dangerous situation. The activation rate of the side effects didn't seem very high, which made Sakurai Saki feel a bit relieved. If the probability were any higher, perhaps the style of the school would have already changed, turning into something like a large-scale death game light novel, such as Osama Game, Tomodachi Game, or Danganronpa, or something, an academy filled with monsters and evil spirits. Who will be the last to survive and escape? The distortion of human nature, the corruption of morality. Why do classmates keep disappearing? What schemes is class as president secretly plotting? Stay tuned for Secretary Fujiwara Wants Me to Survive. The genius survival mind game of Shuchiin. Cough cough. None of the above will appear in the next segment. After school, Sakurai Saki was preparing to go to the student council room. At noon, he had taught Shirogane Miyuki quite a few things. The guy was probably practicing in a music room now. Fujiwara Chika hadn't followed Shirogane. She said her tiny little head was hurting a bit. He pushed open the door to the student council room. "Good afternoon, Sakurai-senpai." Ishigami, you greeted. In front of him, Fujiwara Chika was holding a Jenga set. Jenga is a wooden tower stacking game. Everyone takes turns pulling out a wooden block without letting the tower fall. If it collapses, that person loses. The game continues this way, and whoever makes it fall is eliminated. Saki-kun, come play. Fujiwara Chika had just finished stacking the tower. How many people? Sakurai Saki asked as he glanced around. Shinomiya Kagaya hadn't arrived yet. He sat down on the sofa. It's been a while since I played with you. Let's have a round, Sakurai Saki said. Count me in two. Ishigami, you put down his handheld game console. So, it's TV. Fujiwara Chika hadn't finished speaking when Shirogane Miyuki suddenly appeared at the door. President, you came too? Omo, is there a penalty for the loser? Shirogane Miyuki sat down next to Ishigami Yu. Up in the air, Yakumo Shiro narrowed her eyes and reminded him. Sakai-kun, be careful. Losing is dangerous. No need to remind me. Sakurai Saki, being an esper, wasn't affected by the monstrous. He stared intently at Shirogane Miyuki. A fake will always be a fake. A game is just a game. Forget the penalty. Or, do you want to die? Shirogane Miyuki froze, then chuckled softly. Of course the penalty was a joke. And dying? Come on, Sakurai, you're quite the jokester. Fujiwara-san, have you heard of the extra player in the game story? Sakurai Saki suddenly turned and asked Secretary Fujiwara next to him. Oh, you mean that urban legend where there's one more person playing than expected? Chika tilted her head. I know that one really well. But earlier, Saki-kun told me the president had gone downstairs. So why are you bringing this up to me now? At this point, Chika suddenly pulled out a magnifying glass and a detective hat from who knows where. Chika, then she struck a serious pose like she was solving a case. You guys are trying to use urban legends to scare me, aren't you? Mfumph. Caught red-handed. Exactly. Shirogane Miyuki nodded. The whole more than one person thing is just made up. No need to believe it. Off to the side, Yakumo Shiro looked horrified. This thing, it's denying its own existence. So cowardly? What Yakumo Shiro didn't know was, as a monstrous, these beings had a unique ability. Unlike spirits, they could sense a person's aura. The stronger the aura, the more dangerous the person. At first, this monstrous thought everyone here was just a normal human without supernatural abilities, since their auras were extremely weak. Sakurai Saki didn't even seem to have an aura at all. But then, it realized, that guy doesn't have no aura. His aura covers the entire school. WTF. What the hell is this? Shirage Miyuki had no idea why its luck had gone to shit like this. But now it could only obediently play these boring-ass table games with this group of people. President, you suck. Fujiwara Chika looked at the toppled Jenga tower and made a scornful face. It's only the third round. This won't do. This won't do. Playing with you is boring as hell. Shirage Miyuki clenched his fist. Right now, I just wanted to get the hell out of this cursed place. Stop tormenting a monstrous. Please. But the big shot sitting next to it looked way too terrifying. It didn't even dare curse out loud. Sakurai Saki's expression wasn't actually scary. He just didn't like showing emotion. So he looked a bit indifferent. He'll go make some tea. Right after he spoke, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Shinomiya Kagaya had just pushed the door open when she caught sight of Sakurai Saki making tea. That method was so awful she couldn't bear to watch. Sakurai-san, move aside. Let me handle the tea making. Shinomiya Kagaya entered the student council room with an aura of dignity and then set down her bag. She glanced at Shirage Miyuki and frowned, her beautiful face showing a strange expression. President Shirage, that gloomy look today doesn't suit you at all. Shirage shivered. Why did this girl feel scarier than a monstrous itself? Her whole face looked cold as a corpse. The Ice Kagaya mode of Shinomiya Kagaya hadn't shown up much lately. But the moment she saw Sakurai Saki brutally butchering the art of tea-making, she got so pissed she snapped instantly. Move. Outsiders don't ruin my tea leaves. Shinomiya Kagaya said coldly. Sakurai Saki immediately stepped aside. He had just wanted to change things up after drinking too much coffee. He already knew he had no skill when it came to tea. Back on the sofa, Sakurai Saki started rebuilding the Jenga tower. Due to the side effects of his ability, his personality was naturally awful, so he planned to vent all his irritation on this Shirage Miyuki. Shirage, keep going. Sakurai Saki gave it a deadly friendly smile. Shirage Miyuki trembled all over, looking just like Ishigami every time Shinomiya Kagaya smiled at him. The tone sounded like a death sentence, no matter how you heard it. Off to the side, Ishigami was slightly confused. Is there some beef going on between Sakurai-senpai and Miu-senpai lately? Is it related to Miu-senpai's little sister who came by last time? Could it be that Sakurai-senpai confessed to Miu-senpai's little sister, got rejected, and now holds a grudge? Probably not. Ishigami felt like had been playing too many gal games lately. His brain automatically turned everything into drama. A few minutes later, Shinomiya Kagaya brought over a teapot and tea set, just in time to see Shirage Miyuki getting defeated again. Losing even in this kind of game, President, you're really too weak. How's cute? Lady Kagaya sneered. Ishigami, you also looked at Shirage Miyuki. Today, Miu-senpai was unbelievably weak. It was like had been replaced. Up in the air, Yakumo Shiro let out a few giggles, ridiculously cute. After laughing, she floated over to Sakurai Saki and sneakily took a sip of tea from his cup, then burned her mouth. Even though she was a ghost, she still had a cat tongue. Note, cat tongue's sensitive to hot stuff. Sakurai Saki blew on his tea to cool it, then handed it to her. Yakumo Shiro took a sip, then scrunched her face in bitterness. It's awful, then why drink it? Go drink your sweet kitty stuff and leave me alone. Sakurai Saki continued to torment Shirage Miyuki a few more times before finally choosing to let it go. Shirage, don't you have a part-time job today? Almost forgot. It's getting late. Shirage Miyuki looked up at the wall clock in the student council room, then stood up. It'll be going ahead, everyone. After saying that, it quickly ran away. Shirage, it acted the part perfectly. If Sakurai Saki weren't here, no one would probably suspect a thing. But that was a false premise. Because if Sakurai Saki weren't here, then no one in the student council would have gotten involved in this. Normal people simply don't run into monstrous. Sakurai Saki stared at its back as it left, his gaze calm. He was thinking about whether he needed to deal with the opponent. People with supernatural powers weren't exactly easy to handle for the bazaar. Though they could be restrained or subdued, they couldn't be completely eliminated. Sakurai Saki wasn't an expert in this field, but luckily, he was just a bit stronger than your average esper. Not by much, just a few 100 million times stronger. He couldn't do any intricate handling, but grinding something into powder? No problem. Forget it. Even a monstrous feared death. There was no reason for it to come back and mess with him again. Chika, want to walk home together? Sakurai Saki asked. At that moment, only two people remained in the student council room. Go home together? Fujiwara Chika had never thought she'd hear those words come out of Sakurai Saki's mouth. Sakurai Saki was a log. That was the shared conclusion of both Fujiwara Chika and Hayasaka AI. The number of times he actively tried to get close to someone could be counted on one hand. Can't I? I even specially put my tutoring job on hold to be free. Sakurai felt like his power were a bit of a nuisance today, so he wasn't planning to go anywhere else. There was still plenty of time during Golden Week to make up tutoring sessions. No rush. Let's go. I want to walk home with you. Fujiwara Chika instantly agreed, turning down an invitation from the guy you like. What kind of dumb girl would even do that? Up in the air. Yakumo Shiro pretended to act like a heartbroken maiden, covering her face with her hand. Boo-hoo, you two are walking home together now. So what about me? Sakurai-kun, don't you need me anymore? I want to go home with you, too, you drama queen. It's not like I can stop you from tagging along with me anyway. Outside the school gate. Chika, do you usually take the train home? Today, Sakurai Saki didn't bring his bike. He had already planned to walk home with Secretary Fujiwara after school, so he left it at home. Chika usually stopped by the shopping district near school for a bit before heading home. As long as she got back before curfew, it was fine. Her family was pretty strict, so compared to being at home, she liked being at school more. Normally, Chika stayed at school until around 5:30 p.m., whether in the student council room or the club rooms. Those were her usual hangouts. Last year, she spent more time in the table game club. This year, though, she preferred the student council room. As for the reason, it seemed to be just one person. The two of them walked for several minutes in silence. Sakurai Saki didn't know what to say. Chika was thinking about how to invite him to the shopping district. She wanted to have dinner with him today. There was a ramen shop in the district that she really liked. Chika, this way. Sakurai Saki suddenly grabbed Chika's hand and started running. Huh? What's going on? Chika curiously turned her head, but she didn't see anything. In a world she couldn't perceive, a woman wearing a mask and holding a pair of scissors was standing by the roadside. After they had run far enough, Sakurai Saki finally let go of Chika's hand. Sagi-kun, ivene itam. Sakurai Saki nodded in agreement. They had almost run straight into a kukusei-kana. That was close. Chapter 91. Ramen shop in the commercial district near Shuchiin Academy. Inside a ramen shop. Yoko, show my ramen shop. What would you like to order? The owner, with a kind-looking face, glanced at the two customers who had just walked in. These two seemed to be visiting for the first time, so maybe it's okay to charge them a bit less. He thinking. Fujiwara Chika glanced at the menu board hanging on the wall, then said, I'd like a bowl of shoyu tonkatsu ramen, a bit lighter and the noodles a bit firmer, please. After saying that, she and Sakurai Saki sat down at the seats across from the owner. Chika swung her little legs, gently swaying in the air. Saki-kun, what do you want to eat? Tonkatsu ramen. As for the noodle firmness, make it a bit softer. Sakurai Saki wasn't too picky. This place, Chika, is it your first time here? He asked as he glanced around. There wasn't a single other person in the shop. This place was pretty hidden, and regular people probably couldn't even enter. As for the shop owner, if you ignored the pig-head mask on his face, he actually looked rather kind. But this shop owner is really interesting. Chika-chan cheerfully nodded. It was her first time having dinner outside with Sakurai Saki, so at this moment Chika was extremely excited. Chika, it really is kind of interesting. Sakurai Saki smiled in agreement. This pig-head ramen shop even had chashu and tonkatsu on the menu. It was both bizarre and funny. At that moment, The shop owner was tossing noodles into the pot and spoke without turning around. "Dear customers, our shop isn't cheap, you know." It was then that Fujiwara Chika noticed the menu didn't list prices in Japanese yen, but in some strange things instead. Hearts, stomachs, livers, spleens? Chika clapped her hands together, her face beaming as she looked towards Sakurai Saki. "Saki-kun, this ramen shop is awesome. I'm so glad we came here today. Could it be like that kind of development in manga, where after eating, you have to pay with a part of your body?" The owner chuckled a few times and said, "The little lady guessed." Before he could finish, he turned to glance at Sakurai Saki. This little lady sure knows how to joke. Young people these days really do enjoy strange stories. This is just a normal ramen shop. Okay, Sakurai Saki urged. Is it done yet? Almost done. Just a moment more, young Master Sama. The pighead owner hurriedly grabbed a towel to wipe his sweat. Haze, the ventilation system in here is really bad. Gets hot really easily. Fujiwara Chika said worriedly. "Mr. Owner, your mask is about to fall off." It's fine. Just a decoration." The owner trembled as he continued cooking the ramen. Usually just doing small business. Why did things have to go so wrong today? A few minutes later, 2 bowls of ramen were placed in front of them. Fujiwara Chika and Sakurai Saki put their hands together in front of their chests at the same time. Itadekamasu. There weren't any special rules for how to eat ramen. Sakurai Saki was the type to mix all the ingredients together, try to evenly divide each bite so that even at the end, there'd still be toppings left to eat with. After a few bites, Sakurai Saki glanced at Fujiwara Chika next to him. He noticed Chika was the type who liked to make a mini ramen in each spoonful. She would take a little of each topping and put it into the spoon, each spoonful arranged neatly and cutely like a tiny ramen bowl. A really adorable way of eating. Sakurai Chika gently blew on it a few times, then brought the noodles to her mouth. Immediately after, a happy expression appeared on her face. "So good," Chika blurted out. "A place with food this delicious, and yet no customers. What a pity." She felt sorry on behalf of the shop. Chika-chan had visited many ramen shops before. Some tasted terrible, but were in prime locations, while others were delicious yet overlooked. Maybe this place was ignored just because of its poor location? How come I've been to this area so many times but never noticed it before? Chika wondered in her heart. Maybe because it's too expensive, Sakurai Saki replied. Having to pay with a set of internal organs just for one visit. Who could afford to eat here? The pighead owner quickly shook his head like a drum rattle. "Our shop doesn't charge. We don't take any payment at all." "The owner's running a charity?" Sakurai Saki asked with a smile. The owner picked up a towel and started wiping his sweat again. "Haze, it's really hot. This weather. You two just enjoy your meal. This one's on the house. I'm going out to get some air." After saying that, the owner stepped back from the kitchen, then quietly ran out the back door. "He must really be hot," Chika said while putting another mini ramen spoonful into her mouth. "Maybe it's because I'm a bit too hot." "Ahaha, Saki-kun, you're so funny." Chika-chan laughed at his joke. Saki-kun isn't the sun. How could he be hot behind the ramen shop's back door? The pighead owner, now without his mask, revealed underneath. A real pig's head. That was dangerous. Tokyo really is a terrifying city. In a few more days, he'd probably have to return to the countryside. But there likely wouldn't be another chance to come back. A few minutes later, Fujiwara Chika noticed the owner still hadn't returned. Are we really not supposed to pay? Chika didn't like receiving things without putting in any effort. Besides, the shop was already doing poorly. If he kept doing charity, it would go bankrupt sooner or later. This is the owner's kindness. We shouldn't refuse it. Maybe he owns some rental skyscrapers elsewhere. So now he's just here doing charity work, trying out a simple life. Sakurai Saki explained. Fujiwara Chika recalled Saki's earlier question. At the time, the owner hadn't denied it. Looks like he really did come to do charity. What a good person, Chika-chan thought as she hugged her bowl and slowly savored the bone broth. Most of the toppings in the bowl were already gone. At first, she had wanted to add garlic, but being a girl, eating garlic would leave a smell in her mouth. Not exactly ideal. If it were a normal day when Sakurai Saki wasn't around, Chika would have added a bit of garlic and just chewed a few pieces of gum afterward. But today she held back. Sakurai Saki finished his ramen and stood up. "He'll go thank the owner. He'll come too." "No need. The owner doesn't seem good at dealing with girls." "Didn't you notice? He kept sweating every time he looked at you." "That's a lie. As for why the owner was sweating, everyone surely already knows. No need to say more." "Oh, okay then." Sakurai Saki stepped into the kitchen in the back and glanced over the ingredients. All of them were ordinary. He took a few more steps. Freezer room, the sign immediately caught his attention. This was also a place used for preserving food. Many restaurants bought large amounts of frozen meat. The freezer wasn't locked. He pushed the door open and stepped in. Beef, pork, and then Sakurai Saki showed no surprise or emotion. Things already expected wouldn't catch him off guard. Clunk, clunk, footsteps echoed from behind. Sakurai Saki turned around and saw the shop owner approaching with a knife. "You saw, didn't you?" the figure asked. Sakurai Saki didn't answer the obvious question. Instead, he asked in return, "If monstrous beings don't eat human flesh, will they die?" "Vivont die. But they try to kill me, so I kill them back." Sakurai Saki glanced at the corpse in traditional clothing lying in the fridge, belly pierced clean through, and calmly said, "They tried to kill you, so you killed them. Then now, as a human, if I want to kill you, will you hold a grudge?" It didn't dare to answer. 10 minutes later, Sakurai Saki and Fujiwara Chika stepped out of the ramen shop. "That was so good," Chika-chan said happily. "Let's come back again next time." Sakurai Saki smiled and replied. "The owner said he's going back to his hometown to open a shop. He said the cost of living here is too high, and doing charities made him lose too much. He won't last much longer." "So were the last customers here?" Fujiwara Chika asked curiously. "Umo." Sakurai Saki nodded. Then he looked up at the sky. It was 6 o'clock and still not dark yet. Thin white contrails left by planes streaked the sky, tinged a pale orange under the setting sun. "Headed to the station now?" "Sorry, my family has a curfew." Fujiwara Chika honestly wanted to spend more time with Sakurai Saki. As for Sakurai Saki, in truth, he didn't want to walk Chika home, because now he was sure the entry in that journal had been wrong. If he were to walk Fujiwara Chika home, it would only place her in danger. After so many unexpected situations, Sakurai Saki was in a foul mood. Earlier, he had even unlocked his offensive powers. When he saw those corpses beyond the anger, he came to a realization. Monstrous beings and humans cannot coexist. Ordinary people rarely encounter monsters, but that doesn't mean they never will. Monstrous beings don't need to eat humans to survive, but that doesn't mean they don't enjoy harming them. After watching Fujiwara Chika swipe her card and head into the station, Sakurai Saki turned to buy his own ticket. He rarely took the train, so he didn't have a commuter pass. "Was the ramen good?" Sakurai Saki asked as he purchased the ticket. Half of his portion earlier had been eaten by Shiro, and even the broth had lost most of its flavor. It was delicious that Pighead Aji-san's ramen was really amazing. The white-haired ghost girl leaned close to Sakurai Saki's face. "So this is a ticket machine? It looks weird." It was her first time seeing one. Ghosts couldn't use transportation. They could only drift around. Yakumo Shiro, back when her love letter hadn't been taken by Sakurai Saki, hadn't even been able to leave the school grounds. As the two were chatting, outside the station, a black cat paced back and forth. Its face wore disturbingly human-like expressions. It was the same cat Sakurai Saki had used to test his powers the day before, and had been hit by a car. Suddenly, 2 hands dropped from above and scooped it up. "Kaka. Fancy meeting you here. Fate sure is funny." A blonde woman gently picked it up. A crisp white sailor uniform brimming with youthful energy, golden twin braids, and frameless round glasses. The very image of elegant intellect. So unlike the formal outfit from yesterday, she now looked perfectly in tune with the city vibe. "Hisker." Bake Nico growled threateningly. "So that boy is your enemy?" Kiss Shot recalled Sakurai Saki's aura and gave a look like she had just found a new toy. Bake Nico can disguise itself as a human, planning to harm that girl. then approach the boy? That's quite a sloppy plan. To kill Fujiwara Chika, impersonate her, and then find a chance to take revenge on Sakurai Saki. That was the Bake Nico's simple plan. Kaka, how amusing. Kiss Shot hugged the Bake Nico and walked away from the train station. Too bad I can't meet that boy right now, Kiss Shot thought with some regret. But oh well, not much she could do, seeing as she was currently being hounded by those damn rats. Vampire hunters, just as annoying as sewer rats. Back home was still early. Along the way, no clueless monstrous being had shown up to offer itself, so Sakurai Saki's return journey had been completely peaceful. Since there was still quite a bit of time left, after finishing his homework and doing a bit more studying, Sakurai Saki began preparing to make wagashi. He had promised Fujiwara Chika last time. After all, his old home in Kyoto used to run a wagashi shop, something that had been mentioned before. Sakurai Saki didn't like sweets, or rather, he genuinely disliked them. Unfortunately, his mother wanted him to eat more. Back when he still lived in Kyoto, every time she invented a new item, she would force Sakurai Saki to be the first to try it. What should I make? Sakurai Saki took the ingredients out from the kitchen. Last time, when he made a birthday gift for Chika, he had bought plenty of cornstarch and glutinous rice flour. Let's make daifuku. As for the sugar, he would just use the same amount as last time. I want to eat hamburger, steak Yakumo, Shiro muttered beside him. Sakurai Saki ignored her. He had already promised hamburger steak yesterday to make it up to her for standing her up. Yet last night, she still pulled her nonsense, and as a result, Sakurai Saki had to wash an extra pair of pants this morning. Clearly I'm the one who suffered. Why do I have to compensate her? Sakurai Saki felt it was absurd. Girls really were strange creatures. They always had a way to claim the upper hand, and they had the most powerful weapon of all, their bodies. When boys faced the allure of a beautiful girl's body, they basically couldn't resist. When a piece of meat is brought to your mouth, who would toss it away? And it wasn't even rotten meat, it was fresh, untouched. Well, Sakurai Saki had already tossed it aside once last night. He'll make yours later. Sakurai Saki's kitchen couldn't handle 2 dishes at once. After mixing the flour, he added milk. Then he steamed it. Small private kitchens really were a pain when it came to cooking. Awesome. I want 2 pieces. The white-haired ghost girl cheerfully ran into the living room, zipping back and forth between there and the kitchen. Only one, Sakurai Saki reminded her. There wasn't that much meat in the house. He'd probably have to go to the supermarket tomorrow. Usually, Sakurai Saki bought 3 days' worth of food on the weekends. Once he ran out, he'd restock. Rinse and repeat. He made his own bento. If he had time, he'd make it at night or in the morning. If not, he'd just eat at the cafeteria, depending on how bad the side effects of his powers were. Then he'll secretly eat the second piece tonight. Yakumo Shiro giggled, covering her mouth. Could she actually leave the house on her own? Was this girl really a ghost or not? Sakurai Saki was beginning to doubt Yakumo Shiro's entire species. And as for what the second piece of meat referred to, please don't ask too many questions. Be careful, or I'll throw your real corpse out, Sakurai Saki threatened. One shameful incident was enough. The pants he had to wash this morning were still hanging out on the balcony like a flag of disgrace. Yakumo Shiro wore the triumphant face of a victor. About 10 minutes later, Sakurai-kun, what dessert are you making? Daifuku. Can I have some? Sure. The filling is bell pepper and carrot. Want some? Upon hearing that, Yakumo Shiro shook her head violently. Nope, nope, nope. Those were the 2 vegetables she hated the most. You really are an elementary schooler, Sakurai, Saki sneered. Yakumo Shiro puffed up her cheeks and pouted. She clung to Sakurai Saki's back. I'm not an elementary schooler. From behind came a soft sensation. Sakurai Saki kept a straight face as he took out the steamed dough and poked it a couple of times with a wooden spoon. The dough jiggled elastically. Yakumo Shiro, of course, wasn't an elementary schooler. Her cup were about 5 times that of Shinomiya Kagai's. Of course, that was just Sakurai Saki's speculative estimate. Chapter 92. Hayasaka AI takes the initiative again Wednesday, the last day before Golden Week break. The homeroom teacher was on the podium, going over important reminders. Don't go to dangerous places. There will be midterm exams after Golden Week. Don't forget to study during the break. Make sure to finish your holiday assignments. All the same old things. In the classroom, Shinomiya Kagaya noticed something strange about the general affairs Sakurai today. Though he was already weird on normal days, today he was especially indifferent. Sakurai usually greeted his classmates every morning, but today he didn't. Kagaya, being an Oju-sama, didn't care about those weed class students. But what caught her attention was something else. Today Sakurai Saki didn't greet Hayasaka AI. It felt like he was deliberately keeping his distance. That was the impression Sakurai gave Kagaya today. Did something unpleasant happen to him? Shinomiya Kagaya silently guessed. And indeed, she guessed correctly. Sakurai Saki was in a very bad mood today. Though he had long known that a dangerous power would be dangerous, he didn't expect it to be this dangerous. The effectiveness was beyond question basically. Today, there was no way he'd dare to use it. But as for the side effect, it had to be clearly stated. Side effect. When emotions fluctuate strongly, the mind and body will regress to a point in the past. The amount of regression depends on the intensity of the emotional fluctuation. At 6 in the morning, realizing just how dangerous his power was today caused an emotional fluctuation, and then, within half an hour, both his mind and body regressed to what they were 1 year ago. Fortunately, the Sakurai Saki from a year ago didn't have a strong destructive urge, just a bit cold. Otherwise, this Earth might have been in serious trouble. After discovering this side effect, Sakurai Saki had thought he couldn't possibly go to school today. But if he didn't go, what excuse could he give? Saying he wasn't feeling well? In that case, Shirogane and the others would definitely come visit, and that might be even worse. Besides, he didn't want the contents of the future diary to become even more unpredictable. At this moment, Sakurai Saki intended to stay uninvolved with anyone. As for Hayasaka Ace attempts at closeness, Sakurai Saki was also intentionally avoiding them. All right, that concludes our morning homeroom. The ponytailed homeroom teacher on the podium ended the session, then left the classroom. Sakurai Saki looked out the window, while Hayasaka AI was looking at him. Feels like the distance between us is growing. Sakurai Saki had no idea that his sudden coldness was starting to confuse Hayasaka AI. AI-chan had always felt that she was the closest person to Sakurai Saki. Although Fujiwara Chika also liked Sakurai Saki, she didn't dare push aggressively. As for the other girls, Sakurai Saki didn't have any feelings toward them, so AI-chan thought she held a major advantage. But this morning, when AI-chan tried to do what she usually did, approach and hug Sakurai Saki, he hadn't even gotten close before he turned her away with a cold stare. He didn't even say a word. Could it be he doesn't like me anymore? Hayasaka Ace doubt wasn't unreasonable. When someone once close suddenly becomes distant, such a drastic change would make anyone uneasy. Are you feeling unwell, Sakurai-chan? Hayasaka AI asked. Sakurai Saki turned to look at her, his tone somewhat cold. Please don't talk to me. In truth, he didn't want to talk to Hayasaka AI, but for safety reasons, it was best to avoid it today. If she happened to hug him later, he might regress all the way to infancy. Right now at school, there are only 2 girls who could trigger strong emotional fluctuations in him. I see. He really doesn't like me anymore. Hayasaka AI pretended nothing happened and rested her head on the desk. At that moment, Sakurai Saki also felt he might have been too harsh, so he added a sentence to comfort her. I'm just in a bad mood today. Sorry, I didn't mean to raise my voice at you earlier. Hayasaka AI didn't respond, but that particular explanation made her heart race. Noon, in the student council room. Shirogane Miyuki had also noticed that something was off with Sakurai Saki today, like he had reverted to his introverted self from a year ago. Sakurai, my singing practice has come along decently, so this afternoon we can... Shirogane Miyuki hadn't even finished speaking. Sitting on the sofa, Sakurai Saki suddenly wore an expression of panic. He hurriedly slapped his own cheeks. Shit, that was close. He almost remembered this guy's singing. Luckily, he didn't recall it completely otherwise. Out of sheer terror, his emotions would have surged violently and head shrink. Shirogane, let's have lunch, Sakurai Saki said flatly. With that, he placed a few daifuku he had made the day before onto the tea table. Wagashi I promised last time, he explained briefly. Shirogane Miyuki felt tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. So what if I sing badly? Does that mean I'm not allowed to sing at all? Furious, Shirogane left the student council president's chair and came over. Glancing at the confections, he asked, chocolate filling? There's also matcha flavor, Sakurai Saki explained. Sakurai now felt slightly more at ease being around Shirogane, was still relatively comfortable. A few minutes later, just as Sakurai Saki bit into a fried shrimp tempura, President, good afternoon. Shinomiya Kagaya entered the room. Good afternoon, Shinomiya, Shirogane Miyuki responded. Shirogane found it a bit strange, as Kagaya rarely came to the student council room at lunchtime. Why was she here today? Could be to talk about tomorrow's karaoke? Shirogane started to get nervous. His singing level currently was just barely passable if you went by Fujiwara Chika and Sakurai Saki's description. It was like a sea cucumber that's only been half cleaned. Sakurai Saki, upon seeing that the one who entered wasn't Secretary Fujiwara, but Kagaya, didn't react much at first. That is, until Shinomiya Kagaya walked straight up to him and placed her hand on his shoulder. Their faces were now very close, less than 20 centimeters apart. Sakurai Saki blinked. What is this woman trying to do? What's wrong with you today? Are you seriously ill? Shinomiya Kagaya asked seriously. Huh? Sick? I think you're the one who's sick, lady. Sakurai Saki replied emotionlessly. Imperfectly fine. No, you're not. You didn't greet anyone in class today, and you didn't cling to Hayasaka-san like you usually do. Very unusual. Shinomiya-san, are you stalking me? Sakurai Saki asked suspiciously. Have you been staring at me since this morning? Sakurai Saki had absolutely no desire to get involved with Shinomiya Kagaya. Befriending a girl like her only brought trouble. There was nothing to gain. Stay away from her, or you'll end up cursed. Stalking? You mean, because I care so much about you that I constantly watch your every move. Kagaya paused with a thoughtful expression. I suppose that's not wrong. From your point of view, I really am a stalker. Shinomiya Kagaya moved away from in front of Sakurai Saki. She awkwardly changed the subject. Let's not talk about that. Shinomiya-san, are you dodging the issue? Why would you think I'm dodging it? Because you just realized that you care a lot about a male classmate, and you watch his every move every day. You got embarrassed and tried to change the subject. Or did I guess wrong? Shinomiya Kagaya's face turned red. That's nonsense. A woman of the Shinomiya family wouldn't be embarrassed by something like that. Kagaya, you're blushing, Shinomiya-san. Do you want to die? Please stop interfering in my life so much, Kagaya-chan. Sakurai Saki said as he took another bite of rice. It seemed he had found a way to deal with Kagaya. Tomorrow, Tokyo Bay is getting another barrel of concrete, Shinomiya Kagaya muttered, feeling like Sakurai Saki only had one day left to live. And also, stop calling me Kagaya-chan. She had said it before. He wasn't allowed to call her that. But Sakurai Saki was bolder than she thought. You've fallen for me, haven't you, Kagaya-chan? I like you so much I could kill you and stuff your body in the fridge. Shinomiya Kagaya said as she opened her bento. That's a bit heavy, Kagaya-chan. I can't accept this kind of love. Sakurai Saki responded with a blank face. Listening to the two of them argue, Shirogane felt like their relationship was actually pretty close. It was just that neither of them showed any emotion when they talked, which made it slightly terrifying. At the moment, Sakurai Saki had returned to his emotionless kitten state from a year ago. Shinomiya Kagaya was in full Ice Kagaya mode. Shirogane Miyuki got the sense these two could come to blows at any time. Well, they had fought a few times last year, after all. Maybe you two should try getting along a little. Shirogane tried to play mediator. This doesn't concern you, Shirogane. President Shirogane, Do you also want to become a concrete barrel at the bottom of Tokyo Bay? Shirogane Miyuki, so tired. This whole student council just bullies the president. I don't like talking to bugs. The only reason I observe you is because you're interesting like how humans observe ants, Shinomiya Kagaya said, still favoring her usual metaphors. I hope someday a bug appears that likes Shinomiya-sen, Sakurai, Saki fired back. The relationship between him and Shinomiya Kagaya had never been good to begin with. In the past, because of Secretary Fujiwara and Ishigami-yu, he didn't want to argue with her. But today there were only 3 people present, so he didn't bother holding back anymore. The bug I've been observing is a 2-timer. Hesitating about which ant queen he should pick, Shinomiya Kagaya said, while glancing at Shirogane Miyuki. President, don't you think that kind of bug is scummy? Shirogane Miyuki lowered his head and silently ate his lunch. Shirogane. I'm invisible. Of course he knew exactly who she was referring to. Shinomiya-sen, you don't need to beat around the bush just to insult me, Sakurai Saki said, setting his bento box down. This whole thing, in the end, has nothing to do with you, does it? Sakurai Saki felt irritated by her sarcastic tone, but he wasn't especially angry. What she said wasn't wrong. Even though he never intentionally led on 2 people at once, he was still waiting for a clear confession. He needed courage. Hayasaka-san is... Shinomiya Kagaya started to say, paused for a few seconds, then continued, a very close friend of mine. So you came here to speak on her behalf. Then let me ask you, even if she likes me and wants to date me, what does that have to do with you? Sakurai Saki found it ridiculous. Last time, when Kagaya came to him about Hayasaka being confessed to, he already found it suspicious. What does it have to do with me? She likes you, don't you get it? Shinomiya Kagaya's voice grew less confident as she spoke. Please pay close attention to my question. What does that have to do with you? You bastard. So you do know she likes you. Shinomiya Kagaya's expression changed instantly. This guy really does know. He knows Hayasaka likes him. Bastard? I don't know where you got that from. I've never done anything that crossed the line with her, Sakurai Saki said calmly as he took a sip of canned coffee he had brought. His relationship with Hayasaka had remained at the level of friends. Sakurai Saki was still a virgin who hadn't even had his first kiss. He honestly thought he was still quite pure. Then why are you doing this? Pride. Arrogance? You're just a student from an outside school. At that point, Shinomiya Kagaya stood up and slightly bowed her head. I'm sorry. I got a little emotional. She then picked up her chopsticks to begin eating. I really don't understand you at all, Sakurai-san. And you don't need to. Sakurai Saki began packing up his bento. He had finished eating. Shirogane Miyuki, watching all this, could only rub his forehead helplessly. The relationship between those two had just gotten worse again. Isn't it better now than before? Why did it suddenly get worse? After lunch, Shinomiya Kagaya left the student council room and called Hayasaka AI. Moshi Moshi, Hayasaka go confessed to him. On the other end, Hayasaka AI was standing beneath the school building, her face looking as if she had just seen a ghost. She double-checked. Kagaya-sama, what did you just say? In her ear, the serious voice of the other girl came again. Go confess to him, Hayasaka. If you didn't hear me clearly, they'll say it again, tell him. I like you. Please go out with me. Got now? Shinomiya Kagaya's tone was deadly serious. Hayasaka AI was momentarily bewildered. Kagaya-sama, I don't think we need to rush this. Coward. Ayazaka-ai. Right now. I'm not asking you, I'm ordering you. I'm using my authority as your master to command you to confess. Shinomiya Kagaya was clearly furious. Kagaya-sama, I'm not your slave. Is saying one line, I like you, really that hard? I seriously want to repeat what he just said about you. Shinomiya Kagaya grew more flustered, her words spilling faster. He knows you and Secretary Fujiwara both have feelings for him, don't you get it? Ido, Kaguya-sama. I understand it all. Hayasaka Ace answer made Shinomiya Kagaya pause. She leaned against the hallway wall, momentarily at a loss for words. You understand? Then why? Hayasaka AI looked up at the sky. Precisely because I understand, I don't want to confess now. Kagaya-sama, there's only ever one person in first place. I don't think I'm inferior to Secretary Fujiwara, but if I confess first, it'll have put myself beneath her. The fact that Sakurai Saki had feelings for Fujiwara Chika Hayasaka, AI, had always been well aware of that. You're worried about that? Just confess first. Once it's successful, all the other girls are just losers anyway. What are you even hesitating for? Fujiwara Chika won't confess first, so I still have plenty of time to slowly build a connection with him. Until he's the one who confesses to me. Her explanation failed to resonate with Kagaya. He'll say it again, go confess. If you fail, just find someone else. Make him regret it. Shinomiya Kagaya had no interest in hearing any excuses. Hearing that, Hayasaka, AI, could only smile wryly. Got it. He'll go confess. There was just no dealing with her. She had planned to settle things once and for all, but now it seems she'd have to work harder from here on out. Hurry up and start dating him. Then help me get revenge. Shinomiya Kagaya held grudges like no other. Mama Hasaka I homu, and headed toward the classroom building. What should I do next? As she walked, Hayasaka AI pondered. When she returned to class and looked at the blackboard where the cleaning duty assignments were posted, an idea began to form. Sorry, Chika-chan. I'm about to start running ahead. Chapter 93. Sakurai Saki, only 10 years old, doesn't he know what fear is? There were more than 30 people in the class, and the cleaning duty rotated once around. Unexpectedly, it was Sakurai Saki's turn on the very last day before Golden Week vacation. Today, he managed his emotions quite well. Even when arguing with Shinomiya Kagaya at noon, he still maintained the demeanor of a gentleman, never making any personal attacks. It was the last day of cleaning duty. Once it was done, he could go to the house of those 5 sisters to tutor them for a while and safely get through this dangerous day. Thinking of that, Sakurai Saki turned to look at Hayasaka AI, who was rearranging the desks and chairs. Today, one of the 2 remaining people on duty had an emergency, so Hayasaka AI took over the task for that person. In his mind, the words Shinomiya Kagaya said at noon echoed again. You bastard. You clearly know she like you. Had he once played with a girl's feelings? Sorry, but that relationship hadn't even started yet. In light novels, the kind of indecisive male protagonist usually keeps an ambiguous distance with multiple girls, reaping all the benefits from the beauties, and only in the end chooses one among them. That's what people call a waifu war. Everyone enjoys the ambiguity, but once the male lead has made his choice, the competition ends, the show wraps up, the curtain falls on the stage, and every other heroine, no matter how loved she may be, must quietly retreat. No matter how much they win over the readers' hearts, if they fail to win the male protagonists, it's as if they lose all reason for existence. Once the main heroine is confirmed, no one enjoys the love stage anymore. Audiences always love the unpredictable dance of fate, because it's the unpredictability that makes things interesting. Sakurai Saki didn't like romantic light novels where the main heroine was already placed on the cover. That basically meant the final winner had already been decided, and he didn't like such battles. As long as someone says those 3 words to me, they'll give up resisting. Sakurai Saki always thought so. He didn't dare to take that step because that meant breaking the rule he had set for himself. He still couldn't fully control his superpower, and that could be dangerous to others, so he didn't dare start a relationship. But he still yearned for love. So, as long as someone told him I like you, confessed to him. But since the time she cornered him against the wall, Sakurai Saki realized that she truly did like him. Similarly, Fujiwara Chika also liked him. Then why? It's already been half a year, and there hasn't even been one confession. Could it be that he wasn't worthy? He erased the remaining writing on the blackboard. A sound came from behind the door. Click. Sakurai Saki turned back and saw the back door of the classroom had just been closed. He didn't really mind after all. The back door should be closed, and the front door didn't need to be. I'm going to get water for the plants. Hayasaka AI glanced over the desks and chairs and saw everything was perfectly neat. Omo. Sakurai Saki continued wiping the board. Leaving the classroom, Hayasaka AI took a few pieces of gum from her pocket and began chewing. For the first kiss, she wanted to leave a good impression. Sakurai Saki often chewed gum during break time between periods, so this time, the two of them would probably have a good experience. Since she had decided to confess, AI-chan was ready to take another step forward. Just holding hands wasn't enough to satisfy her. She discovered that Sakurai Saki was the type who was very hard to break through emotionally, but once the walls were down, he would be as vulnerable as a white rabbit. So this plan was highly feasible. When she reached the water basin to fetch some water, Hayasaka AI saw Fujiwara Chika heading toward the student council room. Black bow tie, radiant face full of smiles, energetic and adorable compared to herself. Hayasaka AI, the real Hayasaka AI, Fujiwara Chika, was clearly much more well-liked. Hayasaka AI looked down at her hands. Can I really do this? As a servant of the Shinomiya family, Hayasaka AI had been bound to them since birth. As both maid and bodyguard to Shinomiya Kagaya, she knew many secrets about the Shinomiya household, and the Shinomiyas would never allow her to leave so easily. Though she often talked about wanting to quit, she had never truly believed she could escape the Shinomiya family. Someone like me, can I really live a happy life? Hayasaka AI asked herself. She realized probably not. Every day, 80 of her time was spent taking care of and ensuring the safety of Shinomiya Kagaya. Hayasaka AI didn't really have much free time. If they really dated, would there be time to go on dates with him? No, after school, she had to go home with Kagaya-sama. Normally after school, he went into the student council room. Could she follow him there? No, the student council room was Kagaya-sama's private space. If she left everything behind to run away with him, would he agree? Probably not. He was just a transfer student at Shuchiin. His family ran a wagashi shop. He wouldn't give up his future just to run off with her. As a student council member graduating from Shuchiin, he had a very promising future ahead. So then, why did she still want to confess to him? She couldn't even do the basic things a normal girlfriend could do, not even play games with him at night. Maybe I should give up, she whispered. The courage Hayasaka AI had just managed to gather had already half vanished in this moment. AI-chan, what's wrong? The water's spilling out of the jug. From behind, Fujiwara Chika, who had just walked off earlier, came back. Really? All right. Chika-chan, why are you here anyway? Hayasaka AI returned to her usual Jairu appearance. Saw you, so I came to say hi, that's all. Fujiwara Chika explained. All right, I'm heading to the student council room now. She walked a few steps, then turned back and encouraged. I don't know what AI-chan's thinking about, but do your best, okay? Even when something bad happens, keep doing your best. Thank you, Chika-chan. Ayazaka Oi replied. Then she picked up the water jug and prepared to head back. The more you think, the more tangled things get, and the easier it is to overthink gains and losses. Rather than worry about the future, focus on the present. Go confess. Go confess to Sakurai Saki. Something bad happened? Sakurai Saki watched as Hayasaka AI burst into the classroom full of energy and found it a little strange. Wasn't she just getting a jug of water? Was it really that serious? She looked like she was about to charge into a battlefield. Nothing happened. Hayasaka AI placed the jug on the nearest desk. Weren't you going to water the plants? Sakurai Saki asked curiously. Hayasaka AI didn't answer that question. She casually locked the front door of the classroom, while the back door had already been locked earlier. With that, the classroom had become a sealed room. Sakurai Saki immediately sensed something was off. Creating a sealed room. Could it be an intent to murder? Hayasaka AI didn't quite know how to begin. She pretended to grab the jug and get ready to water the plants. There's dust on the floor, and it's hard to clean if the doors are open. Hayasaka AI came up with a clumsy excuse. The wind blows in, and the dust flies everywhere. The more she spoke, the more flustered she became. If we're on cleaning duty, we should do it properly. A thin stream of water flowed from the jug spout, dripping onto the leaves of the green plants. Hayasaka AI stared fixedly at the jug until the water nearly overflowed from the pot beneath, and only then did she snap out of it. Sakurai Saki glanced at the floor. Indeed, there was quite a bit of dust. It had been dry lately, so there was more dust in the air. But still, closing all the doors just for that felt a little excessive, didn't it? Hayasaka AI set down the water jug, and for a moment, her legs felt weak, her heart racing uncontrollably. She slowly turned around and saw the person she liked. Jet black hair, a fair and handsome face under the setting sun that took her breath away, a slightly disheveled uniform adding a touch of rebellion. Even the chalk dust floating around the blackboard seemed more endearing just because he was there. That beautiful boy was looking at her, the corners of his lips lifting into a soft smile. "What's wrong?" he asked. "This is cheating. It's way too unfair." Hayasaka AI thought to herself, then slowly walked towards Sakurai Saki. Clack, clack, her classroom slippers lightly brushed against the floor. The two of them drew closer and closer. Sakurai Saki simply thought she was walking over to grab something off the desk, until a hand touched his cheek. "Huh?" Sakurai Saki turned slightly with her movement, a look of confusion flashing across his face. Hayasaka AI blushed, stammering, unable to speak. "I have something I want to say to you." In this situation, even Sakurai the wooden plank Saki understood what she meant. She's about to confess? The three words had been waiting for all this time. Yet in this moment, Sakurai Saki found that he didn't really want to hear them. He still remembered the side effects of his ability from earlier today. Still, even so, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. "I want to confess to you." As soon as she said it, Hayasaka AI buried her face in his chest. "I can't believe it's actually real." Sakurai Saki was briefly at a loss for where to place his hands. "Your heart's beating so fast." Hayasaka Ace's voice rose from his chest. It was completely different from how she sounded in class or when they gamed together. This voice was clearly spoiled and sweet. "Can you hold me?" With that kind of tone. This was the first time Sakurai Saki had ever heard it from her. There was no way he could refuse that request. He wrapped his arms gently around her slender waist. A sweet fragrance drifted from her hair, and from deep within, Sakurai Saki felt a surge of happiness swell in his chest. Hayasaka AI looked up, their eyes met. The distance between them narrowed, until they could feel each other's warm breaths. This time, no one interrupted. Hayasaka AI slowly closed her eyes, her arms looping behind Sakurai Saki's neck, pulling him closer. "Kiss me," she said. Sakurai Saki tilted his head and kissed her. At that moment, the world around them seemed to melt away, leaving only the soft feeling of the other's lips. His heart pounded wildly, far exceeding any limit his superpower could measure. But Sakurai Saki no longer wanted to suppress those feelings. After a gentle kiss, the two parted slightly, catching their breath. "Not enough." "Ayazaka," I whispered. A second later, Sakurai Saki leaned in again. 1 minute passed. "Not enough." 2 minutes passed. Softer little by little, both of them were swept away by their emotions. Only after a long while did their lips finally part. "Huh." Hayasaka AI exhaled in small, soft breaths. She pouted playfully, complaining, "Next time, can you go easier on me? I was about to suffocate, sorry. It's my first time kissing." Sakurai Saki said, tried to avert his gaze, but he couldn't look away from her. That fair, delicate face, a few strands of golden hair sticking to her cheek. The breathtaking beauty in that moment radiated an irresistible charm. In that posture, Sakurai Saki only wanted to treasure her, keep her forever as something that belonged to him alone. "It's okay." Ayazaka oitiptud. Giving him a peck on the cheek, "You'll get used to it." She spoke as she gently slipped out of his embrace. Taking a few steps back, Sakurai Saki never took his eyes off her. He knew what she was about to say. Hayasaka AI paused for a few seconds, then said softly, "Sakurai-san, I like you. I've liked you since half a year ago. Be my boyfriend." In that moment, the shy expression on her face, her gentle manner, everything about her was worthy of being etched into memory. The contrail left behind by an airplane outside the window, the floating dust in the classroom. The distant cawing of a crow from the sports field. Everything became crystal clear in Sakurai Saki's senses. His throat moved slightly, but no sound came out. A few seconds later, is that a no? Hayasaka, AI, lowered her head. She stood there, a bit awkwardly. Or you don't want to? A few seconds later, Sakurai Saki collected himself and said softly, "Sorry, I got a little overwhelmed. I didn't know how to respond at first." Was that a yes? A few more seconds passed, and Hayasaka, AI, looked up joyfully. But what she saw on Sakurai Saki's face was strange. The way he looked at her was as if she were a stranger. "Who are you?" Sakurai Saki glanced around the classroom indifferently, his voice low and flat. "Ayazakai," AI-chan replied faintly, her voice tinged with disappointment. Sakurai Saki didn't react much. So that's it. A side effect? He checked his ability from today, vaguely realizing something. He took out his phone and opened the first chat window online. It was a conversation with Fujiwara Chika. This person must be someone close to me. He typed a message. "Fujiwara-san, my younger brother might show up in a bit. Could you go to the locker room downstairs and bring him up for me?" The side effect was still active. There was a chance his memory regression would continue. Thinking this, Sakurai Saki began walking toward the classroom door. Hayasaka, AI, stared at his retreating figure, unsure of what to do. Was that a rejection? A few seconds later, soft sobs echoed from behind. Sakurai Saki had just reached the door when he turned back and frowned at her. "Donkai, I think I just accepted your confession." He scowled slightly, unlocked the door, and stepped out of the classroom. "So this is the person who'll become my girlfriend in the future? The one I'd be willing to risk everything to protect? I don't get it." After heading down to the locker room and confirming no one was there, Sakurai Saki locked the door behind him. There were no cameras in the locker room. He had mapped out nearly every blind spot in the school surveillance system even before he officially transferred in. "How many locks should I undo this time?" Sakurai Saki muttered. He was referring to the seal system on his body, 7 total. Both arms, both legs, brain, heart, and head. His randomly changing superpower every day was a separate system not relevant for now. The limbs represented enhanced physical abilities. The heart regeneration, the head clairvoyance, the brain miscellaneous powers. If even one of these was sealed, the power of the related type cannot be used. Sakurai Saki had never sealed his heart before, and currently, for locks were active, both arms and both legs. Physical enhancement powers severely affected daily life. So for now, he kept them sealed after all. Strength or speed 10 times that a normal human was hard to control and easily noticeable. Risking exposure. A year ago, Sakurai Saki didn't yet know about the future diary, but he knew how terrifying his past self had been. 2 iron chains appeared from thin air. Writhing as they crawled towards Sakurai Saki's body within seconds, they had merged into him. With everything done, Sakurai Saki sat on the bench in the locker room and closed his eyes to rest. A few minutes later, his body visibly began to shrink. The uniform that had fit him perfectly was now clearly oversized. Did I sky to the future or something? Little Sakurai looked around. This is the changing room next to the bathhouse. If he followed human customs, then right now he should undress. Little Sakurai stood up, his young, adorable face completely expressionless. Due to the lingering side effect, having regressed to the body of a 10-year-old, he wasn't afraid at all. So he began to undress. "No, goddamn it, I hate this. AI-chan deserves better." Chapter 94. Little Sakurai hates women. Humans need to take off their clothes when bathing. That applies to normal people, but not to little Sakurai. Normally, little Sakurai uses a type of superpower called cleansing to keep his body always clean. He doesn't like water. Removing the cumbersome clothes, little Sakurai unlocked and pushed open the changing room door. Little Sakurai tilted his head. Outside the door, Secretary Fujiwara, who had just arrived at the changing room, also tilted her head. One big, one small, facing each other and observing. Saki-kun's younger brother, Fujiwara Chika, looked carefully several times before she realized the boy wasn't wearing anything. Chica, carbon-based creature? Little Sakurai blinked while looking. Suddenly, Chika-chan reacted and shouted loudly, "Little brother, why aren't you wearing clothes?" "Oh," she shouted while blocking the entrance to the men's changing room. Little Sakurai peeked out from behind Chika's back, glancing around. "Is this the outside world? Like the oil paintings I've seen before, the colors are both many and ugly." "Clothes?" Little Sakurai asked suspiciously. Fujiwara Chika didn't even have the mind to worry about being discovered. She hurriedly pushed little Sakurai back into the changing room. "Didn't your brother teach you that you can't run around shirtless?" "Brother?" Little Sakurai didn't understand the meaning of this word. Just like sister, a sort of familiar concept, but ever since birth, he had no relatives. "Isn't Sakurai Saki your older brother?" Fujiwara Chika asked. Could it be she mistook someone else? That would be super embarrassing. "Who's Sakurai Saki?" "That code name sounds awful. If someone gave me such a code name, I'd want them to go die. Someone like that wanted to be my brother? He's 10,000 years too early," little Sakurai said expressionlessly. "Little Sakurai, you're this young and already have Chinibu? Kids shouldn't think such nonsense." Fujiwara Chika hurriedly helped him put on the clothes from the ground. "Don't want little Sakurai struggled. You have to wear clothes properly." Fujiwara Chika entered lecture mode. Hearing her tone, little Sakurai suddenly felt guilty. "Okay, I get it. Damn it, you carbon-based creatures. They'll turn you into my toy later." Fujiwara Chika looked down and noticed little Sakurai had a scheming expression on his face. She pulled his cheeks on both sides. "No mischief. I'll try my best to disguise myself as a human properly." Little Sakurai rubbed his pinched cheeks and mumbled, "Once I figure out why I can't use superpower anymore, it'll turn you into a toy. Then every night it'll squeeze your face." Haze. Even Fujiwara Chika felt a bit of a headache now. Saki-kun's younger brother is really troublesome. "What's your name?" Chika suddenly realized she hadn't asked the boy's name yet. 01. Little Sakurai tugged at the clothes on his body. The sleeves and pants had all been adjusted by Chika. It didn't look too exaggerated. "Sakurai 01? Chika." Pff. "Who's that?" "My code name is S01. That's why Dr. Wani-san calls me 01. Everyone else calls me Child of God." Little Sakurai explained. "I see. This is a character setting you made up yourself, right?" Fujiwara Chika sighed. Then she looked at the kid a few more times. "Want to hold hands?" "No, I'm not a kid anymore," little Sakurai said seriously. "Dr. Wani-san said only human larvae need to be led by the hand of a human adult." After hearing this, Chika-chan sighed. Her whole body deflated. "Right now you have to disguise yourself as a human, right?" "Omo. Then your external appearance is a human larva, correct?" Fujiwara Chika gently guided him. "Therefore, you have to hold my hand, right?" Little Sakurai shook his little head. "I can teleport, no need to walk." Chika. Fujiwara Chika was speechless. At this moment, she really wanted to get out of here immediately. But Sakurai Saki's message told her to take good care of his younger brother. So what should she do? "Then follow me," Chika said as she opened the changing room door. Little Sakurai looked around for a moment, then stepped out the door. On the way, "Are those carbon-based creatures about to mate?" "They're just hugging." "This machine, I know, just insert a coin and you can buy weapons." "That's a vending machine." "Why is this staircase built in circles? Why not just build it straight?" 2. Save space? Why is everyone looking at me like that? "Big breasts Wani-san." "Because you're very cute." "Wait a minute. Big breasts Wani-san?" "I heard from Dr. Wani-san. Human females with big breasts have a harder time finding a mate compared to flat-chested females. She also said flat chests are a valuable resource." "Is that true? Dr. Wani-san of yours is flat-chested, isn't she? Her chest is as hard as steel, not comfortable to touch at all." 01. "You can't just touch that part of a woman's body at will." Chika began lecturing. "I can transform into a girl. I can touch my own," little Sakurai said angrily. "Is this also a character setting? It's a superpower. Isn't your setting that you're a human larva?" "No, I'm an esper disguised as a human larva." After a while of talking, the two finally arrived at the student council room. The door opened. Everyone, I've brought Saki-kun's younger brother. Inside, all the student council members fell silent. Earlier, when leaving, Secretary Fujiwara was cheerful, saying she was happy to meet Sakurai Saki's younger brother. But now, only a dozen minutes later, the other party had returned with a face of despair. This contrast was too much. Little Sakurai also looked at the scene inside the student council room. He pointed at each person and commented, "Dried fish about to die." That was Shirogane Miyuki. A gloomy normal human, trash. That was Ishigami-yu. Ice element Esper. That was Shinomiya Kagaya. And then, big breasts Wani-san. Silence. Everyone in the room went silent. This stinking brat is Sakurai-senpai's little brother? Ishigami-yu started attacking verbally. So now Chinibu spreads, even to elementary school? At first, he thought Sakurai Saki's younger brother would be a cute and obedient child, expectedly. He was this detestable. And this brat even called me trash? Do I really look that much like trash? Ishigami. Trash, shut up. Little Sakurai looked at that trash, who could be sneezed to death 10,000 times over, and didn't hold back at all. Shirogane Miyuki forced a serious face. Sakurai's little brother, where did your big brother go? Dried fish. Aren't you going to sleep yet? Want to die? Little Sakurai asked with concern. What kind of kid mocks people even when showing concern? Shinomiya Kagaya looked coldly at little Sakurai. She was waiting for him to evaluate her. Aiswani-san, I like you. Little Sakurai looked at Shinomiya Kagaya. The little boy showed a satisfied expression. He nodded his little head. This one will definitely be fun to torture. Little Sakurai didn't expect to find two toys in such a short time. Shinomiya Kagaya's expression instantly melted. She started to like Sakurai's little brother a little. Kagaya, then what about me? Big breasts Wani-san asked. You always lecture people. I don't like you. Little Sakurai showed a bored face. Then Chika led him to the sofa. Little Sakurai leaned on the sofa, feeling around everywhere. Is this material human skin? It's synthetic leather. Ishigami-yu replied while playing games. Trash like you is actually pretty smart. Unlike those dumb cowards out there. Little Sakurai praised. Do you want to be my hunting dog? Ishigami-yu paused his hand, holding the game. Console froze. Hunting dog? He began to doubt the education in Sakurai-senpai's household. What kind of family raises a brat with such a shitty personality? Dr. Wani-san said everyone is my hunting dog. Later, when I conquer the world, they'll have even more little hunting dogs. Little Sakurai's voice became more excited. Do you want to be my number one hunting dog? And dried fish over there. Do you want to be number two? Shinomiya Kagaya brought over some tea. She had been brewing it earlier. Then what about me? She asked. Aiswani-san is my toy. Hunting dogs die, so I won't let you be a hunting dog. Little Sakurai replied. Era. What a cute answer, Shinomiya Kagaya said with a smile. Shirogane Miyuki Ishigami-yu. Cute? Where exactly is this brat cute? Other than having a face similar to Sakurai-senpai. So he looks decent on the outside. What's cute about him? Don't disgrace the word cute. Fujiwara Chika also became curious. Then what about me? I don't need you anymore. I like flat chests. Little Sakurai was the type who gets bored of the old and likes the new. Right now, he already liked Shinomiya Kagaya. Chika. Shinomiya Kagaya lowered her head and looked at the tips of her shoes. Then she liked little Sakurai even more. Truly a tragic story. All right, little brother, what's your name? Shinomiya Kagaya sat down beside little Sakurai. Currently, on little Sakurai's left was Kagaya, and on his right was Chika. 01. Little Sakurai swung his legs. Sakurai 01? That name sounds weird, but Kagaya didn't mind too much. These days, there were plenty of parents giving their kids strange names. Little brother 01, when is your big brother coming to pick you up? Ishigami-yu asked. Sakurai-senpai, please come pick up this brat already. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to play his game in peace. I have no family. Little Sakurai said that line with an extremely indifferent tone. Everyone present immediately showed a worried expression. You had a fight with your big brother? Chika felt that was probably the case. She suddenly remembered she had lied. Taking out her phone, Chika sent a message to ask Sakurai Saki where he was. Ring. Little Sakurai's bag rang. The boy curiously pulled out a phone. What is this machine? It looks so stupid. Sakurai-senpai's phone? Did he forget this? Ishigami Yu glanced at the clothes little Sakurai was wearing, then revealed a strange expression. Aren't those clothes? Probably Sakurai's spare uniform. Shirogane Miyuki guessed aloud. No one considered the possibility that Sakurai Saki had shrunk, or rather that was the normal human reaction. Even when encountering something abnormal, normal people would try to find reasons to convince themselves. At this point, they were already convinced by their own logic. Looks like we probably won't be able to get in touch with Sakurai-senpai today, Ishigami Yu sighed. If it gets late and Sakurai-senpai still doesn't show up, what should we do? Shinomiya Kagaya casually said. Then take the kid home and take care of him. Take him home? Fujiwara Chika stuttered. She couldn't accept that. If she brought a troublemaker like little Sakurai to her house, she wouldn't be able to sleep at all. But after all, this was a responsibility Saki-kun entrusted to her. Then what? Are we supposed to leave the child here? Shinomiya Kagaya asked back. Everyone in the room felt that wasn't a good idea. However, that was just the worst-case scenario. They still believed Sakurai Saki would show up. This is delicious. Sakurai Saki held a cup of tea, happily speaking. 01-chan. Do you like drinking black tea? Shinomiya Kagaya looked at the boy and asked curiously. His older brother was clearly a black coffee addict who didn't like sweet things. I like it. I also like eating cake and candy. Little Sakurai smiled. Dr. Wani-san would secretly bring him yummy treats. Too bad the daifuku from lunch is all gone. The last two were eaten by Fujiwara Chika just now. Shinomiya Kagaya hadn't even gotten a taste. In the blink of an eye, they were all gone. Seemed like they were really delicious. The Sakurai family runs a wagashi shop, so it's normal that his little brother would like sweets. What's abnormal is Sakurai himself hating sweets to such an extreme degree. And so, they drank tea and chatted. The sky gradually turned red. Shirogane Miyuki furrowed his brows and said, I just checked with the teachers, and the Nakano's sister Sakurai didn't show up to tutor them. So where the hell did he go? How can a person just vanish into thin air? Even if he had something to do, could he really have forgotten to bring his phone? Let's not talk about where General Affairs Sakurai went for now. Right now, let's think about what to do with this child. Shinomiya Kagaya glanced at little Sakurai, who was playing poker and had already beaten Fujiwara Chika over 10 times. Fujiwara Chika was on the verge of despair. Losing to Sakurai Saki was one thing. Who could beat that guy anyway? But she didn't expect that she couldn't even beat Sakurai Saki's little brother. She had even tried cheating a little just now, and still couldn't win. Totally unreasonable. Could it be that the Sakurai family is her natural nemesis? Chika, can I go out for a walk? Little Sakurai was starting to feel bored. It was rare to travel to the future thanks to his superpower, so he didn't want to leave empty-handed. Superpowers keep piling up every day. It's so damn annoying. Lately, little Sakurai had been troubled by his ever-increasing powers. Dr. Wani-san had already told him his power was getting stronger, and there was a possibility it could go out of control. The abilities he couldn't use now were actually supposed to be fully usable, but for some reason, after coming to the future, he couldn't use them anymore. He'll take him home. Shinomiya Kagaya accepted the task, but the one Saki-kun entrusted this to was me, Chika said in a small voice. Shinomiya Kagaya replied helplessly, You can come stay at my house too. If it's just a sleepover at a classmate's house, your family probably wouldn't object. That makes sense, and tomorrow's the start of Golden Week too. Chika suddenly reacted. We can wear cute pajamas, chat together, and have a girls' night. Just thinking about it made Chika take out her phone and message her dad. A moment later, he said yes. Chika said happily, The Shinomiya house. Who would refuse that? Ishigami Yu thought silently to himself. A daughter having a good relationship with the Shinomiya family's Oju-sama, there's no downside to that for a politician. We're going to her house, huh? Little Sakurai tilted his head. On his small, cute face was a confused expression. You girls want to be with me? Dr. Wani-san said human females will knock out the males they like and drag them home. Faced with that question, Shinomiya Kagaya flicked his head. Kids shouldn't say stuff like that. I hate you. You're not allowed to hate me. Little Sakurai looked toward Ishigami-yu. But unfortunately, the latter immediately turned his face away. 10 minutes later, little Sakurai was sitting in a sleek black luxury car heading toward the Shinomiya residence. Chapter 95. Hayasaka AI. Item 1. Inside the luxurious black car. Hayasaka AI, in the form of her Thakakun, was looking out the window, not saying a word. Did that confession just now actually succeed? She was pondering over the question. Sakurai Saki didn't end up rejecting her, but it didn't seem like he fully agreed either. The words I think he said, she heard them very clearly. If it were an ordinary girl facing this kind of situation, she'd probably start plucking petals like love me, not love me, love me, not love me, but not Hayasaka AI. She felt she had already won. If she kissed him and didn't get rejected, then maybe the whole confession thing. He only ran away because he was embarrassed. Hayasaka AI was very confident in herself, just like how Sakurai Saki was also very confident in himself. The two of them really matched well in that aspect. Things seemed to be moving along quickly. Hayasaka Ace's thoughts jumped boldly. This time she had gotten closer, so pushing the next step further would feel natural, right? With her charming personality, when the time came and she got Sakurai alone, he probably wouldn't be able to resist. Moreover, this was the best method. Has everyone ever heard the phrase raw rice becomes cooked rice? If you like someone, confess. If confessing doesn't work, then use force. If force doesn't work, then try a few more times. The strategy shouldn't be limited too much. There'll definitely be one that suits you. The law doesn't protect men well enough. Even if they're forced, most of them won't speak out, just like victims of bullying. Endure a little, and ITL past both sides take a step back. And everyone benefits. Is it necessary to make a big deal out of this? Do men really need to be that petty? Fucking infuriating. When will men finally be able to stand up for themselves? AI-chan withdrew her gaze from the window, and at the same time, the female driver opened the car door. Kagaya-san. When PS sits down, his zipper sticks out, you know. Chika. Hayasaka AI saw Shinomiya Kagaya holding back laughter, so hard her face was turning red. Kagaya-sama was still at the age where dirty jokes at this level could make her laugh. Truly adorable. Ice-Wani-san. What's that black box that looks like a coffin? A childish voice rang out. Hayasaka AI vaguely recognized the face. Is this Sakurai-chan's little brother? So earlier, he ran off in such a hurry to pick this kid up? Shinomiya Kagaya bent down and stepped into the car. This is a car. It's a kind of transportation vehicle, she explained. Then, she saw Hayasaka AI dressed as a boy. Hayasaka, why are you wearing that outfit? Kagaya-sama, the maid identity can't be revealed. Hayasaka whispered closely in her ear. Kagaya-san, who are you talking to? Fujiwara Chika held little Sakurai's hand and stepped into the car. And this person is? Fujiwara Chika squinted her eyes and gave a once-over evaluation, then joyfully exclaimed, Butler. Kagaya-san's house actually has a butler? That's super cool. Hayasaka softened her voice and said, Hello, Fujiwara-san. I am Kagaya-sama's bodyguard. You can just call me her Thaka. And as for this little guest here, hello. I'm an Esper disguised as the larva form of the human species, Sakurai-01. My big brother is Sakurai Saki. Ilika cake, Ilika sweets. Today I came to play at Kagaya, Wani-san's house. Little Sakurai replied, Big bro, hi there. These lines had just been taught to the kid by Shinomiya Kagaya earlier, though of course the first half had already been completely twisted beyond recognition by this little rascal. Hayasaka AI simply felt that Sakurai Saki's younger brother was a bit odd, but she didn't pay it much mind. Takakun, you look kind of familiar, Fujiwara Chika said suspiciously. She felt like she had seen this person somewhere just recently. Maybe near the sink in the restroom? I'm of Irish descent. If you put me together with other Irish people, I might be a little harder to distinguish. Fujiwara-san, do you happen to have any Irish friends? Hayasaka-san seems like a half-blood. Chika muttered. Maybe I mistook you for someone else. Sorry, Secretary Fujiwara then asked, but her Thaka-kun, don't you need to go to school? At your age, go to school would be a bit better, don't you think? And as a bodyguard, going to school together would definitely make Kagaya-san very happy too. I lost my parents in the war, but fortunately, my academic ability wasn't bad. In the orphanage, I quickly learned various skills and later skipped grades and graduated from Harvard University. A few years ago, when I came to Japan, the Shinomiya family took an interest in me, so before she could finish, Kagaya leaned in and whispered in her ear, Hayasaka, what kind of weird backstory are you making up now? Kagaya. Kagaya-sama, what are you saying? Her Thaka is her Thaka. Hayasaka, AI played dumb. The two were speaking in very close proximity. Fujiwara Chika covered her mouth with her hand and blinked. This is it. Forbidden relationship. This phrase suddenly popped into Fujiwara Chika's mind. She was thrilled, super thrilled. She really wanted to know the relationship between these two. Right now, Fujiwara Chika's gossip cravings had exploded to their peak, to the point that she hadn't even realized she had already been ambushed by Hayasaka AI. And what's more, she had been the one to encourage Hayasaka AI when she had been on the verge of giving up. If she found out the truth, she'd probably regret it terribly. But at this moment, none of that mattered to Secretary Fujiwara. She was now a meaningless, emotionless gossip machine. As for little Sakurai, he had no interest in gossip whatsoever. From the moment he got into the car, he had glued his face to the window, admiring the scenery outside. Lots of boxes, tall buildings. Lots of carbon-based life forms, humans. Lots of coffins, cars. And some long hairs, four-legged creatures running, cats and dogs. After getting tired of watching, little Sakurai turned his head and saw Hayasaka AI and Shinomiya Kagaya standing very close to each other. Are you two lovers? Nice support. 01 Kuan. Fujiwara Chika reached the absolute peak of gossip excitement. No, I'm just a humble bodyguard. How could I dare to have feelings for my Uji-sama? Ayazaka only replied. Besides, this particular Uji-sama was super troublesome, constantly causing a fuss. Not to mention she liked to interfere with other people's love lives too. Secretary Fujiwara, if you want to blame someone, blame her. Hayasaka AI was trying her best to soothe the guilt she felt for ambushing Fujiwara Chika. She had already snuck ahead, but before that, it had been Fujiwara Chika herself, acting as referee, who had pulled the trigger and fired the starting shot. Right now, Hayasaka I didn't even dare look at Fujiwara Chika. There was this strange sense of guilt lingering in her heart. I'm sorry, even though you liked him first. What can I say? There's only one Sakurai Saki, right? I'm not going to give up easily, even the number one spot in his heart. He'll take it for myself. How did it end up like this? You two clearly have such a good relationship. Fujiwara Chika exclaimed, completely oblivious to what was going on inside AI-chan's head. If she had known, she might have pulled out the white album Bible and started rereading it on the spot. Chika, when she knew. Good relationship? Shinomiya Kagaya blinked in confusion. Well, it was pretty good. It's just that sometimes Hayasaka didn't listen to her advice. Like this afternoon, for instance, she told her to confess, but Hayasaka came up with a pile of excuses. Shinomiya Kagaya felt that Hayasaka AI was simply a coward who didn't dare confess. All those other reasons were just excuses. Did Hayasaka end up succeeding in confessing? Kagaya suddenly remembered. She still hadn't asked Hayasaka AI about the outcome of her confession. But judging from her current state, it probably went well. That means her revenge plan could be scheduled. Wonderful. A conference began to unfold inside Shinomiya Kagaya's mind. Kagaya, Moron Sarai-kun is way too strong. Maybe I should just give up? Kagaya, ice. Give up? Not a chance. The humiliation from last year. It'll return it all tenfold. Kagaya, child, but we can't beat him in an argument. Not even in sports. He beats us every time. Kagaya, ice you weaklings. Get out of this meeting room right now. Hoo-hoo, sobbing voice. Get out, tears streaming. Kagaya, child. Don't cry back in reality. Shinomiya Kagaya came back to her senses. She realized that relying on Hayasaka AI for revenge might not work out so well. Because even if Hayasaka AI helped her win an argument, or even beat Sakurai Saki in sports, that victory would still only count as one for the Shinomiya family, since Hayasaka AI was part of it. But as Shinomiya Kagaya herself, the stain on her pride remained unwashed. Kagaya-san, aren't you and her Thakakuin close? Chika asked. Pretty close, yeah, but I don't really see him as a guy. I like him better as a girl, Kagaya replied truthfully. This time, Fujiwara Chika was stunned. Chika, see him as a girl? So Kagaya-san's into Yuri. Hayasaka AI noticed the misunderstanding, but said nothing. Aichan meditated smiled softly, which made Chika even more dizzy. A girl? She pointed at Hayasaka AI, then pointed at Shinomiya Kagaya. A girl. Takun was being seen as a girl by Kagaya-san. HHH. This relationship is way too complicated. Chika's imagination kicked into overdrive. Can females become life partners too? Little Sakurai suddenly asked, and the three girls instantly fell silent. A few seconds later, Chika-chan clutched her tiny nose that was on the verge of bleeding and whispered, "Too stimulating." Oh, her imagination refused to stop. A boy butler in a maid outfit and a cold, haughty young mistress. All right, we're here. Hayasaka AI, seeing the Shinomiya estate appear up ahead, quickly switched the topic. Kagaya-sama, along with Fujiwara-san and the younger Sakurai sibling, please step out. Hayasaka AI opened the car door. Chapter 96. Maybe it's when the three got out of the car. Crossing the neatly trimmed garden, the group headed through the main gate, then walked along the corridor toward the living room. Halfway there, little Sakurai suddenly tugged on Chika's sleeve. Secretary Fujiwara turned back to look at the boy. What is it? It's candy time. Candy? Sorry, I didn't bring any candy with me. Then is it okay if I don't eat today? I don't like candy. But Dr. Wani-san said I must eat it every day. Little Sakurai said cheerfully. Hearing that, Shinomiya Kagaya turned and glanced over, then said to Hayasaka AI, Hey, Herthaka, are there any desserts in the living room? She felt that little Sakurai was just making an excuse to eat sweets. Of course there are. Ayazaka, I nodded. The Shinomiya household lacked nothing of the sort, and it was all high-end stuff. A few minutes later, in the reception room, everyone was casually chatting. There was still some time before dinner. Hayasaka AI was making tea. Where will 01 Koen sleep tonight? Shinomiya Kagaya asked. Want to sleep with us? Chika tilted her head and asked. But even if he was still a kid, he was still a boy. That probably wouldn't be appropriate. Fujiwara Chika still wanted to chat with Shinomiya Kagaya about love-related topics. If little Sakurai was there, with his personality, it'd be impossible to have a conversation. Sakurai Saki at 10 years old was the kind of boy that even Fujiwara Chika felt had no idea how to read the room. Can her Thakakuin sleep with the boy? They're both guys, so they probably have more in common. Chika suggested again. Beside them, Hayasaka AI, who was preparing tea, froze. She hadn't expected to get roped into this. Hayasaka AI liked Sakurai Saki, but that didn't mean she'd extend that affection to his little brother. When it came to babysitting, Hayasaka AI had no interest whatsoever unless the child was her own. She already felt it was exhausting enough looking after Shinomiya Kagaya. If she had to deal with another kid today, she'd rather die. But if Shinomiya Kagaya actually gave the order, it'd be hard to refuse, mainly because there was no reason to refuse. Who told her to be pretending to be her Thakakun right now? Ayasaka, Guotasi Novaka. I forgot. We have another guy here, don't we? Shinomiya Kagaya seemed to have a sudden realization. Right? Just leave little Sakurai to Hayasaka. Why didn't I think of that earlier? Hayasaka AI forced a smile as she stepped up to the two. She then put down the teacup in her hand. Her Oju-sama really was too careless. Then she looked at little Sakurai. He really does look like Sakurai-chan. She hadn't taken a close look earlier. Sakurai-kun, want to sleep with the big brother? Hayasaka, AI, said gently. Maybe she could dig out a few secrets about Sakurai Saki from his younger brother Hayasaka. AI thought so. Little Sakurai had been burying his face in the pastries this whole time. Hearing that, the boy looked up at Hayasaka AI without saying anything. A few seconds later, little Sakurai spaced out for a moment, then nodded. That night, Shinomiya Kagaya and Fujiwara Chika were lying in bed chatting, both already changed into their pajamas. Do you think 01-kun is asleep now? Shinomiya Kagaya asked curiously. Kids sleep really early, so he's probably asleep by now. Fujiwara Chika guessed. Meanwhile, in Hayasaka's room, AI-chan, still in her black short-haired male disguise and wearing boys' pajamas, let out a deep sigh. Kid, you're still not sleepy? It was already past 10. Just a bit longer until it was time to report the situation to the Shinomiya main house. Because there were no children's clothes, little Sakurai had just been forced to change into a baggy pair of pajamas. Tilting his head, the boy said, People with superpower don't need to sleep. Hayasaka AI maintained her gentle smile as she softly asked, Are you missing your big brother? A perfect topic shift. Just steer the conversation towards Sakurai Saki, then extract secrets from his little brother's mouth. Nope, little Sakurai grinned mischievously. Because I am him. Who the hell would be so narcissistic as to miss themselves? The boy looked down at his left chest, then at his small hands. He had finally figured out the reason why he couldn't use his superpower. He hadn't planned to do anything bad, so what was there to be afraid of? Didn't eat candy today, so my thinking speed is a bit faster. Huh? Hayasaka, I didn't understand. Nothing. Big brother, I want to go outside and play. Little Sakurai gave a sweet, innocent smile. If it had been a normal girl who saw this, her maternal instincts would surely have kicked in. But Hayasaka AI, someone who had to babysit every single day, Kagaya cough, had long since built up immunity to this kind of attack. Kagaya, it's already late. Hayasaka AI rejected him without hesitation. Okay, little Sakurai didn't insist either. He felt that he still had plenty of time. Half an hour later, little Sakurai rubbed his eyes. He looked like he was getting sleepy. Of course, he was just acting. Seeing that, Hayasaka AI turned off the ceiling light and switched to a small lamp that gave off a soft orange glow. Go to sleep. After saying that, she stepped into the small study next door to prepare her report for the Shinomiya main house. A few minutes later, little Sakurai quietly got up, then pressed his ear against the study door. He heard the person inside seemingly talking to themselves. After listening for a moment, he carefully crept toward the door. Just a bit further, then he could find a place no one would notice and use the superpower he had awakened today to fix his physical state. Heh, Sakurai Saki, that coward who's too scared to use his own superpower? Just let him die already. To want a normal future for himself, little Sakurai couldn't accept that. Setting limits for oneself. Clearly a beast, yet trying to pretend to be a sheep, or even a rabbit. Little Sakurai didn't want to become someone like that. Back when he was eating cake in the living room, a vague piece of information about today's superpower had appeared in his mind. That was also the reason he agreed to sleep in the same room as Hayasaka AI. Today's superpower, time controller effect, can accelerate, rewind, pause, or fix time. This power only applies to individual objects or beings. Side effect: when emotions fluctuate strongly, the mind and body will regress to a point in the past. The amount of regression depends on the intensity of the emotional fluctuation. A person with a superpower won't be killed by their power, but will be killed by their past self. As long as little Sakurai fixed his physical state. Then when today ended and the power vanished, the side effect would also disappear. In that sense, Sakurai Saki would be killed. But calling it being killed wasn't exactly accurate because in essence, little Sakurai and Sakurai Saki were no different. Just as little Sakurai reached the door and was about to put his hand on the knob, Hayasaka AI heard the sound. "Where are you going, little brother?" "I want to go to the toilet." Little Sakurai answered shyly. Hayasaka AI suspected that the boy had overheard her conversation with the main house. So she immediately ended the report early. "They'll take you." Little Sakurai looked up at her, feigning innocent curiosity. "Big brother, who were you talking to just now?" "With a bad person." Ayazaka only replied gently. "Are you a bad person too?" "Yeah, I'm a bad person." Hayasaka AI felt extremely guilty for having reported Kagaya's movements. "Then that's perfect." Little Sakurai's expression suddenly changed. The boy waved his hand, beckoning Hayasaka to come closer. Once she lowered her head, little Sakurai leaned in and whispered into her ear. "Then I don't have to feel guilty about killing you anymore." As he spoke, little Sakurai reached out and placed his hand on Hayasaka A's head. Immediately, a wave of superpower energy spread out. A sharp, splitting headache struck the boy, making him grit his teeth in pain. God damn it. Even the powers that awaken each day are locked. But reality wasn't quite what he thought. To be exact, Sakurai Saki himself had sealed off all abilities related to the brain, head, and limbs. In this state, aside from the auto-regeneration ability, little Sakurai couldn't use anything else. And since today's superpower was managed by the brain, the resulting backlash was a migraine. Little Sakurai realized he couldn't kill anyone. So he simply gave Hayasaka A's head a gentle pat. "I just used my superpower to kill the evil part inside, big bro. Now you're a good person." Upon hearing that, warmth bloomed in Hayasaka A's chest. "Thank you." She also patted little Sakurai on the head. Little Sakurai ducked shyly and let out a giggle. "No need to thank me, TCH. The side effect will disappear tomorrow. If I can't stop myself from growing up, then he'll just have to find a way to drive that guy insane." Little Sakurai couldn't comprehend Sakurai Saki at all, nor did he want to. Someone born with superpowers had no reason to repress themselves. Little Sakurai believed he was a superior being, someone who deserved the admiration of others. And yet, his future self had sealed away his own powers, wanted to live as a normal person, and even fell in love with one of those carbon-based life forms. Little Sakurai found it utterly laughable. Later going to sleep cuddled up with that guy. He figured that if his future self wanted to live a normal life, he'd have to make damn sure that couldn't happen. Little Sakurai, if he hugged that guy and slept beside him, and the side effect suddenly disappeared mid-sleep. Mwahahaha in his mind. A phrase he had just seen on a smartphone screen popped up. Social death. Two boys sleeping together in an embrace. I wonder what kind of face my future self would make when he wakes up. Ah, the anticipation is killing me. Such a pity I won't be there to see it. How has he schemed his prank? Little Sakurai let out a long yawn. Because he hadn't taken a good behavior candy today, the kind used to suppress superpowers and reduce strain, he was genuinely feeling sleepy now. Extremely sleepy, in fact. In that state, little Sakurai stumbled forward and collapsed into Hayasaka A's arms. Social death plan. Epic failure. He hadn't even gotten a start. If it had really worked, Sakurai Saki might have had to haul a whole train and flee Tokyo in the middle of the night, sleeping next to your romantic rival. Just imagining it would have made Sakurai Saki's face turn pitch black. Fortunately, things hadn't gone that far. Getting sleepy, huh? Hearing the boy yawn, AI-chan guessed he really was about to fall asleep. Just moments ago, he had made up the excuse of needing the bathroom to try and sneak outside, but now he was yawning non-stop. In the end, he was still just a kid thinking back to the comforting words he had said earlier. Hayasaka A's expression softened considerably. Just like his big brother, also a kind person. Gently, Hayasaka AI picked the boy up in a princess carry and laid him on the bed. She glanced at the clock and saw that it was nearly midnight. After thinking for a moment, AI-chan pulled a blanket from the nearby cabinet and lay down on the sofa beside the bed. Middle of the night. Past 3 a.m. Sakurai Saki slowly opened his eyes. He reached out beside him only to touch nothing. Sakurai turned his head. In the faint glow of the room, he could clearly see her Thaka's face not far away. After a few seconds of blank staring, he looked up at the ceiling. Ayo, WTF? Why the hell am I sharing a room with my romantic rival? Where even is this place? What happened yesterday? The last thing he remembered was Hayasaka AI confessing to him. And then, because of the overwhelming emotions when they kissed, his body had somehow regressed back to childhood. Everything after that? Total blank. Guess I accepted her confession. Maybe I'd be able to tell next time he saw AI-chan, just from her behavior. As for texting her something like, Yo, AI-chan, are we dating now or what? No thanks. He'd rather not ask anything that dumb. Sakurai Saki sat up, just about to get out of bed. Her thaka suddenly rolled over in his sleep, causing Sakurai to flinch. After watching for a few seconds and confirming that her thaka hadn't woken up, Sakurai quietly swung his legs over the side of the bed. He silently slipped out, then found the uniform placed nearby. Glancing back at her thaka to make sure this man was still asleep, Sakurai Saki began undressing. The adult-sized pajamas, which had previously looked oversized on little Sakurai now, fit him perfectly. He carefully folded them and set them aside. After finishing changing into his uniform, Sakurai Saki pulled a small notebook and pen from his pocket and scribbled down a few lines. Then, under the cover of darkness, he quietly left the Shinomiya estate. There were definitely surveillance cameras around the estate, but no one had the time or interest to dig into a minor incident like this. Besides, with Sakurai's skills, avoiding the cameras was a trivial matter. Compared to leaving behind suspicious traces, his sudden appearance here was the real mystery. If possible, Sakurai Saki didn't want his identity exposed to normal people. It would be a pain in the ass to deal with the consequences. So her Thaka-kun is actually the Shinomiya family's butler, huh? Leaving the Shinomiya estate, Sakurai thought to himself. The first day of Golden Week. At 5 a.m., as usual, Hayasaka AI woke up only to find that the little boy from the night before was nowhere to be seen. She glanced around the room and soon spotted a small handwritten note on the desk by the computer. The handwriting was neat, but clearly childish, something only elementary school kids would write. The message said that Big Brother had suddenly messaged him and came to pick him up. Why would Sakurai-chan come pick someone up in the middle of the night? As for how he even knew where the Shinomiya estate was, Hayasaka AI didn't think much of it. It'd be easy enough to look. Hayasaka AI removed her boyish wig, then got ready to take a bath. After preparing the hot water, she sank into the tub and closed her eyes. Even though the note little Sakurai left was full of holes, no matter how she looked at it, AI couldn't come up with a better explanation. In fact, as Sakurai Saki's girlfriend, she even felt an obligation to help cover this up. Her mind flashed back to last night. Could it be that little Sakurai really is an Esper? Hayasaka AI buried her face in the water, blowing bubbles. Esper, no matter how she thought about it, it just seemed impossible. She slapped her cheeks gently, trying to clear her head, then stretch her arms out in the bath. Next time, I've got to ask Sakurai-chan as his girlfriend. Just thinking that made AI-chan gently shake her head. Hee. Girlfriend, yep, still makes her ridiculously happy. Chapter 97. Schrödinger relationship. What are the things meant only for couples in love? Early morning, just returned home, Sakurai Saki was holding his phone. He was thinking about whether he should send a good morning message to his girlfriend or not. From best friend to girlfriend, although it's only a one-word difference, the meaning is completely different. Moreover, after sending the good morning message, depending on the reply from the other side, Sakurai Saki could also know whether he had really accepted the confession yesterday or not. But how should he start it? Good morning, Hayasaka-sama. The sunshine is golden today. Huh? Ugh. Did your brain turn stupid, Sakurai Saki? After falling in love, does your brain really become dumber? Is that true or not? Sakurai Saki lay sprawled on the sofa, holding his phone up, his eyes fixed on Hayasaka Ace line profile picture. She used a sticker photo that zoomed in on her own face, looking quite cute. A gyrotype obviously wouldn't use anime pictures as an avatar. This wasn't a subtle jab at some guy named Ishigami-yu or anything, just stating facts. But honestly, There aren't many guys who use a chibi killer whale as an avatar. That's right, Sakurai Saki is a killer whale fan. Simply because he felt the personality of killer whales really suited his taste. Normally, Sakurai Saki enjoyed watching videos of killer whales playing with seals for entertainment. All the seals must die. Now that we're boyfriend and girlfriend, I guess we can do a few things we couldn't do before. Right? Sakurai Saki muttered. But those things didn't need to be thought about just yet. Ring the notification sound startled him so much the phone almost dropped on his face. Sakurai Saki scrambled to catch his phone and let out a relieved sigh. He looked at the new message. Ai-chan, good morning. Hand-heart gesture for you. Turns out it's just a good morning message. We're sick. A good morning message? Why does this feel strangely familiar? Sakurai Saki scrolled up the chat box. Refreshed it. Yesterday, 6:31. Ai-chan, good morning. Hand-heart gesture kept scrolling up. The day before yesterday, 6:35. Ai-chan, good morning. Hand-heart gesture Sakurai Saki. Killer whale waving hand. JPG scrolled up over 10 days worth. Sakurai Saki banged the back of his head against the sofa a few times, making thud-thud sounds. Love really does lower your IQ. Terrifying. Sakurai Saki had completely forgotten that he and Hayasaka AI had been exchanging good morning messages for several months now. So I can just reply however I want then? He started typing on the numeric keyboard. Just typed a few characters. Ring Ai-chan. Today's energy-attached photo. Very close-up shot. Hayasaka, ace long blonde hair, still soaking wet, hanging down in front of her chest, the northern hemisphere round and full being embraced by her arms. She was wearing a white bathrobe. Too lewd. But I love it. Is it okay to send that kind of picture right after taking a shower? Sakurai Saki reached up and pinched his nose. Sending me this kind of thing so early in the morning? Who the hell could endure this? Even with superpower, you couldn't defend against that. Do normal couples send pictures like this? Sakurai Saki saved the image into a secret album, then deleted all the text he had been typing in the input box. After that, he sent a sticker, killer whale with nosebleed.jpg. Since she already sent that kind of picture, I guess we really are a couple now. Huh. Read immediately? Hayasaka AI leaned against the wall. So I guess we really are a couple now, huh? She was waiting for Shinomiya Kagaya to wake up. Turning off her phone screen and pressing it against her face, Hayasaka AI felt a bit shy. Before sending that photo, she had actually thought about it for a long time. Also, it was because this time the good morning message was read immediately that she dared to send it. Otherwise, if she had already been rejected and still sent a photo like that, wouldn't that make her look completely desperate and foolish? Though right now, she kind of already does. Wonder what kind of expression he's making right now. So, curious, ring her phone vibrated once. Ai-chan glanced at her phone. On the screen was a new message from Sakurai Saki, still the same good morning message as always. Even though the content of the message hadn't changed at all, happiness still welled up in her heart. Hayasaka in the room, Kagaya called out, but then corrected herself. Her thaka sounds Western, but the pronunciation in Japanese is similar to Hasaka, just missing the sound to become Hayasaka. Putting her phone into her pocket, Hayasaka AI pushed the door open and stepped out. Inside the room, Shinomiya Kagaya and Fujiwara Chika had already finished changing their clothes. The fluffy pajamas from last night had been neatly folded and placed to the side. Does her Thakakuen really help Kagaya-san change clothes every day? Chika asked curiously, because just now, Kagaya had been describing her daily schedule. Yes, Fujiwara-san. Ayazaka, I nodded. Kagaya had just woken up. Last night, she had been dragged by Chika to stay up until 1 in the morning. For someone whose biological clock had been programmed to sleep before 12 a.m. every night like her, Kagaya was still dazed and half asleep. A moment ago, she nearly called Hayasaka by the wrong name out of habit. Her daily schedule was also arranged and recited each morning by Hayasaka AI. That included helping her change clothes by hand and casual morning chit-chat. And not just in the morning. In the evening, too, Kagaya would have her clothes changed by Hayasaka AI, just like in the morning. She often pulled the poor maid into conversations, which was why AI-chan had no time to play games with Sakurai Saki. So stimulating. Chika whispered. Just changing clothes was already stimulating enough. But these two even stayed alone together every night, chatting. If something were to happen, it would be perfectly understandable. Right now, Fujiwara Chika's mind was filled with purple and pink imagery. Kagaya-sama, your clothes are crooked. Hayasaka AI glanced at the outfit Kagaya was wearing and slowly walked over, adjusting the collar for her. Kagaya naturally leaned against AI-chan's chest. She was still very sleepy. The two stood very close together. Secretary Fujiwara had a nosebleed again. She had successfully escaped the boundary of BL and stepped into another rabbit hole. Fake Yuri, and this one was delicious too. And even better, this kind of forbidden affection. Elsewhere, Sakurai Saki was holding his phone, waiting for a reply from Hayasaka AI. He had been holding the phone up like that for several minutes. Don't tell me that stuff online about couples always having lots to talk about is bullshit. Why had he and AI-chan only exchanged for messages? Normally, only a spare tire gets treated like this, right? Also, the most recent message still didn't show read. Line has a read receipt feature, but it only shows up when you open the Line app and enter the chat window. A moment ago, Hayasaka AI had only read it from the notification bar, so Sakurai Saki didn't see anything. This made Sakurai Saki start to panic. No way, right? Don't tell me we're not even officially dating yet. Do friends send each other private photos like that? Are you kidding? That was a pay, you know. You can just show a pay to a friend. Sakurai Saki surunu rimimit hertagon. He was Shinomiya Kagaya's butler, and also someone who had once confessed to Hayasaka AI. In other words, a love rival. Furthermore, Shinomiya Kagaya once said that she and Hayasaka AI were friends. Could it be that the confession last time was just a setup? So what was the goal of Shinomiya Kagaya and her Thaka? To make him jealous? Then provoke him into confessing to Hayasaka AI? With Shinomiya Kagaya's level of scheming, it was entirely possible Shed do something like that. But why would AI-chan confess to him? With a girlfriend in a quantum state like this, Sakurai Saki really couldn't make sense of anything anymore. Existence and non-existence intertwined. This situation could truly be described using a quantum state. Sakurai Saki ruffled his hair in frustration. Are we even dating or not? And so, Sakurai Saki spent the whole morning wrestling with the thought of whether he was just a spare tire or not. Today's result, Sakurai Saki failed. One tiny action from Hayasaka AI wasted his entire morning, breakfast time. As a maid, Hayasaka AI could not dine with her master. She stood in front of the door, seriously took out her phone. Only then did she realize she had forgotten to reply to the message. Sakurai-chan, won't be mad, right? Chapter 98. Oddity Slayer. Hey, have you heard? The recent rumors about vampires. What? Vampires? Yeah, they say at night, there's a handsome vampire attacking girls who walk alone. Handsome vampire? Well then that's perfect. I'd die happy. In front of the train station, Sakurai Saki ignored the conversation of the girls beside him. He glanced at his phone and saw a new message from Hayasaka AI. AI-chan. Sorry I saw Sakurai-chan's message earlier in the notification bar, but didn't open Line. So sorry that... Totally sounds like something a girl would say to her spare tire, doesn't it? Sakurai Saki had never been a spare tire, had never even been in love. So how would he know if a girl sees you as a backup? She wouldn't even bother explaining. He typed a reply. No problem. Sakurai Saki looked up. The light had turned green. Across the street, there were quite a few girls in uniforms handing out flyers. Among them, one girl stood out in particular wearing a tilted baseball cap, long hair covering one eye, a mysterious smile on her face. Hello there. Are you interested in learning about Yorizuya omniscience? As long as the price is right, we can solve anything. Note, Yorizuya literally means House of 10,000 Business. Sakurai Saki faintly caught her promotional pitch. As he crossed the street, he gave her another glance. Unexpectedly, that person started walking toward him. Trouble was coming again. This morning, had already gotten a headache from being suddenly summoned by Shirogane for training. To sing better in karaoke. So they were practicing karaoke in the daytime? What kind of logic is that? While Sakurai Saki could understand Shirogane's desire not to lose face in front of the student council, honestly, the guy had already lost all his dignity. Both Chika and he knew everything. Besides the two of them, weren't there only Shinomiya Kagaya and Ishigami you left? That's basically half the student council already. Hey, little bro, this big sister is Gain Izuko. People call me Gain Senpai, the woman introduced herself. My Urazuya covers quite a wide range of things, too. You're welcome to drop by any time. And if you're tired, feel free to stay the night. Flirting with me? Sakurai Saki smiled and asked. Then, he prepared to say a line had always wanted to use when being hit on. That's right, a line he hadn't been able to use until just yesterday. Which was, sorry, miss, I already have a girlfriend. Not flirting. Gain Izuko, with her mature and composed face, looked at him as if she were seeing some kind of bizarre creature. She pulled out her phone. Have you seen it before? Sakurai Saki turned his head, intending to leave. Looks like that line didn't work. This time, had run into the clingy type. There really is a vampire appearing around here lately. It's true. Gain Izuko casually tossed her phone. The rectangular object spun through the air and smack landed right in Sakurai Saki's hand. Vampire rumor. A handsome vampire is said to be wandering near the Tokyo area. Just walk down any deserted road, and you might encounter him. This has nothing to do with me. Sakurai Saki looked back, only to see the other person had pulled out for more phones. This number even Hayasaka, AI, a gadget maniac, would have to bow down. Sakurai Saki was completely dumbfounded. No, it is related to you, S01. Gain Izuko adjusted the headset on her ear. You. Sakurai Saki's expression changed. I know everything. Gain Izuko pulled a business card from the wide pocket of her pants. Care to have a little chat? Sakurai Saki turned his head. Kotowaru. I Sakurai Saki. Like to say no to people who talk in a roundabout way the most. Gain Izuko understood. He was trying to emphasize his identity as a human. Sakurai-kun, tonight, you'll meet a vampire. She declared, and I advise you to go save her. Going to save a vampire he have never even met? Oddities can never coexist with humans. They devour people. Even if they don't, they still harm them. This wasn't just a theoretical belief, he had seen it with his own eyes. Mysterious beings are drawn to one another. Gain Izuko walked beside him, like a persistent salesperson chasing a customer. She hadn't expected the person before her to go against all her anticipated scenarios. I can erase everything oddity or whatever else. Sakurai Saki still replied, What do you want from me? Just say it. Since you've already investigated me this deeply, you must put in considerable effort. In that case, instead of playing the riddle speaker to pique my interest, why not just be direct? Gain Izuko paused for a few seconds, then chuckled. Did you just use your superpower? This change in attitude was far too stiff. Who knows? Sakurai Saki continued walking toward Karaoke Paradise. Gain Izuko, threat level, green, friendly, kill count, 159 title. Oddity Specialist. Today's superpower for Sakurai Saki was Danger Sensor. Its side effect made him more emotional when judging situations. Being able to stay rational when analyzing things is a skill, but today, Sakurai Saki wasn't as rational as usual, and that could turn to his weakness. No lies. Friendly target. Sakurai Saki silently concluded. The two entered the KTV shop. Climbing the stairs one by one, they reached the second floor. There's a chase going on in this city, Gain Izuko casually said. On one side, a vampire. On the other, a vampire hunter. A game between prey and predator. What happens to ordinary people who get caught in between? Sakurai Saki stopped. He recalled the tired-looking girl he saw last week at the KTV. So then, that red mark on the neck of that university girl named Rika. It wasn't a hickey from the beginning, but rather a vampire's mark? No wonder it had such a symmetrical shape. Back then, Sakurai Saki had thought her boyfriend must had some amazing kissing technique to leave a hickey that perfectly mirrored itself like that. Now that you've heard this little background setting, are you interested in the story? Gain Izuko asked. Why are you telling me all this? Location, Kyoto. Time, autumn. Gain Izuko pressed down her baseball cap, giving off an air of mystery. Help me with something. Only you can do it. It's really not hard. Just say a few words and it's done. If things go well, you won't even need to lift a finger. If I refuse, this country will be destroyed. Hey, just kidding. Her tone just now sounded absolutely nothing like a joke. You're not good at handling oddities, or, more accurately, you can't deal with situations that require subtlety. Oddities aren't only born from urban legends or grudges, they also come from here. Gain Izuko pointed her chest. The human heart is the scariest monster of all. The mysterious will gradually surround you. Wouldn't it be nice to have an assistant who specializes in dealing with oddities? Sakurai Saki understood her meaning. If the oddities were like those from before, that would still be manageable, but if they were born from people, then violence wouldn't solve anything. If one day Hayasaka AI loved him too much and became an oddity, that would be incredibly difficult to deal with. Of course, he was just giving an example. But AI-chan really does love him a lot. That vampire. Is she the kind who can deal with other oddities? Upon hearing this, Gain Izuko chuckled softly and answered seriously. Rather than deal with, she prefers a more direct approach. After all, she's an oddity among oddities, the one known as the Oddity Slayer. Chapter 99. Karaoke. The conversation with the mysterious woman Gain Izuko didn't last too long. After Sakurai Saki finished booking a private room at the KTV, she left right away. Don't forget to come find me after today. I've already written the location on the business card. Sakurai-kun, see you tomorrow. She spoke lightly, her expression relaxed, as if she didn't take the vampires throwing the city into chaos seriously at all. The place agreed upon with Shinomiya Kagaya today was right here. Shiragain and Sakurai had arrived early to scout out the location in advance. Inside the private room, this song, how is it? Shiragain Miyuki began practicing his singing. One song ended. Sakurai Saki was on the verge of tears. Damn it, it's only been a few days, and this kid has gotten this good already. So good. Today, due to the side effects of his ability, Sakurai Saki was seeing everything through a very emotional lens. In his mind, he recalled the shock of hearing Shiragain hum for the first time last year, and the suffering of helping him with vocal training just last weekend. A single tear slid down the corner of Sakurai Saki's eye. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Shiragain Miyuki asked in a panic. It's nothing. Sakurai Saki forced a smile, wiping his tears as he said, My child has grown up. Shiragain Miyuki's face was full of question marks. Sakurai, I feel like you're imitating my dad. No doubt about it. I'm definitely imitating your dad. Sakurai Saki affirmed, then sighed emotionally. Thinking back to the day you were babbling your first words, it feels like just last Sunday. Babbling first words is way too much. What kind of expression is that? Shiragain Miyuki held his forehead. Whatever, since I called you here to sing with me, he'll accept that evaluation too. President Shiragain suddenly looked confident. All right, Sakurai, I want to try singing a certain music genre for a while now. Sakurai Saki had a bad feeling. Sakurai. Rapdeo, Shiragain Miyuki raised his hand in a weird pose. Sidogang, zap, hiu. Sakurai Saki thought about it for a second. Didn't seem to be a problem, right? Let's do it. All right, they'll rap a song for you right now. Shiragain Miyuki picked a song. 3 minutes later, Sakurai Saki collapsed on the sofa in the private room, his eyes blank, mouth agape. Vanadi, 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 vanadi. Why? The music stopped. Sakurai Saki screamed like mad. How could it be this bad? Kodo! Shiragain, you tone-deaf bastard. Go eat shit for me. Shit. Fucksk. WRYYY. If it were any other day, Sakurai Saki might have been able to hold it in. But today, with his emotions amplified by his current state, he just couldn't take it. Trash is still trash, No matter how pretty the rapping, no matter how good your relationship is with that pile of trash, it's still trash. Shirogane Miyuki looked at Sakurai Saki like he was on the verge of death. Then he quietly sat down on the sofa. He placed his hands on the long black table, resting his chin in them, starting to think about how things ended up like this. I guess I really suck at rapping. He finally realized. Sakurai Saki got up, covering his ears tightly. That rap felt like the guts of a sea cucumber crawling into his ears, disgusting and slimy. Awful. Don't hop anymore. At least don't rap today. Thank God you rap for me now. Otherwise, tonight the dead wouldn't be just me. Shirogane Miyuki felt he was exaggerating. Dead? Isn't that a bit much? Sakurai Saki said nothing. He just gave him a glance that clearly said, Aho ka. Omi? What do you think? I don't know how many people would die, but right now, I just want to die myself. That evening, Sakurai Saki and Shirogane Miyuki pretended it was their first time at this place, standing in front of the KTV entrance. Oh, this newly opened KTV looks pretty good. Shirogane Miyuki wasn't very good at lying. Even Fujiwara Chika, standing next to him, noticed. President, you've definitely been here before. Ishigami was rarely not fiddling with his phone. Since it was the first time the student council was hanging out together outside school, he didn't want to kill the vibe. In fact, Ishigami had prepared to sing 2 songs. As for song selection, of course it was going to be anime music. So-called Black History once exposed is no longer Black History. Anyway, everyone in the student council already knew he was an otaku. Ishigami, you couldn't care less. That was the level of a god who has abandoned all worldly concerns. I used to do part-time work nearby, saw it a few times, but never went in, Shirogane Miyuki explained. Shinomiya Kagaya suddenly lost all interest in karaoke. Originally, she had organized this karaoke session to play matchmaker for Hayasaka AI and Sakurai Saki, but it seemed the two had already gotten together yesterday. She didn't know why Hayasaka AI was so cheerful today. Even though she was currently disguised as her Thakakuen, she still wore a visible smile on her face, like someone who had just eaten candy. Following her gaze, Kagaya found Hayasaka AI staring at Sakurai Saki. Now that she has a boyfriend, will Hayasaka become distant from me? Kagaya was worrying about that. Kagaya, superscript 3, Hayasaka AI normally acted very straightforwardly. To put it bluntly, she revolved around Shinomiya Kagaya. She was like the Earth, always orbiting Shinomiya Kagaya, her Sunday. And now, her son had gained someone new. So her Thakakuen is actually the butler in Shinomiya-san's household? Sakurai Saki asked. Even though he already knew, he deliberately posed the question again. Hayasaka AI answered. Yes, Sakurai-san, I've served Kagaya-sama for a long time. At this moment, she wanted nothing more than to rush over and hug Sakurai Saki, because this was their first meeting after officially becoming a couple. Unfortunately, since Fujiwara Chika was present, she couldn't reveal her identity. Originally, Hayasaka AI had planned to show up as a gyro, but the unpredictable variable F, Fujiwara Chika, kept interfering, preventing her from separating out. But that wasn't the main reason. The final reason Hayasaka AI gave up the gyro identity was actually because she felt a bit guilty toward Fujiwara Chika. But still, I really want to hug him as a young girl madly in love. In Hayasaka A's eyes, there was only her boyfriend. If she didn't seize the chance to get close today, the Golden Week holiday would be void of any opportunities. In the next few days, guests would be visiting the house, and as a maid, Hayasaka AI would be very busy. Golden Week might be a break for Shinomiya Kagaya, but it wasn't a break for her. After booking the private room, everyone ordered a few snacks. It was now 7 p.m. Fujiwara Chika was the first to sing a song. As a musical genius, she was probably the best singer in the student council. Saki-kun, how was it? Chika cheerfully asked as she sat back down next to Sakurai Saki. At the moment, the seating arrangement was Shirogane and Ishigami sitting next to each other. To Sakurai Saki's left was Chika. To his right were Hasaka-kun and Shinomiya Kagaya. Fujiwara Chika glanced at the box of takoyaki on the table. She picked it up and gently skewered one with a toothpick. Then she turned to Sakurai Saki and said, by reflex. Sakurai Saki opened his mouth, and a piece was fed in. Tasty? After feeding him successfully, Chika asked happily. Unaware of the relationship between Sakurai Saki and Hayasaka AI, Chika thought this was a good chance to help bring them closer. Meanwhile, Hayasaka AI, now officially the girlfriend, watched the scene of them feeding each other, clenched her fists tightly, and felt her head turn green with jealousy. But she couldn't speak up to stop it, because right now, she was her Thaka, not Hayasaka AI. Want another one? Chika-chan said, as she skewered another takoyaki ball. Sakurai Saki swallowed it whole again. Next to them, Hayasaka Ace gaze looked like it could kill. Hayasaka, what's wrong? Her Thaka-kun, are you hungry? Today, due to the side effects of his superpower, Sakurai Saki had become extremely emotionally sensitive and very considerate of others. As he spoke, he picked up a clean toothpick, skewered a piece from the box, supported it with his hand underneath, and held it out toward Hayasaka AI. A Sakurai Saki prompted gently. AI-chan pressed her lips together. Feeling a bit shy, a few seconds later, she slowly lowered her head and opened her mouth. It's delicious, she whispered softly with her head bowed. That's good, then. An invisible battlefield had been unintentionally defused by Sakurai Saki. Chapter 100 In a Pool of Blood, UWU. My child has grown up. Fujiwara Mama Chika shed tears after listening to Shiragene's son Miyuki's song. In just 1 week, he had already evolved into a human. From a sea cucumber to a human. This was truly a bold stroke in the history of evolution. Time really flies. Chika glanced at Sakurai Saki beside her. It's only been a few days, and he's already living like a human. Sakurai Saki was also emotional. Not becoming a social outcast really is a good thing, Shiragane-kun. Your honor has been protected by Papa. Sakurai, hearing him say that, Fujiwara Chika couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears streamed down her face as she threw her arms around Sakurai Saki, burying her face in his chest. She wasn't pretending to cry. She genuinely wanted to cry. Sakurai Saki wanted to cry too. The two embraced and sobbed together. Sakurai Chika, Hayasaka. AI-chan was full of question marks. Next to her, Shinomiya Kagaya also saw the scene, and she leaned in close to Hayasaka Ace's ear and whispered, Hayasaka, are you sure you're dating General Affairs Sakurai? At first, Hayasaka AI was very sure. Now, she wasn't so sure anymore. Normally, once a relationship starts, whether male or female, one would keep some distance from members of the opposite sex. That's to make the partner feel at ease. But Sakurai Saki didn't seem to be aware of that. At this moment, both Sakurai Saki and Hayasaka AI started to doubt their relationship. In truth, it wasn't that Sakurai Saki didn't know the unspoken rules of love. It was just that today he had been affected by superpower, with side effect causing his emotions to become overly intense. The two continued crying like that for a full minute without stopping. Shiragane Miyuki sighed. Could it be that my song earlier was really that good? Otherwise, how could those two be crying? Shiragane Miyuki, a man with zero self-awareness. Shiragane, Ishigami, you looked at the two hugging and muttered, Shine, shine, beam. Damn couple. Ishigami, you felt like those two just wanted a hug, and the reason didn't matter at all. Ishigami, it's your turn. Shiragane Miyuki read the song title, Momo-kyan. Stop reading. Ishigami, you stood up in a cool manner, then picked up the microphone. The very next second, the two who had just been crying immediately stopped. Sakurai Saki, with a stunned expression, didn't expect someone would really dare to sing that song at karaoke. Fujiwara Chika stepped out of his embrace, her face like she had just seen a ghost. Ishigami-kun, could it be that there's no one left in this world you care about? After that, the two anime songs ended. It was Kagaya's turn to perform. She chose all old songs, mostly from the Showa era. They sounded quite nice, though they didn't quite match her age. However, her Yamato Nadeshiko style fit those songs pretty well. If it were Fujiwara Chika singing those oldies, it would definitely feel weird. Chika, while listening, quietly snuck back into Sakurai Saki's arms, but she felt something off about the look in her Thaka-kun's eyes beside her. Could it be? A bold theory popped in her head. When they entered the room, Saki-kun already knew her Thaka-kun. Could it be that the two of them were in a relationship that society wouldn't accept? Hayasaka AI glanced at Sakurai Saki, who at the moment was hugging Fujiwara Chika without the slightest awareness. Feeling a little jealous inside, she carefully leaned closer to Sakurai Saki. This action deepened the misunderstanding in Chika's head even more. Originally, she was shipping the couple her Thaka and Shinomiya Kagaya, but now her target immediately changed. A butler bound by the strict rules of the Shinomiya family, unable to control his own fate and thus forced to give up the one he loves, something like that. Chika was imagining in her mind. Just imagining, okay, because Sakurai Saki is the one she likes. Secretary Fujiwara immediately pressed herself against Sakurai Saki, even shooting a provocative glance at Hayasaka AI. Chika, Hayasaka. Hayasaka AI was stunned. What the hell is this girl doing? Anyone looking in from the outside would think she, Hayasaka AI, was the one trying to NTR someone else's partner. The one who had made the first move was Hayasaka AI. Yet now she was being mocked by Fujiwara Chika? Give me a break. That's my boyfriend. Unable to hold back any longer. Hayasaka AI disregarded the fact that she was still in disguise and leaned her head on Sakurai Saki's shoulder. Sorry, I'm feeling a little dizzy. As for Sakurai Saki, the one being fought over by two girls, he didn't notice anything unusual at all. He was too engrossed in listening to Shinomiya Kagaya sing. That emotionally rich voice completely captivated him, especially after hearing the performances of Shirogane Miyuki and Ishigami Yu. His current feeling was like stepping into an air-conditioned room during summer. Indescribably pleasant. The song ended. Shinomiya-san, you sing so well. Sakurai Saki clapped and praised. Shinomiya Kagaya smiled in thanks. As long as you enjoyed it. To receive praise from a lifelong rival, she was genuinely happy. Huh. Just as Kagaya finished speaking, she saw the posture of the three over there. Hayasaka AI had her head resting on Sakurai Saki's shoulder, while Fujiwara Chika went even further. She was nestled directly in Sakurai's arms. Aren't we supposed to be at a normal party? Shinomiya Kagaya was dumbfounded. Could it be that Hayasaka was actually okay with Sakurai Saki two-timing? The relationship among these three was seriously complicated. But there's no way the Fujiwara family would allow Secretary Fujiwara to become the other woman. And Hayasaka, she's his girlfriend, right? Could she really accept this? This can't be right. What kind of ridiculous situation is this? From the microphone stand at the front of the karaoke room, Kagaya stepped down and returned to her seat. Herthaka, are you sleepy? She reminded. She was still pretending to be a guy, leaning on the shoulder of another guy. Anyone who didn't know would think the Shinomiya family's butler was gay. Hayasaka AI reluctantly pulled away from Sakurai Saki's shoulder, then leaned against Kagaya's shoulder instead. Kaguya-sama, I have a bit of a headache. If you're going to act, then act all the way. Do you have a cold? Kagaya knew full while she was lying. This wasn't a headache. It was clearly jealousy written all over her face. Kagaya honestly didn't get it. If you can't stand seeing the person you like being affectionate with another girl, then don't keep disguising yourself. You're just asking for trouble. Fujiwara Chika glanced at the butler and master pair leaning on each other. Then she raised her hand and pinched her nose. Gonna get a nosebleed, and so everyone continued singing a few more songs, then played a few party games. Before long, it was already 9 p.m. Fujiwara Chika glanced at her phone and saw the battery was running low. She had forgotten to charge it last night. Sorry, everyone. I have to head out first. Her curfew was 9:30. Though being a bit late, say 10 p.m., wouldn't get her in serious trouble Shed still getting nagged. No one stopped her. After all, the karaoke time was nearly up anyway. After that, everyone sang for another 10 minutes or so before the remaining group left the KTV and said their goodbyes at the entrance. Shinomiya Kagaya and Hayasaka AI left together. The two called a taxi to go home. Shirogane Miyuki walked. If he walked quickly, it would only take just over 10 minutes to reach home. Ishigami Yu decided to go with Shirogane so they could chat on the way. As for Sakurai Saki, at first, he planned to take the train, but the nearby station reported an issue and suspended operations. The entrance was even blocked off with a no-entry sign. Besides, the future diary was another reason he gave up on taking the train. Because earlier during the day, that mysterious senpai had once again cryptically warned him, "Tonight, you'll encounter a vampire." So he couldn't go with Shirogane and the others either. Sakurai Saki had no choice but to use the excuse that he still had something to do. "Hey, mister, feel like hanging out with us?" Sakurai Saki was standing on the overpass, a can of coffee in hand. Beneath his feet, a steady stream of traffic flowed. He turned to look at the girl who had just spoken to him. "Sorry, I already have a girlfriend." The next moment, the girl, dressed in an overly innocent style, clearly showed visible disappointment. Then, "Can we at least be friends online? Clinging like a leech isn't exactly a trait of a good girl, don't you think?" Sakurai Saki replied with a faint smirk. The girl forced out an awkward chuckle, then backed off. She returned to her group of friends, still wearing a slightly regretful expression. Boys wandering the streets late at night were just asking to be targeted by these bad girls. Everyone, don't loiter around at night. Even if you're a guy, you gotta learn to protect your body. Still not fixed yet, huh? Sakurai took a sip of coffee and leaned against the railing, staring toward the subway station in the distance. What exactly happened? Burst pipes? Power outage? Or did someone jump in front of train? After draining the can, Sakurai descended from the overpass. As he passed by a vending machine, he tossed the empty can into the trash with perfect accuracy. It's getting late. He took out his phone to check the time, then decided to call a taxi. Taxis were expensive, sure, but walking would take way too long. Suddenly, Sakurai caught a glimpse of a very familiar figure on the opposite side of the road. Short pink hair, a signature bow, head bowed, looking at her phone. Chika? Hadn't she left over 10 minutes ago? Seconds later, Sakurai saw Chika seemingly ignoring the warning signs posted at the entrance of the station and walking straight in. Sakurai didn't think much of it. She'd come back out soon enough once she realized the trains were down. He turned away, and a few minutes later, Sakurai flagged down a taxi. "Where to?" "Shounen?" "Hello. I'd like to go to..." Sakurai slid into the back seat. The car began moving. He watched the scenery zip by outside the window. Subway station. The future diary entry had stated clearly, "Do not take the subway on the way home." Sakurai frowned and ran a hand through his hair in frustration. He took out his phone and dialed Fujiwara Chika's number. Beep, beep. A few seconds passed. "We're sorry, the number you have dialed is currently turned off." Her phone was dead? A flood of thoughts swirled in Sakurai's head. Eventually, he spoke up. "Aji-san, can you take me back to that subway station from earlier?" Outside the station, on the rooftop of a nearby building, a blond man in a white school uniform stood on the edge, his sharp eyes fixed on the station below. He was one of the vampire hunters, and his current target was Kiss Shot. Episode: When do we make our move? A massive, muscle-bound man with glowing red eyes asked the blonde-haired man. "Not yet. Kiss Shot had her heart stolen by that oddity specialist bastard, and we already took her limbs. Even if she's a top-tier vampire, there's no way she's recovering anytime soon," Episode replied. The heart is the core of a vampire's life force. Even for one as powerful as Kiss Shot, once the heart is gone, death becomes only a matter of time. The station's sealed off, and our prey is in her weakest state. Death is inevitable, Episode said coldly. He was a half-breed, born of both human and vampire blood. Both his parents had been killed by vampires. The reason he became a hunter was simple. He hated vampires, and if possible, he wanted to wipe every last one of them off the face of the earth. "I want to go down there now." The muscular man, dramaturgy, eyes glowing with a blood-red light. He too was a vampire, but had joined this hunt purely for money. Behind the two of them, a man dressed in priest robes stood silently. He said nothing, just quietly observed. He was the one who had taken the prey's arms. But as a professional hunter, he knew patience was key. The prey was critically wounded. All they had to do was wait for her to bleed out. No need to risk giving her a desperate chance to strike back. In that empty station, with no humans around to provide blood, Kishshot had no path left but death. Someone slipped in. Dramaturgy squinted. A girl with short pink hair, wearing a bow. The blonde-haired episode yawned, clearly bored. She's probably going to die anyway. Doesn't matter if a regular human dies. These past few days, I accidentally drained a few too much. Ended up eating the corpses too, he chuckled. His targets were always schoolgirls wandering alone. Oddities didn't feel guilt over killing. They didn't see themselves as human to begin with. At that moment, the priest guillotine cutter spoke up, one normal human. Her blood might let Kishshot breathe a few more times at most. Nothing worth worrying about. Coming to Tokyo just to die. I wonder if Kishshot still has the will to struggle. Episode sneered. A vampire so powerful she started seeking death, utterly laughable. Shell struggle. Why? No one wants to die. Not even vampires. Episode fell silent after that. In 30 minutes we strike. Another one's arrived. A cold wind brushed past Episode's blonde hair as he narrowed his eyes, looking toward the station. Black hair, looks like a high schooler. Nothing abnormal on him, for now. He briefly reported the intruder's appearance. The other two hunters said nothing, just one more body. At most buying the prey a few extra minutes. They were exceedingly patient. Meanwhile, Sakurai Saki had just stepped into the subway station, passing through the ticket gate. He looked around. No sign of Fujiwara Chika. She's not here. So where did she go? Already left? He tried calling her again. Still no connection. Sakurai continued deeper inside. Even if he had mistaken someone else for her, he wasn't about to take that risk. His mind flashed back to the entries in the future diary. After school next Tuesday, walk home with Chika. Because of a certain mistake you made, shall need your protection. On the first day of Golden Week, don't go home by train that night. Beware of monsters. If you don't want the world to plunge into even more chaos, don't do unnecessary and pointless things. The first line, already proven false. The second, now irrelevant because he was living it. The third, still useful. Beware of monsters. Don't do unnecessary things. Sakurai clenched his fists. But if Chika was still in here, then not looking for her, wouldn't that be the real, unnecessary act? He gritted his teeth and headed deeper into the station. Racing down the stairs, a horrible feeling churned in his gut. He burst onto the platform. Something near his right foot caught his eye. Under the harsh fluorescent lights, a black bow tie. At that exact moment, a wet, tearing sound echoed in his ears. Sakurai slowly looked up. To his right, blood. Nothing but blood on the floor. Bright red, staining the marble white tiles like paint. She was lying there, her eyes shut, her head and body no longer one. Fujiwara Chika, motionless. And on top of her, crouched low, a blonde-haired girl tearing into her corpse with animalistic hunger. The vampire girl looked up. Their eyes met. Note, holy shit. This went from SOL to pure horror in seconds. WDF. Chapter 101. Initial Approach Tremor. Dust fell from the ceiling in waves. By Lake Yamanaka, north of Mount Fuji, a vacationer looked out the window and saw a faint light on the horizon. Is Mount Fuji about to erupt? At the same time, on the rooftop of a tall building, 3 vampire hunters felt the tremor from below. Their previously calm faces instantly turned to horror. What the hell is going on? There weren't any signs of an earthquake. Fuck. The tremor's still going. We have to go down. Kishshot. She must be killed. Abyssort's formerly gentle face had turned ferocious. Even they could only block off the station for a short time. If the tremor intensified and something went wrong at the station, they wouldn't be able to control the consequences. Kishshot might even take the chance to escape. Don't rush. The tremor hasn't intensified yet. The man in priest's attire narrowed his eyes and spoke. But just seconds later, he changed his tone. Then again, we should still head down. Delays breed changes. This unexpected event had cracked their once stable plan. If Kishshot fought to the death, she might still have a chance to survive. Underground, beneath the glaring lights, Sakurai Saki expressionlessly lifted the blonde vampire off the ground. Have you prepared yourself to die, monster? Kishshot clearly felt the power clenching around her neck and the terrifying intent to kill coming from the boy in front of her. I didn't kill her. Sakurai looked down at the corpse of Fujiwara Chika. He didn't say a word. The dead cannot come back to life. No matter what is said now, it's meaningless. What are you trying to say? His voice was icy, devoid of emotion. The girl who had been laughing and talking with him just moments ago had now stopped breathing. Sakurai couldn't understand why he didn't feel sadness, only that he pitied himself. He clearly liked Fujiwara Chika. Tightening his grip around Kishshot's neck, Sakurai swung and hurled her into the wall. Her limbless body slid down the blood-streaked wall, fresh blood dripping from her mouth, blood she had just drunk from Fujiwara's body. Seeing that, Sakurai still showed no emotion. Almost forgot, he muttered as he walked closer to her, then raised his foot. Smack! A vicious kick slammed straight into Kishshot's abdomen. The intense pain made her pupils immediately contract. Coo! Fresh blood gushed again, streaming from the edge of her crimson lips. Her flesh and blood. Sakurai raised his foot again, face unmoved, and stomped down. I want you to puke it all out. One kick. Not enough. 2 kicks. Smack. A dash. Kishshot writhed, her body curling up in agony. She trembled, in even worse shape than before she had eaten. Don't kill me, she pleaded. Vampire, is this all you've got? Sakurai Saki curled his lip. You were eating just fine earlier, weren't you? Those 7,185 people you killed before. Didn't you eat them the same way? Truly a real monster. 1 person a month? Or 1 person a day? And a vampire scared of dying? You gotta be kidding. That wasn't me. I didn't kill her. Kishshot's fear of death had completely overtaken her pride. She twisted her limbless body and crawled toward Sakurai Saki's feet. Sakurai Saki kicked her away, coldly said, "Get lost, monster." Truly disgusting. If she had given up struggling and just died, perhaps Sakurai Saki would have seen her differently. But now, begging for her life when death was near. TSK, in the end, a monster is just a monster. Save me. Carrying her final hope, she looked at Sakurai Saki, her pleading voice now mixed with sobs. Sakurai Saki stepped in front of her, looking at the stumps where her limbs had been severed, blood still flowing out. She had already had her arms and legs cut off by someone. That's why she attacked Chika when she arrived, intending to use her flesh and blood to regenerate her body. A vampire dying from blood loss. A faint smile appeared on Sakurai Saki's face. Behind him, a sound came from the right. Looks like someone got to her first. Sakurai Saki turned to look. A blonde-haired man in a school uniform stood holding a massive crucifix. Hand her over to me, Episode said calmly. An ordinary high school student encountering something like this would normally be terrified, right? It's okay, just leave everything to me. As he spoke, his golden eyes emitted a faint glow. That was vampire hypnosis. Unfortunately, it was useless on Sakurai Saki. You're the one who drove her here, aren't you? Sakurai Saki asked. Yeah, of course. Episode tried to strike up a conversation, hoping to make the boy lower his guard. After all, the prey was nearly dead. Chatting a bit with this little worm wouldn't hurt. The poor girl lying there, your girlfriend? My condolences. Now that I've found the one behind it all, things are easier to deal with. The emotions in Sakurai Saki's heart had long since passed the breaking point. As he spoke, thick black mist began to billow from his body. Sakurai Saki's expression was cold, his eyes devoid of emotion. Kill. The next second, rumble, rumble, rumble. Waves of black mist surged like a tidal wave. In an instant, the entire train station platform was enveloped. Even the bright lighting system began to flicker and short-circuit. From within the black mist came deep, low growls. Episode's face showed fear. He quickly tried to flee. Inside the dense mist, a sudden flash of light. Bang! A crimson beam, sharp like a blade, tore through the black mist and pierced straight through Sakurai Saki's head. The light in Sakurai Saki's eyes quickly faded, and then he collapsed to the ground. Countless streams of black mist flowed back into his body. Don't toy around with bugs. The priest, guillotine cutter, lowered his gun and stepped out from behind the station wall. Ha ha! It's the age of firearms now, you primitive bastard. Episode, who moments ago thought he was about to die. Turns out this guy was just a paper tiger. One hit and he's shattered. Probably a high school student awakened to some supernatural power. Thought he could go toe-to-toe with us. The blonde man spun the crucifix in his hands. A bug is still a bug. No matter how angry it gets, it can't hurt a vampire. Enough chatter. Handle the irrelevant ones quickly. The priest lit a cigarette, looking toward a burly man slowly approaching from behind. You're late. Huh. The burly man looked at Fujiwara Chika's corpse on the ground and frowned. Bake Nico? Why is that here? The girl who came in earlier wasn't even human. The three of them had been too far away to sense anything clearly. Who knows? The priest exhaled smoke, glancing at the Bake Nico who had taken the form of Fujiwara Chika. A cat that died in resentment and was born of resentment, transformed and prepared for revenge, only to sacrifice herself for a vampire. Such sincere emotion. The priest said, even he was witnessing such a thing for the first time. Who would have thought an oddity could form a symbiotic relationship? Though more likely, the cat intended to devour the vampire, but was counterattacked and killed, or perhaps it lured the target to a secluded place for an ambush. They're not completely dead yet. The burly man glanced at Kishshot and Sakurai Saki lying near her and reminded them. A vampire only dies when nearly all the blood in their body is drained. She just consumed the flesh and blood of the Bake Nico. Episode replied, I can suck her blood. A vampire drained by one of their own also dies, but she probably still has a last resort move left. Don't give her a chance, said the burly man, over 2 meters tall, with long wavy black hair. On the surface, Kishshot was slowly crawling forward, only a few centimeters away from reaching Sakurai Saki's neck. As long as she could get his blood, she could seize a chance to counterattack. The blood of an Esper. Right at that moment, in front of her, Sakurai Saki slowly opened his eyes. His expression softened noticeably, and the corner of his mouth even curled up into an unconscious smile. This scene entered Kishshot's sight. Looks like that girl meant a lot to him. What should I do? Sakurai Saki was quickly thinking of a countermeasure. As an Esper, a hole in the skull didn't affect his ability to move. Sakurai Saki was virtually without weakness. If one had to name something, it would be his pollen allergy. His body itself wasn't a weak point. That hit just now. He took it on purpose. If he wanted to, he could crush all of them in an instant. Sakurai Saki did this to clear his head a little. The side effects of superpower are stronger than I expected. Rationality diminished. Emotion intensified. Just now, having witnessed Chika die with his own eyes, he had let emotions overwhelm reason, forgot to think. If the girl who died just now wasn't Fujiwara Chika, then there was still a chance to salvage the situation. Sakurai Saki listened to the conversation of the vampire hunters, then voluntarily moved his neck close to Kishshot's mouth. He actually had other options, but if he wanted Kishshot to be utterly loyal to him, to become his helper, his person, then clearly this method was more effective. Kishshot did not let go of this one and only hope of survival. With a slight sting, 2 sharp fangs pierced into Sakurai Saki's blood vessel. At first, she sucked his blood with great care, but a few seconds later, upon realizing an immense energy hidden within it, vast like the sea, she immediately sped up her intake. In just a few seconds, Sakurai Saki's face had turned deathly pale. His blood had been almost completely drained, and his breathing ceased. Kishshot realized she had gone too far. If she kept going, he might really die. She couldn't accept such a suicidal offering from someone else. With a conflicted expression, Kishshot returned her own blood into his body. She intended to turn him into a servant. Unfortunately, during the transformation, Sakurai Saki's body began rejecting her blood, actively sending it back out, as if utterly disgusted by it, leaving Kishshot stunned. But she didn't give up. In the end, after intense effort by the supreme vampire, the oddity of all oddities, Sakurai Saki's body had gained one vampire composition. Transformation complete, Kishshot collapsed to the ground from exhaustion, losing consciousness. The entire process took no more than a few dozen seconds. The actions between the two were small and subtle, but they didn't escape the eyes of the three vampire hunters. They were simply playing along with the situation. If this action drained the last of the target's energy, even better. Once she had no ability to resist, Kishshot would become a fish on the chopping block, completely at their mercy. So what if she created a subordinate? It would just be a dying vampire producing a frail ghoul. A ghoul, the minion of a vampire, resembled a zombie in movies. After the servant transformation ritual was complete, the wound on Sakurai Saki's forehead rapidly healed. As the three had predicted, Sakurai Saki stood up from the ground. Bang! The priest raised his gun, pulled the trigger, once again shooting directly at Sakurai Saki's head. The moment the bullet touched his scalp, sparks flew, as if it had struck reinforced alloy, and ricocheted to the side. Oi, 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 are you kidding me? The blond man made a dramatic expression, then threw the crucifix in his hand. It was made of silver, effective in suppressing vampires, and capable of inhibiting regeneration. The crucifix flew past Sakurai Saki's body, causing a patch of his flesh to melt. Huh, that's it. As the words left his mouth, the patch of melted flesh instantly regenerated. The blond man instinctively stepped back. The corner of Sakurai Saki's lips curved into a dangerous smirk. He mocked, that's it. The three vampire hunters immediately dropped into combat stances. The situation was now completely out of control. Ring of phone rang. Sorry, let me take this call, Sakurai said casually, as if the three in front of him didn't even exist, which in truth, they didn't to him. Sakurai Saki glanced at the caller ID and answered gently. Moshi Moshi. Saki-kun, can you hear my voice? Fujiwara Chika's voice rang in his ear. The three vampire hunters, of course, had no intention of waiting. They closed in immediately. I hear you. Sakurai Saki turned to evade the crucifix flying at him, spun gracefully, then delivered a spinning kick that floored the burly man who had been charging in, and followed up with a powerful kick as he advanced. Boom! A deafening impact echoed like a temple bell. Even amidst the rumbling station, it rang out loud and clear. A second later, crash! The sound of something shattering. The burly man was kicked flying, hurled off the station platform, smashed through the railing, and crashed straight onto the train tracks. What's going on? What are you doing over there? Chika asked, having heard the strange noises. Why didn't you answer earlier? Sakurai Saki dodged a close-range punch from the priest with ease. Then he cast a glance at the blond guy preparing to throw the crucifix again. The look was enough to startle him into freezing on the spot. Were you worried about me? That's surprise. Fujiwara Chika's voice grew slightly excited. Black mist once again began to pour out of Sakurai Saki, enveloping the area in darkness. A warrior holding a spear stepped out from the black mist. Sakurai Saki moved his phone away and said flatly, Kill him. His eyes looked at them like one would look at insects. The warrior swept the spear in a strong arc. The priest narrowly dodged, and the two quickly entered combat. At the same time, Grahh, the burly man on the tracks roared and leapt up, landing back on the platform with a crash, splitting the ground beneath him into two deep craters. His arms transformed into great swords, and his entire body turned to mist. In an instant, he vanished, and a moment later, reappeared right behind Sakurai Saki. Raising the great sword overhead, muscles bulging, he swung it down with mountain-splitting force. "Did your phone run out of battery earlier?" Sakurai Saki was still on the call, voice gentle, but his movements were anything but gentle. He turned and blocked the great sword with a single finger, stopping it just 10 centimeters from his neck. Then, another light kick. Bam! The burly man was sent flying once again. From within the black mist, more and more warriors emerged, the numbers growing by the second. "Umu, I went to Kagaya-san's place yesterday and had so much fun I forgot to charge my phone." Chika explained quickly. "It's not that I didn't want to pick up. I couldn't." She was afraid Sakurai Saki would misunderstand. "You're home now, right?" Sakurai Saki asked, sitting down on a bench meant for train passengers. He looked at the swelling ranks of warriors in front of him, and the 3 vampire hunters, now surrounded. Black Mist Core, Sakurai Saki's newly unsealed offensive ability. It was the act of activating this power that had snapped him out of his emotional spiral. "Saki-kun-im," in the bath, Chika said, then patted the water, splash, splash, audible over the phone. "So what did you call me for?" Sakurai Saki was silent for a few seconds. Then, gently, he said, "I just suddenly wanted to hear your voice." Hearing that, Fujiwara Chika seemed caught off guard. It was a few seconds before she replied. "I see Fujiwara residence." Chika leaned against the edge of the bathtub, her small hand gripping the phone, trembling slightly. She never expected Sakurai Saki to say something like that to her. In the past 6 months, he had never once spoken those words. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them hadn't officially confirmed their relationship, she might have already believed that she and Sakurai Saki were dating. Isn't that basically a confession? At that thought, Chika's fair face flushed a soft pink. What exactly is he doing over there? It sounds so noisy on his end. "Saki-kun, are you home yet?" "Not yet. Still handling a few things." Sakurai Saki glanced at the 3 figures still putting up a desperate fight, repeatedly fending off the Black Mist warriors, a look of displeasure appearing on his face. "Oh, what kind of thing?" Chika stretched her slender legs out of the water. With bath oil added, the warm, faint pink water dripped down between her toes. Drip, drip, the sound of the water reached Sakurai Saki's ears. Still sitting on the bench in the station, he looked up at the ceiling and replied, "Retrieving something. Someone owed me a debt. I came to collect. Then make sure to come home early. It's getting late." Chika said with concern. "You too, sleep early." "Good night," Sakurai Saki responded gently. "Good night," as the busy tone sounded in the phone. Sakurai Saki stood up. He stepped past the Black Mist warriors and lowered his gaze toward the 3 kneeling figures on the ground, spears pressed to their necks. The 3 vampire hunters looked up at him, their eyes filled with hatred and regret. "Let us go. We'll return Kiss Shot's limbs to you." Censored. "To be honest, I liked your arrogant attitudes earlier more. Bring that back, will you?" 2 hours later, Sakurai Saki returned home. Behind him, a blonde, lowly vampire, now looking exactly like an elementary schooler, silently followed without saying a word. She had just had her limbs recovered from the vampire hunters. Kiss Shot Astralorian Heart Underblade. That's such a long name. Sakurai Saki opened the door to the rented apartment. He flashed her a bright smile. "From now on, you're my partner. Let's get along, all right? Heart Underblade, huh? How about I call you Shinobu? Not a bad name, right?" Sakurai Saki closed the door behind them. Shinobu said nothing. She just quietly followed him. Seeing this, Sakurai Saki didn't press further. The truth was, there was a bit of misunderstanding between the two of them. "You survived, and the person important to me didn't die. Sounds like a happy ending," Sakurai Saki said cheerfully, but all he got in return was a cold, indifferent look from Shinobu. Finally, she spoke. "That Bake Nico held a grudge against you." Hearing that, Sakurai Saki dropped his smile. "You mean, you killed that cat to help me, and then I kicked you a few times, so that makes it my fault?" "You know it yourself," Shinobu replied. The atmosphere between them instantly became tense. "I'm sorry. That really was my fault." Sakurai Saki wasn't the type to deny his own mistakes. Shinobu let out a cold snort, walked straight into the living room, and stood beside the sofa. Did you use up all your strength saving me earlier? Sakurai Saki asked. Unfortunately, the girl didn't look like she wanted to answer. If not, then with her regenerative ability, she should have been able to shrink her body and escape. Shinobu looked up at him. Without going all out, I couldn't have turned you. Hearing this, Sakurai Saki said sincerely, Thank you for helping me. At that time, I was blinded by rage and forgot to ask the reason behind it all. I also gave up on hearing your explanation. For that, I'm sorry. But now I've become a servo. That's what they usually call in dramas, right? Sakurai Saki sat down, pulled Shinobu into his arms, and softly said, My master, can you forgive me? It really had been his fault. When he heard about the Bake Nico, he nearly realized he had misjudged things, which was also why he allowed Shinobu to drink his blood. Otherwise, no matter how useful she was, Sakurai Saki wouldn't have saved her. As for the future diary entries, 2 of them had been wrong, and he had figured that out. That Tuesday, he was supposed to walk Fujiwara Chika home. The Bake Nico had been lying in wait. He originally thought that part of the diary was false, but it turned out to be correct. Beware of monsters. If you don't want a world to plunge into even more chaos, don't do unnecessary and pointless things. That warning was what had been wrong. If the future involved special circumstances, then bringing this vampire along as a partner was the correct choice. The so-called unnecessary thing likely referred to saving her earlier. Oof. Shinobu didn't look the least bit grateful. She squirmed out of Sakurai Saki's warm arms and curled up on the edge of the sofa. Sakurai Saki sighed and walked into the kitchen. He grabbed some preserved food, then came back and held out a donut to Shinobu. Let's say this donut is my apology gift. Shinobu was still curled up in the corner. She glanced at the donut. After a few seconds of thought, she leaned over and took it. Sakurai Saki also grabbed a slice of bread and took a bite. I died once because of you, but if you hadn't saved me, I wouldn't be here now. And on your own, you wouldn't have survived either. Sakurai Saki continued gently. After everything we've been through, I think our relationship should be a little closer now, don't you think? This is a lie. Even if Sakurai Saki hadn't been turned into a vampire, he wouldn't have died. He was just using talk no jutsu to win her trust, Databeo, but Shinobu didn't suspect a thing. She had sucked his blood so forcefully that his breathing had truly stopped for a moment. To her, that was as good as death. Sakurai Saki took her silence as agreement. So, am I a vampire now? Shinobu took a bite and replied, one vampire, but he now possessed vampire traits. Is there a way to turn back into a human? Death. Shinobu replied bluntly. Kill you? Shinobu nodded. Forget it then. Suddenly being a vampire doesn't sound so bad. Besides, I couldn't kill you anyway. Sakurai Saki said something easily misunderstood. After all, had gone to great lengths to save her. Killing her now would be a waste. A vampire's body has many weaknesses. Shinobu warned. You'll fear sunlight. Silver will slice your body apart. Garlic will strip away your powers. Realizing she might be talking too much, she cut herself off. Sakurai Saki didn't care much about those weaknesses anyway. Worst case, had just died once, and death didn't scare him. He had a contingency plan for that. Sakurai Saki changed the topic. Do you have a way to restore your original form? He was referring to that voluptuous one-sen look, clearly. Shinobu finished her donut, licked her fingers, and replied, The heart is a vampire's life force. Find my lost heart, then it'll return to normal. A face immediately came to Sakurai Saki's mind. He didn't know where the heart was, but someone else definitely did. Hopefully, she'd be willing to cooperate when the time came. I want more. Shinobu murmured, glancing at the bag of donuts. Sakurai Saki smiled and handed her another one. Does this mean you forgive me? Shinobu gave a soft huff. As if you've got a long way to go if you want forgiveness from me. What does that even mean? Maybe that was forgiveness. After all, she was its under a vampire. Note, the chapter is too long for K words. Chapter 102. What does it feel like to become a vampire? What does it feel like to become a vampire? Thank for the invite. I'm currently in Japan and have just become a vampire. Well, the experience actually isn't bad. It's just that in the morning when I wake up, it gets a little hot under the blanket. Since it's spring right now, it's still bearable, but when summer comes, if I don't turn on the air conditioner, I might not be able to sleep. They say that if a room is left unclean for too long, ITLL grow cats. But if a vampire's room is left unclean for a long time, ITLL grow a blonde-haired loli. Early in the morning, Sakurai Saki got up, glanced at the sleeping blonde vampire loli nestled in his arms, and rubbed his temples. What's with this FBI? Open the door. Kind of feeling, did I do anything weird yesterday? Probably not. What kind of normal person would even lay a hand on this kind of target? Shinobu was awakened by his movement. She rubbed her eyes, the thin white t-shirt on her body covering most of her skin. My servant. Up so early. Vampires are nocturnal creatures, and usually have no energy during the day. For Shinobu, this should have been sleeping time. Did anything happen between us last night? Everything happened. Your startled sounds were quite something, Shinobu said in a teasing voice. Shinobu, that was just blood-sucking, wasn't it? Sakurai Saki rubbed his neck. There were very clear fang marks there. He had looked in a mirror. It looked exactly like a hickey. For vampires, the two most important things are feeding and creating a family. Shinobu giggled. Her youthful, adorable face carried a peculiar trace of sensuality. And those two things I've already done with you. Vampires carry traits of succubi, so they don't really feel much shame about human sexual behavior. To vampires, creating a servant is the act that's actually tied to sexuality and is something that embarrasses them in the end. Its purpose is to create family. Vampires don't get pregnant through ordinary intimate relations with humans. So when she saw Sakurai Saki dying yesterday, the act of turning him into a servant was actually an immensely significant decision on Shinobu's part. She had once been hurt by that very thing. What do you want for breakfast? Sakurai Saki had no resistance to a 500-year-old vampire loli who could speak filth so casually. He wasn't good at dealing with things that were too direct. Donut. Shinobu gave a completely expected answer. She didn't need food to replenish energy. Eating was simply for enjoyment. After eating, Sakurai Saki got ready to go out. At the door, he stood in the shade, looking up at the sun overhead. Vampires are afraid of sunlight. There's a rumor that if exposed to sunlight, vampires will turn to ash. Sakurai Saki held out his hand. The very first second sunlight touched him, red blotches appeared on the back of his hand. In less than a dozen seconds, his palm had turned to black ash and drifted away. You. Shinobu emerged from within Sakurai Saki's shadow. There was worry on her face, but Sakurai Saki's expression didn't change at worst. Head just die once. After dying once, his body would revert from vampire back to normal. His bloodline wouldn't allow vampire blood to remain in his body. He withdrew his hand. A few seconds later, the hand quickly regenerated. The side effects of becoming a vampire were stronger than had expected, but it wasn't anything major. This'll make life pretty troublesome. Sakurai Saki smiled and let out a light joke. Stepping out the door meant turning to ash. Vampires really were an unlucky race. You want to become human again? Shinobu asked anxiously. If I become human again, then you'll have to die, right? Sakurai Saki asked in return. Killing someone just to make yourself feel better? And it would be the very comrade you went through the trouble of saving? If she had really killed Fujiwara Chika, Sakurai Saki definitely could have taken her down to the hell. But she didn't. On the contrary, she was misunderstood by him. That made Sakurai Saki feel a little guilty. In this situation, even if she had killed thousands over the past 500 years, Sakurai Saki wouldn't care. He didn't care about justice. He was the kind of person who sided with people close to him, not strangers. To Sakurai Saki, if he had to live in frustration even after becoming an Esper, then he wouldn't be an Esper at all. Do you not care about your identity as a human? I do care. Sakurai Saki picked up an umbrella from the entrance. I've always wanted to live as a normal person. You're lying. It's not good for kids to be so sharp. Sakurai Saki opened the umbrella. On one hand, I say, I want to be normal, but on the other hand, I subconsciously act superior when dealing with others. am always lying to myself. Sakurai Saki turned his head to look at Shinobu and extended his hand toward her. Shinobu also reached out her small hand, and the two held hands. It looked just like a pair of siblings. I'm just cosplaying as a normal person. It's the same as those rich folks cosplaying as dog lickers. Doing pointless things. Chasing after things that aren't worth chasing when there were things I could have had easily from the start. The two walked together down the street. Nearby was an old private school building, and right next to it was Gain Izuko's Urizuya office. Suddenly, a motorcycle sped by on the side of the road. Shinobu walked close to Sakurai Saki. Just a second later, as the bike zipped past the two of them, Sakurai Saki pulled Shinobu, who seemed distracted and was about to step into the sunlight, into his arms. Trying to kill yourself? Sakurai Saki patted her head. Shinobu was silent for a few seconds, then replied, I wanted to turn you back into a human, and then I'd have to carry your life on my back. Feel guilty until the day I die. You'd be at peace, but what about me? Sakurai Saki scowled. Don't do something stupid. You're the stupid one. Shinobu looked up at him twice, then, as if sulking, sank deep into his shadow. After circling a few blocks, Sakurai Saki finally saw a shop with a sign that read Urizuya, 2 stories tall. The shop looked old. One glance, and you could tell it wasn't some high-end place. He pushed open the door and immediately saw Gain Senpai sitting at the reception desk, wearing a baseball cap. Dressed in baggy clothes, both shirt and pants covered in pockets, and each pocket had several cell phones inside. Era welcome. Gain Izuko glanced at him. Didn't expect you'd actually become a vampire. She could only predict part of the situation. She didn't know everything. The chances of Sakurai Saki becoming a vampire were actually very low. He cared a lot about his identity as a human. This was outside of her expectations. At first, she only wanted to suggest that Sakurai Saki subdue Kiss Shot, hoping he'd gain a good impression of her from that. So, Sakurai-kun, you don't want to be human anymore? Sakurai Saki folded his umbrella and replied, For now, I still do. He wasn't Dio saying he wouldn't be human anymore and actually meaning it. You know how to turn back? Of course. Gain Izuko pretended not to know. You came here looking for something? Yeah. Sakurai Saki hadn't even had time to explain clearly. Gain Izuko spoke up. You came to ask me about the whereabouts of Kiss Shot's heart, didn't you? How did you know? Gain Senpai kept a mysterious look, smiling faintly. I know everything. Sakurai, seeing Sakurai Saki's dead fish expression. Gain sighed. All right, I won't keep talking in riddles. This kid didn't respond to soft approaches or tough ones. And talking in circles with someone like that would never end well. Kiss Shot's heart is currently in my hands, but I had to go through a lot of trouble to get it. Gain Izuko continued, and when she noticed Sakurai Saki showing a hint of suspicion, she added, You'll need to agree to one condition. This is also a request made by the one known as the thief. What condition? Bind Kiss Shot to your side. She's far too dangerous. If left unchecked, in the worst-case scenario, she could destroy the world in just 3 days. But that wasn't the main reason. Gain Izuko posed this condition to make it easier for Sakurai Saki to control Shinobu. We'll keep a close eye on her. Sakurai Saki replied. No, you won't be able to. Gain Izuko said flatly. You've already become her servant. Naturally, Kiss Shot has an innate influence over you. As soon as she said that, Shinobu silently emerged from Sakurai Saki's shadow. What Gain Izuko said was true. She really could do it. Even if Sakurai Saki only had 1 vampire blood in his body, Shinobu still had enough power to control him. If you don't plan to kill her, then your only option is coexistence. Gain Senpai glanced at Shinobu and continued. But this method will make you inseparable. Shall be sealed in your shadow, living off your blood. From being the oddity of all oddities to becoming a near pet-like existence, Shinobu did not reject this. She simply nodded silently. Last night, she had come here seeking death, but at the very last moment, she felt fear. Now that she had been saved by Sakurai Saki, Kiss Shot was afraid of death, yet had no more meaning to live. She was like a walking corpse with no goal, no reason to exist. Her only remaining tie to this world was now the person called Sakurai Saki, the one who had become her servant. Sakurai Saki was different from her first servant. He didn't curse her for selfishly turning him into a vampire, nor did he try to throw himself into the sunlight to die in front of her. For someone like Shinobu, who had been deeply wounded by her first servant, it wasn't hard to imagine how she would treat Sakurai Saki, the one who had been willing to offer his life for her even if the two had misunderstood each other the day before. "If you don't want me to die, then I won't die." Sakurai Saki didn't want her to die, so she wouldn't. That was the request of one of the few loved ones she had left. But if one day Sakurai Saki wished to return to being human, Kishshot would not cling to him. She would offer herself without regret. That was the kind of love she held for her servant. Living and dying together. Sounds kind of romantic, doesn't it? Sakurai Saki looked at Shinobu. "As long as I'm alive for one more day, you won't die. And as long as you're alive, I won't let you leave because your life is one I saved. You're so greedy. What do you take me for?" Shinobu said flatly. "A pet?" Sakurai Saki joked. The blonde vampire girl shot him a glare. "You really are an insufferable man." So the whole vampire mess came to an end. Sakurai Saki could more or less return to his normal life again, a truly happy and worthy occasion. Watching his back as he walked away, Gain Izuko clapped her hands lightly. Chapter 103. Sakurai Saki doesn't he want to die? Socially unusual daily life, the second day of Golden Week. Sakurai Saki finally remembered that he still had a home tutoring job. He had skipped several times a few days ago. All due to unavoidable circumstances, there really was no better way. In front of the Nakano quintuplets house, Sakurai Saki lowered his head and looked at his own shadow. Becoming a vampire wasn't a bad thing. Thanks to the help and treatment of Gain Izuko, oddity specialist, Sakurai Saki had now become a vampire who was almost human. His recovery ability hadn't diminished much. On the contrary, all his weaknesses had vanished, completely enhanced. It can only be said that each profession has its own specialty. When dealing with oddity, people with superpower truly aren't considered proficient. It still feels a bit uncomfortable under the sunlight, huh? Sakurai Saki never liked sunny days, and now he hated them even more. As for things like in the movies, the bloodthirst that makes one feel high as fuck if not satisfied, he hadn't experienced any of that. Silver items were now ineffective, and garlic could still be eaten. The only remaining drawback was Sakurai Saki's resistance to beauty had decreased. He had moved one solid step closer to becoming the main character in a doujinshi. Vampires inherently carry the succubus trait, so that's unavoidable. Note, oh, it was currently 10 a.m. He had scheduled the tutoring session beforehand, from the second day of Golden Week until the end of the holiday. During this time, Sakurai Saki had to travel through the vast sea of knowledge with those silly girls, paddling the boat named Studying Together, studying literature, history, and English. With effort, humans can accomplish anything, except math. Today, I definitely can't fail. Adjusting the black-rimmed glasses he specially wore today, Sakurai Saki felt full of confidence. There was no particular reason, just that today's ability was related to studying. Today's superpower, feeding and asking for directions effect, through feeding, can make the target do things they initially couldn't do. Side effect, none. Dear God, it's unbelievable that a superpower could have such a weird name. Well, all the superpower names were made up by Sakurai Saki himself. Today, I even brought a whole bag of snacks. Those 5 idiot sisters. They'll finish them off with a backhand. Today, Sakurai Saki would thoroughly tutor all 5 subjects that would be tested after Golden Week for them. But when he arrived at the sisters' house, half the confidence on his face disappeared. Among the 5 sisters, only Yatsuba was in the living room. Yatsuba. Hee. Sakurai-san. Long time no see. You came early today. Nakano Yatsuba greeted Sakurai Saki. Where are the other 4? Sakurai Saki carried a bag. Inside were books and teaching materials. They're still sleeping. Yatsuba scratched her head, awkwardly saying, "Yesterday we played too late." Yesterday was the first day of Golden Week, so everyone was very excited. Can you go call them? Imagai, it's kinda awkward. It's fine. Sakurai-san is sensei. Let's go together. Those girls are all lazy sloths. Yatsuba pushed Sakurai Saki's back and led him upstairs. But this early bird wasn't particularly great at studying either. Yatsuba was the kind of early worm that got eaten by the bird. Yatsuba, standing in front of Itsuki's room. Sakurai Saki glanced at Yatsuba, knock. As an outsider, he felt it wasn't appropriate for him. Yatsuba knocked on the door. From inside came Itsuki's voice, who is it? It's me. Yatsuba. Phone scammers like to say that too. Itsuki changed the topic. Who are you? That person. Oh, that person? That one? Yeah, that one. Those scam calls with riddles like that. The kind of people Sakurai Saki hated most. It's almost noon already. Sakurai-san's here too. From inside the room came a soft noise. Then the door cracked open slightly. Itsuki. Sakurai Saki saw that Itsuki still hadn't fixed her hair, and her iconic star-shaped hair clip wasn't on yet. The moment she saw Sakurai Saki, the door slowly closed again. A moment later, Itsuki's voice sounded. Wait a bit more, it'll come out. Seems like she was getting ready to put on makeup and do her hair. And looks like she wouldn't be out anytime soon. Makeup takes a lot of effort for girls. Even light makeup still requires all kinds of cosmetics. Girls in places like Tokyo rarely show their bare face. There was no other way. The two had to go call the others. Yatsuba knocked on Nino's door a few times. After a moment, Nino, already having combed her hair and finished her makeup, pulled the door open from the inside. Nino saw Sakurai Saki. At first, she didn't react right away. But after Nino, You, what are you doing here? After saying that, Nino felt her tone wasn't quite right, so she weakly said, I haven't changed clothes yet. Nino looked down at her outfit, still in pajamas, with the buttons on her chest, not even fully done up. She had assumed he wouldn't come this early today. Nino, you should dress properly, Yatsuba reminded. Immediately after, Sakurai Saki saw the fair and delicate face of the girl flush clearly red. Hentai, don't look. Nino hugged her chest, face blushing deeply, and crouched down. Nino, Sakurai Saki, ever the gentleman, closed the door. Behind the door, an adorable and embarrassed yelp from Nino could be heard. Sakurai-san, next you go call a chica. He'll go wake up Miku. Yatsuba assigned the tasks. Sakurai Saki nodded. This mission was heavy, even worse than opening a blind box. At least with blind boxes or gacha you still get some guaranteed rate. Or rather, Sakurai Saki was lucky enough to pull Yatsuba first. That was the guaranteed pull. He knocked on a chica's door. More than 10 seconds passed, and Sakurai Saki turned to look at Yatsuba, who also saw no reaction from Mika's room either. Yatsuba looked at him with a helpless expression. Then she took the initiative to open the door. Mika's room wasn't locked. Sakurai Saki followed exactly at Chika's room. Although what happened last time in Mika's room made him a little scared to open a girl's room without permission. But Ichika was the mature One-E-san type. Her room must be very tidy, right? Thinking like that, Sakurai Saki opened the door to hell. Umu confirmed. A total slob in daily life. This room was even worse than some lazy angel's clothes were scattered everywhere. There was even visible underwear on the top of the pile. Besides that, cosmetics, daily use items, miscellaneous stuff. In the corner of the room, Nakano Ichika could be seen sleeping peacefully in bed. Her sleeping posture was fairly normal, only her head sticking out. Ichika, seeing that, Sakurai Saki let out a sigh of relief. He slowly walked over to Ichika. Time to get up, Ichika. Omo? Nakano Ichika sleepily opened her eyes. Then she stared at Sakurai Saki for a few seconds, and immediately did something completely unexpected. Ichika grabbed Sakurai Saki's hand and, taking advantage of his lack of attention, yanked him into the blanket. Inside the blanket, Sakurai Saki subconsciously moved his hand a bit, then froze. Sakurai. He hadn't expected that Ichika didn't wear pajamas to bed. Ichika, it's me. Sakurai Saki was pulled into her embrace, completely at a loss. His eyes didn't know where to look. Nakano Ichika let out a steady breath, her sweet breath blowing on Sakurai Saki's face. She had fallen back asleep. Sakurai-san, I've already woken Miku up. Outside, Yatsuba's voice echoed closer from afar. Panic surged inside Sakurai Saki, and he buried himself deeper into the blanket. If he got discovered, it'd really be social death. Where's Sakurai-san? Yatsuba looked into the room. So messy. She slowly walked closer to Ichika. Omo. Hearing Yatsuba's voice, Ichika became slightly more awake. Yatsuba had called her up more than once before. Something fell off at her chest. Ichika reached out, and her hand touched Sakurai Saki's hair. Sakurai Saki flinched slightly. Oh. Nakano Ichika was now fully awake. At this moment, she remembered what she had done just now. Oh no, she had been too sleepy. Ichika, what's wrong? No, nothing. Yatsuba stared at the blanket. The blanket today seemed puffed up into a lump. Was it her imagination? Ichika, is there something in your blanket? Yatsuba reached out her hand. Inside the blanket, Sakurai Saki didn't even dare to breathe hard. Chapter 104. Assassinated by a Pei. The hand that Yatsuba had stretched out halfway was grabbed by Ichika. Yatsuba, you go out first. I'll get up right away. Ichika sat up. Ichika looked at the bulging part on her stomach, extended her other hand, and pressed down on the protrusion. The next second, the surface of the blanket flattened again. So itchy her delicate face was slightly flushed. Seeing that Yatsuba was still standing still, she softly asked, "What's wrong?" Yatsuba looked at the lower part of the blanket covering Ichika. Ichika, have you seen Sakurai-san? She had clearly seen Sakurai Saki come in just now. Moreover, there's nowhere else on the second floor he could have gone. Nakano Ichika tried to endure. I didn't see him. Yatsuba felt that Ichika was acting strange today. Even her voice sounded odd. Suddenly, she reached out her hand and lifted one corner of the blanket. Right after that, she slowly lifted it up. Ichika. Ooh. Ichika quickly hugged Sakurai Saki and rolled her body over. Sakurai. Yatsuba, having lifted one corner of the blanket, saw Ichika's long, slender legs. Ichika, don't tell me you're sleeping naked again. The fact that she liked to sleep without clothes was something all the sisters knew. Ichika nodded slightly. After saying that, Yatsuba saw Ichika's face turn even redder. She stiffly turned around and, like a zombie, walked toward the door. Well then, I'm going. Hurry up and come out. Click. The door was closed by Yatsuba. After confirming the other person had really left, Ichika let out a sigh of relief, then released Sakurai Saki. Nay, Sensei-chan, hurry and get up. She lifted the blanket and leaned close to Sakurai Saki's ear. Sakurai Saki was panting. Just now he felt like he was almost killed. Killed by a Pei. An assassination. This was a real assassination. You should put some clothes on first. Sakurai Saki gasped for breath. Is it nice? For some reason, Nakano Ichika blurted out that question. Just normal. I couldn't really see clearly. Sakurai Saki lied with guilt. Sakurai. In truth, it was overwhelming, way bigger than AI-chan's size. But Sakurai Saki didn't dare admit it. After all, he was the one who benefited. Taking advantage of someone's unawareness isn't something a gentleman should do. Era just normal, huh? Nakano Ichika, for some reason, was slightly upset. Ichika, he hadn't acted normal at all just now. Touched everything that could be touched, and now says it's just normal? If you have the guts, try saying that again. What? Would it kill you to give me a compliment right now? Why is she mad now? Sakurai Saki originally intended to spare the girl's pride a little, but seeing that she had said that he no longer pretended to be a gentleman, it was nice, but I think girls look better when they're wearing clothes. Outfits can enhance one's charm. Taking everything off loses that half-revealed ambiguity. Compared to outright exposure, I prefer the sense of mystery. But that's just my personal opinion. Sakurai Saki spoke as if giving an academic presentation. Sakai, omu at that moment. Nakano Ichika's girlish embarrassment exploded because of his words. But more than that, Ichika was bothered by something else. She curled up in a blanket, softly asking what he intended to do now. The moment between them had become unexpectedly intimate, and she wasn't sure how to face him. In a situation like this, he had no choice but to take responsibility. I already have a girlfriend, Sakurai Saki replied. For topics like this, he didn't need to hide anything. Though he wasn't sure what AI-chan thought, from Sakurai Saki's perspective, they were already dating. It's fine. Girlfriend? Sensei-chan already has a girlfriend? But I feel like she sees me as a backup option. Nakano Ichika, hearing that, let out a sigh of relief in her heart. A backup? A backup is still something. But what kind of girl would dare treat Sensei-chan as a backup? That's seriously something. Why does Sensei-chan think he's just a backup option? Sakurai Saki sat up and sighed. Every time we text, we only exchange exactly 4 lines. Nakano Ichika, though never having been in a relationship, still understood well how heavy it was to only exchange 4 lines online. To put harshly, not to mention being a boyfriend, even his friends, no, not even classmates, it's worse than that. Ichika usually texted with girls she wasn't even that close with in class and still exchanged more than 4 messages. With close friends or besties, there were times they'd exchange hundreds of messages without running out of things to say. And, as a boyfriend, they should have even more topics to share. But only 4 lines? Ichika reached out, picked up her underwear nearby, then crawled under the blanket to put it on. Sensei-chan, though it may sound harsh, I think you really are being treated like a backup, Nakano Ichika said seriously. The next second, she noticed Sakurai Saki's expression become one of disappointment. Sakurai, who confessed first? She did. Sakurai Saki answered. Then she probably regrets it. Girls regret things really easily. Nakano Ichika grabbed a few more items of clothing, a beige sweater, white jeans. Whenever I buy clothes, I regret it afterward too. Chose the wrong style, the color doesn't match. Even if I thought it looked nice at first, I get bored after a while. Love is probably the same, right? Ichika, speaking as a theory expert, was totally just talking on paper. I think our relationship is going pretty well. Sakurai Saki rebutted. At this moment, Nakano Ichika no longer cared that her body had been seen. She felt that matter could be postponed for now. The most important thing right now was catching up on the drama. Eating melon is always the best. Ichika, you're just thinking that yourself, aren't you? Being overconfident isn't a good thing. Ichika slipped back under the blanket. She had already finished putting on her top. How far have you two gone? Do I really have to say it? Sakurai Saki hesitated, then said, We've kissed. When? On the first date? Right on the day we started dating. That fast. Nakano Ichika slid her long, straight legs into the jeans, then concluded, Aya, Sensei-chan, you're done for. Why? If a girl kisses you on the first day of dating, do you think she's really serious about you? If it were me, I'd at least wait a month before considering it. What Nakano Ichika said wasn't without basis. A girl who casually kisses a guy like that, could she really be a sincere, innocent girl? But she didn't know that she was wrong. Hayasaka AI truly was a sincere and innocent girl like that. Sakurai Saki fell silent. Forget it. You do look kind of pitiful. One-chan Ichika smiled. What just happened? Let's consider it a special benefit just for you. She paused for a few seconds. Her intention was clear. If you ever break up with that girl, the first person you should think of is me. Okay? After all, you've already seen all of me. Truthfully, Sakurai Saki was quite her type. Miko had a decent relationship with Sensei-chan, but clearly no romantic feelings. Nino, don't even mention her. Worst relationship. Yatsuba was an idiot. And Itsuki, her whole mind was focused on studying right now. Thinking it through carefully, it seemed like only she, Ichika, was seeing Sensei-chan as a man. Anyway, Sensei-chan was being treated like a backup right now. So that relationship would fall apart sooner or later. When that time came, she could seize the chance. You have feelings for me? I don't recall doing anything that would make you like me. Sakurai Saki was confused. He really couldn't understand girls. Even the reason why Fujiwara Chika or Hayasaka AI liked him, Sakurai Saki himself didn't know. Hirosei's beauty, I thought it was pretty cool. Nakano Ichika said as she stepped off the bed. I didn't intend to save you back then. Sakurai Saki said truthfully. Baka, I don't like you yet. Don't get full of yourself. Nakano Ichika mimicked Nino's tone, and Sundara walked out of the room. Chapter 105. Itsuki wants to lose weight in the living room. Nakano Yatsuba stared silently at the cup on the tea table, her hand supporting her chin as she sank deep into thought. Yatsuba, why do humans have to date each other? What is love? What is the purpose of human life? What could have turned the usually cheerful and adorable Yatsuba into such a melancholic girl? It was because of Sakurai Saki and Nakano Ichika. She had just found out, or rather, in such a tiny room. It was hard not to find out. Her eldest sister Ichika, right in front of her, being all lovey-dovey with classmate Sakurai. Being affectionate in the morning was one thing, but to flaunt it right in front of her. Could it be that Ichika is just that bold in public? Just thinking about it was already pretty embarrassing. If you're going to be in a relationship, at least don't do that kind of stuff at home. If you're going to do it, fine, but to do it in the morning, and even worse, to let me catch you red-handed. Yatsuba's brain was overloaded and about to crash. For now, setting aside the complicated relationship between those two, there was a more urgent problem. How am I supposed to face Sakurai-san now? After knowing something like that, it's hard to even look him in the eye. Tap-tap footsteps sounded from upstairs. Yatsuba, what's wrong? Ichika was the first to come down from the second floor. Yatsuba was startled by the sudden voice. She flinched and then turned her head stiffly. Nothing at all. Better to pretend she didn't know anything. Finding out that your own biological sister was sneaking around with the tutor under the same blanket, how could you even say that out loud? And to the very person involved, no less. Your expression feels kind of weird. Ichika lazily stretched. Her curvy, seductive figure was revealed without a single flaw. Yatsuba glanced at her face. Ichika, you're not wearing makeup? We're all family here. Why bother with makeup? Ichika replied. Family? Sakurai-san is family too? Family relative. Known. Ichika and classmate Sakurai slept under the same blanket. In addition, Ichika called classmate Sakurai family. Therefore, one could conclude Sakurai-san Ichika's relative. Ichika's relative Ichika's boyfriend. Conclusion. Ichika already has a boyfriend. Yatsuba's little brain spun like crazy, and very quickly, she arrived at such a shocking conclusion. But she still asked one question. Ichika, Sakurai-san, just came over. Are you really okay not wearing makeup? If I had to put on makeup even at home, that'd be such a pain. Ichika flopped down on the sofa and yawned. It's over. It's totally confirmed. At the same time, in Itsuki's room, Nakano Itsuki stared blankly at the number on the scale. I gained weight. Have I been eating that much lately? I swear I've been eating about the same as before. Nakano Itsuki always paid close attention to her weight. She had thought about dieting, but every time she tried, she ended up binge eating in retaliation, and whatever weight she lost came right back. In the end, it was all meaningless. Not even a week, and I gained half a kilo. That's 3 kilos in a month, and 36 kilos in a year. Itsuki muttered as she calculated. At this moment, her brain was working extremely fast. Very quickly, she came up with an answer. It's over for me. Itsuki's face was full of despair. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock. Who is it? It's me. Why did that sound so familiar? Sakurai-kun. Itsuki recognized his voice. This time, she was already properly dressed, so she naturally opened the door. What were you doing? Let's get ready to study. No, nothing really. Then, Sakurai Saki saw her scale. Do all 5 of you sisters weigh about the same? He brought up the question Head asked before. Umo. Itsuki nodded and said seriously, we always maintain the same weight, 250 kg in total. Is that for real? Sakurai Saki glanced at Itsuki's full thighs. No way in hell he'd believe that. Those thighs were clearly a size bigger than Ichika's. Probably feels decent to the touch, too. He was the type who liked to dig until the end, in other words. Someone who liked to nitpick. It's true. Itsuki reacted violently. Yeah, digital scales have a display delay too, huh? Sakurai Saki remarked. Hearing that, Itsuki hurriedly ran over to the digital scale and picked it up. She pointed at Sakurai Saki. You saw everything? 5x something kilos. Sakurai Saki averted his eyes. This one's pretty close to 60 already, almost heavier than me. Honestly, for a girl with a curvy figure and less than 160 centimeters tall, like the five sisters being around 55 kilograms, was still within a healthy range. But reaching 60 kilograms was admittedly a bit much. For reference, Sakurai Saki was 180 centimeters tall and weighed 67.5 kilograms. No way. Still a few kilos to go. Itsuki loudly objected. Besides this digital scale, it's broken. Could it be that she was so fat it couldn't handle it and broke? No. Absolutely impossible. Don't get worked up. I only came to get you because you hadn't come out yet, said Sakurai Saki. Then he added, as your tutor. Under Sakurai Saki's odd gaze, Itsuki circled around him and shut the door to her room. Click! The door was locked. Itsuki tiptoed and pushed him back against the wooden door with her hand. Cave down. You saw nothing. Her small face puffed up like a hamster. Well, knock knock. Itsuki smacked her hand against the door. Then her expression turned sweet, and she spoke slowly. Sakurai couldn't repeat after me. I have never seen Itsuki's weight. Sakurai Saki ignored his conscience and said, I have never seen Itsuki's weight. Why the hesitation? Itsuki leaned her face in closer. The distance between them was so small that if Sakurai Saki leaned down, he could kiss her. Whatever. If you want to say it, I don't really mind. Seeing he stayed quiet, Itsuki continued, all right? Now repeat after me. Itsuki is a beautiful woman with a perfect figure and a kind heart. Say it. Itsuki moved even closer. You're getting really close to kissing distance, Itsuki-san. Sakurai Saki pressed his head hard against the door. Itsuki is a beautiful, chubby woman with a kind but wicked heart. Sakurai Saki was a rebellious teenager. He liked saying "ino" to the forces of evil. Sakurai-kun must just twisted your tongue and messed up earlier. Itsuki said sweetly, Can you say it again? As she spoke, she moved in a bit more. At that moment, Itsuki noticed that Sakurai Saki was trying to avoid her. That reaction awoke the little devil inside her. Itsuki gently caressed his cheek, her warm breath brushing against him as she teased. Come on, said Sakurai Saki, averted his eyes and reluctantly said, Itsuki is a beautiful woman with a perfect figure and a kind heart. Thanks for the compliment. Nakano, Itsuki said with a slight smirk on her lips, showing no guilt at all for forcing him to say it. Itsuki, don't you think the two of us are standing kind of close? As Sakurai Saki said that, he lowered his head and leaned in. Itsuki's expression immediately turned panicked, completely forgetting how bold she'd just been. Huh? Oh, in your own room, pushing your tutor against the wall, acting like this, Itsuki. Sakurai Saki leaned in even more. Just when he was about to kiss her, Nakano Itsuki, hearing that, instantly reacted like a frightened little rabbit and released her hand from the wall. You're the one who peeked at my weight first. You started it. She rambled more and more. I'm the one who did the wall pinning. Wait, no, that's not right. Anyway, it's all your fault. She actually pinned her tutor to the wall just now and even leaned the face close. Wasn't that totally asking to be kissed? So embarrassing I could die. Itsuki dove onto the bed and wrapped herself tightly in her blanket. Sakurai Saki said calmly, Sorry. I shouldn't have peeked at Itsuki's weight. Itsuki's face turned bright red. There was no coming back from this now. Sakurai-kun, get out of here. Seeing her shy demeanor, Sakurai Saki didn't tease her any further. Still, the seductive effect that came with being a vampire was it a little too powerful? Sakurai Saki opened the door and walked out. A few seconds later, click, Itsuki locked the door. Outside, Sakurai Saki walked toward the stairs. He couldn't understand why Itsuki was so obsessed with her weight. So she gained a little. What's the big deal? Girls talked about dieting all year round. That was totally normal. As long as your face is cute, there'll never be a shortage of guys chasing after you. Sakurai-san, where were you just now? Yatsuba saw him coming down from upstairs and asked curiously. I was in Itsuki's room. Eh? Yatsuba's face filled with question marks. Could it be Sakurai-san doesn't actually like Ichika, but likes Itsuki? Or maybe he likes both of them? Chapter 106. Day 0 after that. All 5 sisters gathered together. They went through a period filled with knowledge under Sakurai Saki's lectures. Everyone was cheerful. Everyone was happy. Right? Yatsuba studied so hard her eyes were almost rolling back from overload. Yatsuba and Itsuki, who had resolutely refused snacks, yet in the end, she couldn't resist temptation. She gave in and devoured them like there was no tomorrow, and now lay sprawled out, stuffed full. Itsuki, as for Miku, she still firmly held her stance. Study history seriously. As for the other subjects, whatever. Miku, Nino, could you not look at me like that? Sakurai Saki noticed that Nakano Nino wasn't good at hiding her emotions. Girl, your feelings are twisted. That kind of love isn't going to end well. Besides, I already have a girlfriend. Sakurai and Nino, I wasn't looking at you. Don't be so full of yourself. Oomph. That line didn't come from Nino, but from Ichika, mimicking her tsundere tone. Why you? Shut up already. Nino covered Ichika's mouth with her hand, and the 2 sisters started horsing around. Oomph. I totally don't want Sakurai-san as my tutor. I absolutely hate that guy. But maybe I kind of like him a tiny bit. Ichika kept imitating. Stop it. Nino's face turned red from embarrassment. I totally don't like him at all. After that, Ichika was pushed to the floor by Nino. It was now 6 p.m. Sakurai Saki ignored the scene of blooming spring between the two and simply lowered his head to focus on grading their test papers. After a full day of being fed and asked for directions, the 5 sisters had absorbed a decent amount of the content taught. But most of it was rote memorization. When it came to applying the knowledge, they still struggled quite a bit. One could only say the ability feeding and asking for directions was far more effective than the trash tier word spirit. Speaking of word spirit, it was all bark and no bite, no real capability, yet always acting like hot shit. To put it simply, if Sakurai Saki were the boss and superpowers were employees, word spirit would be the guy who talked big but never got anything done. Whereas feeding and asking for directions was simple but incredibly reliable. This was the little skit playing in Sakurai Saki's mind. Feeding-chan, do you think the 5 sisters' issues could be resolved? Feeding-chan, not sure, but I'll do my best. Word-chan, what about you? Do you think ITLL work out? Word-chan, absolutely no way, well, fail. Boss, leave it to me. Just hearing their responses made it obvious which ability was more suitable for real work. No need to explain further, right? All right, let's wrap it up. Sakurai Saki clapped his hands. The 5 sisters all sighed in relief. Class resumes tomorrow. Upon hearing that, all 5 sighed again in unison. The monthly exam is coming up soon. Let's do our best, girls. Sakurai Saki encouraged the 5 airhead girls. Even with Spartan-style teaching, timely encouragement was still necessary. The top 2 scorers in the monthly exam will get a wish ticket. Sakurai Saki figured this wish ticket should probably be added to the normal pool. He still didn't quite understand why the 5 sisters were so obsessed with his wish tickets. The first one had been used by Nino to ask for forgiveness, and she took it from Mika. He still didn't know what Miku actually wanted him to do, although he remembered clearly how happy she was at the time. Note, the mystery has finally been solved. Sensei-chan, is it really anything at all? Wanisa and Ichika asked in a mischievous tone. Of course. If you want to continue what happened this morning, that's fine too. Sakurai Saki fired back. Direct hit on Wanisa and Ichika. The image of Sakurai Saki being in her bed flashed across her mind. Ichika, Nino, having just been wrestled down by Ichika for fun, noticed her sister's expression and asked, "What did you two do this morning?" Ichika let Nino go and answered nonchalantly. You can imagine it. The key word is continue. Era, what kind of thing would need to be continued halfway? Nino huffed in frustration. Fine. If you don't want to say, then whatever. She stood up and headed to the kitchen to start cooking. Something that needed to be continued. And in the morning, no less. It must be going back to sleep, right? After all, this morning Sakurai-san and Yatsuba were the ones who went around waking everyone up. Unlike the still innocent Nino, Yatsuba's head was already steaming. To continue doing that thing. Oh, Gluppet had to be that. Sai-san, stuff like that. You should really do it somewhere private, not here where there are a bunch of girls. Yatsuba weakly voiced her concern. Sakurai Saki, face expressionless. What are you even talking about? Though his expression didn't change, his heart did skip a beat. Yatsuba had definitely found out about this morning when he was under the blanket with Ichika. No, it's nothing. Yatsuba didn't want to expose herself. But in truth, she had already exposed everything. No, Ichika still didn't know. She thought her body was big enough to completely cover Sakurai Saki, but in reality, due to the difference in height, their legs were easily visible. Yatsuba had noticed this and deliberately ran outside to avoid seeing more. Suspicious Miku glanced at the three of them multiple times. Miku, Saki-kun was definitely somewhere behind her doing shady things with one of her sisters again. There's really nothing going on. Don't overthink it, Miku. Yatsuba's words sounded exactly like someone saying, I don't have any money while being robbed. So Fullitsuki patted her small belly. She had snacked a bit too much this afternoon, and Sakurai-kun kept feeding her. How annoying. Wasn't this just him clearly trying to sabotage her weight loss efforts? It's okay. Studying takes a lot of energy, so you won't gain weight. Yatsuba, knowing that Itsuki had been worried about her weight lately, spoke up to comfort her. Sakurai Saki recalled Itsuki's weight and quietly kept his mouth shut. Some people do like a slightly chubby figure. As long as she doesn't transform into a tank, there's still hope. If you're worried about your weight, you can go jogging in the morning. Just wake up a bit earlier each day. Keep a regular routine, it's even good for your skin. Sakurai Saki offered his advice. He really didn't want his student turning into a human puffball. All right, they'll start jogging tomorrow. Itsuki declared in the same tone as those people who post running selfies on social media every day. Big words, but usually gone after a few days. Jogging? Itsuki, you tried that last year too, and only lasted 3 days. Nino's voice rang out from the kitchen. Ichika and Yatsuba didn't even need to be mentioned. One was busy with work, the other was a full-on athlete. The chance of them gaining weight was practically zero. Nino lived a very disciplined lifestyle, did face masks before bed, stretched regularly, arguably the healthiest among the 5 sisters. Except for the fact that without her glasses, she couldn't tell humans apart from furniture. This time, they'll definitely stick with it. Sakurai Saki began packing up his things, ready to leave. Sensei-chan, stay for dinner, Ichika invited. Cooking for yourself when you get home is such a pain. Yatsuba chimed in. From the kitchen, Nino grumbled, you guys can't just sit there talking, come help me already. Mika asked, do you need help with anything? After a brief silence, Sakurai Saki gave a small cough, then headed into the kitchen to lend a hand. If they let Miku cook, they'd probably all have to check into the hospital tonight. Chapter 107. Late-night conversation. After finishing dinner at the Nakano house and resting for half an hour, Sakurai Saki headed back. The tutoring job was over, and he had no reason to linger. Besides, they had studied too much during the day already. If he kept stuffing them now like a kind of forced fattening, the 5 sisters might not be able to sleep tonight, closing their eyes only to see nothing but knowledge in their heads. Too much of anything is not good, even if it's a good thing. He pushed the door open and entered his rented apartment. From within Sakurai Saki's shadow, the lowly vampire Shinobu, who had disappeared the entire day, appeared. He used superpower to teach them again. Huh, that bunch of idiots has nothing going for them besides barely decent faces. Shinobu had completely lost hope in the sisters' intelligence. As the entity currently attached to Sakurai Saki, Shinobu could observe from within his shadow. Superpower isn't some kind of treasure. And besides, shouldn't you find this kind of thing very challenging, Shinobu? Sakurai Saki put down his school bag. Today he was wearing casual clothes. His uniform had already been ironed and put away yesterday. Wearing a uniform on a day off would definitely be weird. After answering, he paid no attention to the blonde girl sitting on the living room sofa, swinging her legs and acting spoiled. He hadn't summoned Yakumo Shiro yesterday, so she was probably anxious by now. He opened the drawer by the bed, and the moment his hand touched the love letter, Sakurai Saki was pinned down by the ghost girl with white hair. This time, Sakurai Saki had learned from experience. He immediately pulled the other party tightly into his arms, predicting her move. Sakurai-kun, you're so rough, Shiro spoke provocatively. Sakurai Saki irritably let her go. Then he spoke. Today, was there anything unusual around here? Nope, Yakumo Shiro answered from the bed. Sakurai Saki turned serious, and Yakumo Shiro also understood. It was time for the daily report. Gai Nezuko's house, Shiro. Have you gone inside yet? Ghosts can't enter a house without the owner's permission, so I didn't go in, let alone the second floor. Yakumo Shiro said indifferently. In truth, Sakurai Saki was somewhat wary of Gai Nezuko, but at first she had a friendly attitude when he judged her by his abilities, which made him not view her as an enemy. Sakurai-kun, she might be aiming for bigger benefits from you. Yakumo Shiro warned. Ghosts are different from oddity, because ghosts are almost harmless and exist in a different space than oddities, so oddity specialists usually pay no attention to ghosts. Too weak, no power, not even worth observing. That's why yesterday, Yakumo Shiro being beside Sakurai Saki, the other party didn't even notice. After listening to the conversation between the two during the day, Shiro came to that conclusion. She told me to go save Shinobu. In terms of outcome, I actually benefited. Her approaching me, thinking it would be good for me, made me have a favorable impression of her. But she didn't know the process. Sakurai Saki recalled the surprised look in her eyes when she realized he had become a vampire. That's right. If she had known you would become a vampire because of that, she might not have told you to go save her. After all, Sakurai-kun is only pretending to dance with chains on his body, not really being imprisoned. A pensive look appeared on Yakumo Shiro's innocent face. And just cosplaying as a normal person, not actually a normal person. Although Sakurai Saki wanted to become a normal person, now it was definitely impossible. His powers were growing stronger and more uncontrollable, making it hard for him to live like an ordinary person. The stronger a being is, the easier it is to lose the meaning of life. The more controllable something is, the less people cherish it. Could a dog licker ever be seen by a goddess as a romantic partner? No way. Just be a faithful ATM machine. Don't dream of reaching too high. Sakurai Saki wanted to become a normal person because that goal was full of challenge. An all-powerful Esper needs a goal without a lighthouse. The ship will lose its course. And the galaxy warship named Sakurai Saki all the more so. Understood my past, but doesn't understand my present. Sakurai Saki had just said this when he suddenly laughed. She didn't think that now that I've turned back, I would become a good person. Did she? Sealing the superpower was so that it could be controlled in the future, also to entertain himself, not to become a good person. Outside the door, Shinobu walked in. Who are you talking to? Sakurai Saki waved at Shinobu, and once she got close, he grabbed her hand. Shinobu began establishing a connection, and as soon as she saw Yakumo Shiro, she visibly trembled in fear. GH. Ghost. Mph. A ghost indeed, Shiro proudly declared. Shinobu stared at her a few more times. Doesn't really feel like a ghost. Ghosts aren't that smart. Furthermore, she could even touch people. Ghosts absolutely cannot make contact with humans. Even so, it might just be that I know too little. Shinobu guessed to herself. What were you talking to her about? About the person from earlier today, Sakurai Saki replied. Shinobu sat on the bed. I hate that woman. Even though the contract has no issues, even helped you with the vampire matter, I still hate her. Shinobu shouted like a grade schooler. Hate. 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 At that moment, Yakumo Shiro suddenly spoke up, offering a theory. Sakurai-kun, is there any possibility that Gain Senpai stole the heart and then used it to set a trap? Impossible. The one who answered was Shinobu. Why? No need. Sakurai Saki responded. She wouldn't dare do that because I have no less than 10,000 ways to investigate the truth. If she already knows my past, then she wouldn't be foolish enough to make an enemy of me. Sakurai Saki said in a calm voice. That heart was a free gift with no conditions attached. Or rather, it didn't even count as a condition. Her main reason was she was afraid I wouldn't be able to control Shinobu. So she said she would seal Shinobu into my shadow. As for Shinobu being dangerous, absolutely not true. If Shinobu really were uncontrollable, then that near-death scene at the train station yesterday wouldn't have happened. Sakurai Saki maintained an indifferent expression. Even that wasn't enough. She even smiled and said she would help me deal with the side effects of being a vampire, and finally said that in the coming months I could ask her anything about oddities. Yakumo Shiro. It's also possible she wants Sakurai-kun to do something else for her. Exactly. The more I have to pay, the more I'll feel inclined to help her. So the more she have to sacrifice to get that heart, the better. Sakurai Saki rubbed his forehead. Ordinary people don't necessarily repay favors when they gain something, but Sakurai Saki was different. To those who had helped him, he would try his best to return the favor. He only listened to gentle words, never responded to forceful ones. That's why I'm wondering, just how dangerous is that autumn event for her to be willing to give me so many benefits in advance? At the same time, at the Yurizuya office, Gain Izuko dialed a phone call. You sound lively. Something could happen? Gain Senpai, calling me this late. On the other end, a man's voice, both carefree and slightly roguish, answered. Gain Izuko could easily imagine what the man looked like. A Hawaiian shirt, probably pink, knee-length shorts, and a pair of wooden sandals. Very sloppy attire. That was her junior, Ashino Meme, also a specialist in oddity, skilled in maintaining balance. Yesterday, he had witnessed the battle between the three vampire hunters and Kiss Shot. To stop this one-sided battle, he had stolen her heart while Kiss Shot was distracted, to leave a good impression on Sakurai Saki. Gain had paid quite a price to get that heart from her junior. Where are you now? Gain Senpai asked. Lost on the path of life, Omo. Let's see. Ahead of me is a small village, and there's a fox statue at the gate. Hearing his riddle-like tone, Gain Izuko instantly lost all interest in continuing the conversation. At first, she had intended to ask for something in return, but this guy had drifted off to who knows where. Worse still, he didn't know how to use a phone. At most, he could receive calls. His phone also tended to go missing a lot. Who knows when they'll meet again next time? She hung up. Gain Izuko sighed. Life is really not easy. Chapter 108. First meeting after dating the remaining days of the Golden Week holiday. Sakurai Saki spent at the house of the 5 Nakano sisters. As for the effectiveness, well, aside from the first day when, thanks to superpower support, he managed to make them memorize quite a lot of basic knowledge, the following days could only be described with one word: disaster. Even so, Sakurai Saki didn't mind. After all, they had already memorized the basics firmly, and no matter how badly they performed in this month's test, they wouldn't fail. At the very least, they would pass. That's only because he was someone with superpower. If it had been a regular tutor, they would probably jump from the 30th floor because of the stupidity of the 5 Nakano sisters. Today was the beginning of May, the first day after the end of Golden Week, Monday, May 9th. The weather was decent, with clouds covering the sky, a gloomy, rainy day. The TV said there was a chance of heavy rain, but Sakurai Saki only listened for fun, because today, the power to control the weather was in his hands. Today, Sakurai Saki was the child of the weather. A true sunny boy. Using superpower for personal convenience didn't make Sakurai Saki feel guilty, but since he liked rainy days, he wasn't planning to change the weather either. Wearing a raincoat, he pedaled his bike to the school gate. There, Sakurai Saki saw Miko-chan standing guard in a transparent raincoat. It had been 10 days since they last met. He really missed this girl. Sakurai Saki quickly got off the bike, grabbed his bag, and pushed the bike while walking. When he got close to Miko-chan, he slowed down a bit. Sakurai-senpai, good morning. Miko greeted him cheerfully. Miko, 10 days without being teased by Sakurai Saki. Miko truly missed him now. This was perhaps a different form of Stockholm Syndrome. Miko-chan, good morning. Sakurai Saki nodded, noticing the expectant look in Mika's eyes. Sakurai Saki found it amusing. Creatures known as kohai truly are adorable, so Sakurai Saki decided that today he wouldn't tease her. Aino Miko watched Sakurai Saki's back as he walked away, feeling as though something was missing. She shook her head firmly. Sakurai-senpai, not teasing me should be a good thing, but what is this feeling of emptiness? After parking his bicycle, Sakurai Saki walked toward the lecture building under an umbrella, then placed the umbrella into the umbrella stand. Now, Sakurai Saki had to face a challenge. Everyone knew he was currently dating Hayasaka AI, but Sakurai Saki honestly wasn't too clear on the definition of dating. He knew that once a boy and girl began a romantic relationship, their feelings and interactions would become more intimate than before, but just how intimate? As a virgin, Sakurai Saki didn't really understand. Does hugging count as intimate? Probably yes. What about holding hands? Probably also yes. But those two things, he had already done them with both Fujiwara Chika and Hayasaka AI before dating. In fact, the only kiss had also happened before the relationship began. Right now, Sakurai Saki wanted to figure out what Hayasaka AI was thinking. If, back then, he had accepted her confession, then the two of them must be closer now, right? With a heavy heart, Sakurai Saki arrived at the shoe lockers. After changing into indoor slippers, he greeted a few passing students and walked toward his classroom. At the classroom door, Sakurai Saki stopped, not daring to enter. Sakurai, why are you just standing here? His classmate Toyosaki Saburo patted him on the shoulder. Thinking about how to take first place in this month's exam? Sakurai Saki turned his head. Do I look like the kind of shallow person who cares about that? I don't give a damn about test rankings. The top 4 spots in the school over the past 6 months hadn't changed. They were always in this order. First place was Shirogane Miyuki. Second was Shinomiya Kagaya. Third was Sakurai Saki. And fourth was... Who was it again? For a moment, Toyosaki Saburo couldn't recall. It was Shijo Maki. You're going to lose to Shinomiya Kagaya again this time. Huh? Nah, ID win. Public Affairs Sakurai said confidently. The two of them walked into class together. You said that last time too, Sakurai. I think you better give up. That field of geniuses us mere mortals shouldn't get involved, or well, just end up hurting ourselves. Said Toyosaki Saburo, the student ranked 6th in the entire grade. If I give up, would your rank move up? Not bad at calculating, are you? Sakurai Saki said with a laugh. There's no way I could beat Shinomiya Kagaya. Last year, even when I compare my scores with Shirogane, I got completely crushed. Toyosaki Saburo said while glancing over to see Hayasaka AI looking in their direction. He was tactful, gave Sakurai Saki a pat on the shoulder, then returned to his seat. Of course, Sakurai Saki also noticed Hayasaka A's gaze. This might be the first time the two of them had met again since the confession. Sakurai Saki pretended like nothing had happened and walked to his seat by the window. Good morning, Hayasaka-san. Good morning, Sakurai-san. At that moment, both of them were so stiff it could be seen with the naked eye. Could be she doesn't think we're dating? Did he not actually accept it back then? Then why weren't they using any nicknames? Ayazaka, ai Sakurai Saki. Oh no, this relationship is over. Sakurai-san, what did you do over the Golden Week holiday? Hayasaka AI asked. Did tutoring work? Sakurai Saki answered honestly. At that house with the 5 sisters? Omo. After that, the conversation ended awkwardly just like that. A brief silence. X2 it's nothing. Sakurai Saki looked down. He hated himself for being such a coward. Hayasaka-san, do you have something you want to say? Nothing at all. Hayasaka AI also hated herself for not being brave enough to speak up. To say it already. Both of them thought the same thing. In the end, Sakurai Saki was the one who mustered the courage. He walked over to Hayasaka's seat and suddenly hugged her. Hayasaka AI was too stunned to react. EHHH. Why did he suddenly hug me like this? The whole class turned to look. Hayasaka AI shyly tried to push him away, but realized she couldn't apply any strength, because deep down, she already wanted to be hugged by him, and that's why she couldn't push him away with any force. Realizing that, AI-chan became even more embarrassed. It's been a while since we last saw each other. Sakurai Saki explained weakly. So, I got a little emotional. Sorry about that. AI-chan didn't reply. She simply wrapped her arms around him in return. A few seconds later, the two of them almost simultaneously let go, then returned to their seats. Sakurai Saki looked out the window. AI-chan lowered her head. Inside the classroom, whispers and murmurs began to spread. Over in the hallway side row, Shinomiya Kagaya heard the conversations. So they officially started dating, right? During Golden Week? A girl said in a gossipy tone. But I've seen General Affairs, Sakurai, hug Chika-chan a lot too. Someone chimed in to refute. Hayasaka is the winner then. How can you be so sure? If it's not officially announced, I don't believe it. How can you be so certain? That girl said, turning to the speaker. Shinomiya-san. Oju-sama getting caught gossiping about love stories. I'm also a girl. It's normal to care about romance, right? Shinomiya Kagaya replied with a smile. Lately, she had been trying to change her image, starting with her behavior in class. If she always acted cold and distant, it made her intimidating. Sure, it helped boost her aura, but it also brought many disadvantages, like having fewer people who could share common topics with her. Shinomiya-san, which team are you on? I'm on Team Hayasaka-san and Sakurai-san. Shinomiya Kagaya replied. Recently, she had really started shipping her eternal rival with her own maid, and was even working to support the pairing. With things like this, are we actually dating or not? Sakurai Saki looked out at the rain outside the window, still unable to understand. Note, I have mixed feelings about misunderstanding-based storylines like this. On one hand, they give me that itch of frustration from being dragged out long, but on the other hand, they make me giggle like an idiot. LOL. Chapter 109. Miko-chan. So the President Shirogane is a scumbag? Noon. Sakurai Saki realized that Hayasaka AI didn't invite him to lunch. That only made him even more certain of one thought. The relationship between him and Hayasaka AI hadn't become any closer just because they started dating. As everyone probably knows, in Japan, many couples eat lunch together. They find a quiet corner with no people, whisper sweet nothings, feed each other, and spend their break together in a way that makes Ishigami you cry while firing off hundreds of shine beam attacks. Ishigami, death. But Hayasaka AI didn't invite Sakurai Saki, which made General Affairs Sakurai feel extremely dejected. Sakurai. He held his lunchbox and walked out of the classroom. Hayasaka AI watched Sakurai Saki's back as he walked away. In truth, she really wanted to eat lunch with him, but if we eat together, then ITLL be like an official announcement. At that point, the entire school boys and girls would know she was dating Sakurai-chan. Just thinking about that made Hayasaka AI feel unbearably embarrassed. At the very least, this wasn't something she wanted to be the one to initiate. Sakurai Saki pushed open the student council room door. Shirogane, he shouted, then saw Shirogane Miyuki eating lunch. After that, he froze. You are? Who are you? Someone important, someone unforgettable. In that moment, Sakurai Saki felt like he was in a scene from Your Name, completely unable to recognize the person in front of him. Shirogane Miyuki. President Shirogane loudly declared. Shirogane, nah, Shirogane. Where your eye bags? And what about that face that looked like someone who's been working at a black company for hundreds of years? Sakurai Saki looked at Shirogane in astonishment, scanning him from top to bottom, before sitting down opposite him. Lately I've been getting better rest, so I look more energetic. Shirogane Miyuki brushed his hair back. Shiragain. Today, as he walked through the hallway, many students had greeted him, and among them were girls. What does that mean? He, Shiragain Miyuki, was finally starting to become popular. No, something's off, Shiragain. I can't accept your current image. I don't get it all. Sakurai Saki spoke with dramatic intensity. Can anyone imagine this? Someone who used to look completely average takes off his glasses. Even Sakurai Saki had that reaction, so for him, Shiragain Miyuki, to become a popular handsome guy was only natural, right? Wait a second. What good is being popular? Sakurai, I realized something. I don't think I have a single girl to date. Shiragain Miyuki discovered a blind spot. How do you know? Sakurai Saki asked curiously. My feeling is everyone just sees me as a friend, and I feel the same way. Shiragain stroked his chin. Sakurai Saki opened his bento box. Shiragain, have you heard this saying, start by being friends? Dating isn't something that happens overnight. But honestly, if you really wanted to, if you went and randomly confessed to some girl right now, your success rate wouldn't be low. Silently, there were quite a few girls secretly in love with Shiragain. No, Sakurai, you misunderstood me. What I mean is, there's no girl I like. Shiragain explained. Of course he understood what dating was, but the problem was there was no one who moved his heart right now. Huh. Sakurai Saki picked up a piece of tempura he liked, took a bite, swallowed, and said, You don't like anyone. Then what's the point of dating? Dating just for the sake of dating, isn't that weird? Shiragain Miyuki covered his face with his hand, his voice filled with gloom. If I don't start dating while I look less gloomy these days, I feel like there won't be many girls willing to go out with me later. No girl likes a guy with a threatening glare. Shiragain Miyuki clearly knew why girls usually didn't dare say hi to him in the hallway. Whatever, your problem isn't my business. I've already got a girlfriend anyway. Sakurai Saki spoke casually, with a hint of bragging. Sakurai, just a girlfriend? Huh? Shiragain Miyuki tilted his head. Huh? Nanny, girlfriend? Sakurai's girlfriend? Shiragain lowered his voice and asked secretly, Who is it? Hayasaka-san, Sakurai Saki replied flatly. Shiragain Miyuki was his best friend. Tight-lipped and trustworthy, there was no worry about this leaking. Sakurai, let me confirm something. Shiragain Miyuki swallowed hard. Does Hayasaka-san know she's your girlfriend? He asked. That question made Sakurai Saki go silent, freezing the atmosphere. It was hard to imagine those words coming out of Shiragain Miyuki's mouth. When did you two start dating? Sakurai Saki still didn't respond. Didn't you used to call her AI-chan? Why are you calling her Hayasaka-san now? Shiragain Miyuki stabbed his friend twice, not just stabs, but two critical hits. Sakurai Saki gritted his teeth and took a big bite of rice. I already kissed her. Oh. Shiragain Miyuki didn't react as Sakurai Saki had expected. Hayasaka-san is a gyru, so doing things like that isn't that unusual, right? Didn't you guys used to hug all the time in the second half of last year too? Honestly, Shiragain Miyuki still hoped Sakurai Saki would end up with Fujiwara Chika. Hayasaka AI. How should he put it in Shiragain's eyes? She felt kind of fake, like she was wearing a mask. Besides, she wasn't a member of the student council, and she didn't participate in any clubs after school. It was said she worked part-time to buy fashion items, but there were also plenty of girls gossiping behind her back, saying she was doing Injo Kusai, compensated dating, though Shiragain didn't believe that. But if Sakurai dated Hayasaka-san, it felt like they wouldn't have much time to spend together. Both had part-time jobs, and such a relationship would be difficult to maintain for long. Shiragain, if you don't understand something, don't casually give your opinion. Sakurai Saki said coldly. Sakurai. Sorry, Shiragain Miyuki replied sincerely. Forget it. Sakurai Saki changed the subject. He had come here precisely to ask how to close the distance with his girlfriend. Although that question in itself was strange, because if someone's already your girlfriend, why would you still need to close the distance? That concept itself was a paradox. If the distance weren't already close, she wouldn't be your girlfriend. And once she's your girlfriend, the distance shouldn't be something you have to forcefully reduce. It should be a natural process. Shiragain. How do I become close and affectionate with my girlfriend? You're asking me? Shirogane Miyuki pointed to himself. Imshirogana. And you're asking me? I've never even held a girl's hand before. You come in here asking about how to handle romantic relationships. How am I supposed to answer? Draw from my past life memories? Wait a second. Did I even have a girlfriend in my past life? Shirogane, you're the only person I can share this with. If I don't ask you, then who else? Sakurai Saki clearly didn't want to talk about this kind of thing in front of a Shigami-yu. Let's put that question aside for now. Shirogane Miyuki set down his chopsticks. Then his expression turned serious. What are you planning to do about the situation with Secretary Fujiwara? Keep things as they are, Sakurai Saki answered curtly. You mean you're planning to two-time? Shirogane Miyuki asked in disbelief. No, I'm not dating Secretary Fujiwara. Sakurai Saki replied, confused. Shirogane-I. But the way you're treating Fujiwara right now, it's basically no different from being a couple. Feeding each other food, hugging if you kissed one day, it wouldn't even be surprising. Sakurai, here's how I see it. A guy could be a scumbag, but he can't be an unclear scumbag. If you don't want to hurt someone, then you'd better make a choice. Shirogane Miyuki stated his view. He didn't want his best friend to become a scumbag, but even less did he want to see him stringing people along without clarity. Sakurai Saki rubbed his forehead. So you're saying I should secretly date Secretary Fujiwara too, while I'm already dating Hayasaka-san? General Affairs Sakurai shouted loudly. Wouldn't that make me a complete trash-tier scumbag? I misjudged you, Shirogane. You're a damn scumbag, Sakurai Saki said, full of disappointment. Outside the student council room, Aino Miko had just arrived to submit some documents, and she used the file folder to cover her face. So the President Shirogane is a scumbag, and here I thought he was a good guy all this time. Disgusting. Miko-chan stomped away in anger. Someone like that isn't fit to be student council president. Next election, I'm definitely running. It'll drag trash like him down from that position. Chapter 110. Kaguya-sama wants me to date. Note. Read this chapter in the style of the anime Love is War, with the dramatic flair of the narrator's voice. ITLL be much more enjoyable that way. After school. Outside, it was pouring rain. Sakurai Saki watched Hayasaka AI leave. He knew that AI-chan didn't like to linger at school after classes ended. It was difficult for the two of them to walk home together, because Sakurai Saki also had to go to his part-time job. Outside of school hours, it seemed like the only way they could meet was online. When he arrived at the student council room, Sakurai Saki found Shirogane Miyuki studying. It was getting dark outside the window, and the lights in the council room were already on. Under the lights, Shirogane's face looked deeply focused. Sakurai understood well just how obsessed Shirogane was with maintaining his spot at the top of the rankings. Huh, Sakurai, didn't you say you were going to the library to tutor the Nakano sisters? Shirogane looked up, spotting Sakurai Saki. He was reading to prepare for the mid-month exam on Wednesday. The appointment's in half an hour. No ruse. They'll wait for the rain to die down a bit. Planning to take first place again this time? Sakurai Saki asked. Actually, I don't really care about grades. First place, second place, it's not that different. Shirogane Miyuki replied indifferently. Shirogane, that's a lie. Uso de aereu. This man, he's currently working so hard he's thrown away all pride. Ladies and gentlemen, exams are war. Studying, reviewing, testing. Every single point is a rung on the ladder if you don't try your best. Others will trample you. If you don't want to be a weakling ruthlessly crushed by the strong, there's only one path: effort. Grades do matter. First place and second place not that different. Don't joke with us. People only remember the champion. Who remembers the runner-up? And don't even mention third place. Shuchiin's exams are a grand-scale battlefield, and Shirogane is without question the hardest-working soldier among them. Yeah, I think grades don't need to be amazing. Just good enough is fine. Sakurai Saki said as he began making coffee. Sakurai, another lie. Mata uz uji aehu. This Esper, during Golden Week, had been obsessively studying the entire time he was tutoring the Nakano quintuplets. He even planned to keep grinding through more study later when he tutored them again. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Ulmo, good enough is fine. Shirogane Miyuki spoke with a calm voice, but the hand holding his pen was trembling visibly. The pressure of the person at the top and the one chasing from below are two completely different things. When it comes to exams, even with Sakurai Saki, Shirogane Miyuki wasn't going to let his guard down. After all, Sakurai Saki was currently ranked third in the whole grade. The gap between them wasn't that large. A few minutes later, Kenichi Sappo, what are you two talking about? Chika-chan entered through the door, the ever-adorable secretary. We were talking about the exams. Sakurai Saki responded while preparing coffee. Chika looked visibly disappointed. She had thought they were secretly talking about romance, but it was just exams. As someone with average grades and no particular thirst for academic success, Secretary Fujiwara didn't have much enthusiasm for studying. However, how do President Shirogane and Saki-kun usually deal with exams? Chika sat down on the sofa. She casually laid out a deck of Uno cards. Maybe they could play later. I just relax, Shirogane Miyuki said while working through a problem set. I usually skip school 2 days before the exam to clear my head. Pushing hard in the last 2 days doesn't really help. It's better to rest and be mentally prepared. Really? Chika only half believed him. After all, this was coming from the top-ranked student. It's true, Sakurai Saki added. Relaxing properly before an exam really can help improve your performance. Sakurai Saki and Shirogane Miyuki were performing a perfect duet, spinning the innocent secretary around like a top. Perhaps feeling a little guilty about it, Sakurai Saki added. It depends on the person, though. It doesn't work for everyone. Shirogane Miyuki followed up, but for me and Sakurai, this method helps us relax. These two shameless men were outright lying, and not just any lies, but cruel lies. Is there really anyone who crams before an exam? That kind of person probably doesn't even exist, right? Exactly. Sakurai, I just can't imagine the type of person who's still burying their head in books right before the exam. Were they even thinking? Sakurai walked over to the tea table, carrying the coffee. Shirogane, good luck with the test. You too. Chika-chan tilted her head, confused. What they said made so much sense. This innocent girl fully believed the nonsense they were spouting, and so she decided not to study anymore. Chibaka. Just then, someone else entered through the door. Hey guys, I think I overheard something about exams. It was Shinomiya Kagaya. She entered with a composed posture, her haughty gaze sweeping across the room. The Ice Queen declared, for this exam I will take back my position as the top student in the entire grade. General Affairs, Sakurai, a defeated nobody not worth worrying about. Shirogane Miyuki, that was the real rival to watch. Shinomiya Kagaya had been bested by him in academics for the past 6 months, and this semester, she didn't want to lose again. So, Shinomiya, do you study before tests? Someone asked. Of course, Shinomiya Kagaya glanced at Shirogane Miyuki, then at Sakurai Saki, and resolutely declared, no, it's just a midterm. Even if it were the finals, I wouldn't care. With that, Kagaya sat down next to Chika. But Shinomiya-san, didn't you just say you were aiming for first place? It's just a test. Studying is totally unnecessary. Shinomiya Kagaya asserted confidently. Another lie. Mata uz iji aihu. This woman, her eye bags were so severe, they were practically unhideable. During Golden Week, she had buried herself in books the whole time, without a single break, except for the days she had guests over. She had thrown her entire soul into studying. Everyone really doesn't study before exams. Not even a glance at the books in the last 2 days. Chika tilted her head, asking, Umo. Shinomiya Kagaya nodded. Sakurai Saki, holding a cup of coffee, brought one to Shirogane. Here, your coffee. Thanks. Returning to his seat, Sakurai Saki took a sip. Shinomiya-san, the score we need to settle, it's about time. What do you mean? Are you trying to stomp me underfoot? Kagaya asked bluntly. Of course. Staying in third place forever is boring. I don't have to be first, but I don't want to lose to you. Sakurai set down his cup. People often blindly believe in themselves, forgetting one thing: you've never beaten me before. That line applies to you, too. Don't act like you beat Shirogane in the second half of last year. Still, I'm better than you, who always loses to me. Shinomiya Kagaya glanced down and noticed a cup placed for her. Just in time, she was thirsty. After taking a sip, Kagaya asked, "General Affairs Sakurai, why are you still in the student council room after school? Shouldn't you be off somewhere?" Holding hands and being lovey-dovey with Hayasaka, you two are dating now, after all. There's still some time before tutoring, and with the rain pouring like this, I'm thinking of canceling the lesson altogether. That's not what I meant. Shinomiya Kagaya was preparing to pull a little trick. Truthfully, she was very wary of Sakurai Saki, since their grades weren't far apart. If he really surpassed her this time, it would be a huge humiliation. Some minutes later, Shinomiya Kagaya put on airs as she walked out of the student council room, then immediately pulled out her phone and dialed Hayasaka AI. "Moshi Moshi? Kagaya-sama, what's going on? Go on a date with Sakurai-san. Right now. Dash. Are you crazy? It's pouring rain out there." Shinomiya Kagaya glanced out the window and saw that yes, it was indeed raining heavily. "Then go on a date tomorrow." Hayasaka AI went silent. "Right now." AI-chan just wanted to punch this cheap little sister of hers square in the face. "Oh? Chapter 111. Why not me?" The rain was getting heavier and heavier. If this kept up, it would be hard to even go home. Honestly, even if he got soaked in the rain on the way back, it'd still be fine. He wasn't afraid of catching a cold. Recently, the cherry blossoms had nearly all fallen, and Sakurai Saki's pollen allergy had gotten a lot better. An Esper being allergic to pollen was already embarrassing enough. Catching a cold on top of that would be totally disgraceful. "Shirogane, how are you getting home later? I brought a raincoat and an umbrella." Shirogane looked out the window. "But I'll probably have to skip my part-time shift today. In this kind of weather, working until night was unreasonable. If the rain got even worse, going home might become impossible. Sleeping overnight at the convenience store? Better not." Shirogane didn't find that place particularly comfortable. You guys still haven't left?" Shinomiya Kagaya walked in through the door. Looks like today's planned titled operation date between Hayasaka AI and Sakurai Saki wouldn't be carried out after all. Just as the name suggests, the plan was for Hayasaka to prolong Sakurai Saki's study session, letting him get caught up in a romantic atmosphere before the exam, thereby weakening his exam performance. It was a wicked strategy that Oju-sama Kagaya originally didn't plan to use, but unfortunately, Sakurai Saki's provocative remarks had angered her. They'll let you hang out with your girlfriend all day and see how well you can still study. Guys, want to play a game? Fujiwara Chika was trying to entice them into playing. She looked no different from the little match girl right now. "Big brothers and sisters, please buy a matchstick for me." Little match girl Chika. Sadly, no one paid her any attention. So, little match girl Chika-chan lit a matchstick named Sakurai Saki. "Saki-kun, play with me, I beg you too." Shameless. "Chika-chan, you actually used the ultimate puppy-eyed clingy act." Sakurai Saki had no choice. He sat down next to her. "All right. Yay." Secretary Fujiwara gleefully spread out the Uno cards. "You're about to get trapped here, and you guys are still playing games?" Shinomiya Kagaya just couldn't understand. First, she didn't get why Fujiwara Chika wanted to play games at a time like this. Next, she didn't get why Sakurai Saki actually agreed. The relationship between those two was seriously too good. "Hayasaka, your hair is turning green. You guys go ahead and play. I'm heading back first." Shinomiya Kagaya didn't want to get caught in the rain, even though she had a private car to pick her up. "I'm heading back too," Shirogane Miyuki said. "His house might be leaking, better check it out. If he got home too late, it might already be flooded." After speaking, the two of them began preparing to leave the student council room. "We'll head back later too," Sakurai Saki said while pulling out his phone. He sent a message to Miku, telling the quintuplets to go home on their own. The lesson for today would be moved to their house. Honestly, He didn't really want to do that. Teaching at school was more convenient. But hey, the rain today was just too much. Let's start the game. Uno is a card-matching game, consisting of 4 colors and 10 numbers. Players must play a card with the same color or the same number. For example, if Chika plays a red 4, Sakurai Saki must play a 4 or a red card. 2-player Uno actually wasn't all that fun, but Sakurai Saki almost never turned down Fujiwara Chika's requests. Saki-kun Chika played a red 6. If I win, they'll tell you a secret. Shed heard some rumors today. Someone said that Hayasaka AI and Sakurai Saki were officially dating now. But Chika was too shy to ask directly. Fine. Sakurai Saki nodded. But I won't lose. Sakurai Saki, a stubborn straight guy with an intense will to win. Getting him to give up was nearly impossible. 10 minutes later, Chika-chan started to get annoyed. Why won't you just let me win? Chika was speechless. Would it kill you to let me win just once? Saki-kun, you're seriously such a brute who doesn't know how to read the mood. If you really want to tell me a secret, you could just say it directly. Sakurai Saki didn't understand why she had such a strong desire to win or lose. Were there really people out there who didn't want to lose even once? It was honestly hard to believe that someone like that could be liked by girls. Those words were Sakurai Saki slandering himself. Precisely because Sakurai Saki had never lost to Chika, he became even more unwilling to lose. Think about it simply. If you've already lost 99 times, of course you'd want to win just once. Conversely, if you've already won 99 times in a row, then of course you wouldn't want to lose. Someone said you and Hayasaka-san are dating. Chika mumbled. If that were true, what was she supposed to do? She had been secretly liking him for almost a year now. Chika couldn't imagine herself liking anyone else. She didn't want to give up, but if Sakurai Saki really was already with Hayasaka AI, then retreating seemed like the only choice she had left. Sakurai Saki put his cards down. Although he knew this topic would come up sooner or later, he didn't expect it to come this quickly. Since he had already chosen between the two, there was no need to keep leading on the other. Even if he was a scumbag, he couldn't let things remain ambiguous. Rumors spread fast, He didn't answer directly. So it's true? The deck in Fujiwara Chika's hand slipped and scattered all over the floor. Her mind was a complete mess. Let's just say it is. Sakurai Saki didn't dare look her in the eye. He knew saying that would make Chika sad, but even more than that, he didn't want to keep stringing her along. He was already dating a girl, and to still keep Chika in the dark, Sakurai didn't want to do that. A moment later, the sound of crying came from beside him. Chika's sobs mixed with the sound of the falling rain. She confessed first. On the last day of Golden Week, Sakurai Saki turned his face slightly to look at her. The whole scene fell into silence, only her crying remained. Sakurai Saki took out a handkerchief and wiped her tears. Why are you crying so much? If you cry like this, you're going to make me want to cry too? Sakurai Saki said gently. Chika didn't reply. She tried her best to hold back her tears, but no matter how hard she tried, she just couldn't stop. I am not good enough? Her voice was already hoarse. Of course you are. Why would you even ask that? I like you. If you had confessed to me, I would have said yes, Sakurai Saki said gently. Then, Chika wiped her tears and asked, why wasn't it me? Because she confessed first. I didn't want to let her down. Chika went silent. A long time passed. I like you, Sakurai Saki. Her voice grew quieter to the point that Sakurai Saki could barely hear it. I've liked you for a really long time. Sakurai Saki stayed quiet for a few seconds. Then he responded, I like you too, Fujiwara Chika. I've liked you for a really long time. After saying that, he shook his head. No, even now, I still like you. Maybe 5 years from now, I'll still like you. Fujiwara Chika turned to look at him, and on her tear-streaked face bloomed a smile. So, we've been secretly in love with each other. How that's amazing, she murmured. So you like me too? I never knew. Chika wiped her tears with the sleeve of her uniform. This should be a happy thing. So why am I crying? That's so strange. So knowing the feelings of the one you've secretly loved all along was actually something so painful? How strange. Shouldn't I be smiling right now? I like you, Sakurai-san. Can you give me an answer? Fujiwara Chika forced a smile at him. Her eyes were red, and that usual brightness in her expression was completely gone. This is my confession. Just like Hayasaka-san, this is the heartfelt feeling of a maiden, Sakurai-san. She pleaded earnestly, please. Can you give me an answer? Sakurai Saki didn't know how to answer. If this was going to make a girl cry like that, maybe it'd be better to just be a scumbag. Chika, I like you too. As soon as he said that, before Chika could react, he leaned in and kissed her. The taste of tears mingled with the feeling of happiness spreading through her heart. Chika slowly closed her eyes. If only I confessed earlier, how wonderful that would have been. Why didn't I? Regret surged in her mind endlessly. Chika's tears kept falling, drop after drop landing on the scattered Uno cards. A few minutes later, the two of them ended their first kiss. Chika gently touched her lips and recalled the sensation. Saki-kun. As I thought, I still don't want to give up. Sakurai Saki stretched and stood up, smiling as he said, but I already have a girlfriend, Chika. In truth, he didn't really want to let go either. I can wait. Sakurai Saki walked toward the floor-to-ceiling window. He turned around to look at her and asked, wait for what? He'll wait for you to break up with her. Wait for you to love me. If not in 1 year, then he'll wait 3 years. If not in 3 years, he'll wait a lifetime, Chika declared stubbornly. Sakurai Saki didn't respond. He stepped up to the floor-to-ceiling window. Chika, I have a secret I want to share with you too. Chika looked toward him. Sakurai Saki leaned back against the glass, smiled, brought his hands together as if in prayer, then slowly closed his eyes. Right now, the sky is about to clear. As soon as he said that, the clouds parted and brilliant sunlight shone through the window, bathing Sakurai Saki in light. Under Fujiwara Chika's astonished gaze, Sakurai Saki spoke, his voice tinged with guilt. Sorry I've kept it from you for so long, but the truth is, I'm someone with a superpower. Fujiwara Chika blinked, then wobbled and collapsed onto the sofa, fainting. Chika! Sakurai Saki cried out in panic. He rushed over and held her in his arms. A few minutes later, Chika slowly opened her eyes in his arms. Saki-kun, I just had a nightmare. I dreamt you had a superpower. As soon as she finished, she noticed the student council room was shining abnormally bright. It looks like this isn't a dream. Compared to being rejected earlier, this was even harder for Chika to believe. Chapter 112. From today on, becoming a scumbag in Tokyo, if choosing would end up hurting someone, then just choose everyone. No matter how difficult it was, Sakurai Saki didn't want Fujiwara Chika to be heartbroken. If she gave up, then Sakurai Saki would give up as well. But the words Chika said afterward left him with a very complicated feeling. I don't think Hayasaka and I will break up, Sakurai Saki said honestly as he looked down at Chika, who was currently resting her head on his lap. Even if Hayasaka AI were the one to break up in the future, Sakurai Saki still wouldn't let her go. A selfish person with a superpower like him wasn't going to let her leave. Fujiwara Chika didn't want to hear any of that right now. She stared straight at his face. Why did you tell me? Aren't people with superpowers supposed to keep their identity secret? Maybe because I wanted you to know that the guy you like is actually more amazing than you thought. Sakurai Saki thought for a moment, then answered. It was also to prove that he had the power to break conventional rules. Saki-kun is already amazing. Chika still hadn't fully processed everything. Whether it was his grades or his personality, she liked it all. What she liked most was how, even when unwilling, he was always gentle with her. But he already had a girlfriend. At the very least, she had no more chance now. Outside the window, dark clouds began to gather once again. Rain poured down once more, as if everything that had just happened was merely an illusionary bubble. Looks like even a superpower can't hold off the dark clouds. Sakurai Saki glanced outside and joked, call it superpower, but in the end, it's not that impressive. Can't even manage to love 2 girls at once. Hearing that, Chika chuckled softly. Hey, is Saki-kun hinting at something? But I won't accept being the other woman, so give up on that early. At least for now, Chika couldn't accept the idea of sharing Sakurai Saki with someone else. Hayasaka-san probably couldn't either. No girl would want to share something or someone they love. Chika thought that if her confession had succeeded, she definitely wouldn't let Sakurai Saki be taken by any other girl. That's really a shame then. Sakurai Saki hadn't expected her to agree so easily anyway. A flustered look crossed Fujiwara Chika's face, and she added, of course, this is just if Saki-kun could truly make me fall for you all over again. Sakurai Saki cut her off. You don't have to force yourself. Just keeping the relationship we have now is enough. Chika responded softly. Then from now on, can I still ask you to play games with me? Sakurai Saki looked at her, confused. What kind of dumb question is that? Of course you can. Then what about holding hands? That's fine. What about hugging? Chika asked in a quiet voice. If it's just a friendly hug. And kissing? Chika asked, her face blushing. No, that crosses the line. Sakurai Saki rejected. Chika tried testing the waters. Then, can I just be your second girlfriend only when kissing? Whack! Sakurai Saki lightly chopped her on the head with his hand. How Chika grimaced in pain. That's what you get for saying nonsense like that. This girl, what the hell was she even talking about? Trying to cheat the rules? Only be a girlfriend during kisses? That was even crazier than being a rental girlfriend. Saki-kun, can you do that thing again? Chika suddenly got excited. She sprang up from Sakurai Saki's lap, and under his embarrassed gaze, she mimicked his earlier motion. Right now, by my name, Sakurai Saki, the sky will clear. Chika. Having recovered from the earlier shock, Secretary Fujiwara had now fully entered a curious state about the supernatural world. Superpowers aren't toys. And I didn't say anything like that. Sakurai Saki just want to crawl into a hole right now. But I really want to see it a few minutes later. Once again, all the students of Shuchiin witnessed a miracle. Fujiwara Chika pressed her face against the floor-to-ceiling glass, staring up at the sky where a hole had opened amidst the clouds. Superpowers are awesome. Secretary Fujiwara couldn't find any better words to describe it. With her poor vocabulary, the only word she could come up with was awesome. I'm the first one to know about this, right? Now, she was starting to care about that detail. In Shuchiin, you're the first to know, Sakurai Saki answered. That reply made Chika-chan very satisfied. That meant even Saki-kun's current girlfriend, Hayasaka-san, didn't know. What about President Shirogane? Why would I tell him? You two seem pretty close, though. Chika's jealousy was written all over her face. She had always found the relationship between Sakurai Saki and Shirogane Miyuki oddly close. Superpowers are dangerous. The fewer people know, the better. Sakurai Saki's expression turned serious. Then why did you tell me? Chika made a face like she had just caught someone in a lie, but it still looked kind of cute. Because you're going to find out eventually. If I want you to accept me, better to tell you early than late. Having decided to become a scumbag, Sakurai Saki didn't plan on hiding anything anymore. And as for Hayasaka AI, had found the right time to tell her too. The future was long, he could hide it for a while, but not forever. I'm not going to let you two-time me. Chika reminded him again. Sakurai Saki felt incredibly awkward. How did those harem protagonists in anime manage to form harems with 10 girls in just 10 chapters? Was this the difference between fantasy and reality? So brutal. Hurry up. The dark clouds are coming back. Chika looked at the fading sunlight with disappointment. Whatever. Saki-kun, do you have any other superpowers? As she said that, Chika glanced at the Uno cards scattered on the floor from earlier when she cried. Suspicion filled her small face. Saki-kun, you beat me so many times, did you use your superpower? Chika, that's hard to say. Sakurai Saki dodged the topic. Hey, you cheated. And? You cheated too, didn't you? But I still couldn't win even with cheating. Chika shouted. Chika, that was the one thing she couldn't accept. She clearly cheated, yet she still lost. You did win, Sakurai Saki countered. I did. Why don't I remember that? Chika put a finger to her chin, trying to recall. Did I really win once? 1 year ago, you beat me once, Sakurai Saki said softly. If falling for someone counted as losing, then he had already lost completely in this game called love. Omo, Chika-chan blinked in confusion, full of question marks. Entrance ceremony day? We met on the entrance ceremony day? Knew it, you forgot everything. Sakurai Saki said helplessly. This girl didn't even remember the first time they met. Maybe back then, he really was nothing special in her eyes. Don't just drop hints like that, come on. Tell me. Chika pouted as she shook Sakurai Saki by the shoulders. In her memory, Sakurai Saki was the one who talked to her first during the second week after the school year started, right, when she had just joined the tabletop game club. What's this? Even the love detective Chika-chan needs spoilers now? Sakurai Saki teased. Then forget it. Chika huffed. She took that self-proclaimed love detective title very seriously. Sakurai Saki took out his phone and checked the time. HM, it's already this late? Then let's head back. Because of all the chaos earlier, the rain had eased up quite a bit. The two of them cleaned up the student council room, then left the school building together. Chapter 113. One night at the Nakano house, if the sun were to suddenly appear at night, what would happen? Random vampire out on a stroll. Sakurai Saki looked at the rain outside the balcony, lost in thought. Though he liked rainy days, storms weren't on that list. Should have just canceled the tutoring session earlier. It was 10 o'clock at night now, and it would take at least 30 minutes to get home. The wind and rain weren't the main problem. What scared him more were those five sisters. From their perspective, someone who dared to walk in the pouring rain could only be described with one word: idiot. LOL. To avoid ruining his teacher image, Sakurai Saki decided to wait until the rain stopped. His superpower today was summoning the sun. Controlling this ability was quite simple. He had drawn it 3 times before, so there were no side effects. Other than attracting a bit of attention from normal people, everything was fine. And how did he do it? Simple. During the day, he'd pull the clouds away, and at night, he'd speed up the Earth's rotation so that the area he stood in faced the sun. Easy as putting an elephant into the fridge. Any Esper could probably do that, right? Footsteps sounded behind him. Sensei-chan, where do you want to sleep tonight? When Isan and Chika walked up beside him. There was nothing worth watching in the dark, rainy window. Nakano Ichika was looking at Sakurai Saki. Sakurai Saki was thinking the same women weren't worth looking at. He was watching the rain, mainly because the girl had just come out of the bath, wearing only a thin shirt. "He'll sleep on the sofa," Sakurai Saki replied. The sound of rain echoed noisily in his ears. Just now, my practice assignment had the highest score. One-san Ichika, realizing he wasn't paying her any attention, leaned close to his ear. Her voice was as soft as if her tongue were licking his earlobe. "Is there a reward?" "Sensei-chan?" "Ichika, it'll give you another set of practice problems for tomorrow. That's your chance to rank first in the exam." Sakurai Saki glared at her, his tone far from friendly. Ichika clasped her hands behind her back and leaned forward slightly. The view at her chest was hard to ignore, even whiter than winter snow. "Era, where are you looking?" she teased. "Ichika, Nakano Ichika, please have some self-respect." Sakurai Saki raised his hand, palm forward, trying to resist temptation. "Our relationship is a pure teacher-student one. I've always seen you as a student, and I hope you'll see me as a teacher." Sakurai, MMHM, is that so? Nakano Ichika, under Sakurai Saki's astonished gaze, placed her hand on her cleavage, then pulled out several 10,000 yen bills. "Sensei-chan, you're working as a rental boyfriend, right? Your teacher job is done for the day." Ichika fanned the bills in her hand. Sakurai Saki pulled out his phone and opened the rental boyfriend app. "Please read the company's terms carefully. Not allowed to accept private jobs outside official hours through company channels." Nakano Ichika finished reading and returned the phone to him. "Your company's strict, huh?" After saying that, seeing Sakurai Saki sigh in relief, she pulled out her own phone. "But if I book an appointment right now, it should still be in time, right? What's wrong? I just want to experience what it's like to have a boyfriend. Is that not okay?" When Isan Ichika noticed, he seemed genuinely reluctant. Well, of course, it was a lot harder to pretend to be a lover with someone familiar than with a stranger. All right, I get that you're unwilling. Even if you make a booking, I still have the right to decide whether or not to accept it. Sakurai Saki replied. For suspicious clients, Sakurai Saki would never accept. Female clients who booked in the middle of a cluster of love hotels, just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. Boys needed to learn how to protect themselves when going out, or else they'd be devoured by girls from A to Z, and wouldn't even have the right to be mad. The rain shows no sign of stopping. It's a bit cold tonight. If you catch a cold, that wouldn't be good. This house only has 5 rooms in total, Sakurai Saki reminded. I can give you my bed, Ichika said seriously. The sofa is fine for me, Sakurai Saki replied. Equally serious. He had already died socially once that day during Golden Week. Seeing him refuse again and again, Ichika helplessly turned around to leave. You got wet from the rain on your way here, right, Sensei-chan? Make sure to take a shower, or you'll catch a cold. She originally intended to tell him to shower earlier, but there weren't any spare clothes in the house. At the moment, Sakurai Saki was only wearing his uniform pants and a white undershirt. His uniform jacket had been dried earlier, but Sakurai Saki hadn't put it back on. Nino's still showering, right? He'll wait until she's done. Sakurai Saki turned his head toward the bathroom. Don't use that bathwater for anything indecent, okay? Ichika covered her mouth with a hand and giggled. I don't have a habit of soaking. Sakurai Saki preferred showers. Era, what a shame. We 5 sisters. Oh, wait. It changed midway. Now only 2 of us use the bathwater. I think it's Miku and Nino. Ichika's tone made it easy to misinterpret her meaning. Better make use of it while it's still warm. Ichika's voice faded into the distance. She had returned to her room. Sakurai Saki sat down on the sofa, waiting for the rain to subside. Usually, heavy rain didn't last long. Then again, this rain had started right after the tutoring session and had already lasted over an hour. Had he known, he wouldn't have given them extra study time earlier. Also, why was Nino taking so long in the bath? More than 10 minutes passed. Sakurai Saki turned his head and saw a figure stepping out of the bathroom. She wasn't wearing any hair accessories, so without prior knowledge, Sakurai Saki would have had a hard time telling who it was. Still, wasn't it Suki? He could tell just by looking at the legs. Definitely not Ichika. Ichika had short hair. Mika wouldn't act so casually, and Yatsuba would never show that kind of bashfulness. After thinking for a moment, Sakurai Saki realized that if you paid attention to the 5 sisters' habits, you could still tell them apart. After all, their personalities were very different. Nino was staring blankly at the blurry world in front of her. She had soaked in the tub for a little too long and now felt a bit dizzy. Ichika? Nino saw a silhouette on the sofa through her hazy vision. As she stepped closer, she skillfully plugged in the hairdryer and began dry her hair. It's me, Sakurai Saki suddenly said. And then he noticed Nino looked like someone had hit the pause button on her. You came out wearing only a towel? Nino had no answer for that question. She had just finished bathing, her mind was foggy, and by reflex, she thought there were no boys in the house. Just a bad habit that could get someone killed. You've already seen it, so whatever. Nino's face blushed slightly, but her tone stayed firm. Showing embarrassment now would mean losing, if she'd been seen once. What's the point of being shy about being seen again? You forgot your contact lenses again? In the cabinet next to the bathtub, second shelf, middle drawer. I forgot to grab them earlier. Sakurai Saki walked over, flipped through the cabinet several times, but still couldn't find them. Still can't find them? Nino stood up, intending to help. She walked over behind Sakurai Saki and stood on tiptoe. Then she reached out and opened the cabinet. Bang, because she couldn't see clearly, she opened the wrong drawer. The inside was stuffed with books, and they were about to tumble out. Sakurai Saki reached out, pulled her into his arms, and with his other hand, slammed the cabinet door shut. Nino let out a sound on reflex. She didn't know what had just happened, but she knew one thing. She had just been pulled into someone's arms. The warmth of his hand transferred through to her shoulder. My heart's beating so fast. A few seconds later, Sakurai Saki let her go. She was only wearing a towel and not even a tightly wrapped one. Sakurai Saki had moved quickly, so it was no surprise the towel dropped to the floor. At first, Nino only felt a chill, then she quickly realized something was wrong. She instantly wrapped her arms around Sakurai Saki in return, pressing herself tightly against him. What's wrong? Don't look. Chapter 114. Helping Shinobu dry her hair, Nakano household living room. Nino and Sakurai Saki were frozen in an incredibly awkward position. Don't move. Close your eyes, Nino ordered. Sakurai Saki obeyed, slowly closing his eyes. Nino crouched down, picked up the towel from the floor, and wrapped it around herself again. Done. You can open your eyes now. Sakurai Saki opened his eyes and glanced downward round white, then immediately turned his face away. What's wrong? Sakurai Saki didn't answer, continuing to search through the cabinet. His luck was decent. He found her contact lenses in the very first drawer he opened, along with a pair of regular glasses with an old-fashioned black frame. He personally helped Nino put the glasses on. Then Sakurai Saki slowly made his way back to the sofa. A few seconds later, he heard Nino groan softly behind him. Young, it sounded like the adorable whimper of a small animal. Nino, in a flustered state, might just be the cutest among the 5 sisters. Sakurai Saki couldn't help but think. Nino looked down at her chest. She had messed up when rewrapping the towel-important area hadn't been properly covered. But now she could only pretend nothing had happened. Just act like nothing happened. She took her contact lenses from the drawer, feigned composure, grabbed the hairdryer on the sofa, and went upstairs. Let's pretend this never happened. After she left, Sakurai Saki also brought his hand to his face. He realized that every time he came to the Nakano house, some kind of fan service event would happen. At this rate, give it a few more months, and he'd end up seeing all of their bodies one by one. Sakurai Saki genuinely wanted to keep his tutoring job separate from his personal life. But wasn't this streak of romantic luck a little too strange? It's not like he had some kind of weird harem protagonist physique, like in those anime. And even if he did, why were all the benefit events happening only with these 5 sisters? After several minutes of zoning out, Sakurai Saki's mind went completely blank. Outside the window, the rain hadn't let up. He had school tomorrow, so it looked like he'd be spending the night here. Time to shower. Sakurai Saki stretched and headed to the bathroom. In the changing area, he glanced into the laundry basket. Black, probably Nino's. The design was quite cute and fairly modest. It wasn't like he did it on purpose. This was just an unavoidable situation. A man being drawn to women's underwear was an unchangeable truth of nature. Good thing Newton got hit in the head by an apple instead of a durian, otherwise the law of universal gravitation might have been renamed. He took off his outer shirt. There were clean towels in the bathroom. Itsuki had said earlier that he could use them. Just as he stepped into the bathroom, from the shadow under Sakurai Saki's feet, a blonde-haired girl swam up from below. And just like that, without warning, Sakurai Saki was pulled into the bath by Shinobu. Dozens of minutes passed before Shinobu finally settled down. One could only say, vampires have no concept of shame when it comes to these kinds of things. Bathing together didn't bother them in the slightest. While in the bath, Sakurai Saki hadn't thought much of it, but once he got out, he realized he had clearly been influenced by a vampire's skewed sense of modesty. As he stepped out of the bathroom, Sakurai Saki saw Nino lying on the sofa, hair dryer in hand, yet she had fallen asleep. Maybe she had intended to return the dryer. It wasn't that urgent. Really, it could wait until tomorrow. Maybe she was going to give him the hairdryer to use. After all, there was only one dryer in the bathroom. Sakurai Saki walked closer to Nino. She was fast asleep. He gently nudged her a few times, but there was no response. Sakurai Saki sighed and lifted her up in a princess carry. He had seen instructions online. If done with the right technique, it wasn't as exhausting as people imagined. As an esper, Sakurai Saki's physical strength was already far above the average person, so carrying a girl weighing around 50 kilograms was easy for him. Nino rested her head against his chest, still sound asleep. Step by step, he gently carried her to the bed. From upstairs, Sakurai Saki came down and took a book out of his bag. He had a habit of reading before sleeping. Tonight, he brought a light novel, the one he was halfway through from the night before. It was a typical rom-com harem story, with some sure-filled moments. The kind of book where you buy toilet paper and get an illustration as a bonus. But since the heroine was really pretty, it was fine. With these kinds of books, as long as the heroines were attractive enough and the male lead wasn't too annoying, Sakurai Saki could read through it. Halfway through the book, the blonde-haired little vampire climbed into Sakurai Saki's lap. "My master, dry my hair." Sakurai Saki recalled how, earlier in the bath, she had looked like a drenched puppy, unbelievably cute. "Feels like your hair got a little shorter." "Shinobu, can you control your hair length?" "Umu, do you prefer short hair?" Shinobu asked curiously. Sakurai Saki plugged the hairdryer into the socket. "No, I don't have any particular preference for hairstyles. As long as it suits you, that's enough." After testing the temperature with his hand and finding it just right, Sakurai Saki began drying Shinobu's hair. Her golden hair was smooth like a waterfall, soft to the touch like silk. "My master," it tickles, Shinobu said, face red. There was nothing weird about his technique, but it was surprisingly comfortable and kind of sensual. "It tickles?" Sakurai Saki's hand gently slid across her pale neck, lifting her hair from underneath. Shinobu let out a tiny, adorable moan. "Shinobu." A few minutes later, her hair was dry. Shinobu's face was still red as she dove straight into the shadow under his feet. Sakurai Saki had a confused look on his face. It was just drying hair, wasn't it? After that, he returned the hairdryer and continued reading the light novel. Sitting on the sofa, he heard footsteps. He looked up. One of the sisters, probably Miku. She was rubbing her eyes, clearly still sleepy. "Omo?" Sakurai Saki sensed that she wasn't fully awake. She was probably wondering why he was in her house in the middle of the night. He watched her as she walked straight to the bathroom. Then he looked back down and continued reading. The living room was very quiet. A few minutes later, Sakurai Saki saw a figure wobble out of the bathroom. "That's probably Miku, right?" To be honest, among the 5 sisters, the hardest to tell apart were Miku, Nino, and Itsuki, because they all had long hair, and if they weren't wearing hair accessories, it was nearly impossible to tell who was who. Nakano Miku walked over to the sofa, then lay down right on Sakurai Saki's lap. Sakurai Saki. Degree. Being that half asleep was kind of overkill, wasn't it? "Hey, Miku, wake up." Sakurai Saki pinched her cheek. Amika slowly opened her eyes, then closed them again, and started breathing steadily. Sakurai Saki realized besides being bad at studying, these 5 sisters had a lot of problematic daily habits. Nino refused to wear glasses when going out and cared too much about her appearance. Ichika slept without clothes and liked teasing him with her era act. Mika got super clingy after waking up. Yatsuba didn't know how to say no to people. Itsuki was obsessed with meat buns and high-calorie food. Totally hopeless. Sakurai Saki sighed inwardly, put his light novel aside, and got ready to carry Mika back to her room. Anyway, had already carried Nino once tonight. Lifting her gently, Sakurai Saki carried Miku upstairs. He opened the door and laid her on the bed. His shirt was being tightly gripped and her strength wasn't weak, either. "Miku, you're awake, aren't you?" "Useless." Sakurai Saki had no choice but to pinch her cheek. Miku puffed her cheeks up like a sulking hamster. "Miku, so girls could sulk even in their sleep." Truly eye-opening. After a few more soft cheek pinches, Sakurai Saki left her room. He felt like aside from being a tutor, he was also playing the role of babysitter. Chapter 115. The morning after the sleepover among the 5 sisters, Nina was the first to wake up. She was in charge of breakfast for all 5 of them. It wasn't like no one else in the house could cook, but when it came to someone who could cook well, she was the only one. That's why, naturally, Nakano Nino was the one who took care of the kitchen. But she also genuinely enjoyed it. Getting out of bed, Nino let out a yawn. Then she froze. There was a blank in her memory. She clearly remembered going downstairs last night. So how is she now back in bed? Nino rubbed her forehead and started thinking. Honestly, the answer wasn't hard to guess. Someone who could carry her back while she was unresponsive. There seemed to be only one person. Opening the door, Nino gently stepped down the stairs, and she saw Sakurai Saki lying on the sofa, as if still asleep. Of course, Nino didn't realize he was only pretending. For a guy to still be asleep at 6:30 wasn't strange. Someone diligent and self-disciplined like her was the rare one. Approaching the sofa, Nino looked at Sakurai Saki's face. Same as always, right up her alley, or more accurately, perfect no matter how you looked at it. Nakano Nino walked around Sakurai Saki, observing him from every angle. Lately, Sakurai Saki's attitude toward her had improved to the point where she could barely handle it. If she had to rate his previous attitude toward her, the highest score would have been 40 points. But now it had reached 65. An increase of 50. To Nino, that was already a great joy. After finishing her appreciation of his looks, Nino leaned in closer to him. She reached out her hand, intending to poke Sakurai Saki's face. Then when her finger was just 5 centimeters away from him, Sakurai Saki opened his eyes. What have you been doing all this time? He hadn't really been asleep, just dozing a little. The ability from today was different from yesterday's, and it came with slight side effects that put him in a bad mood. Yesterday, thank you for carrying me to my room. Nino, interrupted mid-pervy girl action, felt a little embarrassed and spoke awkwardly. No problem. As a teacher, I can't let a student sleep a whole night on the sofa. If you caught a cold and had to skip school, it would affect your studies. Sakurai Saki wasn't lying when he said that. To Nino, he always maintained a pure student-teacher mindset. Even though there had been many misunderstandings yesterday and had seen a lot of things he shouldn't have. I see. Nino didn't get the answer she was hoping for. If he had answered because I was worried about you, I carried you back, that would have matched Nino's feelings better. But Sakurai Saki would never say that. He only treated her in the capacity of a tutor. This Nino knew very well. Even so, she didn't let that discourage her. Sakurai-san, what do you want for breakfast? She stood up, placed a hand on her knee in front of Sakurai Saki, and asked, I'm not that picky, right? I prepared a lot of dishes last night. I'll make you a bento later. With that, Nino didn't give him any chance to refuse. Sakurai Saki had no intention of refusing anyway. He had never rejected someone's kindness. Rejecting everything would be too standoffish. This current distance was just right. A while later, the others started waking up too. The girls didn't come down all at once, but in small waves. Saki-kun, good morning, Miku. Still looking sleepy, came down the stairs and sat on the sofa. Miku. She leaned her body against Sakurai Saki. So sleepy, she murmured. This girl might be the sleepiest of all 5 sisters. It felt like her personality had changed. From a Kaderi, she had turned into a Kaderi who could act spoiled, a big difference. Mika lay on her side, next to Sakurai Saki, her long eyelashes struggling against her lower lids. If you don't get up, you'll be late. Yusaki-kun is bullying me, Mika said. Miku, her body stayed limp and motionless for a few seconds. Then she blushed and sat up. You're awake now? Sakurai Saki asked. Seemed like just a moment ago, Mika hadn't realized he was there. Umo. Nakano Miku headed toward the washroom. Sakurai Saki had just finished washing his face. There was a brand new, unopened set of toiletries here, probably prepared as a backup. And it happened to be usable. Itsuki had also mentioned it last night. The third one to come downstairs was Itsuki. At the moment, she was wearing a star-shaped hair clip. When she saw Sakurai Saki, she greeted him, Good morning, Sakurai-kun. Her voice had a distinctive tone, carrying no trace of sleepiness at all, calm, composed, and full of spirit. Sakurai Saki returned the morning greeting. Itsuki glanced at Sakurai Saki again. She had a feeling that he was silently evaluating her in his mind. The fourth to appear was Yatsuba. Judging by her expression, she had probably gone to wake Ichika, which was why she was coming down late. Hi. Good morning, Sakurai-san. Her voice was full of energy. Yatsuba. Good morning, Yatsuba. Sakurai Saki replied while lowering his gaze to the floor. There a cockroach was crawling. Sakurai Saki directed it to a place out of sight from the 5 sisters. Today, Sakurai Saki was a friend to all living things. He could control all animals. Those with higher intelligence weren't included, but he could still manage ordinary birds and insects. Girls were generally afraid of cockroaches except Fujiwara Chika, who could catch them barehanded, totally unladylike. Finally, Ichika came down slowly with a sleepy look on her face. Sensei-chan, good morning, Ichika. Good morning. Ichika then deliberately raised her voice for the next sentence. Did you use the bathtub last night? I did, Sakurai Saki replied, though it was only because Shinobu forced him to. Sakurai Saki didn't like lying about things like this just like yesterday. He didn't dodge Chika's question either. This time, it was Ichika who was stunned. She didn't expect he had actually used it. In the kitchen, Nino heard the two talking. Her hand, which was ladling miso soup, trembled, nearly spilling it. The bathtub? Nino had nearly forgotten that Sakurai Saki had stayed over at their house last night. And he had even taken a bath. Didn't that mean he had seen that of hers? Ugh, that outfit was way too conservative. If she had known he would see it, Nino would have picked something bolder. As for her underwear being seen, well, it had already happened. Regretting it now was useless. Her recent experiences made Nino realize one thing. She absolutely must always carry her glasses. Even those old-fashioned dorky frames couldn't be left behind. When she couldn't find her contacts, they were lifesavers. Without them, if something happened, with her eyesight, she wouldn't even be able to find the front door. After finishing breakfast, Nino called everyone over. There were 6 people at the dining table today, but luckily there were enough chairs. While eating, no one talked much. School was starting soon, and there would still be time to chat later. Before leaving, Nino handed out bentos to her sisters. Then she glanced at Sakurai Saki. She gave him the largest one. Here, this is your bento. Nino spoke nonchalantly. Itarashai, she was secretly indulging in the feeling of being a newlywed couple. Sakurai Saki, itakimesu. Getting the response she wanted, Nino contentedly urged her sisters along. Of course, Sakurai Saki could see what she was thinking. But occasionally giving a student a bit of sweetness wasn't a bad form of encouragement. Just that it had to stay within the bounds of teacher and student. Crossing that line wouldn't be good. Chapter 116. It's just a master's order how to make her lifelong rival drop in academic ranking. Shinomiya Kagaya had always pondered this question. She couldn't get a read on Shirogane Miyuki. That guy was scarily self-disciplined, and his level of effort didn't change no matter what external factors came into play. Money couldn't sway him, and love didn't seem to work either. From the very beginning, he never had any intention of dating. Kagaya had the feeling that even if he did fall in love, she still wouldn't be able to win. To consolidate and elevate one's position, there are 2 ways. Shinomiya Kagaya sat in class, gazing at Sakurai Saki near the window seat. Method 1. Bring down the one currently at the top. Method 2. Prevent those below from climbing up. Since the first method was unusable, she had no choice but to go with the second. Right now, Shinomiya Kagaya was incredibly fortunate to have helped Hayasaka AI conquer Sakurai Saki. Otherwise, in this month's exam, she might have gained another serious threat. After school tomorrow, go on a date with General Affairs Sakurai. This is an order from your master. Last night,